Chapter 411. Xiaoya's words officially sentenced the girl to death. She looked at Mon's back calmly. For some reason, she didn't feel any panic or fear at this moment, as if she had already realized and accepted this ending. At this moment, she also felt more deeply the influence of her senior brothers and sisters on herself. Now she is not the same person as she was a few days ago, but she didn't feel that she was possessed at all. In fact, this is closer to growth than direct change, but she skipped the time and experience required for growth and borrowed their advantages directly from others. The fusion of the two senior brothers allowed her to understand early that her ending was already doomed, and the senior sister also gave her the courage to stand up and face death and fear, which is why she is not panicked at all at this moment. Moreover, the girl can clearly feel that the senior brothers and sisters are all around her. She wants to find a way to resist. The senior brother made her think of the way to survive is to kill Ma En, and the senior sister also gave her the determination to draw the sword. But she is still herself, and it is precisely because of the part of her senior brothers and sisters that she can firmly realize and truly understand this. Ma En, who was standing in front of her, looked at Xiaoyao and asked, "I can agree to cooperate with you, but from what I have known about you in the past few days, you don't necessarily have to kill her to achieve your goal. Isn't there a more gentle solution?" Xiaoyao replied, "Of course there is, but killing her is the easiest way. Other methods are more troublesome, and will seriously delay your chance to break through to the nascent soul stage." Ma En wanted to say something else, but if... Xiaoyao interrupted casually, "I need you to break through to the nascent soul in a short time, and you don't seem to have the qualifications to bargain with me on this matter now. It's better for me to exchange Guan Yi directly than to meet your request." Before Ma En could say anything else, the voice of the girl came from behind him. "Brother Ma En." He turned around and looked at the girl with a resolute look. Xiaoyao smiled when he saw Ma En turned around. He and Guan Yi both saw that Ma En was still a little resistant to his suggestion that he should kill this little sister, but Xiaoyao knew that he didn't have to worry about this. The girl shook her head slightly. "It's impossible for us to resist the master. You haven't seen the master's methods with your own eyes, but I know very well that no matter how we struggle, we can't escape from his palm. The master is also a leader among the nascent soul. Everything is doomed. Only one of you and me can survive. And we all know that you are the one who will survive. I know you still have some reluctance to kill me, but that is why you deserve to survive. This is the best outcome for us. Go ahead. I know you are not the one who killed me," she said with relief on her face. Xiaoyao, who was standing behind them, nodded with satisfaction. Even the unfinished secret technique had a good effect. If it was Guan Yi in the past, she might have had similar thoughts, but she would never say this. But just when she and Xiaoyao thought that Ma En had no choice, he first glanced at Xiaoyao, and then said to the girl, "Since you are no longer afraid of death, why not use your life to resist?" Then Ma En turned back to Xiaoyao and said, "You said I have no bargaining rights, but it would be different if we were the ones negotiating with you. You can choose to let me accomplish your goal in a gentler way, or we will both die." The girl's eyes widened. She had never thought that she would hear Ma En say this. He could have directly agreed to Xiaoyao's request and survived safely. If she put herself in his shoes, she might only be able to do this. But Ma En was using his own life as a bargaining chip to try to save himself. A warm current surged in Guan Yi's heart, but she still tried to temporarily break free from the emotion and said in a very gentle voice, "Okay." Since Ma En had risked his life to try to save her, she did not intend to persuade Ma En to kill her and live on her own, but resolutely stood on the same front with him. The worst that could happen was death. This conversation surprised Xiaoyao. Ma En's expression was so calm that it was almost cold, which made Xiaoyao doubt that he really didn't care about his life or death. Although Ma En was a member of the Salvation Alliance, Xiaoyao had never thought that this mortal from the desolate realm could really do such a noble act. If it was Xin Shao, he might understand it, but Ma En. "Have you decided?" Xiaoyao's expression was no longer calm, and he asked coldly, "You plan to use your life in exchange for Guan Yi's chance to survive?" Ma En looked at him and said, "No, I'm not using my life in exchange for anything. I'm just asking us all to survive. Answer me now, do you agree or refuse?" Guan Yi, who was standing behind him, also cast a fearless look at Xiaoyao. She was also ready to die with Ma En or sacrifice herself alone, and it seemed that she would never surrender to him. Just when Ma En was waiting for him to fight back, Xiaoyao suddenly smiled. "Good. Very good. I was only expecting a mortal from the desolate realm who could solve the problem for me, but I didn't expect to meet a genius with a nearly perfect character and root bones. You have already had the momentum to break through to the nascent soul on your own. In fact, I would not agree to your request, because I could also capture Guan Yi alive, and use magic to directly shatter her determination to resist with you. Although her mind would be affected, it is better than a disobedient guy. It is your resistance that proves that you are more valuable than I expected. A puppet who is good at fighting cannot let me waste precious time, but a future strongman who can become my right-hand man is worth my concession. Ma En was a little surprised at the speed of his attitude change, but he did not believe Xiaoya's words. In his opinion, Xiaoya's change may be because his threat is indeed effective. At the same time, it may also be because the impact of this concession on him is not as serious as he just claimed. The girl standing behind him also showed a look of surprise. Xiaoya saw all of this. He could imagine how Ma En felt, but he didn't think that he really admired him. He did have some ideas of accepting him as a disciple, because Ma En reminded him of his past self, and they are all demons. Chapter 412. After Xiaoya made concessions because of his admiration, he gave a new solution. In fact, Guan Yi's death was mainly for her 7 souls, so the impact of this decision was not that great. Among his 4 disciples, Guan Yi's 7 souls were the least helpful for Ma En to break through to the nascent soul stage, so the final result of his concession was that Ma En's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was a few months later than before. In fact, a few months was quite short for Xiaoyao, and he was not as anxious as he claimed. Take a good look at this secret technique. Xiaoyao handed a book to Ma En. Most of the content in it has already been learned in the Xiaoyao Gong I gave you last time, just adjust what you have mastered. The Xiaoyao secret technique he gave to Ma En was also a specially customized version for him. It must be used by someone like Ma En who has the ability of mind reading, and the whole process must be carried out under his control, and the active cooperation of the cultivators whose extra 7 souls need to be plundered, but these things combined can make Ma En, who has not yet cultivated much, easily accept the minds of several other people. After all, he is also an abnormal ability person, who is comparable to the peak of the Golden Core, and he has made considerable achievements in the field of spirit and soul. It is not a difficult problem for him to eat the 7 souls of these cultivators. While Ma En was preparing, Xiaoyao also walked in front of Guan Yi and looked at his youngest disciple. This is the secret technique you are going to use. Xiaoyao took out the jade tube that contained the remaining secret techniques. Are you ready to hand over their understandings again? You will soon fall back to your original position again. Guan Yi is now very close to the nascent soul. Even without Ma En's body, she will have the opportunity to impact the nascent soul with her own ability in a few months, and the chance of a successful breakthrough will not be very low. But as long as she hands over their 7 souls, she will never have the chance to touch the border of the nascent soul again. Guan Yi doesn't seem to care about what she is about to lose. I can start at any time. Now she has completely lost her respect for Xiaoyao. She looks at him, as if she is looking at an evil cultivator that can be seen everywhere, but deep in her soul, that she can't even detect still hides a deep fear of herself. Those emotions don't belong entirely to her. This time, the extraction of the 7 souls is also somewhat different from Xiaoya's original plan. The parts of the 7 souls that belong to his disciples' personalities will all remain in Guan Yi's golden elixir, and only those understandings that are useful for cultivation will be transferred to Ma En by him. Because he originally planned to use the personalities of his disciples to influence and control Ma En, but now it is not suitable to do such tricks. Ma En has fought for better conditions for himself. Okay, Ma En said. The secret technique Xiaoyao gave him used the breathing method he had learned some time ago, and also guided him to use telepathy to deal with the so-called 7 souls that were about to appear. Seeing this, Xiaoyao nodded slightly to Guan Yi, and the little apprentice sister sat down directly on the spot, and then with her breathing, mist continued to flow out of her body, and began to flow around Ma En under Xiaoyao's control. In Ma En's eyes, this mist was actually very close to an object in a certain spiritual state, and it could also be slowly transformed into a way that he could understand through telepathy and breathing. As he really inhaled the mist, complex memories and understandings slowly seeped into his mind, and began to gradually become part of him in an imperceptible way. Ma En was also carefully checking these memories, constantly filtering out the parts that were useless to his practice. Body training, chi training, foundation building, golden elixir, and the fact that they were all not yet in the nascent soul stage, all slowly became very clear in his mind. It was not until now that Ma En truly realized what practice was. This is an extremely sound supernatural system that covers all aspects. Even though he originally felt that the entire system of practice must be quite complicated, its true appearance still exceeded Ma En's expectations. Seeking the truth? Ma En murmured in a low voice. Seeing Ma En say these words, Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction. Guan Yi, who was sitting opposite him, had a complicated face. Ma-en, a mortal born in the desolate world, said these words, which still surprised her very much, and she even became a disciple of her master. Xiaoyao waited patiently until Ma-en completely accepted their understanding of cultivation, and then said, "Now it's only a matter of time before you break through the nascent soul. During this time, you just need to practice with me and prepare to establish a sect. There are still thousands of years of life waiting for you to enjoy." Ma-en slowly opened his eyes, and carefully chewed on Xiaoyao's disciples' understanding of cultivation and magic. Cultivation, magic, and swordsmanship, these are all fourth-level anomalies that can be controlled, and as long as he cultivates for a period of time according to certain methods, he can really master them. This feeling is a bit strange. But Ma-en did not linger on this feeling, and immediately took the opportunity to raise a particularly important question. What special physique do I have that makes you feel that as long as you match their understanding of cultivation, you can break through to the nascent soul, which is what we call the fifth level? Xiaoyao smiled when he heard this, then raised his hand and waved it, using the barrier made of mist to isolate Guan Yi, who was standing next to them, and then said to Ma-en alone, "Since you are now my true disciple, I can also tell you some things. In fact, I agree that you deal with Guan Yi in this way because of this. Your resistance to me reminds me of myself. You will not succumb to the so-called power of me. I don't know if you realize it yourself, but in fact, you are incompatible with most people in this world. When facing a powerful ruling organization like the Federation, you did not obey their ideas at all, but began to resist in an almost instinctive way. Your relationship with the Federation is very similar to my relationship with the Heavenly Court. Even in the face of death, you are unwilling to kneel before my powerful strength and the rules I symbolize, because there are things that are more important to you than life." Ma-en raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think so at all. He insisted on resisting just now, because he was not worried that Xiaoyao could really kill him. If he really had to choose, he would definitely let himself live. He was not noble enough to think that Guan Yi's life was more important than his own. He just felt that the lives of innocent people were more important than the spiritual treasures and fifth-level cultivation that could solve his own problems. Chapter 413. Xiaoyao then said with appreciation and praise, "The way you just refused to cooperate with me is the reason why I agreed. You let me see myself in the past. Of course, I know that you may not believe such words. But in fact, we have more in common than you think. For example, your physique is called the outer demon body, and the cultivation method I created is called Xiaoyao demon art." Ma-en looked at him puzzled. Du Jin and his memories also let him know about this, but he just completed the fusion, and could not use it well, and remember the specific knowledge casually. Xiaoyao did not wait for him to remember and said, "Many people think that I call my own skill Xiaoyao demon just a metaphor. Many skills and spells have the word demon in their names to describe their own spells. But this is not my personality. I call my skills this way just because I am a demon. Same as you." Ma-en blinked. His body seemed to have understood what this meant, and he felt a little worried and surprised, but his brain hadn't reacted yet. What is a demon? Ma-en didn't wait for his body to recall. Xiaoyao showed a look of recollection and said, "The demon is naturally the demon outside the sky. In ancient times, the monks used this term to refer to the evil demons in the vast universe, and now they also use this term to refer to any evil demon outside the world of cultivation. In fact, you may still be a little confused as to why I am so determined to oppose the Heavenly Court. After all, they have treated me quite well. Normally, I would indeed indulge in the beautiful dreams and illusions they made up, and constantly convince myself to ignore the inconsistencies in them. But there is one thing I can never accept. That is the fact that they gathered all the spiritual energy in the world of cultivation. Knowing this was the opportunity for me to leave the Heavenly Court and start to devote myself to the free and easy way. It made me deeply aware of the shortcomings of the Heavenly Court, and also caused me to no longer deceive myself like in the past, constantly plundering the spiritual energy of the desolate world to nourish myself. I can't find a reason to convince myself no matter what. Because I am from the desolate world." Ma-en showed a surprised expression. Xiaoyao smiled and looked at Ma-en. "Yes, this is why I chose to leave the world of cultivation and come here. I am not running away, but returning to my hometown where I really belong. This is why I can't accept what they did to us. If I were a person from the world of cultivation, I could find countless reasons to explain the rationality of their choice, and I could tell myself that the mortals in the world of cultivation are indeed more worthy of the blessing of spiritual energy, but unfortunately, I am not." This finally explained Ma-en's strange feeling. He was a little confused when he was talking to Xiaoyao. At that time, he found it particularly difficult to accept that the spirit energy of the desolate realm was plundered. In fact, Ma-en felt a little unreal. After all, in his own eyes, he was also a person in the world of cultivation at that time. A cultivator who enjoyed the spirit-gathering array should not say such words. Moreover, if he was born in the world of cultivation, he might really think that the mortals in the world of cultivation really deserve more spirit energy because their morality is higher than theirs. But if he was also born in the desolate realm, then everything can be explained. No matter how many explanations the world of cultivation has for the spirit-gathering array, this one reason is enough for Xiaoyao. He was the one who was sacrificed in the choice. When I knew that the world I lived in my previous life was being plundered by them, Xiaoyao said with a deep look, I could no longer accept and understand the conditions for their choice. When you stay out of it, you can use various methods to deceive yourself and enjoy the various benefits you get from it with peace of mind. But if you are the part that is abandoned in their choice, it will be completely different. You will truly realize how serious the problem is. After a pause, Xiaoyao continued, I think you should be able to think now that many things I do are actually because of my identity. If I were a normal cultivator, I would never go deep into the wasteland. But I didn't come here to reclaim the desert. Let's put it this way, even if I didn't realize the free way and was not forced into this situation, I would still come back here at some time because, Ma-en said, because you want to bring the knowledge and power of the cultivation world back to your hometown? Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. Yes, I want you to be the first to get and feel the path I created, and I also want to bring back what originally belonged to us. Even if someone kills me or stops me in the process, it is not an unacceptable outcome. Because no matter what, this truth will remain here, and the method of cultivation will also be left here by me. You should have noticed that sometimes I will say things that are unnecessary to tell you. For example, there is actually no need for me to tell you these things now. The purpose of telling you these is not to enable you to help me complete the free and easy way, but to prevent me from dying here. Achieving the Tao is the most important thing in my heart, but if I really die, I don't want to die as an invader from the world of cultivation, and I don't want there to be no waves after my death. If I really die here for the sake of seeking the Tao, then I must at least leave the path of cultivation and the truth, so that you can know why our world has changed today, and what kind of magical and great abnormal system they have monopolized. I want to bring the Tao of cultivation back to the desolate world. This sentence made Ma-en really surprised, because Xiaoyao's words sounded true. He did say a lot of unnecessary words when he was scheming himself. Words that were meaningless to Xiaoyao Tao itself. But knowing that these really planted the seeds of cultivation and the truth as he said. In fact, Xiaoyao was definitely not worried that Ma-en would kill him, but he was born here and knew how dangerous and terrifying the desolate world was, so he was not completely sure that he could successfully seek the Tao. But no matter how difficult it is to achieve the Tao, you have to move forward. Besides, he also considered the possibility of death halfway through. This was actually the real reason why he had not let Du Jin or other disciples break through to the nascent soul stage. In fact, he could have done it a long time ago. Because he trained these disciples to prepare for his new disciples. He originally wanted to accept a disciple from the desolate realm and tell him the truth, so that even if he died unexpectedly on the road to seeking the truth, he could leave behind the inheritance and truth of the cultivation world. He did not expect that someone would follow his path after his death, but it didn't matter, because he believed that someone would definitely take the path of rebelling against the rules of the cultivation world, and that was enough for him. Chapter 414. Xiaoyao's words finally made Ma-en feel that he was unusual. In fact, if Xiaoyao did not intend to transform most people in the Federation into higher life forms, then the other things he did were actually quite noble. The thing he wanted to do most when he returned here should be to solve the moral problems in his eyes through Xiaoyao law, and secondly, to fight against the moral exploitation of the desolate world by the cultivation world, as a member of the Federation. If he only did the latter, then most of the Federation's abnormal ability users, including Ma-en, might admire him. No matter what position the abnormal ability users are in, they will be grateful to him, because the beneficiaries of this matter are all abnormal ability users and mortals in the Federation. Maybe only organizations like the Federation will have opinions about him. Ma-en thought for a moment. You told me this to prevent the situation you are worried about from happening. I hope that by then the people of the Federation will still know that the cultivation world has plundered our spiritual energy and has monopolized the cultivation methods. Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. Yes, I know you may not be able to believe it immediately, and you may even think that I want to make you more accepting of being my disciple, but these are not important, because my purpose has been achieved. In any case, I am a person from the desolate world. Although I have been in the cultivation world for much longer than here, and I even thought that there was no difference between me and them, in the end I still found that I was still the so-called mortal in the desolate world when I first entered the cultivation world. I think you can definitely understand my feelings. No matter how long you wander in a foreign land, what really shapes you is always the experiences in your early years, especially when you also agree with your original self. Even if you stay here for thousands of years, it is probably difficult to really get rid of the influence of your hometown on you, right? Ma knew what he was talking about. At this time, Xiaoyao was no longer talking about him, but about himself, who was also called the devil by him. It was obvious that this word was used to refer to some kind of outsider. And he also saw that he did not belong here. But Ma was not so clear about what Xiaoyao said in his bones, because he had no idea what the so-called past life that shaped him was like. He only had a vague understanding of it, and even this life was a fog to him. The only experience he really remembered was the short time after leaving Victor's sanatorium. Maybe? Ma-en answered honestly, I don't feel anything about it. Although he was telling the truth, Xiaoyao didn't know what he was really talking about. He just thought that Ma-en hadn't noticed it yet, and this seemed normal to him. It's hard for most people to really realize who they are. Xiaoyao thought so and said, I only slowly understood this after I reached the nascent soul stage, but it's very obvious to outsiders. When I was still practicing Qi, my fellow brothers and sisters thought I was a weirdo, and could easily notice my difference. And the difference in you is also very obvious to me. As a person from the desolate realm, I know the difference between us and those in the cultivation realm, and I know even more clearly that there is something that is rooted in our flesh and blood and cannot be erased. You are not a person from the desolate realm at all. You are just like me in the cultivation realm. Although you don't realize it yourself, people with a keen eye can see that you are incompatible with this world. I don't think a normal mortal from the desolate realm would use his life as a bargaining chip to try to save a girl from the cultivation realm just now. Ma-en did not completely agree with this. I don't think there are any characteristics that are unique to the people of the Federation. In my opinion, these people often show completely different faces and natures. For example, Xin Xiao is not the same as most people in the Federation. Xiaoyao replied, these characteristics are not necessarily present in everyone. I don't deny the existence of individual cases. Xin Xiao is the biggest exception I have seen, but you don't have any characteristics that people in the desolate world should have. Almost none. And in such an environment, you are destined to be influenced by them. You may not become the same as them. You may also instinctively resist them and eventually become their opposite, just like the Xin Xiao walker you mentioned, but you look like an individual who grew up in an environment with a completely different culture. And if I'm not mistaken, you are not from the cultivation world, right? Ma-en did not lie on this point. No, I am not from the cultivation world. Xiaoyao said with an expression that he had already calculated it, and you don't have any way to go back, right? Ma-en replied with a curious look, yes, how did you determine it? Xiaoyao smiled and said, although arithmetic is a minor subject, and I am not particularly good at it, I can still see this point. Moreover, I am originally a demon like you. Although we are still somewhat different according to the classification of the cultivation world, there is no essential difference between us in this regard. We are both outsiders in their mouths. In fact, although I can return to this land, it is impossible to return to the era that gave birth to me and raised me. I have also been completely exiled by my past and homeland. In this respect, we are the same. We are all rootless demons, we are. The same kind. These two words sounded heavy when he said them. Facing Xiaoyao's behavior that seemed to be a bit of a way to get close to him, Ma-en didn't have any special feelings in his heart. Maybe, but our similarities don't mean we will be companions. Xiaoyao said, yes, what really unites us is the interests and the power I can give you. I know you still have a lot of negative views on me now, but I will make you realize that helping me is worth it. I have basically finished refining your spiritual treasure, and I will continue to refine it next. If you can break through to the golden elixir, I will give it to you, or you can do a small thing for me first. Ma-en asked, what is it? Xiaoyao said, I want to establish a sect here, so I have to get the support of the Federation first, and I can't let them know our real purpose, so I have to let you find a way to convince you. I can give you something as a bargaining chip. Are you sure you can do this? Ma-en didn't agree immediately. It's not easy to convince the Federation. Xiaoyao smiled. Yes, you will definitely encounter difficulties, so I also prepared something for you. I said, it will definitely not be a bad thing for you to work for me. As he said, he reached into his arms and took out 6 talismans. Xiaoyao handed them to Ma-en. These 3 are protection spells that can allow you to resist the attacks of 5th level monks, and can also teleport you away. If these can't completely solve the problem, it can also notify me and summon me over. As for the remaining 3, They are the killing talismans I refined, Tianhua. If you use them well, it can kill Yuanying. Chapter 415. The 6 runes are indeed as Xiaoyao said. The Heavenly Demon Amulet can protect the user from most 5th level ability users in a short period of time, and it also has the special effects of teleportation and summoning. However, this talisman is also a dead object. Whether it can save the user's life in front of a 5th level ability user depends on the specific situation. If you encounter an ability user who can restrain the talisman, or an ability user who is particularly decisive against low-level opponents, this may not have a chance to protect the user. If you encounter the former, you can only accept your fate. If it is the latter, the user is better to predict the danger in advance and escape early with the talisman. This talisman can only give the user a chance to survive, but it is actually very powerful. Without this thing, a normal low-level ability user would not have a chance to survive a 5th level ability user with murderous intent. Moreover, Xiaoyao, who made it, is also only a 5th level ability user. If he can ensure that the user survives, I am afraid that he will have few opponents of the same level on this planet. For Ma En, who has the Sea God's Scepter, this thing is even more useless. In fact, the Heavenly Demon Amulet will not affect his situation when facing danger, but it is not completely useless for Ma En. Ma En has tested these 2 talismans, and confirmed that there is no problem with them. In other words, if he encounters danger, he can solve it by himself, and then use these 2 talismans to explain how he survived, or to explain how he killed a 5th level ability user. The second Heavenly Fire Talisman will be used to play the role of a murder weapon, and its actual function is not as unnecessary as the first talisman for Ma En. Ma En may indeed use it in many situations. This kind of killing talisman is obviously easier to make than amulets. Amulets need to consider various situations, and there will inevitably be various omissions. However, killing talismans only need to attack, and it is much easier to make the talisman attack various opponents at the same time than to defend against various attacks. And although Ma En has no lack of self-protection means, he has just obtained the Sea Covering Scepter, and he does not have a particularly strong burst attack like the collapse he used before. This talisman itself can also make up for his shortcomings. Of course, its real function is to allow oneself to conceal the strength when killing a 5th level ability user, and to create the effect that only a 5th level ability user can achieve when he cannot expose his strength. As Xiaoyao said, these things can indeed make Ma En more cooperative with his actions. Even if he still has no gratitude for Xiaoyao's actions emotionally, the actual benefits will not lie. As long as the benefits are tempting enough, anyone's thoughts will be shaken. If Xiaoyao keeps giving him benefits, and he is really an ordinary 4th level ability user, then his mentality will definitely change slowly. Even Ma En, who had the Abnormal Control Bureau, would start to think whether he could get more valuable things like this through Xiaoyao. Fortunately, he suppressed this idea immediately after it came up. Greed can make people lose their minds. His goal should always be the props made of anti-psychic metal. Now Xiaoyao has completely revealed his true face, and directly set a price for this matter. If he wants to get this apprenticeship gift, he must either break through to the Golden Core or negotiate with the Federation on his behalf. In fact, the former seemed to be an unconditional choice. After all, he had already embarked on the path of cultivation. It was only a matter of time to reach the Golden Core realm, which was equivalent to the 4th level. Now he was already practicing Qi, and it was only about 10 days away from being able to break through the foundation building stage stably. But the problem was that he didn't want to wait even for this little time. Secondly, the higher the level of cultivation of this technique, the higher the potential risk. Although there was an Abnormal Control Bureau to back it up, it was better not to take unnecessary risks. So now he came to Tang Xuelwan's residence. Ma En politely pressed the doorbell. Click. Tang Xuelwan's surprised face stretched out. She didn't seem to expect Ma En to be here at all. Then she immediately returned to her normal expression. I thought someone came to visit me. In fact, as my partner, you can just come in directly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to pass through the wall. Ma En followed her inside. Yes, but I'm afraid to scare you. Tang Xuelwan smiled and said, It's okay. I'm used to it. My elders don't ring the doorbell when they come to see me. There was also a young woman in a suit standing in the living room. It was the bodyguard who had been following her. Tang Xuelwan made a special gesture to her when she came in, and then she left here as if she had received an order. Ma En could feel that she didn't go to other rooms, but directly away from here. This distance was too far for her to take care of Tang Xuelwan. He didn't express anything about his trust in Tang Xuelwan, and Tang Xuelwan didn't actually give him the opportunity to speak first. You did a great job on this matter. Tang Xuelwan said with a happy look, Now all the credit for getting the elixir of immortality is attributed to you, and to the Federation. You and the Shu family are actually one and the same. And now you should be the disciple of that 5th level ability user. Ma sat down on the sofa opposite her. Yes, and you should know how many disciples he has. Tang Xuowan picked up the kettle and started to make tea to entertain the guests. Well, he originally had 4 disciples. In the past, it was Du Jin who contacted us, but some time ago, it was replaced by a woman named Zhong Ruishua, but she is not particularly easy to contact. Ma said, "It's okay, I will communicate with you on behalf of Xiaoyao in the future." Tang Xuowan showed a surprised expression. "You are doing so well with Xiaoyao?" "As far as I know, the disciples who contacted us before were all Xiaoyao's most respected disciples." Ma nodded. "Now I am the eldest senior brother, and more importantly, Zhong Ruishua and Yuejia are both dead." Tang Xuowan paused while pouring tea, then looked up at Ma in surprise, as if she still hadn't reacted to what he said. "What?" Ma looked at her calmly and said, "Xiaoyao forced me and his disciples to kill each other. Except for the gentle little sister Guanyi, all of them attacked me. If it weren't for Guanyi's reminder, I might have died in their hands. But surviving may not be a good thing. Now my life has been grasped by Xiaoyao. Now I am just a puppet who works for him." Tang Xuowan. "Do you know that the Federation pushed me into the fire?" Chapter 416. Tang Xuowan's eyes widened in surprise. "No, I don't know about this at all." And she never thought that Xiaoyao would attack Ma In, who belonged to the Federation, but after she calmed down and thought about it carefully, she found that this was actually very reasonable. Ma In was actually one of the few members of the Federation that he could harm. In this Federation, the only one who really cared about his life or death might be himself. They could not attack Ma In only because of the contract. If he died, it would actually be a good thing for most members of the Federation. After all, Ma In was just an outsider. Thinking of this, she felt the horror of the 5th level ability user even more. In her impression, Ma In could almost be said to be an invincible strongman. In fact, Tang Xuowan originally thought that he would definitely take the opportunity to soar to the sky. She had never thought that he would come to her in such a desperate state. Even if he met a 5th level ability user, would he be reduced to a situation where he could not control his life and death and fate? Tang Xuowan paused, and then continued, "I think the Federation may not know about this. If they knew, they would be bound by the contract. They do not have the ability to push you into the fire." Ma In looked at her and said, "But the fact is that the proposal they made has put me in the current situation, and even if they don't know the specific details, they may have noticed something strange." The reason he said this was not that he really felt that the Federation had calculated him, but he just wanted to use this to gain the upper hand in the subsequent dialogue and negotiation with Tang Xuowan and the Federation, and also to cover up the real situation. Tang Xuowan also showed a guilty look. Even though she felt that the Federation might really know nothing, it was indeed their deal with Xiaoyao that caused Ma In to fall into this situation. "I'm sorry," she said with a depressed look. "I will try to get an explanation from the Federation for you, but I think they will be very happy to hear this news. What did Xiaoyao do to you? Is there anything we and the Federation can do to help you?" This was also a heavy bad news for her. She was not only sad for Ma In's experience at this moment, but also worried about the Shu family's views on this cooperation. And her guilt was not pretended. Strictly speaking, this matter was her decision-making mistake. Although thanks to the conditions given by Xiaoyao, the Shu family itself did not suffer any losses, and it can be said that they made a lot of money. But she was not looking at these short-term benefits. After seeing Tang Xuowan receive this information, Ma In's tone was also gentle. "Xiaoyao forced me to kill his other 2 companions, and controlled me with magic, but he didn't actually want to do anything to me. To be precise, it was actually an accident. Xiaoyao originally hoped that his disciples could kill me, but now he has failed, so he used benefits and power to force me to work for him. Is there any way you can help me solve this problem?" Hearing this, Tang Xuowan's guilty look became more obvious. "I'm sorry, but I think those people in the Federation will be happier to hear this news. In their opinion, the transaction with Xiaoyao has squeezed out the value of you, and now you are nothing to them." Ma In narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you mean that I can only work for Xiaoyao next?" Tang Xuowan said apologetically, "I will help you think of any way, but..." She didn't seem to think it was possible to succeed. After all, in this partnership, she herself didn't have particularly strong power, although the Shu family itself had considerable power in the Federation, and they had originally planned to cooperate with her. But if they knew about this, they would definitely reconsider the value of Ma In. In fact, when she heard the news, Tang Xuowan was also shaken for a moment, but she still didn't intend to abandon Ma En, who had contributed a lot of value to them, but to face this problem with him. The reason for doing so may be that she yearns for Xiao in her heart, but the more important factor is that she still thinks that cooperating with Ma En is a valuable and rewarding choice under this situation. Her estimate of Ma En's value is higher than that of her family and any politician in the Federation. And Ma En's behavior next proved her point of view. No need. Ma En sighed slightly. This is not a good thing for me, but it's not all bad news. In fact, it can be regarded as good news for your Shu family. Because Xiaoyao wants me to do a deal with the Federation. Tang Xuowan showed a surprised look. You mean he gave you the job of trading with the Federation? Ma En's performance just now became a kind of test in her eyes. She was also very glad that she had no intention of abandoning Ma En just now, otherwise she would probably lose this opportunity. You know, what they got from Xiaoyao now is just a drop in the bucket. He still has endless value, and it is not just the life extension technology that can be used in the Fountain of Youth project. His knowledge and secrets have different uses for various departments of the Federation. Xiaoyao is a treasure trove to be mined by the Federation. Ma En nodded, and he also gave me some tasks. Since you can't help me break free from his constraints, I can only work for him sincerely, but we are still partners, right? Facing the question he didn't say clearly, Tang Xuowan immediately nodded heavily. Of course, we have always been in the same boat. Ma En said, since it's all over, I think maybe we can work together for Xiaoyao to work for the Federation. To be honest, I am not very happy about being controlled by him, but I have no other choice. What I can do is to cooperate with your Shu family and squeeze as much profit as possible. Tang Xuowan nodded at him with a look of I understand. Although Ma En didn't say it, he made it clear that he would cooperate with Shu family instead of the Federation. The benefits he wanted to extract from him were not only Xiaoyao, but also the Federation. Ma En, who encountered such a thing, could not really submit to Xiaoyao, but he would definitely not work for the Federation that ignored his life and death. Therefore, the Shu family, who had a cooperative relationship with him, took advantage. This is also a great opportunity for the Shu family. After all, they are members of the Shu family first, and then members of the Federation. I understand, if I can find an opportunity in the future. Tang Xuowan promised immediately, we will definitely find a way to free you. After all, the Federation is so coveting Xiaoyao's secret. We still have a chance. They can completely use the Federation to help Ma En escape Xiaoyao's control, as long as the Federation can get what they want in the process. But this cannot be known by the Federation itself for the time being. This is the secret of Ma En and the Shu family. Ma En nodded in agreement. This is also our common opportunity. At the same time, he also sent a message to Xiaoyao using magic. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 417. A middle-aged man was climbing over a fence in a farm in the suburbs of Dongsansu. As a newly emerging federal state, the infrastructure in the main urban area is highly modernized. But the suburbs are not like other states with various towns and villages, only scattered modern farms. In fact, Dongsansu is not prosperous in the eastern part of the Federation. After its establishment, it did not become the new economic center in the easternmost part of the entire Federation, as the federal government originally expected. Instead, it became a half-cultural center. Southern Federation restaurants can be seen everywhere there, and groups of Northern Federation people can occasionally be seen on the streets. The Holy Church of the Returned, which originated in the Western Federation, has taken root here. He can imagine that if everything goes well, the Holy Church's penetration here may not be weaker than some Western Federation cities in a few decades. It's a pity that this vision has been shattered by the sudden death of local high-level officials some time ago. To truly penetrate Dongsansu, which is far away from the Western Federation, it does not need a strong divine magician, but a local who has been cultivated with great difficulty. But it was all because of them. It was the church that finally attracted these demons. They originally wanted to join forces with the summoned demons to kill these demons. This was one of the countless cover-up plans they and the Federation used to interfere with the prophecy of Xiao. In the end, they were actually digging their own graves. The members of the Federation and the church at that time might not realize what made their plan fail, but looking back at the past at this moment, many people will be able to notice an important person among them. Ma En, a top-level 4th-level ability user who led the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation to fight against the Federation, defeated the fully armed Ivani in a head-on confrontation, and recently made contributions to the Federation again. At that time, he was here to deal with demons and devils for the Coordination Bureau. Although he seemed to have no problems according to the internal investigation of the Federation, It sounds reasonable to say that this matter is related to him. Moreover, neither the Federation nor the church really realized Ma's secret. The man climbed over the farmland and came to the main door of the house, raised his hand, and knocked heavily a few times. There was no obvious sound from inside, but he could feel that the owner of the house had heard and responded to his knocking action. She was watching the closed-circuit television nervously. She obviously didn't expect a visitor to visit her, but after hesitating for a few seconds, she quietly walked to the closet, turned over a few small things and stuffed them into her arms, then carefully walked to the position behind the door and shouted to the outside, "Who?" The man didn't prepare an answer to this question, but he immediately gave an answer. "If you ask my name, you can call me Wu." The woman behind the door was silent for a few seconds. She had realized that the visitor was not friendly. "I'm asking about your identity." The man calmly replied, "I am from the Southern Federation and represent the will of the sun." This sentence pushed the woman's tension to the extreme. She knew what this sentence meant, but she couldn't figure out when she had provoked the gods of the Southern Federation. And didn't they say that these lunatics would not leave the Southern Federation at will? But under the pressure of the word sun, she slowly opened the door. If the man outside the door claimed to represent other gods, she might still hesitate, but this god was different from the others. Standing in front of the door was a middle-aged man who looked very calm, but at first glance he was quite ordinary. It was difficult to associate him with the son of the strongest pagan god, but he was probably not an important person who could find her. "I have already withdrawn from the abnormal world," she said with some vigilance and worry. "I don't know how you found me, but the church signed a hidden order with me, and they guaranteed my safety." The hidden order is a special retirement agreement that guarantees that former clergy can completely bid farewell to the past, leave the abnormal world and the church itself. Many organizations, including the church, have similar things, but the conditions of the church should be considered good among these organizations. They will not only give retirees enough wealth, but also protect their privacy through various means, erase their past, and prevent revenge from the past. She signed a secret order of almost the highest standard, which was also due to her early achievements. In other words, under normal circumstances, even a team of 4th-level ability users who are good at tracking and finding people would find it difficult to find her, let alone the people of these pagan gods. Her words were questioning how the man found her. Wu did not hide anything about this. "The church did not reveal your information. We found you ourselves. Their measures can be considered very comprehensive, but for us it is just a question of whether it is worth it." The woman looked behind him nervously, and at the same time began to quietly operate the multiple blessed props in her arms that stored divine arts, but these did not make her feel at ease. Since the other party has found her, there is absolutely no chance for her to leave alive. She took a half step back and said with a warning, "The church still knows that I am here. If you do something to me, they will know it sooner or later, and since they let me survive, it means that I have no information worth asking." The man said, "They signed a hidden secret order with you because your grandfather is a saint. The church cannot kill you because you have the risk of exposing their secrets, but you don't have to worry. I'm not here for Chen Yun." She showed a surprised look and asked in a tone of disbelief, "Then what are you here for?" Wu said calmly, "If I wanted to do something to Chen Yun, I wouldn't come to you. This would only alert the enemy, but my purpose is somewhat related to her. You should remember that she had a childhood playmate who was as close as a brother when she was a child." The woman asked in confusion, "Ma En?" Wu nodded. "So you don't have to worry about me killing you. No one needs to know our conversation today. What I want to know is not important, just information about Ma En as a child. You watched him live in the orphanage for more than 10 years. The woman nodded. "Yes, until I couldn't stand being in the same boat with them. I finally left there and exchanged these conditions with the church, but I don't understand why you are curious about Ma En." The man smiled and said, "You don't have to understand, just answer." Chapter 418. Wu raised his leg and stepped out of the threshold. The dark smoke rolled up into the sky, and the hot flame swayed around the man, devouring the charred body, and slowly began to spread towards the vast farm that could earn millions of dollars every year. The woman who had just been silenced by him was a clergyman of the church, with the blood of saints flowing in her body. It was for this reason that she had once served as Chen Yun's secret mentor, and spent more than 10 years guiding her to understand good and evil. Until Chen Yun was a teenager, a girl who had a good relationship with her was killed by 2 guardian angels. She finally couldn't stand working with other clergymen anymore, and applied to the church to leave this plan and the abnormal world forever. If it were any ordinary clergyman, she would not be qualified to retreat unscathed, but the blood flowing in her body not only gave her the qualifications to teach Chen Yun, but also gave her an extraordinary status. It was precisely because she could teach Chen to become a qualified saint that she could not stand the dirty side of the church. But now all these have become smoke and dust. Her death may still attract the attention of the church, but in the end no one will know why she died. They will only suspect who wants to murder Chen Yuan. She has also revealed all her knowledge of Ma In. The most important thing is Yu Yu's death, and the blow and personality changes that Ma In and Chen Yuan suffered after that. After that, she didn't know Ma In's situation. At the same time, she talked about her impression of Ma In. In her eyes, Ma In was indeed an unusual child, but she didn't notice that Ma In had any special abnormalities when he was a child. She still cared more about Chen Yuan. This also matches the information he and other welfare workers got. There was nothing particularly eye-catching about Ma In's life in the welfare home for more than 10 years, until Ma In was sent to the Victor Sanatorium. This is also his next stop. Wu appeared in the distance of the Victor Sanatorium, frowned slightly, and looked up at the building. He had heard a long time ago that Victor liked to build various things, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a little surprised that this was a project that a mortal could complete alone. He walked to the front desk and said to the receptionist, "I am from the Daller Group." The receptionist simply checked the records and then said to him, "Mr. Silag, do you need me to notify the dean for you?" Wu shook his head and said to her, "No, I will visit it myself first." After that, he walked in by himself, and the receptionist seemed to be used to it for a long time. There was no surprise at his appearance and answer. There were all kinds of people visiting the Victor Sanatorium, and most of them would ask to look around here first. According to the information he got, Ma In came here not long after he said goodbye to the welfare home, and stayed here for several years, and he became the current celebrity not long after he left. Although Ma In's case was clearly written on paper, and he also had his own explanation within the Federation that it was because of the awakening of abnormal abilities that caused his mental problems, which was actually quite reasonable, but there were also doubts. Therefore, knowing some inside information, he naturally didn't believe this statement. He felt that Ma In was more likely to come here because of the Victor Sanatorium itself or some abnormal items inside, and this was probably also the task assigned to him by the organization that might kill gods. Moreover, judging from Ma In's current situation, his trajectory in the first half of his life was actually very abnormal. An abnormal person like him should have emerged early, instead of rushing into the scene when Shi Shao was being plotted. If his speculation is correct, there may be clues left by Ma In accidentally. After he left the sanatorium, there would probably be no flaws, otherwise the Federation would have found Ma In's problem before him, and Ma In's life, before he was admitted to the hospital, could also be traced. Everything is buried here. It's a pity that Ma In's two attending doctors both died shortly before he was discharged from the hospital, and Dr. Li, who had been with Ma In for several years, committed suicide inexplicably. Now there are only a few patients who have had direct contact with him. Just as he was approaching the first target, a tall and graceful figure came into his eyes. He looked at the woman on his target list with surprise, and before he spoke, Chao Yan also noticed the man heading towards her ward. Chao Yan asked in surprise, "Callidius?" The man frowned slightly and expressed his dissatisfaction. "You know I don't like this name." The woman smiled. "But this is the name we gave you, but I really didn't expect to see you. The king of the gods, Thuran, hasn't taken action in person for many years, and this time he used the strongest incarnation. You seem to be serious. What brings you here?" The sun god replied, "A threat that deserves my attention." Chapter 419. A threat worthy of the attention of the sun god. This sentence is quite important even to Chao Yan. As a person of the Gurama Empire, her view of the gods is different from that of humans in any era. These gods are more like allies to Gurama than to religion. Even though that was probably the strongest and most prosperous era for humans, the strongest gods at that time were only at the peak of the 6th level. In fact, the number of humans and the average spiritual strength at that time were enough for the gods to reach the 7th level, but unfortunately, most people in the empire had no faith at that time. They cared more about science and art than religion. Most people at that time could even be called scholars or artists in today's era, so the people in the empire only respected nature and other life forms, but did not fear them. It is for this reason that it can be said that it was the most tragic era for the gods. After everyone became wise, these powerful creatures that had informed countless generations of humans were finally completely suppressed by their past worshippers. It is for this reason that even the sun god did not like the name he had in the pantheon in the past. But now is not the Gurama era. Chao Yan knew very well how dangerous the god in front of her was. She would not look down on this god just because the Empire had the upper hand in dealing with these gods during the Gurama period. Moreover, most Gurama citizens and gods at that time did not know that this leader of the gods was also one of the leaders of the Pantheon clan. He and the Gurama Empire found a suitable position for the gods in that era. His arrogance as a god did not affect his judgment, and he consciously gave the stage to humans themselves. Because Saren knew very well that the gods would rise again sooner or later. And this god hardly regarded anything as a so-called threat. Maybe before the Pantheon was established, the Gurama Empire was also a threat in his eyes. But after he completed the Pantheon, he basically didn't worry about or care about the danger from the Gurama Empire. That was the only problem that Saren personally solved at that time. But now he actually came to the Eastern Federation. Although this was also because they were imprisoned after the Titan era, and there were very few gods who could leave the Southern Federation, he would only send his minions here to solve ordinary serious problems. After all, Saren himself did not have much power outside the Southern Federation. Are there any threats that you need to worry about in this era? Chao Yan asked out of curiosity. If I remember correctly, it seems that you didn't regard the cage as a threat before. Saran calmly affirmed, the cage they built will collapse sooner or later. I can only influence this time point, but it doesn't make any difference to me whether it is sooner or later. I know that I will return to the throne of God after all. Chao Yan said with strong expectations. So what brought you here? She didn't really think that Saran would answer this question. After all, her current situation is not even as good as these imprisoned gods. They can't have any meaningful impact on each other. But Saran really answered her question, and when she heard the answer, she understood the reason. Main. The sun god said the name of a mortal. I am looking for something that is also a threat to us gods through him. This is the purpose of my personal visit. This answer was beyond Chao Yan's expectations, but it seemed reasonable. This former patient had just entered her dream some time ago, but she could not fulfill the contract to provide him with any help. At that time, Chao Yan was a little curious and concerned about this mortal, but she did not expect that the next time she heard about him would be from this ancient and powerful god. I have seen him, Chao Yan said. Although he is a little strange, according to my observation, he is actually just an ordinary person with abilities. You don't need to come in person for such a thing. Saran agreed with some of her views. It is very likely that Ma En is just a mortal who can be easily solved, as long as my people can easily solve it. But I don't intend to give him any chance. This is indeed the sun god she knows. Just like when he gave up his dominance over the gods, and built the Pantheon with them, in order to coexist peacefully with Gurama, this god can always solve the danger in advance. Although the gods are a very difficult race to kill, and there is probably nothing that can really kill them now, it is not so difficult to put them to sleep for a short time and reshape their personality. But Saran has never died. He existed before the rise of the Gurama Empire, and he is still alive after the destruction of Gurama. Most of the gods who were once in the Pantheon with him have experienced several sleeps, only he is eternal. And now she understands why this is the case. So Ma En, who was in the same ward with her at the time, really had some special secrets. Considering that he entered her dream some time ago, maybe he deliberately approached her at that time. That is to say, he did have some information about Main. I want to know what kind of person Main is, Saran said, and have you noticed anything unusual about him staying here for so long? Chao Yan replied, I did notice him, and there are some things about him that are worth talking about, but I'm not going to tell you. Saran was a little surprised. Chao Yan could indeed hide Main's affairs from him, because he couldn't do anything to the undead king, but in the final analysis, he and Chao Yan were equal creatures, and people like Main were more like another race to them. As far as he knew, the undead king was often happy to answer other people's requests. Although she was more friendly to humans than other races, she should not have any special malice towards the gods. But he didn't ask the reason, but said directly, we can trade or hold a ceremony. Is there anything you want to get? Chao Yan replied indifferently, you can't give me what I want. Although Main's life and death and fate were not important to her, she was somewhat concerned about his sudden appearance in her dream, so she decided not to tell Saran what she knew. She couldn't die anyway. Saran thought for a few seconds, then said calmly, I understand. Saran didn't think she could persuade the undead king to change his mind, but her answer itself meant that Main was indeed different in her eyes, and it didn't matter whether she answered her question or not. Because no matter which side she stood on, it would be impossible to stop herself from digging out Main's secrets. Chapter 420. Is there anything else I can help you with? The middle-aged man in a white coat asked enthusiastically. Saran looked at the man in front of him, who looked more like an official than a doctor, and waved his hand casually to show that he didn't want to be disturbed by him. It's okay. If the dean can't see me, then I continue to visit by myself. After that, he walked towards the corner of the sanatorium. The current dean of Victor Sanatorium seemed to have gone on a business trip to other cities for research not long after Ma-en was discharged from the hospital. He has not returned yet, so he probably won't be able to see the dean this time. However, he is also ranked relatively late on Saran's list. He took office a year and a half before Ma-en was discharged from the hospital. The initial arrangement of Ma-en's admission must not have been handled by him, and he probably didn't care much about it. Saran can easily imagine the image of this dean. He must have come here because he has his own plan for the sanatorium built by Victor. After all, these are all fifth-level entities made by Victor. But the dean may still underestimate the sanatorium. Although it is Victor's early creation, this building is still very dangerous for mortals, and it may even be more difficult to control because of its instability. However, according to the information he has obtained now, the current dean may not have any intersection with Ma-en, and Saran feels that he should not be able to get anything from him. Of course, he is not going to ignore the dean. After all, no matter how low the possibility is, it cannot be missed. Saran just doesn't plan to go to him in person. That would be too much of a waste of time for him. He plans to send his sons and daughters to find the dean to get information. Because now, he has acquired some new information. He has met all the people in the hospital who have had contact with Ma-en in the past 2 weeks, and the result is completely different from what Sierra-en originally expected. He did not get any information from them. At first glance, their reaction seemed as if Ma-en had not had in-depth contact with them, but after further investigation, he gradually realized that this was definitely not the case, but that Ma-en had already dealt with the suspicious traces. The most important of these people is naturally Ma-en's former attending physician. This Dr. Lee is the best in the great industry of the entire sanatorium, and Ma-en must have found him because of a deal. But the problem is here. He sent his own people to conduct a professional investigation, and found that all the money that Dr. Lee had earned in his life by relying on his identity, but none of it was related to Ma-en. In the early and middle stages of Ma-en's hospitalization, different patients and doctors had been in contact and communicated with him in the same mutual aid group or in a similar way for a long time, and the time they spent together exceeded the average. It seems that they should be secretly colluding, but he has personally confirmed that those who seem to have a special relationship with Ma-en do not know any useful information, except for a few patients and doctors who died in accidents. This too clean way of handling things is actually too suspicious in the eyes of Saran, and he immediately thought of the power they controlled. They may have used that power to erase everything Ma-en did in this hospital. And if he was right, this was so that he could re-enter this abnormal world that he was already very familiar with as Ma-en, a third-level ability user who had just been discharged from the hospital, and at the same time cleverly intervened in the defeat of Xiao at this crucial moment, and helped Xiao save her sister. Or hold her hostage. This depends on how the organization wants to deal with the relationship with Xiao. However, all of this is not important to Saran. These are enough to make him completely sure that Ma-en is a member of that organization. Even if they have the ability to erase memories, they can't hide their tracks in front of him, who has a long experience. And it seems that rescuing Xiao's sister Qin Lan is also the plan of this organization. They cleverly use Ma-en and Su Wen, the attending doctor who clashed with him at the time, to attract the attention of the Coordination Bureau, which has not yet been disbanded. Then he took advantage of the state of the Coordination Bureau at the time and joined the organization naturally, and also relied on the ability to erase memories that Ma-en deliberately showed to the Federation at the time to further participate in matters related to Hell. That's right, in fact, Ma-en is not a third-level memory eraser. This is a certain ability given to his members by his organization. When he showed the memory eraser to the Coordination Bureau, he had already expected that they would arrange him to do things related to Hell next. This also coincides with the news that Saran just got from the church. The reason why Chen Yuan and Ma-en's former teacher withdrew from the plan was that Chen Yun's two guardian angels noticed that Chen Yuan and Ma-en's friend Yu was a witch whose soul met the standard, and then cruelly killed a girl under the order planted by the destined returner. After being killed by an angel, this so-called witch may be saved by the power of Hell, and transformed into a demon who wants revenge on heaven. Combined with a list of high-level church officials who were slaughtered. The demon who slaughtered the church seemed to be particularly concerned about the high-level personnel related to the Saint Protection Plan. Some people with lower positions were also killed, and the closer they were to the incident, the more miserable their deaths were. The devil is the embodiment of revenge, and it is obvious that the people who killed him have a deep hatred for the people in charge of the Saint Protection Plan, and one of Qinyun's guardian angels at the time also died in this incident. If he is not wrong, the demon who returned at that time must have the dead girl. But guesses are always just guesses. Fortunately, he has the ability to verify his imagination. Serain raised his right hand and looked at the complex hell array drawn on his palm. It was slightly lit with scarlet light, and then only his palm turned into a silver-white mirror that only he could see, and a burly and ferocious demon creature appeared in the scene. "My respected master." The demon in the mirror said humbly and politely, "I have found the demon that might be you. Now she has changed her name to Long Qin, and has been particularly favored by the Dragon Mother recently." Serain casually pinched out the hell formation. Sure enough, this made sense. In order to hide Qin Luan, the Federation teamed up with the devil and the church to influence her prophecy by plotting against the demon, and Ma En and the organization behind him took the opportunity to help the demon win through the dead Yu. This can also perfectly explain why Ma En was able to escape with Qin Luan successfully. At that time, he did not show the ability beyond the 3rd level. The Yin-Yang twins also have quite good skills in the 4th level. Even when they join forces, they may not be much weaker than Ma En now. Therefore, Ma En at that time must have revealed his flaws. That's why he helped the devil win, and if he cares about the life and death of that girl, this may be considered as his revenge for Yu. Wait! Serain suddenly remembered one thing, that is, the time when Ma En was admitted to the hospital was not much different from the time when Qinyun's first 2 guardian angels died. If you think about it this way, things seem to be more reasonable. Is Qinyun also the target of this organization? Do they want to use this to plant nails in the church? Serain even thinks that Yu's death that year may have just been a seed planted for her rebellion. Considering the erasure ability they have mastered, perhaps they have already deeply rooted in various organizations in the world, hiding in the shadows, and quietly controlling and influencing this world. The church, Shishao, the gods, the Federation, they are secretly influencing these things. If they had not killed the moon god for some compelling reason, and were forced to use their erasure ability to suppress this god, who could revive his personality, he would probably still not be able to detect their existence. It seemed that the truth was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 421. Ma En held the gathering spirit pill under his tongue, and inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy according to the cultivation method given by Xiaoyao Gong. He was mentally prepared to deal with difficult levels, and planned to break through to the foundation building stage in one go. However, he did not encounter any difficulties described in the books, and even did not feel anything in reality. The spiritual energy naturally gathered in his lower abdomen and formed a complex circulation system. Then the spiritual energy in his body began to flow continuously in his body, with a specific trajectory, with this circulation system as the center, and gradually formed another set of circulation systems, and slowly stabilized. Ma En exhaled heavily, and his eyes became brighter when he opened them. Although there was no special feeling, the Qi training in the data of the Control Bureau had become the foundation building. He did not encounter any difficulties that Xiaoyao and the book said might appear, nor did he feel that he had crossed the so-called bottleneck. After all, these descriptions are about what ordinary people who start practicing from scratch will encounter. They cannot reflect how people with abnormal abilities, who are already at the peak of the golden core, will feel when practicing. Perhaps thanks to the ability of the divine body, the whole process is as natural to him as breathing, and it can almost be said to be a natural process. Ma En stood up and took a few glances at the introduction of the foundation building feature. There is no problem with the foundation building at this stage, but if you continue to practice, it depends on the Control Bureau to extract the characteristics of the practice. However, Ma En does not plan to continue practicing in the short term. Breaking through to the foundation building is just for Xiaoyao to see. After all, he does not lack a single 4th level abnormal characteristic now. Compared with the risk, the Golden Core realm is not worth mentioning at all. And he had never thought of relying on a breakthrough to the Golden Core to obtain the spiritual treasure made of anti-psychic metal. It was obviously a better choice for him to help Xiaoyao cooperate with the Federation. There is a message from Tang Xuowan. Ma En looked at the message Qin Luan sent him, then got up and returned to the house where he appeared, picked up his secret mobile phone, and looked at the forwarded message. What you said last time has already been figured out. I gave the Shu family feedback on your idea. I can feel that they are particularly interested in your statement, but they are also a little hesitant and worried. So one of their core members wants to meet you, and confirm with their own eyes whether this matter is feasible. After thinking about it, I think I can agree to their request. Meeting this face is a good thing for us. It can completely dispel their doubts, and give more resources to realize your ideas. What do you think? After reading it, Ma En immediately gave her a positive reply. He still had enough trust in Tang Xuowan's words. No matter what the reason was for this young politician, she always stood on his side throughout the process of cooperating with him. To be more precise, Tang Xuowan treated herself and her as the same interest group. Not only did she often use we and them to distinguish this small interest group from the Federation verbally, but she also did so when facing Ma's request and the sudden difficulties. Tang Xuowan couldn't be really simple. This was actually a smart performance, because Tang Xuowan also knew that it didn't matter what she thought, the key was what she would do when faced with a choice. And her performance in this cooperation was enough to make Ma entrust her in such matters. Now thinking back, she was indeed one of the few partners in the Federation who was really suitable for him. Very good, is it convenient for you now? After Ma gave a positive answer again, she directly sent an address, and also specifically told Ma not to forcibly teleport through space ability, but to stop outside before coming in. Ma, who received the message, did not waste time and set off on the journey directly through the Shadow Walker. The address Tang Xuowan gave her was also in the Eastern Federation, and it looked like just an ordinary villa area for rich people. But when Ma had arrived around this villa area, he suddenly felt something strange. If it was normal, he might not notice it, but Ma could feel something wrong with the situation he knew in advance. When his figure appeared at the gate, a young male security guard, who looked particularly professional in the hut at the gate that looked more like a sentry station than a security booth, looked at him for a few times, and then asked, "Mr. Ma?" Ma nodded to the security guard. The young man smiled politely and opened the door directly. "Come in. Do you need a map? Or do you want a guide? I can find the way myself." Ma reached out and took the map, then began to walk inside. Although the other party had no flaws, Ma still felt that this security guard was not simple. As he arrived at the agreed location, the strange feeling became more and more obvious. The owner of this luxurious villa did not consider hiding himself like the property of the community. This building exuded a dangerous atmosphere that kept strangers away, warning any creature approaching him not to act rashly. There are facilities to counter space movement and mental invasion. Ma can detect these too, because he happens to have these two abilities, but it is clear that the defense measures here are definitely not limited to these two areas. Moreover, before Ma entered this community, he could only vaguely detect this abnormality. Normally, he could feel the problem here from a distance, which means that this community actually has the effect of hiding these defense facilities. This should be the reason why this important member of the Shu family chose to meet here. Click. Before Ma walked to the door, an elderly man in elegant clothes opened the door and looked at him respectfully and said, "Mr. Ma, the master is waiting for you." Ma suppressed the slight discomfort in his heart and walked into the room with his usual face. And as he stepped over the threshold, he vaguely felt the presence of several fourth-level abnormal ability users with space and mental abilities, and the air around him became a little heavier. There are facilities that can suppress the abnormal abilities of outsiders, and it is not known whether they are regular forces here or transferred for this meeting. There are many security members of the same level as him. Either these politicians usually care about their own safety, or they are worried about themselves. But before Ma could think deeply, Tang Xuowan turned around the corridor and appeared in front of him, and a middle-aged man with some wrinkles appeared behind her. Tang Xuowan's movements were a little restrained, but she greeted Ma with a warm look. "Ma, come and meet my grandfather." Chapter 422. Tang Xuowan's grandfather Xu Xingyuan showed a gentle smile, but this expression that did not belong to this age was very harmonious on his face. Ma had also felt this feeling on Xiaoyao. When old age and strength appear on a person at the same time, he does not look like an old soul living in a middle-aged body, nor does he look like a middle-aged man who has lived a few more years, but has a unique mental outlook. It's as if he has the advantages of old age and middle age at the same time, and has abandoned most of the disadvantages. Is this immortality? The middle-aged man showed a kind smile like an old man, and said in a gentle and patient tone, "Ma, my son is waiting for you inside. He will talk to you about your matter on behalf of our Shu family. This should be your first meeting, but you will definitely talk about things often in the future. Yunpeng is the most outstanding young man in the Shu family. In the future, he will be responsible for more and more family affairs. He will communicate with you about Xiaoyao through Shilwan in the future. After all, this matter is not a small matter for the Shu family." His meaning was very clear. Although Ma could maintain this cooperative relationship with Tang Xuowan in the future, Xu Yunpeng would definitely pay close attention to Xiaoyu's affairs. This was no longer something Tang Xuowan could decide. This was also the reason why he was called here to meet Xu Yunpeng. Xu Xingyuan looked at Mon with a kind look as if he was looking at a younger generation, and then said naturally, Yupeng will talk to you about the details, but I didn't come here to talk about these things. I came here to see what you look like in person, so that my granddaughter can recognize you at a glance. Mon blinked, somewhat unexpectedly he would say this. Xu Xingyuan looked at him with a smile. It's not that I don't believe in my granddaughter's vision of people, nor do I believe in your ability, I just don't think she can't see through you so easily, leading the Salvation Alliance to compete with us in the Southern Federation. No matter how good her vision is, she can't really see through someone like you, and when facing things about you, she didn't even waver once. Obviously we all thought there was a cliff ahead, she insisted on jumping down behind you, and after seeing you, I finally understood why she was so determined. Because of your appearance. Xu Xingyuan's words actually implicitly said a few good words for Tang Xuowan, but Ma Yan still didn't understand why he said these things before discussing such a serious topic. Ma Yan could only pretend to be modest and said, I think this is because Tang Xuowan knows very well how to communicate with people like us. We are not interested in those twists and turns. Sincerity is the best stepping stone for us. Xu Xingyuan smiled and said, You are right, but I am not saying these words in vain. I have lived for so many years, and I can see clearly what young people are thinking. You may not have noticed it, but my granddaughter actually has some good feelings for you, so I want to ask you. What do you think of Xiaowan? Ma Yan, who felt a little strange, turned his head and looked at Tang Xiaowan. The beautiful woman still had the faint smile on her face when she just saw him, and her face did not show any emotion. Xu Xingyuan did not give Ma Yan a chance to answer, and continued directly. Although Xiaowan is a few years older than you, she is much more beautiful than those young women in their 20s, and you have also seen my appearance at this moment. If she wants to look this young all her life. And you also know Xiaowan's character. She is a very considerate and gentle girl, and she also has her own opinions. Not to mention that our Xu family's conditions can be said to be well matched with you. Her father can be said to be the next generation of the Xu family's head. I think she should be worthy of you. What do you think? When he spoke, Tang Xuowan seemed to have a little more expectation between her eyebrows, but Ma Yan immediately realized that the object of this expectation was not the scene in her grandfather's mouth, but something else. At this moment, Ma Yan also noticed the strangeness of the kind face of the old man. When he said the second paragraph, Ma Yan had some inexplicable feelings, and now he could be sure of what it was. Complete hypocrisy. That's right, Xu Xingyuan is not a real old man, so his deliberate pretense of a kind old man is hypocritical, and the following paragraph is not a warm-hearted elder trying to match his granddaughter. It is a cold deal. What he described is actually a political marriage. Obviously, Xu Xingyuan saw his current value, and was not confident about his current cooperative relationship with Tang Xuowan, so he proposed to further deepen the relationship. In this conversation, Tang Xuowan is just one of the countless commodities in this transaction, and it is a relatively unimportant one. What the Xu family really put on the scale is something more abstract and complex. It seems that immortality has not made him better. Sorry. Ma Yan replied with a gentle and polite look, but I have not thought about getting married yet. Now I want to focus more on my career. Xu Xingyuan still had the kind look of an old man, and said enthusiastically, as if he was matchmaking for his granddaughter, Really? It's good for young people to think so, but marrying my granddaughter will be of great benefit to your career and abnormal path. Yupeng is the most outstanding son, and Xiaowan is now his only daughter. As long as you enter the Xu family, you can be a member of the Xu family, no matter what your surname is. When he said this, he seemed to have completely forgotten that Tang Xuowan could become the only daughter because her sister was brutally assassinated not long ago. Ma Yan still had a smile on his face, but his eyes became a little calmer. Miss Xuowan is a very good girl, but I don't have any feelings for her. After hearing this, Xu Xingyuan nodded slightly, then smiled and patted Ma Yan on the shoulder. I didn't expect that there are still young people in the Federation who treat love so purely. It's great. Go in. Then he stood there and watched them, while Tang Xuowan raised her leg to lead Ma Yan in, and when she just passed by Ma Yan, she slightly side-glanced and gave him a rather complicated and subtle look. And she immediately retracted her gaze, as if she was afraid that the man behind her would notice her movements, but Ma Yan still clearly received what she wanted to convey. After eliminating some vague and insignificant emotions, the remaining things gradually gathered into a strong emotion in Ma Yan's eyes. Thank you. Chapter 423. Ma Yan followed Tang Xuowan to the spacious and luxuriously decorated living room. A middle-aged man who looked 7 or 8 years younger than Xu Xingyuan was already sitting in the main seat waiting for them. He was Tang Xuowan's father, Xu Yupeng. After seeing them come in, he first looked at Ma Yan and slightly expressed his kindness with his eyes, then glanced at his daughter standing behind him and paused on her for a moment. Although he didn't show any expression, Ma-in felt that he was making sure whether his daughter was okay, which made Ma-in's impression of him much better than that old immortal just now. When Tang Xueyuan and he were both seated, Xu Yupeng looked at him calmly again. Ma-in, Xiao Wan has told me your proposal. If I understand correctly, your master should want to establish a special organization here. Ma-in nodded. Yes, he wants you to help establish a sect here, and experiment with some of his ideas on ordinary people here, and this sect must be completely independent of your control. Xu Yupeng showed a bit of embarrassment, then frowned slightly and said, you should know that this is a very harsh condition. It is almost impossible for the Federation to accept such a request to allow a 5th level ability person, with a questionable origin, to establish his own power here. Not to mention helping him establish power, even asking the Federation to allow him is difficult. Ma-in also nodded slightly in agreement. I know this very well. If I had no choice, I would definitely not do this for Xiaoyao. I don't have a good impression of Xiaoyao himself, so I came to you to cooperate. His words actually meant that he wanted to cooperate with the Xu family in secret. Their cooperative relationship could be closer and more trustworthy than his relationship with Xiaoyao. I understand your difficulties, Xu Yupeng said, but this matter may be much more difficult than you initially imagined. Although our Xu family is not a small force in the Federation, this kind of thing is not something we can solve by spending some time dealing with it. Although Ma-in's words surprised Tang Xueyuan at the time, Xu Yupeng did not seem to decide to cooperate with him at this moment, and expressed strong concerns about this matter. Tang Xueyuan, who was sitting next to them, actually knew that her father did not really want to refuse to cooperate with Ma-in. After discussion, the Xu family had basically decided on this matter. Unless there was an accident, they would definitely agree to join forces with Ma-in, who was in danger, to extract benefits from the Federation and Xiaoyao. But it was precisely because they knew that Ma-in's situation was not so good, so the Xu family also wanted to take the opportunity to negotiate more favorable conditions for the Xu family before the formal cooperation. After all, it seemed that he could only cooperate with them now. They want to take the lead and control of this cooperation. Ma-in also noticed this. I know this matter is not simple, so I came to you, but you don't have to worry, Xiaoyao actually knows exactly what the Federation wants to get from him. After the establishment of this sect, Xiaoyao will also select a few truly talented humans in this world to teach the magic from the world of cultivation. And he is also willing to give the Federation some special places to let your members learn his magic, and these special disciples from the Federation do not need to bear any responsibility, and they can bring the skills back to the Federation at any time after learning them. He also promised that he would not use any encryption methods to prevent you from exploring the techniques and magic of the cultivation world. How? Xu Yupeng was actually quite surprised to hear this promise, but he did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked Ma-in, will he teach the members of the Federation about the longevity technology? Ma-in said, practice itself is the best longevity technology, but I think you should be talking about the simpler one. Then I can tell you that he will indeed teach various skills including alchemy in the sect, and I think he will probably give other longevity technologies. Xu Yupeng raised his eyebrows slightly. You think you can't convince the Federation? Ma-in paused and said, he will indeed give some longevity technologies without making any effort. Xu Yupeng asked, to what extent? Ma-in said, initially, he will give some methods of making pills that can only extend life for a few years, but as long as the sect is established, other more advanced technologies will definitely be taught, and your people will definitely have the opportunity to learn. Xu Yupeng knew that Ma-in would not give him a particularly positive answer, so he slightly adjusted his sitting position, and looked at Ma-in with a very sincere expression and said, the conditions you gave are still very harsh for the Federation, but in fact, if we work hard enough, it is not impossible to get this condition for you. The problem is that for the Xu family. Not worth it. He looked at Ma-in with a very sincere look, which also contained a very complicated meaning. Ma-in showed an expression of I understand, and then asked, so what do you want? Xu Yupeng casually pulled out a document and handed it to Ma-in. We want to get the most basic guarantee in our cooperation with you. I know you want to get out of Xiaoyao's control, and some members of the Xu family think that this will make you unstable and may end this entire cooperation that is beneficial to both of us in advance when we don't want it, so we want to sign a contract in advance. Ma-in glanced at the so-called contract casually. There were no really unreasonable and unacceptable clauses on it, but it secretly cut off his retreat in many details. Even though Ma-in didn't actually need these retreats, he still showed a look of rejection. No, I can't accept your conditions. Xu Yupeng said calmly and firmly, This is not what I proposed, but what the Shu family collectively discussed. If you don't sign, we can't make a profit in this cooperation. We are not asking for too much. We just want to avoid losses. Ma En looked into his eyes, and said, maybe you can listen to my conditions. Shu Yupeng nodded and said, of course. But his expression seemed to not care at all what Ma En was about to say. Ma En uttered a few very important words. 3 longevity pills. Shu Yupeng was stunned. What? Ma En repeated. 3 longevity pills are what you can get after cooperating with me. How? The value of these 3 longevity pills is indeed enough to shake any family in power. Although the Federation has obtained 10 longevity pills through Xiaoyao, all of them must be used in research, and no one can get them secretly. If anyone wants to steal the longevity pills belonging to the Federation, he will be the first to be chewed and swallowed by the Federation. But unlike what Ma En imagined, Shu Yupeng did not show surprise after hearing this condition, but his expression became a little worse, and then he opened his mouth to say something. But for some reason, he paused strangely, and then he was silent for a few seconds, as if he had swallowed what he wanted to say, and then he answered reluctantly, deal. Chapter 424. Ma En placed a box on the table, and opened it to reveal the beautiful pills inside. This is one of the 3 longevity pills I promised. This is the treasure that Xiaoyao used to bribe me. He wanted me to give this thing to my relatives or friends, but I don't want to follow his arrangement. So I will give this to you in exchange for all your help. As for the remaining 2 longevity pills, I will give them to you after you solve the problem of the Federation for me. You don't have to try to take other longevity pills out of my pocket in advance. I have to rely on you to help me complete the negotiation with the Federation before I can get 2 longevity pills through Xiaoyao. Of course, you don't have to worry that I can't get it. The benefits I can get from completing this task assigned by him are far more than a few longevity pills. As long as I want, I can definitely ask him for them. And what I want is for you to get this done for me. I don't need any extra troubles, and I don't need to do anything for this matter. I leave it all to you. Can you do it? Shu Yupeng looked at the longevity pill without any enthusiasm, and even had a bit of disgust in his cold eyes, but his opinions and preferences could not determine this negotiation at all. Everything was doomed. When Ma En said the word longevity pill, Shu Yupeng received the order. Make the deal happen at all costs. Shu Yupeng pretended to think for nearly half a minute, then adjusted his mood and said to Ma En, okay, the Shu family will ensure that this matter is completed smoothly, and you don't have to spend any extra energy. Ma En smiled and pushed the box on the table to the other side. This is the deposit. I wish us a happy cooperation. Shu Yupeng nodded. Then he held back his unhappiness and reached out to close the pill box, then carefully put it in his arms, then raised his head and looked directly into Ma En's eyes, and said, aren't you worried that we will not work for you seriously after getting the pills? Ma En smiled. I trust you. Hypocrisy. This is Shu Yupeng's view of this young man. At this time, Ma En's eyes were filled with hypocrisy and cunning that did not match his age. When he asked questions during the negotiation just now, it was obvious that he was retreating to advance and first find out the conditions of the Shu family, and then immediately threw out this killer move. Shu Yupeng vaguely felt that the man in front of him decided to use the longevity pill as a bargaining chip to gain the dominant position in this cooperation after coming here. After all, they also deliberately caught him off guard. Even Tang Xuowan didn't know that they had decided to meet Ma En immediately before sending the message. Shu Yupeng felt that the reason why Ma En was so confident in giving this condition was that he had just had a few minutes of contact with his father. In those few words, Ma En sensed the old man's strong desire for longevity and immortality, and also confirmed that he was the one who really made the decision today. And at this moment, Ma En handed over the pill so casually, not because he trusted himself, nor because he was stupid enough to have no vigilance against them, but because he knew the power structure of the Shu family very well. He knew that the Shu family would never be satisfied with just one longevity pill, nor would they relax about Ma En's affairs because they got this longevity pill, but would do their best to help him do this matter beautifully. Because there were a total of 3 people in the Shu family who needed the longevity pill, and Shu Yupeng did not think this was a coincidence. As an outsider, it was impossible for Ma En to figure out the specific structure of the Shu family so quickly. Thinking of this, Shu Yupeng glanced at his daughter obscurely. In fact, he knew without thinking that it must be Tang Xuowan who told Ma En the structure of his family, and she probably didn't know the purpose of Ma En's asking these questions at the time. But she still trusted Ma En according to her habit, and didn't ask what he wanted to do. She just handed these things over. It seemed that her daughter did not protect the interests of the family, and she couldn't play against the dangerous man on the opposite side. Her trust in Ma En made them the interest group successfully gained the upper hand in the calculations of the Shu family. But in fact, even if her daughter did not stand on Ma En's side, the Shu family might not be able to control this ability person in this cooperation as expected. Even without this information, Ma En would definitely be able to get a result that was favorable to him in the end. Shu Yupeng didn't know about people with abnormal abilities, so when his daughter said that Ma En had great potential, he and other members of the Shu family might not have taken it seriously. But now Ma En has shown amazing abilities in the field he is familiar with and good at, and it is at this moment that he really thinks that Ma En is a very valuable investment target. He found the chips that can deal with them in such a short time, and made his outstanding daughter trust him so much, and he also mastered the measure so cleverly during the transaction. He is really a man with deep scheming. It seems that the Federation has welcomed a very dangerous young member. At this moment, Shu Yupeng has regarded Ma En as a real partner to be valued. In this case, we will not disappoint your expectations. Before the negotiation was about to end, steady footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and then Shu Shengyuan walked directly into the living room with a sincere smile on his face. Ma En. Shu Shengyuan said eagerly, our Shu family will definitely handle this matter. This is my promise to you, but I still want to discuss some specific details with you alone. Ma En also stood up, and then followed this old man who actually didn't have more than 10 years to live out of the living room, leaving Shu Yupeng and Tang Xuowan here. Shu Yupeng looked at his daughter, and then slowly asked what he cared about most. He refused, right? Tang Xuowan nodded slightly, with a grateful expression on her face for Ma En. He didn't agree to the political marriage proposed by Grandpa. He is not the kind of person who regards marriage as a commodity. She didn't say it, but the marriage in this sentence actually refers to herself. Shu Yupeng breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked the second thing he cared about. You told him about our family, right? Tang Xuowan nodded calmly. Yes, and I am sure to do this. This surprised Shu Yupeng. He thought of Tang Xuowan telling Ma En these things, but she didn't seem to fully expect the specific situation. She said it as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with doing so. Yes, according to his idea, his daughter should have trusted Ma En too much, so he obtained such important information and used it in the negotiation with the Shu family this time. Normally, she should regret her mistake unless his daughter did not regard herself as a member of the Shu family in this matter. Instead, she considered the interests of her and Ma En's small group from beginning to end. She had already thought clearly about what she wanted. Shu Yupeng smiled with relief and pride. His daughter is already a qualified politician. Chapter 425. Saran looked expressionlessly at the dozens of monsters standing opposite him. There were several piles of bright red viscous liquid in front of them, and the remaining monsters looked particularly terrified. Because the man opposite them not only melted several of their immortal counterparts, but he also did not come in through the normal road, but appeared here directly with the dazzling sunlight. The whole world is under his illumination. You can answer my question now. Saran said calmly, I can see that you have a strong fear of him. You can also try to lie in front of me, but the result will only be that I will melt you into blood. There are no lies under the sun. An old man who looked like a leader walked out of the group of beast men. He trembled and bowed his head humbly to Saran, and then said in a rather fearful tone, I have seen him come here twice. The old beast man trembled, and told the legendary story of a human named Maine who entered the underground floor twice. When Maine first came in, the order here was very different from now. Most of the beast men here have not really witnessed that era. At that time, there was a group that controlled this place with some strict rules. When Maine first entered, he also strictly abided by the rules, but because he did not make a mistake that would keep him here forever, other beastmen wanted him to perform some kind of ritual. Knowing this news, Maine agreed on the surface, but tried to delay some time. Not long after he was sure that there was no other way to stop this, most of the beastmen in power at that time were killed quietly in a dull sleep. Some unlucky beastmen woke up in time, but they were all killed by Maine and his two allies in the frontal battle. At that time, Maine showed terrifying dominance in the frontal battle. The old beastman suspected that if Maine did not want to be injured, he would have killed them all directly. But even so, Maine in the old beastman's description did not seem to be above the third level. The terrifying thing about him was that he showed dozens of different dangerous skills based on the same ability. This incident also changed the pattern of the underground floor. They thought they would never see the evil demon in this life until they saw Maine walk in here again a few years ago. And he also showed his strength on other floors that time. According to the information they collected, Maine also had the power of the top of the third level at that time, but it might be because the opponent was not strong enough, and the power he showed seemed to be slightly weaker than before. But there is a problem here. The beastmen here recorded the time, and when Saran entered the underground floor, he specially recorded the time flow rate of each time period here and the outside world. If his calculations were correct, the first time Ma-En entered here was the 3rd month of his admission, and the second time was on the eve of his discharge. In other words, in the past few years here, Ma-En has maintained the level of a 3rd level ability user, and it even seems that his combat level has decreased a lot. These beast men have little experience, so they can't detect it, but after listening to their detailed description, I can roughly infer how strong Ma-En was when he participated in the battle, and analyze his status. In Saren's view, the second time Main entered, it was not like he was restraining his own strength, but rather that he lacked many means of fighting compared to the first time he entered. And it was unlikely that Main was really hiding his strength here, because if he could do a big search, he would definitely erase the traces of his presence directly like he did in the outside world. Since he did not do so, it means that they did not have time to deal with the countermeasures of Victor's creation, or for some other reason, they did not deal with the traces of his activities in the underground floor. After all, not everyone has the ability to appear freely around the world like him, and Saren can only carry relatively more power in the outside world with this characteristic. Therefore, in Saren's view, Main's 2 appearances here must reflect something. This is a flaw left by him and his organization for some reason, and it is also his most important clue. Main's abnormality must be related to the mysterious organization he joined, perhaps because of their future plans, but these specific situations are a bit too difficult to determine, and he does not need to know. In this conversation, Saren has confirmed one thing. That is, Ma-En did not come alone at that time, and the person who followed him was also a target of his high suspicion, the girl named Ning Chong-Kong who was discharged from the hospital almost at the same time as Ma-En. After receiving this news, Saran did not stay here any longer. His body directly emitted sunlight and slowly blended into the air, and then reappeared near Ning Chong-Kong's address. But before he could make the next move, he realized something was wrong. There was the power of that organization in the Victor Sanatorium. He didn't expect that even he would be affected by it. When he was in the Victor Sanatorium, he couldn't even sense the existence of that power. He had to stay away from there to remember its abnormality. Fortunately, he did a good job in the early stage. His magic was clever enough, and he acted relatively low-key. That's why the organization didn't notice his arrival. Otherwise, he would have lost an incarnation that specializes in secret work. Saran shook his head slightly. The leisurely life over the years still made him too casual. After all, as the strongest god, he was a creature that was almost impossible to die, but this time the situation was very special. This mysterious organization has killed a god. Next, he must continue to be cautious and careful in his work. In fact, there is no way to prevent this accident. After all, if he wants to investigate this organization, he can't help but enter the Victor Sanatorium. But unless there is a special situation, he will never return to the place that is suspected to be the base of the mysterious organization. After a simple self-reflection and strategic adjustment, Saran approached the building from a distance and quietly observed Ning Chong-Kong and her family living in it. Saran was a little surprised, because Ning Chong-Kong was actually an extremely rare prophet, and she was actually living an ordinary life and did not make good use of her power at all. He had seen many prophets. These guys were quite important figures in their respective times, and the few who had no ambitions were also the best in some special fields, and they were often rooted in the soul of the kind of enthusiasm for the truth. It was impossible for them to be willing to live an ordinary life. They were born to be leaders and guides. But Saran immediately understood why this girl lived such an ordinary life, because the mysterious organization also relied on their ability to erase memories, to attack her. They strangled the future of this prophet, and erased her originally magnificent destiny. This mysterious organization treated the threats in their eyes in a twisted and gentle way. Chapter 426. Although Ma-En was very likely to have contact with Ning Chong-Kong, Sierra N did not try to investigate Ning Chong-Kong. The incident at the Victor Sanatorium made him more vigilant, and he did not do anything that might alert the enemy. Although he had a way to make the whole thing perfect, he was still worried that the mysterious organization would be able to detect his identity in some way after he attacked Ning Chong-Kong. His early investigation of Ma-En finally stopped at the battle report of the final escape from Dongsanzu. Sierra N obtained some information about Ma-En from the Federation through a few people of the gods and professional spies, who entered the Federation through the original agreement. Even, he could not steal the truly confidential information from the Federation, but the things that Ma-En and Qin-Lan and other members of the Salvation Alliance did when they were against the Federation were not confidential. After all, these things were no longer of such high value to the Federation, and since then, the Federation has protected Ma-En's information very well. This also allowed him to combine the information from the gods to figure out Main's movements after that. When the Federation completely broke off relations, Main showed up and left here with Qinlan. And there were some doubts about this matter itself. The Federation's report on the battle was very clear at the time, and no decisive issues could be picked out, but Saran felt a sense of disobedience when he saw the report. So many years of combat experience made him realize that there must be something wrong. It was too idealistic for Qinlan and Main to work together to kill those who came to deal with him. He didn't think the real situation was like this. Since the organization set Ma in, he could definitely take Qinlan away no matter what. It is more likely that Ma In showed a stronger strength than before, and killed these Federation members alone. This can also explain why Qinlan followed him firmly. After leaving here, Ma In almost became Qinlan's spokesperson. To some extent, Qinlan was more like a certificate for him to gain the trust of other members of the Salvation Alliance. Moreover, when he left here, he only saved Qinlan because he could not reveal his strength, but in Saran's view, perhaps Ma In did this not only to conceal his strength, but also because it was more in line with the interests of their organization. There is another key point in this matter, that is, the reason why the Yin and Yang twins failed to stop them. They mentioned several reasons in the report, but the most important thing was that they made a wrong judgment at that moment. At that time, Xin Xiao used her last strength to tear up the contract between the members of the Coordination Bureau and the Federation, and delivered her last words to the members of the Salvation Alliance. The Yin and Yang twins also felt her breath at that time. Simply put, they were scared. After learning so much information, Saran reconsidered this period of time and had some thoughts in his mind. Although he was still skeptical, he felt that it was not a coincidence that the Yin-Yang twins were frightened. The mysterious organization took the initiative to join forces with Xiao, which can also be seen from Ma In's subsequent whereabouts. Ma In's whereabouts are the key point. After rescuing Qinlan, he chose to go to the Southern Federation where the gods stood, and enter the Goan State, which was the territory of the Sea God at that time. Saran did not think it was a coincidence. During the following period of time, Mon solved the incarnation of the Sea God, who was rooted in Goan State at that time, as well as the hunters, and the people of the Fire God, who intended to perform rituals here through the agreement with the Federation. This was also the reason why Saran found them. He used the reason of investigating this mysterious organization that killed the gods to let the Sea God, who originally had hatred with him, temporarily put aside her grudges, and let her tell the information about Mon. The same was true for the Fire God. Although he and the Sea God had some things that they did not say, their secrets had nothing to do with this mysterious organization that killed the gods, and Saran had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. He knew that the Fire God had his own plans for choosing Goan State, and he was also very clear that there was a group of jealousy brewing in his heart, and he was secretly planning some unknown things, just like the secret that the Sea God did not say out loud. Why did she go to trouble Mon for no reason? But these are nothing compared to the threats from the organization behind Main. Saran will not risk messing up something really important to settle accounts with his colleagues. Moreover, all the gods in the Southern Federation now have their own little calculations. The difference between the God of Fire and them is just that he still wants to usurp his position. A trivial matter that is not worth mentioning. After eliminating their secrets, Main's whereabouts in the Southern Federation also became particularly suspicious. His original goal of coming to Goan State on behalf of the mysterious organization may be some secrets of this god. Whether it is a treasure that allows his former mortal enemy to plan carefully, or something that makes the God of Fire feel that he has a chance to compete with him, it must be very important, and must be very valuable to that organization. Saran didn't know what their secret was, but it was probably because of this that Mon had a conflict with them in the Southern Federation, and because of this, he also eliminated the incarnations, and the people from the Federal Investigation Department who wanted them. After that, the Investigation Department of the Southern Federation seemed to have never been able to kill several members of the Salvation Alliance again. This was probably related to the fact that they had solved the tracking ritual not long ago, but no, this is not the real answer. It was also difficult for Saran to think of this. He only slowly realized the problem a few days after leaving Victor Sanatorium. Before that, he couldn't even think about it. With just these, the Salvation Alliance would still be found by the Federation, because according to their contract with the Federation, if all 3 tracking rituals were destroyed, they could activate their own tracking system. But after Mon defeated the incarnations of the God of the Sea and the God of Fire head-on, few members of the Salvation Alliance were found by the Federation, and even if someone was found, it was for some special reason. It seemed that after that, they disappeared from the Federation site. They became secrets. If his inference was correct, at this point in time, The Salvation Alliance and the Moon God had established some kind of relationship, and Ma In and other members of this mysterious organization led this matter, and they had two goals. Kill the Moon God who was trying to master the secret power, and ensure the safety of the Salvation Alliance. And the latter, which was less important in the eyes of the gods, was their real purpose. Killing the Moon God was probably just because she became a stumbling block for the mysterious organization in the process, so she was eliminated by the way. What made him come to this conclusion was Ma In's subsequent whereabouts. After this erased time, the mysterious organization asked Ma In to slowly take over the Southern Federation Salvation Alliance, gain control over them, and then let them negotiate with the Federation and facilitate a ceasefire agreement allowed by Shen Xiao. In this process, he also killed a reality twister who did not want to cease fire, the guy named Hong Yuan, and inexplicably won. Later, when he and Haiyang teamed up to calculate Shen Xiao, he also showed a strength that was almost impossible to be defeated in the 4th level. But this is not surprising at all, because Ma In is not a genius who appeared out of thin air, but an elite specially selected from a powerful mysterious organization, and naturally he can defeat Ivani. This is one of Ma In's motivations for joining the Federation. No matter how it looks, it doesn't matter. What really matters is how much impact Ma In actually has on the situation in this story. He frustrated his original plan. And when he came up with his real plan to deal with Shen Xiao, the people from the mysterious organization also appeared in the wreckage of Atlantis. Although they did not act like they were going to attack him at the time, they eventually killed his incarnation, and the seemingly coincidental process was probably just to cover up the real situation. Or they did not necessarily know that they were going to face him at the time, but they knew that they were going to Atlantis. This situation was more reasonable. After all, their ally was Xiao Walker. These were the things he knew about Maine. There must be some things he did not know. Maybe he could spend more time to get more evidence from the Federation, but considering the risks and time, it was not necessary. And now these are enough. After observing Ma In's entire journey, the mysterious organization's mission to him has become very clear. What they have to do is to interfere with Shen Xiao's situation, and it is closer to helping her. Rescuing Qin Lan, leading and protecting the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation, signing a ceasefire agreement, and following the Federation to deal with the conspiracy of himself and the ocean against Shen Xiao, all of these are related to Shen Xiao. Among them, only the signing of the ceasefire agreement may be a little controversial, but since Shen Xiao also agreed, then we can't simply judge Ma In's actions from the obvious pros and cons. It should be understood that he helped Shen Xiao did something. What happened to Ning Chongkong also inspired Saran. He had never seen such a depressed prophet. These creatures could not resist the impulse to guide others, and the world in their hearts. She must have been affected by the memory erasure to become that way, but they did not kill or imprison her directly, nor did they try to recruit her as their own. You know, even in the Garama Empire, there were many kings who would seek out prophets, and if possible, recruit them as their own subordinates, otherwise they would be imprisoned or killed. They would never give others the opportunity to get advice from the prophets. But this organization did not do this to her, but chose a more gentle method. Saran did not think that this was any better than the other methods. If there was really only one reason, that was that it was relatively moral. Yes, this was the reason why the mysterious organization treated the prophet in this way. They deprived her of her ability, but were unwilling to deprive her of her life and freedom, and let her live a normal life even at a very low risk. Although the risk is really not high, there is still a possibility of accidents if she is allowed to live like this. Now she has been found by me, and I have noticed the abnormality. If it were the Federation, I would never do this. The most important information here is actually the style of this organization. It is precisely because of this gentle way of handling things that Saran felt that they were cooperating with Shen Xiao, because their way of doing things is closer to Shen Xiao than the Federation, which means that they have a basis for cooperation. Moreover, this mysterious organization will not be as afraid of Shen Xiao as other forces. They are so gentle to dangerous characters like the Prophet, so they will definitely not be much worse to ordinary people. If there are still forces like the Federation and the Company, Shen Xiao will definitely not be their enemy. This makes this mysterious organization have the basis for joining forces with Shen Xiao, which is also the reason why this behemoth that is so cleverly hidden can't hold back at this time. Shen Xiao's affairs are indeed related to a lot. In this era, no one can stay out of this matter. After determining their purpose, Saran naturally found the place to start. After knowing their goal, he easily noticed an interesting detail. Ma En actually had a few short periods of free time during this mission, and one of them was not supposed to be so free. It was the time when the Federation was clearing out the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, who were still resisting. On the surface, Ma En had nothing to do with this matter. This was a conflict between the investigation department represented by Shadow and some federal politicians represented by Xu Yun, but this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Xu Yun and his team's plan did not succeed, but Saran watched these politicians become what they are now. He knew that although these guys were stupid sometimes, they were exceptions when doing this kind of thing. They should have been able to find the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, and Shadow could not take direct action, so there were not many people who had the ability to stop them, and had the motivation to do so. To be precise, there should be no such people in the eyes of others. But now Saran's vision has a group of people who are particularly consistent, which is the mysterious organization that Ma In and he knew. If it had not been until here, it might not have been possible to draw a conclusion. But Xu Yun did not give up. She still wanted to deal with the Salvation Alliance. If it were other politicians, they might have weighed the pros and cons and left, but she had some personal grudges with Xin Xiao. Therefore, Ma En and the mysterious organization came to her. Yes, what Xu Yun did was completely opposite to them. Ma En and such an organization solved many such things related to Xin Xiao, and they could not ignore this matter. The way Xu Yun died was even more evidence. A whole set of East Federation security countermeasures were activated, but they were solved very cleanly and neatly, and her killer has not been found until now. This shows that the assassin was a very professional team with strong aftermath and covert means. You should know that the Federation's countermeasures and investigation measures are excellent, but they can't find anything. Most of the forces on the surface have been ruled out by them. It's as if a mysterious organization with a grudge against her appeared out of thin air in this world, and got involved in this matter. And it just so happened that Ma En was particularly free during this period of time. He did nothing on the surface, as if he was carrying out some shameful secret mission at that time. Motives, style, time, all matched. What a terrifying organization. Fortunately, he took action himself. Chapter 427. Southern Federation, Carlo at Rainforest. Sierra stepped on the wet and muddy ground, stepped over the roots and branches, and moved quickly among the lush, dark and wet trees, heading firmly towards the depths of the rainforest where few people have ever been. While investigating Main's past, he was also trying to figure out Main's current situation, and also got some less clear information, which was why he came here. Main is now under the protection of the Federation, which is actually easier to solve. After all, the Federation does not really protect these former members of the Salvation Alliance, but there is a new problem now. For some purpose, Main worshipped a monk named Xiaoyao as his master. Although Sierra did not live in the same era as those legendary immortals, the descendants of those cultivators did not immediately become extinct for a long time after his birth, and the exhaustion of spiritual energy is a very long process. Because he had seen some monks with his own eyes, and read records about them, he still had the most basic understanding of this group. The disciples they talked about were completely different from the students that magicians talked about. Moreover, these monks had not appeared here for a long time. When they fought against the dragon, they had built a magic circle that was impassable on both sides, and even the monks could not cross the dividing line to return here. So Xiaoyao was able to come here through the dividing line. He must not be an ordinary Yuanying monk. Although Saran was particularly confident in his own strength, the problem was that his purpose was not to kill Mon. What he wanted was to find out the situation of this mysterious organization and solve the problem of their ability to kill gods. If possible, it would be best to destroy this organization, but Saran did not think he could do this now. He is too weak now, and has no real ability to destroy anything. But even if he doesn't destroy this mysterious organization, he can actually eliminate this danger. He can easily think of several ways, such as making this organization have no spare energy to deal with him. And it is also very simple for him to achieve this situation, that is, to make the existence of this organization public. They now choose to lurk in the dark, naturally because they can't act openly. For an organization of this size, acting in the dark will bring a lot of convenience, but also make them more dangerous. If they didn't have the ability to erase memory, it would be impossible to conceal such a behemoth. But if they are pulled into the sunlight, they will become much easier to deal with. In fact, if this happens, then this mysterious organization will not have the energy to plan anything, because the Federation will immediately lock and start preparing to deal with them, and other forces may also be aware of what this mysterious organization has done to them in secret, and begin to be wary of them. By then, this organization will face the whole world's reckoning, and it will definitely not pose a threat to him and other gods in a short period of time. When they come to their senses and realize that it was him who leaked the secret, they can't do anything. Unless they are determined to fight to the death, they will definitely not easily go to war with the gods. And by that time, I may have broken free. Although I said so, it is not easy to really let the world know about their existence. Although my words as the leader of the gods are still weighty, they will not believe me without evidence. Because although he has status, he has no credibility. If he claims that there is an abnormal organization that no one has noticed, other abnormal forces will definitely not think that there is anything wrong with his brain, but they will definitely suspect that this is a conspiracy. They are vigilant and cannot believe him immediately, and if he cannot convince them immediately, then he cannot use this identity to make the news public, otherwise the organization will have a chance to try to kill him during this gap and erase the news he has made public. Although he has lived since his birth and has won almost all the battles in the end, he will never think that he will not lose to this small organization. Arrogance is an idea that only fools have. If he is such a god, he will never have fallen asleep. He will not give this mysterious organization a chance to kill him. So if he wants to make their existence public, he can only find key evidence and then release it in a way that cannot be tracked. And if he wants to achieve this, he must start with the most important clue in his hand now, that is, Ma-En, an abnormal ability user belonging to this organization. But he couldn't show up in person, so he had to deal with Ma-En in the most cautious way, and he must not let him, or the mysterious organization behind him realize that it was his doing. If he wanted to meet these conditions, there wasn't much he could do. Even without his previous investigation, he couldn't influence Ma-En at all. And he couldn't use static to control dynamic. If he hid in the dark and observed Ma-En, and let him develop freely according to the arrangement of the mysterious organization, he would probably provide a lot of help to Xin Xiao. This is the most serious problem after this organization. Even if this organization does not have the skill of killing gods, he will take action against Ma-En for this reason. However, in that case, he may choose a more efficient method, and will not give this 4th level ability user any chance to struggle. In other words, he must take action. Fortunately, he is now very clear about Ma-En's goal and has mastered a particularly important information, that is, he and his organization must have participated in the action of killing Xu Yun, which means he no longer has the protection of the armistice agreement. This information has no value in his hands, but if it is handed over to the Federation, it will definitely cause a lot of waves, and now there are several groups in the Federation that will bring a lot of trouble to Ma-En after receiving this news. Shadow, the Shu family, and politicians who are opposed to the Shu family, as well as some politicians who have a grudge against Ma-En. Even Seren thinks that there will definitely be some politicians in the Federation who want to deal with Ma-En for inexplicable reasons. Therefore, as long as he can produce evidence that Ma-En participated in that battle, he can disrupt the original plan of him and the organization behind him, and as long as there is a drastic change. Seren is confident that he can find new clues in the muddy water. Moreover, this can also slow down the pace of this organization to help Xin Xiao. Now it seems that Ma-En is the most important and influential member they sent out, so even if Ma-En dies, it is a good thing for him. Of course, Seren does not think that Ma-En will really be killed by these few blows. Even if he really can't cope with it, there will be the organization behind him to quietly support him. He thinks that Ma-En will definitely be able to successfully overcome this difficulty. It's just that he will accidentally reveal his flaws. And the purpose of his appearance here is to find evidence of this matter. Seren couldn't obtain evidence through real investigation. Xu Yun didn't die in the Southern Federation, where the gods couldn't exert their full power, and the organization certainly didn't leave any obvious clues. Since the Federation couldn't find out, then they couldn't find anything. But Seren didn't intend to do so. As the oldest god, he possessed many mysterious powers that have now been forgotten and buried in the ground. That's why he can actually find solutions to any problem. The longer you live, the harder it is to die. Seren knew several possible methods. In fact, before coming here, he had tried 2 methods, but they didn't stand the test of time and were no longer effective. Finally, the answer to the question slowly appeared in front of him. Seren walked out of the dense trees and stepped into a vast open space. A beautiful wooden house stood in the middle of the open space surrounded by rainforest, and a white-haired old man was sitting on a recliner outside. This was the person he was looking for, a cursed hermit. The old man raised his head slightly and looked at Seren with turbid eyes. Is anyone there? Seren walked to the old man with respect. I am Seren, the incarnation of the sun, the lord of light and heat. It's been a long time, guardian. The old man looked blankly in the direction where he was, then lowered his head slightly, and fell into silence as if he didn't hear what he said at all, looking particularly dull. Seren said nothing, just stood there, patiently waiting for time to pass. After a few hours, the old man with dementia finally moved. He stood up slowly, then turned back to the house, fumbled to take out an unformed small wooden sculpture and a carving knife, then returned to the recliner and began to slowly carve the wooden sculpture in his hand. Saran deliberately avoided his sight, and did not try to see what he was carving. Although this wooden sculpture was nothing to him, it could destroy the incarnation he was using now. Fortunately, the soul that controlled this body was his, so he could ignore the twisted and growing small wooden sculpture so smoothly. After a few days, the old man suddenly took the wooden sculpture in his hand back into his arms, then looked up at Saran, who was standing and waiting for him, revealing clear and deep eyes. "Are you here to want me to fulfill the promise?" The old man looked at him and asked. Long ago, when Saran was at his most powerful, he helped the guardian in front of him and exchanged for a very valuable agreement. Unfortunately, he didn't need this agreement at all. And when he really needed it, the guardian was already old. Saran nodded slightly and said, "Yes, respected guardian." The guardian smiled. "There is no need to talk to me like this. My current state is even far inferior to yours, and the help I can provide to you is extremely limited. I am afraid I will disappoint you." Saran shook his head slightly. "My respect for you comes from wisdom, not the rise and fall of power. The things that corrupt you can blur your consciousness and destroy your body, but they can't really cover up that bright soul." The old man smiled. "You never show your arrogance, don't you? No matter what attitude you use, I can only accept it. We have an agreement. I know that deep down you are still quite disgusted with my appearance. This is the disadvantage of knowing too much. Politeness is meaningless to me." Saran did not deny. "Yes, I don't like to see your body, but it's just because when I see you, I have the illusion that I am looking in the mirror. I am afraid that I will become like this in the future. My hatred all comes from fear. I'm sorry that I can't eradicate this idea from my mind. They gave me arrogance." The old man said gently, "They did give you many shortcomings, but they also gave you life and strength. But I think you should also understand that greatness and arrogance often have some connection in their hearts. I know it's not easy to fight against my own nature, but you are a real strong man. In fact, I thought you would never come to me. I thought I would be completely corrupt before you really needed me. You look much younger than me, but it seems that this is no longer our era. To be honest, sometimes I wonder whether I should continue to live on, but every time I wake up, I can't muster the courage to end my life. I can only wait here for time to erode my remaining soul and body. Knowledge once gave me strength, but it made me weak. Now he is just waiting to die." Saran knew this very well, but he didn't discuss it further. There were countless powerful creatures and beings in the ancient times, but not many of them could live to this day with their sanity and emotions like him. Time can destroy everything. Saran paused and asked first, "Do you know?" Before he finished speaking, the old man answered, "No, I don't know the answer to this question. I can only answer your second question. When I just opened my eyes, I actually thought you would come to ask me about the descendants of Titan, the Federation, Shinshao, or the destined returnees. I didn't expect you to use this precious opportunity on a mortal. This opportunity can indeed be used on many individuals who are more important and powerful than Maine, but Saran doesn't think it is a waste to use it on Maine. Facing the threat of death, you must never have a fluke mentality." The old man stood up, went back to the bookshelf in the house and flipped through it, then picked up a book and took it out. He handed the book in his hand to Saran. "This is the evidence you want, which can let them know what he did there." Saran asked, "So he did kill Shu Yun?" The guardian then reminded, "Yes, and as you think, there are only evidences. There are parasites protecting him and other things. If I continue to dig, those stink bugs will be attracted. These are what I can give you." Saran was also mentally prepared. This guardian is no longer the same as before. It is almost impossible to deal with a power that can kill gods. For the guardian, this thing itself is the most dangerous poison. After all, it is countless such harmful information that made him become what he is now. Chapter 428. Victor Hotel. Tang Xuowan was sitting leisurely on the sofa, looking at the giant screen and throwing grapes into her mouth, waiting comfortably for the person she wanted to meet to appear here. Bang! Someone pushed open the door. She did not turn around to confirm the identity of the visitor, but asked directly, "It's very well done." Ma In walked behind her and stopped. "This is all thanks to you. Sorry, I didn't tell you my plan in advance." The actual situation is actually similar to Xu Yinping's initial inference. He proposed the price of 3 longevity pills, because he had figured out the power structure of this family through Tang Xuowan. The facts went further than Xu Yupeng thought. Tang Xuowan not only told him the specific structure of the Xu family, but also Ma In was determined to take out the longevity pill instead of other benefits, thanks to the information she gave. It was she who took the initiative to tell Ma In how much these 3 old immortals of the Xu family wanted to live, which made Ma determine that the longevity pill was the most cost-effective chip he could take out. And the longevity pill is the most cost-effective chip he can take out. The number of pills was also very important. If there were too few, it would be impossible to make the real power holders of the Shu family agree immediately, but if there were too many, it would be quite troublesome. Because if he gave 4 longevity pills, the Shu family might give the extra one to the Federation as a bargaining chip for interest exchange, which would affect the subsequent interest negotiations between Xiaoyao and the Federation, and naturally would also affect Xiaoyao's view of himself. The information Tang Xueyuan gave him was very important for this negotiation, and it was also very detailed. It could be said that as a member of the Shu family, she should not have told outsiders. If you tell me, it will be hard for me to hide it from them. Tang Xueyuan also replied, even if I can hide it, it's not a good thing. It may cause dissatisfaction in the future. Don't worry, I know you are doing it for our own good, and since I was willing to answer your questions at that time, I must have been ready to accept any result. Ma Yin nodded slightly. He said this because what he was going to do next would not benefit the Shu family, so he was a little worried that Xu Yun would be dissatisfied with his approach. So he said this to confirm with Tang Xueyuan whether both parties thought the same. And as for the results, the cooperation with Tang Xueyuan was indeed particularly perfect. She easily understood what he wanted to do, and was willing to do it with him. Tang Xueyuan showed a sincere smile. You can trust me with confidence. Just like I trust you. She knew exactly why Ma Yin asked this question. This matter was indeed damaging the interests of the Shu family, but Tang Xueyuan didn't think it was a bad thing for her. After all, she was not the next head of the Shu family. Although her interests as a younger generation of the Shu family were highly related to the family, and she did have the opportunity and possibility to reach her grandfather's position in the future, the possibility was actually very small. When she chose to leave the family and go to the company to work hard, she had already given this opportunity to her biological sister Xu Yun, because at that time she felt that her sister needed the family's support more than she did. This also delayed her entry into the federal government until now, so it was actually quite difficult for her to really climb to the position of her father and grandfather now, and to be honest, she didn't like being a politician that much. She came back here only for very pragmatic reasons, because her family had enough influence in the political world, and she could move very quickly here. Besides, her parents also need her to be in politics, otherwise they, and she will have to worry about the open and secret attacks of ambitious politicians in a few decades. Although she is far from being so noble that she will abandon the benefits given by her family, if she can exchange the help provided by the Shu family for abnormal or other fields, she will definitely choose the latter without hesitation. In the past, she did not have the opportunity to choose. To be precise, there is no field in the entire Federation that she particularly likes and can cultivate. If she has to say, it may be that the former Salvation Alliance is more to her liking. In fact, she once thought about following the footsteps of the Shishao Walker. Xinxia's personality charm almost made her make this wrong decision. Fortunately, she gave up this idea after careful consideration. After all, this path is too difficult for her. She is not even a capable person. Even if she joined the Salvation Alliance at that time, she might not be able to gain any status in it. And now it seems that it was a very wise decision. Because although she did not join the Salvation Alliance, she saw a new opportunity because of the dissolution of this organization, that is, Ma Yin, who is sitting diagonally opposite her at this moment, a young capable person with unlimited potential. And this is her chance. Years of working in the company have given her a completely different perspective from those politicians. She had already noticed Ma Yin's value in the first few glances she saw him, and as time went by, her view of Ma Yin continued to increase. And after several exchanges with the family, she was sure that her view of Ma Yin was quite different from that of the other people in the Shu family. Although they did not underestimate Ma Yin, they also felt that they did not value him as much as she did. Even though she emphasized it again and again, they still didn't seem to notice the value in their eyes. After confirming this, Tang Xueyuan did not question her judgment, but insisted that her opinion was closer to the truth. This is why she had already guessed Ma Yin's thoughts, and told him the important information that would harm the interests of the Shu family, because she had made a very important decision at that time. When do you plan to let them know your thoughts on Xiaoyao? Tang Xueyuan said, although I said that you are a little dissatisfied with Xiaoyu's oppression, their idea is still to use this to put pressure on you. Ma Yin replied, don't worry, we will use the Federation to deal with Xiaoyao sooner or later, but it's not time yet. He refers to the two of them here, not including the Shu family. Tang Xueyuan nodded, and then said the most important thing, my father is already handling your matter. They have encountered some minor difficulties, But don't worry, give them some time, and they will solve all those problems. There will be some dirty things happening, but it has nothing to do with you and me. We just need to sit and wait to reap the fruits of success. Ma-En nodded and said, Okay, you just continue to observe the situation of the Shu family and notify me in time if there are any problems. Although they didn't say anything specifically during this meeting, they have quietly established a much closer cooperative relationship than in the past. They have already noticed each other's intentions without saying anything. There are several reasons for this. The important factor that really made Tang Xuowan make up her mind was that she saw in this matter that Ma-En had a very high possibility of being promoted to the 5th level, and for some reason that she couldn't tell, she felt that Ma-En would succeed. A powerful and smart 5th level ability user is the most important ally in the Federation. This identity is far higher than the achievements and status she can achieve in the Shu family. But in addition to this is also because she is not worried at all that Ma-En will change new partners in the future. Because not only is Ma-En the kind of person who will betray his allies, she is also the best ally for Ma-En, and what she can provide to Ma-En is irreplaceable by other politicians. If it were any other member of the Shu family, it would be impossible to cooperate with Ma-En like she did this time. And Ma-En doesn't have to worry about betraying him at all, because although she doesn't think she is a good person, if she is placed among these politicians, she can be regarded as high-minded. They are all outliers in this federal government system, but they all have reasons to integrate into it. She and Ma-En both have their own bottom lines, and they are much higher than those of other powerful politicians. Unlike other politicians, she will not act according to her own bottom line. She will use Ma-En's bottom line as their action requirements, which is something other politicians cannot give to Ma-En. It is difficult for them to even detect what Ma-En wants to do or not, because they have almost no bottom line. And similar bottom lines are actually a very scarce resource for collaborators. For collaborators with higher bottom lines, this is more important. For example, it is difficult for members of the Salvation Alliance to accept the methods of ordinary politicians. This kind of understanding and respect she has for Ma-En is actually the bargaining chip she can give to Ma-En for cooperation. With similar bottom lines, mutual understanding, and complementary abilities, there is probably no other partner like this in the entire Federation, and even if they are found, there is no trust they have established. They will become the most perfect partners. Thinking of this, she hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, Also, thank you for your help with Grandpa's matter. Although I have made enough psychological preparations for this family when I came back, I also know that not everything can be done according to my ideas. But in any case, it is difficult for me to accept myself as a political tool for marriage. Ma-En said gently. You're welcome. This is what I should do, and our cooperative relationship definitely does not need this kind of thing as a constraint. After all, the partner is not my family or your family, right? The most important thing is that this respect and understanding is mutual. Tang Xuowan smiled. Yes, I know you will definitely not agree to his request, but I am still very grateful to you, because in fact you can also leave me aside and cooperate with them. I know that although you don't like this kind of dirty things, but you can actually do it while suppressing your nausea. After all, you have joined the Federation. Ma-En smiled and said, That's right, but I don't want to cooperate with them. You are an ally that is countless times better than the Shu family. In his eyes, Tang Xuowan is indeed a rare and suitable ally. He was willing to cooperate with her, because he felt the subtle difference between her and others. As they continued to cooperate, Tang Xuowan did not disappoint him as he worried, but proved that she was worthy of his trust. Now, Tang Xuowan decisively pulled their cooperative relationship out of the Shu family system, which completely eliminated the possibility of Ma-En doubting her, because now her interests are highly consistent with his own. Tang Xuowan also showed a confident smile. I believe that it won't be long before we will bring changes that they can't expect to the lifeless Federation. Chapter 429. Federal Investigation Department. Wang Yang pushed open the door and led his sister to the depths of the dark office. The shadow sitting behind the desk raised his head slightly and looked at them, then casually said, You sit down first, my body still has other things to deal with. As the head of the Federal Investigation Department, his clone ability is a particularly useful ability for the Federation, because no matter what the matter is, he has the energy and time to review it, even the most insignificant things. Although he is not particularly professional in every field, this structure can ensure that there will be no big mistakes. After all, the documents that can be sent to him have been approved by layers, and he only needs to check them at the end. However, in addition to normal work, this body is also dealing with a small matter that he cares about. After finishing the work at hand, Shadow looked at the Yin-Yang twins again. How is the work I asked you to do? Wang Yang was the one in charge of negotiations among them. He naturally spoke on their behalf. We are investigating as you said, but you also know that we have many constraints. It is not just the armistice agreement that restricts our behavior. You also let us add many new restrictions. So we don't have anything special. Shadow said, It's okay. I didn't plan to call you now. But what we are doing is not an investigation, but to ensure the safety of Ma En, a member of the Federation. We don't plan to do anything that is not good for him. That's right. The task he assigned to this pair of top-level 4th-level ability users was to collect intelligence related to Ma En. Wang Yang's methods have also improved rapidly after entering the Federation, and he has unique advantages as an ability user. Wang Ying just had nothing for her to do, so she followed Wang Yang to work. However, if Wang Yang could train his sister, they would become his capable assistants. Although he could not trust her completely, he did not rely on trust to control others. Wang Yang nodded, and then took out a thick document from his body. According to your request, it is all handwritten, and has not been entered into the data system of the investigation department. However, we only know about Ma En's recent movements, and there is nothing special. Shadow took it, and quickly flipped through it. Unfortunately, there is really no particularly important information. The Yin-Yang twins stood in front of him a little nervously, not knowing why he suddenly called them here. Shadow put away the information, then looked at them and said, It's okay, go and investigate Ma En, but you have to be more cautious. Even if you can't find anything, you can't let him know what you are doing. You have to be as careful as a 5th-level ability user. Although he didn't fully understand what was going on, Wang Yang still nodded instinctively and said, Yes, sir. Shadow waved his hand. Very good, you can continue the mission. Who on earth gave him this information? The guy who secretly gave him this secret was so clever that he was surprised. He couldn't find the good man at all, let alone find the other party. His intentions and purposes were also difficult to understand. Was this a conspiracy against Maine, or against himself, or the Federation itself, or something else related to the Federation? In any case, Shadow didn't plan to do anything with this information. Because he didn't want the guy behind the scenes to succeed, although he did have a strong curiosity and suspicion about Maine, and this information strengthened his two ideas. But Shadow still planned to treat Maine as if there was no such information as much as possible, unless what Maine was going to do would seriously endanger his own interests, and at the same time he had to rely on this thing to deal with him. Otherwise, he would never change his original idea, and for this reason, he also limited this information to several bodies including this one, even if most of himself would not know this information. Because no matter what secrets Maine had, they could not be more dangerous than the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 430. Xu Yupeng dragged his tired body to open the door, walked to the middle of the living room with his eyes downcast, closed his eyes, and sat directly on the sofa, then took a deep breath. These days, he has been running around for Ma En and Xiuya's affairs. It is better to say that he is the most capable coolie of the Xu family than to say that he is the leader of the younger generation of the Xu family. Those old people always give him the most difficult things to do. In the past, he could still numb himself with the reason that he would be successful in a few years, but now those old guys don't know how long they can live after getting the longevity pill. Maybe they are still energetic when he is about to die. This also made him more depressed these days. When he saw Ma En took out the longevity pill, he almost pointed at Ma En's nose and cursed him, but he was immediately diverted by his daughter and family affairs. But after the incident, his mood became heavier. In this hopeless situation, he could not suppress his anxiety and boredom at all, and could only numb himself temporarily with hard work. But when he sat down, he would immediately think that he was working for Ma En and the three old immortals in the family for nothing, delaying the time for him to become the head of the Xu family, which made him very angry. Xu Yupeng exhaled heavily and suppressed these messy thoughts. Living in such a politician family, he had no choice but to accept this result. And he was so resistant to the longevity pill because he was not old yet. If he was replaced by those old immortals, he would definitely make the same choice. In the final analysis, the problem was that he was not the beneficiary. These thoughts would only affect his judgment. Next, he could only handle this matter perfectly. After all, his father and his friends would definitely get the longevity pill. Now he could only hope that he could get one pill. These 3 pills would definitely not be his, no matter his status or age. But the future ones might not be his. After all, their cooperation with Ma En would not end after this matter. Now his daughter and he have a very good relationship. It might even be so good that it was not in the interests of the family, but he didn't care much. First, it was the individual, then the family, and finally the whole family. It was not a bad thing for their daughter to get benefits, and it didn't matter even if he and his wife didn't get any benefits. After all, she was his own daughter. He was not as cold-blooded as his father. When Tang Xuowan wanted to leave the family, it was he and his wife who stopped the pressure from the family. In the end, he was not the same person as his father. Perhaps it was because his father was that kind of guy that he didn't want to be the same person as him. He felt better when he thought of this. Whether it was self-consolation or not, he calmed down. At least, he could tell himself that the one who benefited the most from this matter might be his daughter. After meeting Ma Yin, he completely changed his opinion of him, dispelled his doubts about Ma Yin, and firmly believed that he would be a big shot in the Federation in the future, and Xiao Luan would definitely rise with such a person, and her relationship with Ma Yin seemed to be really good. He could sense something unusual in the look his daughter gave Ma Yin. In this way, maybe she could get them a longevity pill soon, and then maybe she could get other benefits by relying on Ma Yin's extremely special identity and status, and there might even be other changes in the future. And in the worst case, Tang Xuowan would definitely be able to get him a longevity pill. If that doesn't work, he could just force those guys to die. They don't want to die, so let's see who lives longer. But just when he comforted himself and wanted to rest, he heard a particularly harsh sound. His cell phone rang. Xu Yupeng took out his cell phone with some impatience, but after just a few glances, he showed a serious expression. The family actually had to hold an emergency meeting at this time. Was there some new change in the matter between Xiaoyao and Ma Yin? He didn't say much, and immediately got up and walked into the study, closed the doors and windows tightly, then sat upright on the chair, and then pressed a special panel on the wall. The whole study suddenly went dark for a moment, and then it lit up again. And in front of him appeared the other 5 members of the family. Sitting in the first seat was naturally his father, who was colder than a lizard, and on his left and right were the other 2 elderly elders in the family, and then it was his seat. And his 2 brothers sat behind him, which also vaguely reflected the current structure of the family. Xu Xingyuan looked around at the 6 members present, and then slowly spoke with a serious expression. Wait here first, we need to spend more time to check the situation this time. This sentence has set the tone for the entire meeting. It is obvious that he did not call the meeting for a trivial matter, and it is likely to be more serious than he initially expected. After they were silent for more than 10 minutes, Xu Xingyuan spoke again. Okay, then I will talk about our meeting. This matter is related to the longevity pill, and the news must not be leaked outside the meeting. I know that some of you are not careful with your confidence, but the seriousness of this matter does not allow you to make any mistakes. Do you understand? The other people nodded seriously. After making sure that they did not take this sentence as a deaf ear, Xu Shengyuan continued, I got a very important news. Although it sounds particularly exaggerated, I have repeatedly confirmed that this news is indeed true, and we also have very important evidence. That is, Ma Yin has broken the armistice agreement with the Federation and lost the protection of the Federation. Silence instantly enveloped the meeting room, and the other 5 members looked at each other for a few times. They could see the emotions bursting out of each other's eyes: surprise, confusion, curiosity, and greed. The elderly woman sitting on Xu Xingyuan's left asked, Are you sure? Who gave you this information? Xu Xingyuan said, I don't know. The person who gave it to me left no traces. His method was quite sophisticated, but I think it was probably given to us by Main's enemies, or some guy with ulterior motives. In any case, this thing is in our hands. Xu Yupeng also asked curiously, how did he violate the federal contract? Xu Xingyuan paused, then said, This is not important. Now we have to consider how to deal with this news. This answer made Xu Yupeng a little confused, but he did not think about it further. After half a minute, a congressman of the same generation as Xu Yupeng said, I think this is our weapon. It can be used to make Ma Yin hand over more things, and it is also our confidence in this transaction. Now we can completely suppress Ma Yin's conditions. Xu Yupeng immediately raised an objection. But if we want to do this, it means telling Ma Yin that we have this information, and this kind of words cannot be said easily. It must be said at the best time. Unless we want to make a final decision, we can't let him know what we have. Xu Xingyuan nodded. Yes, I think so too. This information can indeed bring many benefits and help us deal with and control Ma Yin at a critical moment, but I think it is far from the critical moment now. My opinion is that before completing this transaction with Ma Yin, we must not let Ma Yin notice anything unusual. I even suspect who wants to use this to influence this transaction. Variables are risks for us. We can't accept any risks. After he said this, the 2 elderly counselors beside him nodded in agreement, and their movements were skillful as if they had rehearsed dozens of times. Obviously, They had already secretly finalized the result. The other two counselors seemed to have some objections, but Xu Xingyuan immediately said, "This matter is very strange. Although the benefits are obvious to us, it may also bring new variables to our current cooperation with Ma In, so now is not the best time. But I don't think this thing will be in our hands. Ma In and Xiao Yao have extremely high value waiting for us to slowly squeeze. I think this is an opportunity that the Xu family cannot miss. As long as we use it well, we can control Ma In and use him to get countless benefits from Xiao Yao. But before that, you all have to keep this secret. This matter is a good thing for the Xu family as a whole, but Xu Yupeng is not so happy, because after this incident, it will also cause his daughter's usefulness to the family to be reduced a lot. But for their family, this matter is still more beneficial than harmful." Just as he was thinking about the pros and cons, Xu Xingyuan gave a few more instructions to the other people, then slowly turned his eyes to him, and then said, "Others can go, but Yupeng, you wait here for me." Xu Yupeng looked at his father in surprise, but didn't say anything. He just sat in his original position and watched the figures of the other people slowly dimmed, and then Xu Xingyuan's expression became a little strange. It was a bit like grief, a bit like sympathy, and a bit of hypocrisy. "Yupeng," Xu Xingyuan continued, "didn't you just ask me what Ma En did?" Xu Yupeng looked at him with some doubts. "Yes, but you didn't say it just now." Xu Xingyuan nodded. "It was not convenient to say it just now. I think I can tell you now. But you have to be mentally prepared." Xu Yupeng had a bad premonition when he heard this, and then he nodded. "Of course, tell me." Xu Xingyuan said word by word. "He killed Xu Yun." Xu Yupeng was stunned. It took him about half a minute to slowly react to what his father said, and then a strong anger immediately occupied his entire face, and slowly turned into deep hatred in the silence. "I want to see the evidence," Xu Yupeng said hoarsely. Xu Xingyuan shook his head slightly. "I knew it would be like this, so I don't want to tell you. How old are you? How can you still lose control of your emotions when encountering things Xu Yupeng interrupted. "I want to see the evidence, see it with my own eyes." Xu Xingyuan sighed. In fact, when he just learned the news, he had no intention of telling it to his stupid son, but he soon realized that this matter could not be concealed. If he did not tell Xu Yupeng about this, the mastermind behind the scenes would have a high probability of secretly handing the thing to his useless son, and then it would be too late for him to stop it. "I show you." Xu Xingyuan emphasized his tone and scolded with some anger. "What have you learned in these years? Why can't you keep calm when encountering something? I know you are very angry. But now is not the time for you to take revenge." Xu Yupeng looked at his father with cold eyes. He thought he was already familiar with this man, but when he said this, Xu Yupeng felt that he still underestimated his father. Even if it was himself or his wife who died, this man would not have any emotional fluctuations at all. "He killed my daughter." Xu Yupeng gritted his teeth and said, "You want me to calm down? Now he is next to my other daughter, and you want me to listen to your nonsense slowly." "Humph." Xu Xingyuan snorted with anger, causing Xu Yupeng's voice to freeze. "Do you want us to miss the chance to prolong our lives? Your daughter's life is life, but your father's is not? And this is a rare opportunity for the Xu family. He killed your daughter, so you can let him pay slowly. We can also use this as an excuse to threaten and control him. Isn't it too easy for him to die like this? The Xu family has already made a decision. Do you want to disobey the entire family?" Xu Yupeng still gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill him. He killed Xu Yun." "Shut up." The old man suddenly roared, staring at him with stern eyes. Although he was already several dozen years old, Xu Yupeng still instinctively felt cold all over when he heard this roar, and then he calmed down completely, as if he was poured with cold blood, and stood stiffly in place without moving. The old man's tone softened again. "I know you want revenge, but now is not the time. We will kill him sooner or later, and I promise to let you achieve real revenge by then, and torture him the most cruelly, making him cry and repent for your daughter's death. But we must get the longevity pill, and successfully complete the transaction with him and Xiao Yao. Revenge on him will be a matter for later. If you insist on doing it, we will not just watch. We can let you sit in the current position, and we can also let you down. Do you understand?" Xu Yunpeng lowered his head and said in an almost inaudible hoarse voice, "I understand." Chapter 431. Xu Yupeng turned on the light in the study again, and sat on the chair expressionlessly, but his eyes staring forward revealed suppressed anger and resentment, but he just sat there silently, and did nothing. His daughter died in the hands of that Ma In, which was a possibility he had never thought of, but he also knew that his father would never deceive him about this matter, and he didn't even want him to know about it. Xu Xingyuan told him all this because he felt that he couldn't keep it secret, And this can be seen from the way the Shu family got the news, as if someone wanted them to conflict with Ma En. This is killing someone with a borrowed knife. Shu Yupeng also understands this, and other family members also know that the question they need to consider is whether this knife has enough benefits, and the other members' views are that it doesn't. At least now is not the best time. The matter of the longevity pill is going very smoothly now. As long as they continue to work on it, they can make Ma En hand over the remaining pills. No matter how you think about it, you shouldn't make trouble at this time. Moreover, his father had promised that he could kill him. Although the old man was not lying, he would definitely do his best to delay time and strive to obtain a few pills or other benefits. But as long as he worked hard, there would still be a chance for the Shu family to agree to kill Ma En. Moreover, they could not do it just because they wanted to deal with Ma En, and killing him now might offend Xiao Yao. If he wanted to kill him cleanly and beautifully, he had to spend enough time to prepare slowly. The most important thing was that his father's last words to him were not bluffing. If he crossed the line, he could indeed withdraw his current position. This old bastard really had the ability and courage to do so. Xu Xingyuan is a man with a strong desire for control, and he wants to hold everything firmly in his hands. Power, wealth, family, and even the lifespan of him and other family members, nothing can escape his control, and the worst thing is that he really has the ability to do these things. In other words, if he really dares to go against his will, then there will definitely be no good end. He doesn't think that his arrogant father will really care about these blood relations. At that time, their whole family will not have a good life. Just as he was in this struggling mood, there was a knock on the door. Yun Peng. Standing outside the door was his wife. "Can I come in?" I opened the door. He stood up and walked to the door of the study. When the door was opened, Tang Jinghong looked at her husband's face. He was smiling, but there were a few strands of sorrow between his eyebrows. She was particularly familiar with this expression. Whenever he encountered any difficulties and wanted to handle them alone, he would be like this. Tang Jinghong didn't ask anything, just said, "Do you want me to massage your shoulders?" Xu Yupeng kept smiling and waved his hand, then said, "No, I still have to deal with work. The matter between Ma En and Xiao Yao is very tricky. I can't solve it very well now. I may be very busy these days." Tang Jinghong looked at him softly. "Don't worry, just deal with it slowly. This kind of thing can be dealt with sooner or later." Xu Yupeng smiled reluctantly. "Well, then I will go back to work." He took a half step back, but just when he wanted to close the door and think alone, Tang Jinghong suddenly stretched out her hand and gently put it on his shoulder, and then whispered, "Whatever you want to do, we will support you." She had never seen her husband so haggard. In the past, even when facing troubles like the sky falling, he always acted strong in front of his family, but now he could no longer hide it. Even so, she still withdrew her hand as if she knew nothing, and then prepared to watch him return to the study and slowly think about the next question, because she knew that she could not help her husband. Xu Yupeng was silent for a few seconds, and then asked, "You and your father seem to have a good relationship. If you take Xiaowan back for a few days suddenly." Tang Jinghong looked into his eyes, and did not answer immediately. Facing her eyes, Xu Yupeng just looked back calmly. And Tang Jinghong seemed to understand something. "They will welcome us very much. Her father and Xu Sheng are far from the same kind of people." Xu Yupeng nodded, "Okay." Although she knew she would not get an answer, Tang Jinghong could not help herself. "What's wrong?" Xu Yupeng shook his head gently. "It's okay, don't worry. It's just that there are some unexpected problems in my hands, but in fact, there is a high probability that it will be completed smoothly, but if something goes wrong, you can take Xiaowan back to her mother's house and hide. I will call you again when it is safe." Tang Jinghong stared at him silently, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she still did not try to get to the bottom of it, but just reminded him, "Okay, you should also pay attention." Of course. After saying this, he pulled the door back naturally. Then Xu Yupeng pushed the table back and sat down, closed his eyes tightly, and breathed heavily, letting the already chaotic thoughts continue to wander in his mind. The situation was clear, and now all he had to do was wait. Xu Yupeng understood all the reasons. But he just couldn't help imagining the scene when his daughter died, couldn't stop the hateful and evil face of Ma En from rising in his mind, and couldn't help worrying and fearing for his little daughter, who was still alive. He just couldn't do it. And it was self-deception to say that he would be able to take revenge sooner or later. Xu Xingyuan would definitely not let things go so smoothly. It was already difficult for him to deal with the Xu family, not to mention. He remembered Ma En's ugly face and his performance during the negotiations. Is it really a good choice to give this guy enough time? Now that they suddenly got this secret, they can gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Ma En, but will he never notice it? If he learned about this from the Shu family or somewhere else, he would definitely be more vigilant. And even if Ma En didn't know anything, he would definitely become more and more difficult to deal with as time went on. Considering all the circumstances, in fact, only now is the time when he has the best chance. If he dragged on, he might not be able to avenge his daughter in this life. Shu Yupeng just sat there, letting the chaotic thoughts in his mind collide constantly. Although he had various thoughts at the moment, they all had one thing in common, that is, they all wanted to kill Ma En. He was examining these thoughts, and waiting for the feasible one to appear. Chapter 432. Shu Yupeng thought for a long time. He thought while eating, while going to the toilet, and while working for Ma En and Xiaoyao. It was at this time that he slowly found some opportunities. So he came here now, in the basement of his own house. Xu Xingyuan was a bastard who didn't want to let go of power, so in fact, he had not thought about nothing for so many years. A long time ago, he had established a relationship with a certain organization through an excuse, and secretly communicated with them. He casually pressed the anti-espionage measures in this basement, and then turned on the holographic projection in front of him. Half a minute later, the holographic projection of a young man in a suit and leather shoes appeared in front of him, with a particularly polite standard smile on his face, and looked at Shu Yupeng with an inquiring look. The other party was waiting for him to speak first. "I have a business to discuss with you," Shu Yupeng said. The young man smiled and said, "You are our 4-star customer. You can tell me directly what you want. If it is simple, we will take some time to complete it for you for free. If it is difficult, we will also provide a special customized plan." Shu Yupeng said coldly, "But you had problems not long ago." The young man still had a fake smile on his face. "We are really sorry about this, but we did try our best. The gang that killed your daughter is really professional and powerful. Our casualties have reached an extremely high level." Although he was still smiling, the way he looked at Shu Yupeng had changed from a high-quality customer to a difficult guy. It seemed that he was thinking about how to eliminate his dissatisfaction. Shu Yupeng, who noticed this, sneered, "My daughter died. No matter what excuses you make, it doesn't make sense to me. I chose your service because I believe you can protect her, but you betrayed my trust. But don't worry, I'm not here to ask you for compensation today." His friend is the East Federation Company. Although the Federation prohibits politicians from excessive transactions with companies, and has clear regulations on what is a reasonable transaction, which politician will really abide by the regulations? He is no exception. As early as many years ago, when he first traded with them, Shu Yupeng realized that this might be the key to his breakthrough, but he thought it would take at least 20 years to reach this day. The young man looked at him curiously. "Dear customer, what do you want?" Shu Yupeng said, "I cannot talk about compensation, but what you have not done is to help me get rid of the guy who killed my daughter. Of course, although I shouldn't, I still pay. I will pay enough money to ensure that you can successfully kill him." The young man showed a surprised expression. "Do you know who killed Miss Xu Yun?" Shu Yupeng nodded. "I don't know the specific number and personnel, but I have determined that Ma En is the leader of this matter." The young man's eyes flashed blue light a few times, and then he looked at Shu Yupeng and asked, "Ma En, who defeated Ivani in a duel some time ago?" Shu Yupeng nodded. "Can you handle him?" The young man said, "The accident of Miss Xu Yun was not simple. They killed several of our 4th-level senior security personnel, and they did it in a very short time, and they also effectively intercepted the communication in space. This is an extremely dangerous team. If we fight head-on, we need at least 2-digit level 4 users to kill them. Even if our target is only Ma En, it will be quite difficult. He is the strongest user in the 4 middle schools. According to our threat coefficient, he can reach the full level of 4 to 20 in level 4, and this is without considering other level 4 abnormal equipment he may have. And his inherent dangerousness is also extremely high. It may take a long time to catch the opportunity to kill such a person. We must spend a huge amount of resources to monitor him. It is extremely difficult to kill him." Shu Yupeng asked, "Can you do it?" The young man nodded as usual. "Of course, it's just a matter of price. But I don't think you can afford the corresponding price." Shu Yupeng said, "What if I can let him appear alone in the designated place without any precautions?" The young man's eyes lit up slightly. "Then things will become much simpler." This is also what Shu Yupeng suddenly thought of while working. Since he is now dealing with Ma En's affairs, he can rely on his own ability to cleverly let the Federation ask to inspect Ma En, and then use this seemingly perfunctory excuse to let Ma En go to the place he wants. Ma En will not be wary of the Federation that cannot harm him, because unless they already know that Ma En has broken the armistice agreement, they will not dare to risk their lives to plot against him. Xu Yunping said, but by then, there may be more than just Ma in there. I hope you can kill him without affecting anyone present, including some innocent good people. Also, it's best to stay hidden. The young man nodded. Accuracy, concealment, good. Considering these, I have a few recommended plans here. Out of the most basic respect for this top-level 4th-level ability user, I have eliminated all plans that use 4th-level ability users. But as a 4-star customer, you also have many plans that you cannot buy, so the plans I recommend to you are the following. One-hit kill, God's punishment, silent mind, death knocks on the door. While saying this, he also handed Xu Yunpeng a holographic price list. After a quick glance, he realized that several of them were not affordable for him, even if he went bankrupt. The original target of these things was not a 4th-level ability user. Many of them need to consume the 5th-level abnormal props and their accumulated energy. If you pay a little more, you can even leave serious trauma to the 5th-level ability user, and there is a lower chance of killing him. Xu Yunpeng took a simple look and finally chose the most expensive option he could afford. One-hit kill upgrade package, Fatal Pursuit. The young man smiled sincerely. Thank you for your consumption. To express our apology, on behalf of the East Federation Security Company, I will give you a revenge-exclusive customized service, which allows you to choose his death in various ways, or let him accept cruel torture before his death, or even tell the target what made him fall to this point. What do you need? Xu Yunpeng said calmly. I just want him to die in pain. Chapter 433. Eastern Federation, Fenghua State. Ma En and Tang Xuowan were sitting at the dining table, patiently waiting for their guests. A few days after meeting Tang Xuowan, she called again and told him that things were going very smoothly, and with Xu Yunpeng's excellent skills, it was almost certain. However, in order to achieve this goal as soon as possible, Xu Yunpeng also made some concessions with the Federation that had no practical significance in the negotiations with the Federation, including asking them to conduct a simple inquiry about cultivation. According to Xu Yunpeng, this inquiry was basically just a formality. The Federation had basically decided to accept the cooperation with Xiaoyao under the mediation of the Xu family. After all, the conditions he gave to the Federation were actually very generous. And in order to show that this matter was not so formal, the Federation also specially selected Kanya, a female Federal Research Institute, who had met Ma En before, to conduct the inquiry, rather than other more professional counterparts. At the same time, the meeting place was not chosen within the jurisdiction of the Federation, which was more like a particularly casual meeting. When Tang Xuowan called to ask for his opinion, Ma En naturally gave a positive answer immediately, and asked her to quickly determine the time and place, and then began to prepare for this meeting. Now his idea is very simple. As long as he can get the spiritual treasure made of anti-psychic metal as soon as possible, he can obtain the power of the moon god hidden in Celi's body, and truly gain a foothold in the 5th level. At that time, whether he wants to leave the Federation, steal Xiaoya's power, or secretly help Shishao who is trapped in the sea at the moment, it will be much easier, but these are not the most important things. After all, although the power of the moon god is strong, it is not completely without problems. As a southern god, she was subject to extremely strong restrictions during her lifetime. Even though she is relatively free among the gods, she is still bound by the ancient titans, so she cannot directly give Main a particularly comprehensive combat power. But he does not need to be comprehensive. He just needs to be able to subdue other 5th-level ability users. He has the Abnormal Control Bureau. The power of the Moon God is important to him, because it is a mental ability, so it is easier to control other ability users of the same level as himself than the Sea Covering Scepter, and he only needs to control one 5th-level ability user. The power of him, and the Abnormal Control Bureau, will become stronger like a snowball. This is also the reason why he values the spiritual treasure made of anti-psychic metal so much. The Sea Covering Scepter gives him more basic self-protection ability, while the power of the Moon God can give him the possibility of controlling other abnormal entities. As long as this conversation ends, this matter is basically done. Tang Xuowan whispered, "My father said a lot of good things about you after you left. I have never heard him praise a young person like that." Ma En nodded slightly at her, showing an expectant look. "Without you, this matter would never be so smooth." Tang Xuowan also smiled at Ma En. She was looking forward to the upcoming results like Ma En, and she could even imagine the beautiful future of the Xu family in her. She personally sees this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as they were flattering each other, crisp footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. "It's been a long time since we last met." Kanaya pushed open the door and quickly looked at Ma En sitting opposite. All her behaviors were very natural, as if she had not colluded with him privately at all. The actual situation was actually very close to this, because she really didn't remember any secrets now. This was the most basic caution, and it could also ensure that his undercover agent would not reveal any flaws in this situation. Compared with the ability of the undercover agent himself, Ma-en was more willing to believe in the memory erasure ability. Kanya kept her indifferent face and sat down neatly opposite them. I will ask you some basic questions on behalf of the Federation, about the knowledge you learned about cultivation and the world of cultivation from Xiaoyao, and what we will get after signing a treaty with him. The first question is the life extension power obtained through cultivation basically harmless? Ma-en, who was well prepared, didn't think much. According to my understanding, this should be said to be completely harmless, but I know that the specific effect is difficult to explain without experience, so I can give a simple example. The longevity pill you got is more than 100 times more turbid than the life you get through cultivation. This is a very useful description. The Federation's desire for the longevity pill is not because of the years it can prolong life, but the purity of the years. Even if what Martin said is exaggerated, it is impossible for the Federation to refuse even if it is only 10 times. Kanayu nodded slightly, and then asked seriously, the second question, there are several realms of cultivation, and the cultivation. Silence came like a tide, and the whole world was suddenly submerged by it. The operation of the exhaust system, the sound of pedestrians walking outside the corridor, and the chirping of insects and birds outside the window all disappeared instantly. Kanayu also kept her mouth open, and the lines on her frozen skin could be clearly seen, only the coldness in her eyes was no different from usual. Tang Xuewan was looking at him, and Kanayu with her head tilted, and listened to their words seriously, with a little curiosity and expectation on her face that should have been fleeting. Then, almost in the next moment of silence, Ma-en seemed to vaguely hear the click of a mechanical watch, and the atmosphere around him also changed slightly. When witnessing this, Ma-en's body instinctively created several layers of telekinesis networks around him, and also established mental defense facilities, but he stopped immediately, because he noticed something strange. At this moment, there was a clear knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Can I come in? A young man's voice came from outside. Ma-en replied, no. The man outside the door ignored his refusal, turned the handle, and pushed the door open, then walked into the room and stood behind Kanya. The intruder wore a black windbreaker and a white crying mask on his face, and there was no hole for the wearer to look out, but the pair of eyes made of black lines made Ma-en feel a little creepy that he was being watched. Faced with a sudden vision, Ma-en's first thought was surprise and confusion. He never thought that he would be attacked during the meeting with the Federation, and it was such a strange guy. He was so confident not only because of the existence of the armistice agreement, but also because even if the Federation really noticed his problem, it might not attack him at this time. And if they really wanted to catch or kill me, it shouldn't be like this now. Can you explain what's going on? Ma-en said calmly while looking at the visitor. The crying man said with regret, of course, you still have 1 minute, and the task I got is to make you die painfully. I have to think about how to torture you in the next long minute. Sorry, I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Please forgive me if I don't do it well later. Ma-en was still sitting in his original position, looking up at the weirdo. Then you have to hurry up. The crying man suddenly chuckled, and his laughter somehow made Ma-en feel like the cry of a human child, which made Ma-en feel a strong sense of weirdness and discomfort. This feeling has gone beyond reason, and it seems to be received directly by his soul, and there is no way to intercept it through his rational thoughts. Sorry. The crying man smiled and waved his hand. I can't help it. It's okay. You don't have to worry about the time for me. Let me see. As he said this, he raised his right hand and looked at his blank wrist with his eyes made of black ink. Well, he said seriously, now we have a full minute left. It seems that you and I still have plenty of time. You still have a long time to slowly repent. So our customer's money is really worth it. It only takes 1 minute to make me spend almost an eternity to serve. I want to spend money to order my own order. Faced with his boasting, Ma-en still asked calmly, can you control time? Although the current situation has not been confirmed, fortunately, the crying man opposite looks particularly arrogant, and he is not at all shy about saying what he wants to do. Ma-en naturally wants to seize this opportunity to test him as much as possible. No, I'm not that strong yet. The crying man touched his head and said a little embarrassedly like a child praised by a teacher, I can only control your time. In fact, at this time, Ma-en has basically understood what is going on now. The crying man in front of him is not a material entity at all, and the surroundings that seem to be frozen at this moment are not the result of time stagnation. Because he entered his own spiritual world, What was frozen was not reality, but his thoughts. As for the purpose of the other party doing this, it is likely to be the torture, he said. In fact, this is also a common method used by Ma to deal with other ability users in the past, but he did not expect that there would be an ability user who is stronger than himself in the spiritual field to deal with him in this way. It seems that you have noticed it. The crying face man said, as if he could read his mind. As a telepath, you barely passed the test, but sometimes the boundary between reality and spirit is not so clear. You have also seen the shadow, so you should understand this principle. Ma-en looked at the careless crying face man and finally asked the question in his mind. Who sent you here, and why are you here? I don't remember who I offended. The crying face man pulled out a chair facing him, then sat down with his hands on the back of the chair, and his eyes stared at Ma-en, who still looked very calm. Then you'd better think about it. I won't tell you who sent me. I have professional ethics, but you can think carefully about who would want your life. But don't pretend in front of me. I know your life very well. If I were to say, the people who want to kill you might be able to line up from here to the restaurant door. You are not as innocent as you say. Ma-en said sincerely. Then at least you can tell me who you are? The crying man tilted his head slightly, and then said with some doubt and curiosity, Are you really not afraid of me? I don't know if you really realize that the guy standing in front of you, who may look a little strange, is a living 5th level ability user. You are really going to die. Ma-en said innocently. Since I am going to die, it is not unacceptable to tell me these things. At least let me die with a clear mind. Anyway, I can't escape from your palm. The crying man said with an interested tone. I didn't expect that the target this time is still an interesting guy. To be honest, you are quite to my taste. If it weren't my job to kill you, I might really talk to you for a few more words. It seems that your fame in the Federation is not purely due to good luck. Maybe I should pay more attention to you little guys, but unfortunately I can't answer you this time. Because my job is not to kill you, but to make you die painfully. So if Ma-en wants to know his identity and who killed him, then the crying man must not let him die clearly. After all, he has taken the job anyway. He can't violate the contract. Ma-en frowned slightly. If you want me to die painfully, then at least let me know why I died. If I die inexplicably, I will only feel confused. After all, I don't think I have made any mistakes that will lead to death. Only when you tell me what has brought me to this point, I will feel regret and pain. The lines on the mask of the crying man seem to blink. I can feel that you are not lying, but don't you have fear? You are going to die, and your soul and body will turn into dust, as if you have never been to this time, but you don't seem to care about anything. Are you mentally ill? Ma-en answered honestly. No, of course I am afraid of death, otherwise I would have died long ago. It's just that fear of death can't keep me alive, right? The tone of the crying man added a little more disgust. You are such a weirdo. I have begun to find you uninteresting. Ma-en looked into his eyes, and said, You want to kill me for some reasons that have nothing to do with you. In my opinion, you are the weirdo. Click. He heard the second hand ticking again. The crying man also looked up at the ceiling as if he had received a signal, and then looked at Ma-en again. We only have 59 seconds left. Chapter 434. The crying man stood up again, raised his hand to pat the non-existent dust on his clothes, then raised his head to look at Ma-en, who was still sitting in the same place, and then said seriously again, Although you didn't lie, I still won't tell you the cause of your death. After all, I can't only rely on this method to make you die painfully. I did say that I'm not good at torturing people. But that's compared to other 5th level ability users. Mortals like you are still easy for me to deal with. You are also a telepath, so it shouldn't be difficult to imagine how to torture others in the spiritual realm. The simplest way is to directly distort your mind and make you fall into madness and pain, but that would be a bit too easy, and I prefer the original way of handling it. In fact, now I just need to leave here, fix you in place, and extend this time countless times to make you truly feel how terrible eternal loneliness is. But don't worry, I won't do that kind of horrible thing to you. It seems that although this crying face man is arrogant, he still has the professional qualities of a killer. After all, he can actually say that he can kill himself 100%, but he still hasn't revealed any information about his employer. But in fact, in this short 1 second, Ma-en also has a basic outline of the whole thing. It is obvious that the crying face man was hired. He is likely to belong to a special killer organization, and he did not specifically cover this up. There is also a requirement to die painfully. Therefore, if the possibility that this is a disguise is ruled out, then the guy who hired him to kill himself must have the following obvious characteristics. First of all, he himself does not have the ability to kill himself, which can rule out organizations like the federal government, the Southern Gods, and the Holy Church that can easily send high-level members to kill him. In fact, the Southern gods themselves have reasons to hire others to deal with him. After all, these gods can't just leave the Southern Federation to find him, but Maan doesn't think that this group can do it to him. Because if the employer is a force like the Southern gods, they will definitely not give this killer a request to let him die painfully, and if they really set their sights on him, I'm afraid they won't let him die easily. So these giant organizations can basically rule out suspicion, and considering this special request, the person who hired this crying face to kill him probably has a grudge against him, not any conflict of interest. In this way, people like Shadow, an angel of the Holy Church, several gods, and top-level ability users like Xiaoyao can basically be completely ruled out. Although they all have the possibility of killing him, they will definitely do it more cleanly, and will not leave him any chance to struggle. After entering the abnormal world, I have killed quite a few people with special abilities. Although I am relatively clean, it is impossible to leave no traces. Those who died at my hands may have deserved it, but it does not mean that no one cares about them. It's just that even if they want to seek revenge on me, they can't do anything that can threaten me. There are very few people who can afford to hire a 5th-level special ability user. Considering the time and place of the attack. The Shu family. Maan raised his head and looked at him directly, saying, "They found you." "Huh?" The crying man said with some surprise. "How did you know?" Maan replied calmly, "I was very clean, and there are not many enemies that I didn't eradicate. Although no matter how I think about it, I don't think the Shu family is likely to know that I did it, but this timing is too perfect. I am not particularly vigilant when meeting with members of the Federation, and if they want to kill me, they have reason to call me out, because I am very careful, and no one knows my whereabouts. Even if it is impossible, it will only be the Shu family who will do it." The crying man slightly raised his eyebrows, and looked at Ma-En in front of him with some surprise. In the short time he entered his mind, this man surprised himself several times. Snap, snap, snap. He looked at Ma-En and clapped his hands. "Awesome, you are even better than what is said outside. In fact, I had high expectations for this meeting, but you broke my original expectations and completely exceeded my expectations. Listening to what you said, I even feel that you should not have been found out." Ma-En took over the conversation with a natural look. "You are right. I didn't think that I would be retaliated by the Shu family, and I am also a little curious about how they realized that it was me who did it. There is no room for surprises in this whole thing." The crying man sighed with some regret. "It's a pity that we will never know the answer, but there is also good news. At least there will be many surprises in my mission this time." When he said this, the crying face on his mask somehow smiled a little more, and the ink eyes he stared at Ma and were filled with some indescribable emotions. Some strong emotions. "You know?" The crying face man said happily, "In fact, when I just met you, I just wanted to deal with the work and leave, and simply let you scream a few times in the spiritual realm. But you caused several waves in my heart, curiosity, disappointment, boredom, but until just now I deeply realized that I actually underestimated you far. You are not like what I imagined at first. You are not the kind of guy with a sick brain, nor are you a cold-blooded weirdo without fear. You are more interesting than them." His voice sounded like a child who found a new toy. "Sure enough." Ma-En nodded slightly. "I knew you were a little abnormal." The crying face man laughed out loud. "Really? Then you should sympathize with me. Anyway, I am very happy to meet you. If I didn't have to work now, I would definitely make friends with you. But if it weren't for this job, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. It seems that we should both thank it for bringing us together." 1 minute is really long. Ma-En is still trying to delay him. "I also think you are very interesting. Maybe we can really be friends. You are a 5th-level ability user. I believe this assassination mission is not that important to you. As long as..." The crying man said with a little excitement, "You are right, but I prefer to see who they are before making friends, and I don't particularly care how long my friends can accompany me. After all, no matter how long the boring life is, it is not as good as a tense and exciting minute." Chapter 435. The crying face man was slightly excited. He hadn't seen a man like Ma-En for a long time, and now, he couldn't help but look forward to Ma-En's reaction to his methods. He hoped that Ma-En would give him an answer that he could never have imagined. "Pain is a very interesting word." The crying face man said seriously. "The simplest and purest pain is physical torture, but this kind of thing is not useful for everyone, especially for people with ideals. That kind of creature often has a special paralysis method to transform the pain they endure into a pleasant emotion in the spiritual realm, but this situation often appears in confession. But we are not in that situation. It stands to reason that torturing your body and spirit and letting your mind feel the purest pain is also quite useful, and I can see you begging for mercy from me. But I don't intend to use that kind of low-level method. I have higher aspirations than them. In fact, it's not that he is against this solution, but if he does that, mine will have no room to play freely, and will only scream and wail, and he won't be able to get what he wants. Mayan sat in his original position and asked curiously, "So how do you want to torture my mind?" Until now, he has not given any counterattack. This is not because he is particularly patient, but because he really has no way to deal with the 5th level ability user who broke into his spiritual world. The crying man put on a high-sounding attitude and said, "Hatred is actually the best way to torture humans. It will give rise to countless stupid things and mistakes, and before you can complete your revenge, it will torture your mind forever. And guilt is also a strong poison. It can constantly erode your soul, and make you regret the mistakes you made unintentionally. It is not difficult to let these two bad emotions take root in the hearts of humans at the same time. Just kill the people they care about." Mayan asked curiously, "Don't you only have 1 minute?" The crying man said with a smile, "Are you worried that I won't be able to find the people you care about in time? Maybe I didn't make it clear enough. I am a 5th level ability user." "Me too," he said in his heart. "Why can't I do it?" But Mayan also replied, "If that's the case, I can only say sorry. Because I only care about my sister, but unfortunately, she is a saint of the church." The crying man showed a surprised expression. "This is the truth? Your sister is really a saint of the church?" "Yes, you can always surprise me." Mayan could tell that the crying-faced man was not particularly disappointed, but rather enjoyed the process. However, the important thing was that he had already determined that he was not using any secret method to sense his thoughts. And if he put himself in the other person's perspective, he might have done so deliberately. "But you didn't tell the whole story." The crying-faced man's tone became somewhat complacent again. "You really care about more than just your sister. There are other people you haven't said." Mayan nodded. "Yes, I still care about Xinjiao's life and death." A short silence. The crying-faced man cleared his throat, and then said, as if he hadn't heard the previous sentence, "You still care about other people." Yes, he does care about others. But you are not afraid. Before Mayan could speak, the crying man answered the question for him. "You are not worried that the people you care about will be hurt, because you have already made sufficient preparations." "But I already knew this. It doesn't mean anything," Mayan said without sarcasm. "I'm sorry that I didn't care about your feelings. I just thought about how to survive. I like this part of you that is not rigid." The crying man said, "Although the people you care about have been protected very well by you, this is actually your weakness as a good person. Even for those who don't have so much affection for you, you will care about their life and death, such as the two people sitting in this room at the moment. I can feel that you don't want them to die." "What a pity. This is the disadvantage of being soft-hearted," Mayan said. "Remind you, Tang Xuowan is a member of the Shu family, and Kanaya is also a researcher of the Federation. The former is your employer for this operation, and killing the latter is also a trouble for you." The crying man said, "Well, if you didn't say it, I would have almost forgotten it. I was thinking that Tang Xuowan didn't know about this, so I could use you to deal with him. But you said it, and I remembered it." The employer also specifically asked not to affect other people present. The crying man raised his hand and patted his head, as if he was regretting that he had forgotten this, but Mayan felt that his action had particularly obvious traces of performance, as if he had just deliberately forgotten it. "But," there was a hint of laughter in the crying man's voice, "you should be particularly concerned about the lives of those innocent people. If I randomly grab the kinder souls around and kill them in front of you, will you hate and feel pain because of their death?" Mayan frowned slightly. "I think I will be angry, but aren't you my friend? Do you want us to continue in that rigid relationship for the next minute? Don't you want me to give you some other surprises? Your doing this will only make me regard you as another damn enemy. That would not be fun." The crying man touched his chin after hearing this, as if he was really thinking about Mayan's words. Then he nodded slightly, as if he really listened to it, and said, "That makes sense. I should get along well with you. In this case, I actually have something to confess to you. Because I am a little worried that the purpose of your playing with me is just to survive, not really treating me as a true friend, and I am also afraid of being cheated by a heartless man. So I want to tell you first that everything you are doing now is useless. If you want to delay and survive for a minute, then I advise you to give up this idea. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so interesting, so before meeting you, I still ensured my professional qualities. Before you noticed something strange and saw me, I have already killed you." Mayan asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" "It means literally." The crying man shrugged, I have killed you and created an illusion to deceive your senses. What is here now is just your soul that has not completely dispersed. Even I can't reverse your death, so now. Are we still friends? Under his mask was a sincere smile. Chapter 436. I'm dead? Ma-in frowned, as if the bad news he heard was just a cold. The crying man's tone was more smiling, as if he was very satisfied with Ma-in's reaction. Yes, I have blown your body into blood foam. Your spirit has lost the support of the body. If you are not a psychic, your soul has begun to dissipate now. But even if it is you, you can't hold on for long, which is why I want to keep you here. I'm waiting for you to die completely. As he spoke, the surrounding environment became blurred for a moment, and then the pure bright red instantly dyed the empty room, and countless blood and flesh residues floated in every inch of space in the room. They are splashing around. He exploded. Ma-in looked at his splattered flesh. That's why you are so patient. The crying man shook his head slightly. You are wrong. Do you have a chance to escape if I am impatient? I am so patient just because I enjoy my work. Ma-in stood up and nodded at him. What a pity. I really wanted to rely on communicating with you to fight for the possibility of survival, but I didn't expect you to kill me before I noticed anything unusual. It seems that you are really professional. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the company. The crying man said with an approving tone. Yes, you should have noticed it through the previous contact between the Shu family and us. In fact, before the crying man answered, Ma-in had not really confirmed this. But this answer gave him another answer. So the people who came to you were Shu Yupeng and Tang Jinghong. Ma-in continued, and this is definitely not the decision of the entire Shu family, otherwise they would let you snatch the longevity pill from me. Of course, they are afraid that the longevity pill is not on me, so they will not attack me at all. The crying man felt more and more appreciative of Ma-in. Shu Yupeng should be glad that they came to us, otherwise they would not live for a few days if they provoked a ruthless character like you. It's a pity that you are now half a foot in the grave. What a pity. If I could have a chance to start over, I would definitely not kill you so quickly, but let you see the hope of survival and struggle hard. This time alone will definitely be much more interesting. But you didn't let me down, and you haven't given up yet. Ma-in could tell that the crying man was smiling when he said this. That's right. Even if he had the power of the sea-covering scepter and could strengthen his mental strength, he couldn't escape the cage created by this professional telepath within a minute. Although this minute is still very long, the flow rate can be manipulated by the opponent at will. If the crying man wanted, he might even let himself pass this minute in a flash, so that his body and soul would be reduced to a point where they could not be restored, and then he would really be close to death. As expected, there is still a big gap between a fake 5th level ability user like himself and the real one. Thank you, Ma-in said, but you can stop thinking about how to make me suffer for the time being. The crying man blinked. Have you come up with any new ideas? Click. Ma-in finally stood up and looked directly at the mask with black lines on a white background. No, I mean you can think carefully about how to kill me within this minute. After all, if I'm right, you have to be able to kill me before you can consider how to torture me. Right? The crying man frowned slightly, then looked into Ma-in's eyes. I can always. He suddenly became speechless. Ma-in pushed away the chair and began to walk around the table towards the position where the crying man stood. You didn't really try to invade my mind at all, but wanted to torture me directly. This is not a mistake for a 5th level ability user who is superior to ordinary people. But this also made you realize that even if you tried to invade, it would be useless. That's right. Even if the crying man invaded his mind with the idea of killing him the moment he saw him, and at the same time blew his flesh and soul into powder, it would be useless. Because he had already activated the sea-covering scepter when he left the Control Bureau dimension. This is the most basic caution as a mastermind. The crying man stared at Ma-in, who was walking towards him, and his tone became particularly serious. Who are you? Ma-in's spirit is as vast as the ocean. Everything is fake. He was severely deceived. This Ma-in is not a 4th level ability user at all, but a 5th level ability user who is on par with himself. He is not afraid of death just because he will not die at all. He was deceived by the bad guy. Ma-in shrugged. Sorry, I am also professional, and will not reveal my identity casually. But you still have 58 seconds, during which you can slowly think about how to kill me. I am also curious whether you can do something unexpected. I am looking forward to you surprising me. Let me see how exciting these 58 seconds can be. The tone of the crying-faced man was obviously quite unhappy. So you are playing me for a fool? Since you are not afraid of me at all, why do you pretend to be an interesting guy and make me happy for so long? Faced with this questioning, Ma-in did not say that he wanted to know who the employer was. He just asked back with a slightly puzzled tone. Am I not playing with you? In my opinion, lying does not mean that I do not regard you as a friend. And don't you think that life with all the truth is particularly boring? Don't you think your reaction now is not interesting? The crying face man was stunned, and then seemed to be thinking about this question seriously. Then, the crying face on his mask suddenly turned into a smiling face. You are right, he said with a smile. I spoiled the fun, but now I have a job, and I have to get serious next, so please promise me to live. I'm looking forward to meeting you next time. Then his body in the black windbreaker began to expand rapidly, instantly tearing apart all the clothes except the smiley mask, revealing the withered black tall and thin body underneath, and the 4 terrifying and hideous arms. And the smiley mask was also twisting and growing wildly, slowly turning into a weird face that even Ma-En could hardly look at and understand, and then it rushed directly towards him. Almost at the same time, the roaring sea water smashed the window, directly flooded the entire room in an instant. Then, they wrestled into a ball. Chapter 437. Paw. With a crisp sound, Time in Tang Xuowan's eyes was suddenly covered with a thin layer of blood red. Then she could vaguely feel that her face was smeared with sticky liquid, as if someone threw a ball of ketchup on her face, but the pungent smell that followed immediately made her realize what it was. Blood. She froze in place in an instant, her mind became blank, and she couldn't react to what happened in front of her, nor could she perceive the passage of time. She just stood there motionless. After an unknown amount of time, something moved in her blood-red vision. It was Kanaya, who was sitting opposite her. She looked around with some vigilance and confusion, then stood up and walked to Tang Xuowan, raised her hand to wipe the blood off her face, and then asked carefully, "Are you still conscious?" It was only then that she felt that she could move. However, Tang Xuowan immediately had a question in her mind. Why did Kanaya come to her first instead of waking up Ma-En, who was sitting next to her? But she immediately understood the reason. Tang Xuowan turned her head, and saw that she was empty beside her. Only then did she figure out who these flesh and blood belonged to. Ma-En. Tang Xuowan's voice was filled with a kind of dazed sadness. Dead? Kanaya wiped her face, and her cold face also showed some emotion. Sorry, please accept my condolences. Those with abnormal abilities always encounter such things. Kanaya did not expect Ma-En to suddenly explode in front of her, but rationally thinking that this former member of the Salvation Alliance must have offended many people, and anyone could kill him. Tang Xuowan said blankly, "Is this an assassination?" Kanaya saw that she remembered her sister's death, nodded slightly, and then silently stepped back a few steps, and began to prepare to contact the outside world and pass on the news of Ma-En's sudden death. Tang Xuowan slowly sat back on the chair, supported her head with both hands, and closed her eyes. At this moment, her mind was full of thoughts, sadness, confusion, doubt, confusion, surprise, fear, powerlessness, and countless emotions mixed together like a pot of soup, so that she couldn't even realize what she was thinking. "No," Kanaya whispered, "I can't." Just then, Kanya noticed that there seemed to be some changes around her. It seemed that the blood on the wall moved. Before she started to be afraid and alert, the blood in this room began to move, and the way they moved was not like flesh and blood, but more like liquid. To be precise, it was sea water. Tang Xuowan also felt the blood splashing on her body flowing, and opened her eyes in surprise. Then, they saw that the flesh and blood in the whole room were gathering towards the center, and as they moved, their colors were slowly turning lighter and bluer, and finally slowly turned into water, and condensed into a suspended waterfall. Then Ma-En came out. He did not have any self-healing ability, because this was not a harm to the seawater at all. "Sorry, I scared you," Ma-En said politely. "The capable person attacked me, but I have solved the problem. You don't have to worry about anything." Tang Xuowan stared at Ma-En with surprise. "I thought you were dead, how did you?" Of course he was fine. Although this was his first direct battle with a real 5th level ability user, and the opponent did not hold back, and the opponent was not a particularly weak ability user, the problem was, they only had 1 minute. During the conversation, this minute passed very slowly, but when it came to the battle, no matter how long a minute was, it was still limited for a 5th level ability user, and neither of them could do anything to the other in such a short time. But now Ma-En's head was still a little dizzy, and the crying man did leave him some scars, but for him, it was just a matter of resting for a few more days. In fact, this incident also made Ma-En decide to be more careful. If it weren't for the 5th level abnormal characteristics of the sea covering scepter that he usually carried with him almost every time he went out, it was very likely that he would really fall into it this time. He also had to obtain the spiritual treasure made of anti-psychic metal as soon as possible. At that time, he could not only try to obtain the powerful power of the moon god, but also counter this dangerous psychic ability user anytime and anywhere. But before that, he had to solve the problem in front of him. Ma said to Tang Xuowan in a gentle voice, "I'm fine. By the way, you can be sure that there are no members of the federal government monitoring here, right?" Tang Xuowan didn't realize what he wanted to do, and gave the correct answer reflexively, "No." Then, she suddenly noticed that Kanaya seemed to be frozen. Ma turned around and looked at Kanaya, who was tied up by him. "I also want to know the answer to this question. Don't be afraid, and don't lie. Although you don't remember it, we have actually reached a condition. I will help you make up for the mistakes in the past. Remember March 27th? This date was like a code, instantly calming Kanya down. When Ma released her mouth, she simply replied, "No one is watching us." Tang Xuowan finally realized something was wrong, and looked at Ma in surprise. "What's going on? What are you talking about? What do you want to do? Are we partners?" Ma said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but there are some things I don't want others to know. I'm not guarding against you, but I'm worried that the Federation or others will know about this through you. If possible." Hearing this, Tang Xuowan also calmed down, and then showed a look of understanding. "So that's it, I understand." Tang Xuowan still trusted Ma and even forced her to ignore what Ma had just said to Kanaya. Ma raised his hand to them, and like a skilled craftsman, he removed this memory from their minds. He did this because he didn't think he would be exposed. Because he had learned that the assassination was the personal behavior of Xu Yipeng and Tang Jinghong, he was going to find Xu Yipeng and other members of the Xu family, and invade their minds to determine how Xu Yipeng knew the secret, and who knew about it. If only Xu Yipeng and Tang Jinghong knew about it, he could attack them directly, and if the entire Xu family knew about it, he only needed to join forces with the Xu family to let the secret sink into the sea. Yes, he believed that other members of the Xu family would stand on his side. But no one noticed that there was a fourth creature around at this time. A scorching sun was hanging outside the window. Ma solved the problem of the assassin as smoothly as he expected, but he didn't expect Ma to be the person in Atlantis. Chapter 438. Basement. Xu Yupeng took a deep breath of cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke from his lungs, stared at the half-filled glass of whiskey on the table with empty eyes, and finally forced the cigarette in his hand to be extinguished by will. He was waiting. He had arranged the next things: how to get his daughter and wife to leave here, how to deal with his father's upcoming questioning, and then tried hard to keep his position. Although it was difficult to get out of here, Xu Yupeng decided to stay here and face other family members. After all, he was one of the 6 members of the Xu family, and would not be dealt with at will. As long as he handled it well, his end might not be very miserable, and in the end, these benefits were brought to the Xu family by his daughter. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't even get half a longevity pill. No matter how he comforted himself, he couldn't dispel the haze in his heart. Even if Xu Yipeng didn't face it again, he vaguely realized that his ending would not be much better, and even a little regret rose in his heart. Is it really worth it? No matter what he does, Xu Yun can't come back to life. He closed his eyes, and thought for a few seconds, and immediately got the answer in his heart. Ding. With a crisp sound, the holographic projection system in the basement started to work, and the young man who had signed a contract with him not long ago also appeared again, and Xu Yupeng also raised his head and looked at him. He could already predict what he would hear. But the other party's expression was very bad, and it was hard to see that he was beyond his expectations. "Sorry," the young man said apologetically, "we have completed the fatal pursuit process as you requested, but unfortunately according to the feedback from our staff, he only had time to leave Ma with minor injuries." Xu Yupeng widened his eyes, and looked at the other party in shock. "What did you say? I almost invested everything I have. Are you sure you are not kidding?" The young man shook his head slightly. "I understand your feelings, but we did not kill Ma In." Xu Yupeng was furious. "You took my money, but told me that he was still alive. This is a scam. You must not." The young man looked at him with sympathy after he vented his anger, and then said, "Originally, the effect of this series of agreements is limited. If you want to kill a 5th level ability user, you should go to my superior for a detailed discussion." Xu Yupeng was stunned. 5th level. The young man nodded slightly. "I'm sorry, but this is the information provided by our staff. If you need it, you can contact your superior at any time through me, but such cooperation may take a long time to discuss." And they all knew that Xu Yupeng could never afford this money. Xu Yupeng could even see some pity in the young man's eyes, because in his opinion, Xu Yupeng, who offended a 5th level ability user, might not be able to live for a few days. Get lost. He grabbed the glass in front of him and threw it at the holographic device in front of him. The projection of the young man, who was smiling politely, flickered a few times, and then the room fell into darkness again. He sat back down heavily, then fumbled around with his hands for several times, and finally found the cigarette box in a hurry, and then lit a cigarette immediately. It's over. This was the only thought in his mind. He smiled bitterly, and then his whole body collapsed on the sofa, looking at the broken projection device in front of him with a dazed look, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It was not until the cigarette, but was about to burn his beard, that a new idea came to his mind. It was time to run for his life. But he immediately extinguished this new idea. He didn't think he could escape to anywhere, and as a middle-aged man with a wife and daughter, it would be difficult for him to hide with them for a long time. Then, it seemed that he should go to die. This was also the reason why he didn't tell Xiaowan and Jinghong about this. If something really happened, he could die alone to calm Ma En's anger, and Xiaowan and Jinghong should still be able to survive. Ma En was a good person, and would not vent his anger on his family casually. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Xiaowan, and it was even more impossible for him to kill her and Jinghong. As long as he died, this matter would basically end smoothly. Moreover, the Xu family would also mediate. They would be happy to hand him over and tell Xiaowan and Jinghong a seemingly reasonable explanation, so that Ma En would have no reason to kill them. Thinking of this, he slowly calmed down again and threw the cigarette, but in his hand, into the ashtray. After accepting his own death, Xu Yupeng had many new thoughts in his mind. He did have to die, but his daughter's matter was over. Was his revenge all for his own death? Would that devil never be judged? No, it must not end like this. Maybe he couldn't kill him, or even hurt a hair on his head, but he had a way to hurt Ma En. In fact, the weapon that could really hurt him was always in his hand. That was the secret that Ma En violated the armistice agreement, and now he had another. Ma En was a 5th level ability user. This news actually means a lot of things. Ma En concealed his true strength from the Federation, and it is even possible that he was a 5th level ability user when he rescued Qinlan. He is a 5th level ability user sent by Xin Xiao, that's right, and this means that they may have made some mistakes in their judgment of Xin Xiao, and Ma En may be the backup she left behind. If he is lucky, he may be the most important backup of Xin Xiao, and it seems that his joining the Federation has a completely different explanation, and his slight abnormality can be better understood. He did not compromise with the Federation at all. The armistice agreement was a bargaining chip he and Xin Xiao handed over together, and the purpose was to allow this dangerous 5th level ability user to sneak into the Federation. Ma En is an undercover, and his purpose does not need to be thought about. Xu Yupeng can tell it. He did this for Xin Xiao Xingzhe, of course, and it is very likely that he wanted to rescue Xin Xiao. Unexpectedly, he just wanted to avenge his daughter, and found such a big fish. Since Maine is no longer a person with abnormal abilities that the Federation wants to win over, but a poisonous snake with terrifying destructive power that has infiltrated the Federation, then fighting him can be considered a meritorious service. The Federation is likely to provide strong enough protection for me. Not only can my family live safely, but I don't have to die, and the murderer will get the punishment I deserve. I am as fragile as a bug in front of Maine, but Maine is the same in front of the Federation. Even if the Federation cannot kill him, at least it can prevent him from achieving his desired goal. Xu Yupeng smiled. This was no longer a matter of life or death. If this matter was handled smoothly enough, he might become the real controller of the Xu family in a few months. Thinking of this, he paused, and then temporarily dispelled his greedy thoughts. This matter was not something he could solve independently. Now Ma En had noticed something strange. He didn't know how long it would take to find out that he was the one who sent the company. If he wanted to pass this news up, he had to go through layers of investigation. The one who really had the connections in the family was Xu Xingyuan, his father, who should have died long ago. Only by relying on can all these things be done in a short time, and he really needs the power and intelligence network of the entire Xu family. He is not qualified to enjoy this credit alone. After understanding this, he suppressed his dream of making meritorious deeds, picked up his mobile phone, and prepared to inform other members of the family of this heavy news, and let them quickly spread it in the Federation, and send a 5th level ability person to ensure his personal safety. But he had just pressed 2 numbers when the door of the basement was pushed open. Xu Yupeng looked at the stairs in surprise. No one should be able to enter here. But when he saw the face of the intruder, he understood why the other party could forcefully open the door, because the one walking down the stairs was Xu Xingyuan, the real controller of the family. Of course he could open this door, Everything was firmly in his hands. Xu Yuping had already thought of why his father came here. If he hadn't found anything, he would have begged for forgiveness in front of this old man, but the situation was different now. I know why you are here, Xu Yupeng said to his father, who was walking towards him, but listen to me first. I have discovered the important secret of Ma En. Snap! The old man who walked in front of his son slapped him in the face. Xu Yupeng didn't react at all that his father was slapping him, which made him fall into deep confusion and puzzlement. Because slapping is not something his father would do, Xu Xingyuan would only order someone to be dealt with secretly, and would never hit someone with his own hands even when facing the guy he hated the most. You disappoint me so much, Xu Xingyuan said gloomily. Why, I gave you some power, and you think you have grown wings and can spare me from doing things. Who do you think you are? If you don't have my blood in you, do you think you can have the position you have today? Xu Yupeng looked at his father coldly and said, I am very glad that it is not your blood that flows in my body. I will not be indifferent to the enemy who killed my child. Snap. Xu Xingyuan raised his hand to slap Xu Yupeng again, but this time he also raised his hand to block the blow, and cast an extremely cold look at his father. Don't expect me to be you. No matter what I become, I will never be a demon like you. Xu Xingyuan looked at him with disappointment and contempt in his eyes. Is that so? Is this the reason why you betray the interests of the family? It's just that a daughter died. If you want, you can have more, but you only have one father. Do you think the revenge of your dead daughter is more important than the future life of your living father? After hearing this, Xu Yupeng no longer cared to tell Ma En's secret. He stared at Xu Xingyuan with gritted teeth, looking like he wanted to chew this old man into pieces and swallow it. I know you won't give me a chance to take revenge. Xu Yupeng lowered his voice and said angrily, you will never be satisfied with a few longevity pills, and you will never destroy the cooperation with Ma En for Xu Yun. You will squeeze out as much value as possible from him. Xu Xingyuan shook his head slightly. We have already agreed with Ma En that people should be honest. Xu Yupeng was directly laughed at by this sentence, but just when he was about to do something, Xu Xingyuan turned around first and faced the direction he came from, then bent down deeply and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, it's all because of my poor parenting and my old age that I have caused you so much trouble. Our Xu family will do our best to make up for your losses. My son and I are here to apologize to you now. You can kill me or punish me. Please do as you like. Speaking of this, Xu Xingyuan actually knelt down in that direction and kowtowed heavily. Xu Yupeng was stunned. He had never seen his father so servile in his life. The next sound froze him in place. It's okay. Ma En slowly walked out of the shadows and helped the old man with a smile. A solid cooperation will always encounter small setbacks, and this is not something you can control. Since you have all apologized, I will take back the agreement of 2 longevity pills as compensation. Xu Xingyuan's body trembled slightly at this time, but he didn't say anything. Ma En knew very well that what really made the old man kneel down was not only fear, but also greed. But he just smiled and said, but for the sake of our future cooperation, I will take out 2 longevity pills myself and give them to the Xu family. Of course, next time there is such a thing, remember to tell me in time. You see, this time you didn't tell me that you got the news, so it became like this. As he said, Ma En reached out and patted the dust off the old man. Xu Yupeng stared at Ma En, who was supporting his father in a daze, and then he realized that his father had deliberately angered him just now because he didn't want him to tell the secret of Ma En. Those were also shown to the terrifying man in front of him. Xu Xingyuan, with a hunched body that looked like he had just reached middle age, stood behind Ma En very humbly, staring at him sternly, like a father who was scolding his child. But it was more like a wild dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Ma En also smiled at Xu Yupeng. You actually have a good idea. If you had changed your opponent, you might have succeeded. But unfortunately, I won't leave this opportunity for my opponent. Ma En was referring to the thoughts in Xu Yupeng's mind just now. This sentence made Xu Yupeng feel like he was falling into an ice cave. It was not until this moment that he realized how ridiculous he was just now. He was still thinking about how to use the Federation to deal with him, but he completely forgot how terrifying Ma En was. Yes, they found the treasure, but they didn't realize that the evil dragon was sleeping under the Golden Mountain. His rash actions dragged the entire family into the abyss. Now, the evil dragon is targeting them. Xu Yupeng smiled miserably, trying to muster up the courage to face death, but he heard his own voice trembling. Do it. Ma En asked in confusion. What do you want to do? Xu Yupeng closed his eyes, not daring to look directly at the figure that was so tall compared to his father. Kill me. Is that what you mean? Ma En explained gently. You may have misunderstood. I don't kill my partners casually. Of course, I will definitely not let you leave like this. I will erase the most important secrets in your hearts, but you will still remember what happened today, but you will not know what you have learned. After all, I think you definitely don't want to have my handle in your hands. If that's the case. Xu Yupeng knew the answer, so Ma and could only kill the insider to silence him. Now that the enemy was standing in front of him, Xu Yupeng no longer had any thoughts of revenge. His mind was still replaying the way his father tried to please him, and then he understood. He would never have the courage to resist Ma En in his life. Looking at his gloomy eyes, Ma En smiled and stretched out his hand. I wish us a happy cooperation. Chapter 439. Ma En's idea is very simple. Since there are traces left, why not just use this incident to completely control the Xu family? In addition to having the deadly force that can threaten this family, he also has the life extension technology that they dream of. It is difficult to control a group for a long time with force or interests alone, but it is different when the two are combined. Coupled with his telepathic ability, it is still very easy to make them surrender. This is also inseparable from the greed and arrogance rooted in Xu Xingyuan's bones. For him, such conditions are not bad at all, and he is definitely not the kind of person who is afraid of federal rules. Of course, this is also related to his fear of death. If he really disagrees, Ma En has no other feasible means of response except killing all the informed members of the Xu family. In fact, just looking at this matter, Ma En has no need to kill. He is not the kind of person who must kill. Normally, just erase this memory from their minds. Under normal circumstances, Ma En would choose the safer way to deal with it. But now, he absolutely cannot erase his memory and pretend that nothing happened, because he has not really solved this sudden problem. Xu Xingyuan has told him all the details. Someone provided them with this information, and they can't find out who it is. Ma En also tried to track it down, but couldn't find any clues at all, as if this information appeared out of thin air. This is why he can't erase their memory directly. Even if he does so, as long as the mastermind is not caught, he can give them this information again at any time. By then, I'm afraid Xu Yupeng will have to avenge his daughter again. That's why he decided to secretly cooperate with this family, but this time, he will complete the leading cooperation, and what he really needs to pay is the promised longevity pills and other promised life extension technologies. As long as he can continue to provide them with benefits, the Xu family will execute most of his instructions. But even if they want to continue to resist, it's too late. Ma En has a very fine control over the memory erasure of these Xu family members, and only deleted his own secrets and a few related memories around them. And they will still remember that they have received a certain information, but they will also remember the final conclusion they came to about this information, that is, the current cooperative relationship is the most beneficial to the Xu family. Even if someone lets them know the news again, in most cases they will maintain their original judgment, although there are other small possibilities, but that is not important to him. Because he only needs to get the anti-spiritual spiritual treasure, and now the Xu family, under his drive, is doing its best to promote the contract between Xiaoyao and the Federation for him, and it is estimated that it will take only a few days at most to be completely settled. After getting the anti-psychic metal, he had to hide immediately. Although this matter did not seem particularly bad, in Ma En's eyes, it was actually one of the most dangerous challenges he had faced so far, and it had seriously threatened his life. The opponent did not even show up in person, but he almost let his secret be exposed, and he actually had evidence that he had killed Xu Yun, which also made Ma En feel quite terrible. That is to say, this opponent can directly disclose this information at any time, and he knows very well how to use this to influence himself, and he has some intelligence means far beyond his own. He can get the evidence that he killed Xu Yun, and he can also quietly hand it over to the Xu family. The purpose of the other party doing this is obviously to target himself, and he wants to kill himself without leaving any trace. If the other party does not want to expose his identity, he may have come to find him in person. Ma En didn't even think about it, and he came to the conclusion that the other party has a 5th level ability member. Even if the other party does not actually have this idea, he has to deal with every step of his next move with this idea. Otherwise, if he takes a wrong step, he may be doomed. He is not yet directly hidden in the Control Bureau to avoid the limelight, mainly because the opponent has exposed the information that they do not intend to take direct action, and he himself also has the 5th level combat power. In fact, this matter is also the second reason why he stays here, because he really needs the anti-spiritual spirit treasure, and the power of the Moon God, who is now in the Control Bureau. When fighting with the Crying Man, he clearly realized that the sea-covering scepter was not strong enough, and he was not like other 5th level ability users, who had many years of combat experience. This power in his hands was definitely not as good as other 5th level ability users who had lived longer. Although he was not the weakest among the 5th level, the requirements for defeating the same level ability users were not low. The best place to fight was in the sea, and his opponent also had to meet certain requirements. For example, he could not do anything to a pure spiritual entity. If he was in the sea, he should be able to escape relatively safely, but he would be in danger in other places. For example, in the battle with the Crying Man, if there was no 1-minute limit, Ma-En felt that his chance of defeat should be as high as 90%, and if there was no control bureau, he would probably have a 20% to 30% chance of being killed. The latter was mainly because he was too immature to use the sea-covering scepter, but this experience could not be made up in a short time, and he could only obtain more level 5 abnormal entities to solve this problem. Although there were only a few days left to get what he wanted, Ma-En vaguely felt that things might not develop as smoothly as he hoped. Until now, he did not know the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes, and he had no idea how well he knew himself. The former depended on the latter to a large extent. If he did not know that he might survive, then his purpose in doing so was to kill himself, but if he could infer that he could survive, and might detect something unusual through this incident, then this was a test. This was also the answer that Ma-En preferred, because the opponent was deliberately concealing his existence, and not giving him any chance to fight back. If he really thought that he was just as simple as he looked on the surface, then why didn't he just come to him, and kill him at will? Obviously, the other party didn't think this was a reasonable approach. So this brings up the real question: why did the other party want to test him? Was it because of the Divine Skywalker, or some other secret of his? Whatever it was, he was in big trouble now. In the next few days, he would face extremely severe challenges, but fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. Chapter 440. Guan Yi opened her eyes, and looked up at the figure who stepped into the house. After seeing who was coming, she immediately showed a look of surprise. "Brother Ma-En." Ma-En smiled at her gently. "How have you been doing recently?" Guan Yi's expression was depressed for a moment, but she immediately cheered up. "I have been concentrating on cultivation during this period. I am definitely not happy after what happened. Although I didn't see my brothers and sisters every time before, I at least knew they were here. But loneliness makes me more able to endure loneliness on the road of cultivation, and I don't have anything else to do except cultivation. Now that I survived, I can't stop moving forward." The death of the senior brothers and sisters was a serious matter, but Guan Yi unexpectedly survived it, and was not even overly exhausted by it. She performed much better than expected in the face of such difficulties. Although the 3 senior brothers and sisters had all given their insights into cultivation to Ma-En, some of their memories and personality influences remained in her body, and these made her much stronger than before. She is no longer the same person she was in the past, as if she had really grown up in one day. This also allowed her to look at the current situation more calmly. She knew that being able to survive in this situation was worth celebrating, and it was almost impossible to escape from Shiyu's clutches. Although this was a very bad thing, blindly being sad and painful would not make it better. She knew very well that the best thing she could do was to ignore the negative effects it brought. This is Du Jin's experience, and now it's hers. Ma-En nodded slightly. "Practicing is the only thing we can do. By the way, I told you last time." Guan Yi replied, "You were talking about the fake life pill. I looked it up, and there should be enough herbs to start the furnace, but my skills are not comparable to masters. The pills I refine will not be that good, and there may be some impurities." Ma-En said softly, "It's okay, as long as it can be used. The fake life pill is another kind of pill that prolongs life. In fact, it is not as good as the longevity pill, because the longevity pill is milder than it, and it even has basically no drug poison. But the fake life pill can prolong life again on the basis of the longevity pill. The lifespan it gives to the user is fake, so the upper limit of lifespan is calculated separately from other longevity pills. This is one of the chips he will use in the future. However, the Shu family didn't know that the 3 longevity pills were originally given to him by Xiaoyao for negotiation. He said that just to maximize the value of the 3 pills, but he couldn't just rely on Xiaoyao in the future, and he might have to break up with Xiaoyao in the future. At that time, Guan Yi's alchemy skills would be really useful. Guan Yi nodded slightly. "Okay, I start preparing to make pills now." Although Ma-En and she hadn't known each other for long, he was already the person Guan Yi cared about the most. In addition to the fact that the other people she cared about were dead, it was also because of Ma-En's performance in front of Xiaoyao at that time. Her life was given by Ma-En. Ma-En continued, "By the way, I have something to ask Master." Before Guan Yi could answer, steady footsteps were heard outside the door. Before he had taken a few steps, Xiao pushed the door open impatiently, looked at his most beloved disciple, and said with a smile, I suddenly had a whim and sensed that my disciple was looking for me. What's the matter? Ma En turned to look at the practitioner. I do have a lot of things to say. Seeing this, Guan Yi stood up consciously and quietly left her practice room. Taoist Xiao looked at his disciple with a smile. I have a feeling that you have brought me good news. Ma En nodded. Yes, the matter with the Federation has been basically settled. During this period, I had some minor frictions with the Shu family, but the final result was surprisingly good. At most, they can deal with the Federation in a few days. Taoist Xiaoyao smiled. I was right about you. This kind of thing should be easy for you, and you are half a native of the Federation, so they trust you more. To be honest, Xiaoyao is a more genuine federal person than him. But he didn't come back here to announce the good news. Ma En's expression became serious, but this time, I had a small conflict with the Shu family. Normally, there shouldn't be any conflict. This time, the situation is actually very different. There is a guy I don't know who plotted against me behind the scenes. And this guy is very powerful. I suspect he is quite extraordinary. This is Ma En's idea. Since he may not be able to solve this problem, he will go to Xiaoyao, who has a vested interest in this matter, and let his so-called master hold on for this period of time. Xiao was also a little confused when he heard what Ma En said, because what he felt on a whim was good news. At least it was good news for him. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone wants to plot against my disciple, who is so blind. Don't worry, let me tell you a fortune. As he said that, he raised his hand and pinched it, and then showed a thoughtful look. The person who attacked is very dangerous. This is a big disaster for you. Xiaoyao's expression became more and more serious, but fortunately, the person who attacked is now seriously injured, and his cultivation is only 1/10 of what it is, so it is not really dangerous for you. But if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have offended a 5th level ability user who is in a bad state. Ma En said innocently, but I have never offended any 5th level ability user. If I had, I would not have lived to this day. This is what surprised me the most. Who would want to plot against me? Xiao put his hand back into his sleeve. It's a pity that the master is not good at arithmetic and can't find out who is behind it, but I have a basic impression of him, Ma En. I don't care where you got into trouble. Now you are my disciple, I will naturally not let you die at the hands of outsiders. If you find out who he is, you must tell me immediately. Ma En nodded. Of course, I don't want to die yet. Seeing that Ma En understood this truth, Xiaoyao also nodded. You go and get that thing done thoroughly, and the master will do something for you to dispel the evil spirit in you. You will definitely not have any accidents during this period. He took out a red string with copper coins and handed it to his disciple. This is a life-saving magic weapon made by a Yuanian cultivator for his relatives. I was going to give it to you after you cultivated to the Jinden realm, but now you are worthy of it. As long as you carry it with you, it's like I'm by your side. This didn't sound good to Ma En, but he still took it, and with the knowledge of the cultivation world, he could clearly recognize that the owner of this magic weapon was not himself, but Xiaoyao in front of him. This is also a monitor. Yes, Ma En's arrival is good news for Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao immediately figured out what this meant. If Ma En had not encountered this danger, but had developed normally and freely, then things would have gone in a direction that was not what he wanted. But that possibility no longer exists. Chapter 441. After Ma En solved the assassination attempt from the company, the Shu family did not make any particularly fierce moves, as if Ma En had no intention of targeting them at all, and the Shu family did not take it seriously. Although Saren was too far away when observing the battle, and he could not directly see their battle in the near psychic dimension, he felt that Ma En might have known that it was done by the Shu family. Since he has a 5th level combat power, based on Saren's understanding of Ma En, he is likely to deduce who is behind this matter within this minute, so he feels that the current calm appearance is absolutely unreasonable, and the Shu family seems to be operating according to the original trajectory. Therefore, Saren believes that Ma En may have calmed down the matter, and he and the organization behind him have noticed that someone has learned about the incident and is secretly dealing with him. Although they can't think that this is aimed at the entire organization, Ma En will definitely pay more attention to his personal safety, and the organization behind him may also allocate more resources to him. This also means that it is not as simple as before for him to use Maine as a starting point. If he only looks at these situations, his best choice now is to stop. But he did not gain nothing. Among these bad news, there was a sufficient reason for him to finally decide to continue to deal with Maine, which was the power he showed at that time. The 5th level ability to control seawater is exactly the same as the one he saw in Atlantis. It's just that the guy's fighting style was completely different from Main's at that time, which made this matter have new possibilities. Maybe Main is a particularly cautious and comprehensive ability user. In order to prevent others from realizing himself, he would deliberately choose a different fighting style from usual in that situation. This is actually very reasonable, because Main was facing himself at that time, and he had fought in front of him before. If he didn't cover up at that time, then he could see through his identity at a glance with his experience. This possibility is definitely not good news for him, but it is not the worst case. There is also a more terrifying possibility, that is, Main and the one he met in the seabed are not the same person at all. This sounds unreasonable at first glance. After all, they all showed the same ability, but in fact it is not completely unreasonable. After all, the members of the mysterious organization he met in Atlantis all have the same ability, and Saran can also see that it is not a special racial ability. They should all be human. Although the appearance characteristics of other people are very vague and their races cannot be distinguished by vision, Saran really knows humans too well and can determine their races without seeing them at all. Furthermore, since they belong to the same organization, and this ability itself means something to an organization, it is easy to imagine that this may be given to them by this organization, which means that their members have the same ability, and it is likely a characteristic of this organization. This possibility seems exaggerated and terrifying, but Saran has seen countless abnormal entities and phenomena that are more terrifying than this in his life. Some things can only be called miracles by him, even if he is the strongest. And this mysterious organization, if it didn't have a few tricks, it would probably not have grown to its current size, and this could also explain why he saw that power in Ma-In. In either case, it proved that his opponent was quite difficult to deal with. Although his actions had exposed some flaws in Ma-In, he was still a long way from digging out the truly valuable secrets. In either case, he had to be more careful when dealing with Ma-In, but he couldn't just do nothing and wait for the Federation's response. The Federation couldn't let Ma-In reveal flaws again in a short time, and Ma-In's cooperation with the Shu family seemed to be in full swing. Saran didn't know what the mysterious organization wanted Ma-In to do this time, but when he thought of Ma-In's glorious deeds, he had a bad premonition. If he continued to do this, Xin Xiao, who was still trapped in the deep sea, would find a new way out, and this was what he least wanted to see. All known signs indicate that Ma-In is in charge of matters related to Xin Xiao. Whatever he is doing now will definitely affect Xin Xiao, and Xin Xiao is now in a particularly delicate state. Even though he knew that this mysterious organization had killed a god, Saran did not think that their threat was really higher than that of Xin Xiao Walker. He ranked this organization in front just for a very simple reason. This organization is easier to deal with. If he can do something to reduce the threat of Xin Xiao now, he has already started to do it at the same time. In fact, he was dealing with Xin Xiao not long ago, but he did not achieve any results. After making up his mind to start with Main, Saran did not sit idle. He first went to the hell to find a group of demons, who worshipped one of his incarnations, and got a key item. A living corpse of an angel. He also found the art of controlling corpses in his ancient collection, and spent a little time to study it in depth, and asked a powerful entity from a foreign land to handle the corpse perfectly. As long as the corpse was not caught directly, even the six-winged angel would not be able to tell that he was dead. Then, he recalled in his consciousness the spells he often used to cover up his true appearance when he used other identities to walk in the mortal world, and selected some spells that he could still use now to cooperate with the art of controlling corpses to ensure that no one could detect that he was controlling the corpse. Then, he started the second layer of disguise, which is also what angels often do. Make the corpse look like a demon. He handled the disguise very accurately to the limit of what a six-winged angel can do, and left a little bit of a particularly reasonable and necessary flaw. These were his preliminary preparations. It would be best if Main could not detect anything. Even if they found out that he was a god with almost no power, they would not be suspicious. Because Main had a grudge against the angels had every reason to try to kill him. And considering his sister's special identity, they were also likely to act as carefully as he did. Most importantly, they were also capable of doing this. The cherubim were good at it. So now they only needed a suitable candidate. Chapter 442. Tang Xuelwan didn't expect that Ma-In's affairs would go so smoothly. After completing the routine investigation of the Federation, her father suddenly became very motivated for some reason, and devoted all his energy to Ma-In's affairs almost every day. Her grandfather and other family members also contributed. The whole matter would be settled in no more than a week. She immediately informed Ma-In of the information, but Tang Xuelwan actually felt in her heart that the sudden change in the Shu family's attitude was probably due to that man. Now she was not surprised by such things. Therefore, Tang Xuelwan did not take these things particularly seriously. She just continued to help Ma En look after the Shu family, and waited leisurely for them to complete the matter, and then she and Ma En would rise in the Federation. But things did not develop as she thought. She received a secret letter. The writer claimed that he knew the truth about her sister's death, and attached some evidence to the letter. At the same time, he told her that she must go to the place specified in the letter alone to meet him, and not tell anyone about it. So, she came to the Victor Hotel again. But this time, she didn't walk into the room where she often met Ma En before. "You're here." Waiting for her in the room was a pale, thin man wearing a black wizard robe that didn't belong to this era, and a delicate little bag was placed beside him. Tang Xuelwan looked at him warily and asked, "Where is the evidence you said, and why me?" Before coming here, she was thinking about this question. Why did this mysterious man choose her? There are members in the Shu family who are more suitable to come here to meet him than herself, and his request that she couldn't tell anyone was also suspicious. However, even with so many doubts, she came alone without telling anyone. The letter said that if she told others about this, the other party would not show up, and she could not afford this risk. Xu Yun is her sister. Even if they have not seen each other for many years, it cannot change this fact. Blood is thicker than water. Saran praised, "You are very smart. It seems that finding you is the right choice. Your question is meaningful. Of course, there is a reason why I asked you not to tell others. You did comply with the requirements of the letter, which also proves that you really care about Xu Yun's death." Tang Xuelwan asked impatiently, "Do you have any evidence?" Saran took out a broken and ancient book page. "You know this thing." Tang Xuelwan showed a surprised look. "I know, I have seen it too. Is this a page of history?" Saran handed the ancient page to Tang Xuelwan. She took it eagerly, and immediately read the contents as soon as she got it. Then her face turned pale. Tang Xuelwan resisted and threw the page forward, stepping back in disbelief. "Impossible, this can't be true, you are lying to me." Saran said calmly, "Since you know the existence of the historical page, you know that no one can forge this thing, and any act of blasphemy against history itself will be punished. You know very well that this is true. You just don't want to accept it." Tang Xuelwan sat heavily on the chair, closed her eyes, and lowered her head. "Impossible. Why is it him? If he really killed Xu Yun, how can he cooperate with us so naturally, as if he didn't kill my sister? This doesn't make sense at all." Saran said calmly, "Because you don't know him at all, you don't know how cold-blooded and terrible he is, you don't know what kind of evil he has committed in collaboration with the devil, and you don't know his dark history before he was admitted to the hospital. If they find out their identity at that time, this sentence can perfectly correspond to the massacre of high-level members of the Dongsansu Church, and the early events of Ma En killing the 2 guardian angels for revenge for Yu. And this is also very much like what an angel would say." Tang Xuelwan lowered her head in silence, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Saran knew that she was slowly accepting the facts. Tang Xuelwan's will was very strong. Even if she couldn't compare with those powerful and experienced people, she was also a leader among politicians. "Recall it carefully," Xiaolin said. "Didn't you notice his indifference? He never really regarded you as his own, and he kept his secrets all the time. Of course, Ma En knew that he had killed Tang Xuelwan's sister, and he was carrying all kinds of secrets. How could he treat Tang Xuelwan sincerely? But now all these details will become his testimony." After a long silence, Tang Xuelwan finally raised her head slowly. Her eyes were filled with a faint sadness and fatigue. "Before coming here, I thought of many possibilities, but I never thought it would be him. How could someone commit such a crime and cooperate with me as if nothing had happened?" "Who is he?" Xiaolin said. "This is not all his secrets. If you have seen Ma En these days, you will definitely not be able to detect any abnormality from him, but in fact, a lot of things have happened in these days. The reason why I don't let you tell anyone is simple. There is no one around you who can be trusted. Your father and grandfather have already learned the news, and they did launch an assassination attempt on Ma En after learning the news, which happened during the time when the Federation came to inquire. It's just that you have forgotten it." Tang Xuelwan said with disbelief. "How is this possible?" But she immediately thought of the abnormality of the family. Saran looked at her and said, "That's right, Ma En didn't kill them, and he didn't delete their memories. He suppressed your entire family with dark means that you have never seen before, and now they are all fallen." This is indeed what she thought Ma En could do. Tang Xuelwan was silent for a few seconds, then said, "That's why you found me." Saran looked into her eyes and said, "I tell you the truth. I have a personal grudge with Ma En, so I found you to help. If you are willing, we can join forces to deal with Ma En. I can provide you with abnormal items to protect you and prevent you from being noticed by Ma En. So, are you willing to avenge Xu Yun? Tang Xuowan said gloomily. I like Ma En very much. He could also bring huge benefits to our Xu family. As long as I pretend to know nothing and cooperate with him, I can rise rapidly in the Federation. But Xu Yun is my sister, and I don't like being deceived. Chapter 443. Celine looked at Tang Xuowan, who had made up her mind, and said, although you can now get close to Ma En, you have also known his secrets, and you must have known that dealing with him is definitely not an easy task. In fact, he has begun to suspect you. I even suspect that he will secretly monitor your mind and check whether you have any problems at any time. This is why I chose to meet you here. Victor Hotel is a safe place. In addition, this can also make Tang Xuowan dare to meet him. After all, he can't do anything to her here. At least now, he can't bypass the hotel's protection measures here. This place can also isolate Ma En's mental perception and the regular monitoring methods of his organization behind the scenes. In fact, the Victor Hotel is a recognized safe area in the abnormal world. Even if the guests need it, they can help cover up their traces. After accepting the news that Ma En killed her sister, Tang Xuowan has always been expressionless, and no longer reveals any emotion in her heart on her face, and in the details of her movements, but her heart is definitely not what she shows. She is just suppressing it. So, if I leave like this, Ma En is likely to notice my problem. Tang Xuowan asked. Saray nodded slightly and said, so I will provide you with a solution to this problem, but even so you have to be careful. No matter what you think your relationship with Ma En was before, you must regard him as a suspicious and dangerous person. He will not relax at all because of your relationship with him. Tang Xuowan nodded. I know what kind of person he is, and I know him better now. Saran took out a ring and handed it to Tang Xuowan. This is the Ring of Lies, which allows you to cover up your true thoughts when you leave here. Even if he directly invades your brain for a thorough search, he will not be able to find the lies you hide. In addition, it has another very important function, which is also related to what I am going to say next. How do you think you should take revenge on a person with abilities like Ma En? Tang Xuowan showed a thoughtful look. If he is really as dangerous as you say, it is actually difficult for me to think of any way to really pose a threat to Ma En, but I think you must have an idea. What do you want to do? Let me help you create an opportunity to kill him. Saran shook his head. If that's the case, why would I come to you? I do want to kill Ma En, but I can't do it publicly, and killing Ma En is not as easy as you say. I don't think you know. In fact, Ma En is a 5th level ability user. Tang Xuowan slightly widened her eyes, and finally revealed a surprised expression. How many secrets does Ma En have that she doesn't know? Saren continued. So it is very dangerous to deal with him directly. I don't want to take this risk, but you may have thought of it by now. If Ma En is a 5th level ability user, then his motivation for joining the Federation may be problematic. Tang Xuowan also realized the key point. He may have come for Shishao. In fact, it is true. But Saran still said, yes, no matter what his real purpose is, as long as the Federation knows that Main is a 5th level ability user, they will definitely start to suspect that he wants to rescue Shishao. After all, he not only has this ability, but he also lied. Anyone with a brain will suspect that Main did this for his former boss. This is why Saran found Tang Xuowan. She has an identity that the Federation can trust. Xu Yupeng had a similar idea before, but unfortunately, he was caught by Ma En. But in fact, his idea at that time was very reasonable and feasible. Even Saran thought of this method first, because it is particularly suitable for him to do so. If he wants to find out the information about the mysterious organization, he must start with the things related to Ma En and this organization, that is, his mission related to Shishao. Then as long as the Federation suspects that he has some plans for Shishao, it will be easy to make him expose the flaws about the mysterious organization. Others may not be able to notice it at all, but in the eyes of himself, who already knows the existence of this organization, these details will definitely be particularly conspicuous. And this will also prevent Ma En from thinking of himself immediately, and will only think that he himself did not do well. Tang Xuowan said, so you mean, this thing can make the Federation trust me more? Saran nodded. Yes, I don't want to be exposed in front of the Federation, otherwise I don't need to find you. This ring can ensure that I can stay safe enough when you report Ma En. In fact, this is not the truth. What he really wants is not to make it impossible for the Federation to find him, but to make it impossible for the Federation to immediately detect the truth, and to disguise himself as someone who does not want to be found by the Federation in Marne. He could go to the Federation with this disguise, and they would not be able to find out his true identity, and he could also drive the Federation to deal with Maine. But there are too many loopholes like this, and guys like Maine will definitely be suspicious. Saren's plan is to use this ring to make the Federation not suspicious in a short period of time, and when they really start investigating, they will find his hidden identity. If everything goes well, they will slowly find out that he is actually an angel disguised as a demon, but at most they will stop here. They will not find out who they are, nor will they figure out who the superior of this angel is. And even if they can go further than they expected, what they find will only make them more deeply aware that these angels do have a grudge against Maine, making them more convinced of the maze they have set up. Tang Xuowan said, "So you want me to go directly to the Federation to report Maine? Although there is no problem in theory, I always feel that things will not go so smoothly. I am not talking about Maine. The Federation is a very comprehensive organization." Saren agreed, "Yes, that's why you need my help. I will implant a real false memory in your mind, a memory that was erased by Ma In, the memory of him encountering a 5th level ability user in front of you and having to show his strength. At that time, he took advantage of your trust, so he accepted the memory erasure without any resistance, but the purpose of the person who was sent to assassinate him was to avenge your sister." Tang Xuowan closed her eyes slightly. Such news was nothing to her now, so as long as we let the experts of the Federation see this false memory you implanted, they will know that Ma In is a 5th level ability user and start to deal with him, right? Saran nodded. "In this way, I can get rid of Ma In, and you can also avenge your sister." Although his arrangements can be said to be particularly sufficient, Saran did not think that Ma In would die. After all, he and the Federation were facing a huge terrorist organization that had been lurking for many years. He just hoped to see Ma In reveal a little flaw. Chapter 444. Victor Hotel. Ma In was standing in the elevator, watching the numbers in front of him continue to rise. According to the news sent back by Tang Xuowan and the Shu family, Xiaoyao's matter has basically been settled. The Federation has completely approved the proposal, and all the details have been finalized. Now all that is left is to simply follow the process, and it will all be done in 2 days. However, at this time, Tang Xuowan suddenly proposed to meet him here. After just experiencing that kind of thing, he was actually a little wary of this news, so Ma In immediately asked the employee who was responsible for monitoring Tang Xuowan. And his feedback was that Tang Xuowan had no problems, and was working for Ma In as always. After confirming this, Ma In naturally came to the appointment without any hesitation. Tang Xuowan gave him almost unconditional trust, and he would naturally believe in such a Tang Xuowan. Ma In walked out of the elevator, walked easily to the familiar house number, then reached out and held the handle, and then directly pushed open the door that could identify the guest. He walked in. "You're here." Tang Xuowan looked up at him. The layout of the house was completely different from the previous 2 times. She removed the useless, luxurious furniture and arranged the original living room like an exquisite private reception room with a very simple decoration style. At this moment, she was sitting in the main chair, with a slightly low tea table in front of her and a chair opposite that was obviously prepared for Ma In. She was not wearing the casual clothes she wore in the last few meetings. Tang Xuowan changed into a very business suit, looking like a leader of a company. She raised her teacup and looked at Ma In with a smile. "Sit down." This meeting seemed too formal. Ma In had already noticed something was wrong, but he still walked to Tang Xuowan, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Tang Xuowan with a normal look, then looked at her curiously. "Is there anything else?" Tang Xuowan poured Ma In a cup of tea gracefully. "Ma In, do you have anything to tell me?" Ma In had never encountered such a scene. If it weren't for the protection measures of the Victor Hotel, he might have invaded Tang Xuowan's mind to figure out what she was talking about. He blinked innocently. "What's wrong?" Tang Xuowan slightly raised the corner of her mouth, lowered her head, and fiddled with the tea set on her table. "I knew you would react like this. You are not the kind of person who will confess after being tempted a few times. I think you will be like this no matter how many times I ask you how to answer, but you made the wrong choice this time, Ma In." "I remember." Ma In immediately thought of what she was saying. "If I remember correctly, you also agreed, but if you want to ask, I can explain the details to you, but after the end, I still want to." "Is that all you are going to say?" Tang Xuowan shook her head slightly. "Why didn't I notice that you were such a shameless guy before, Ma In? I really want to ask you. How much of what I saw is the real you? And how much is your mask?" Ma In has deeply realized that the situation is particularly bad. He said sincerely, "I am not good at acting, and I have never pretended anything in front of you." Tang Xuowan suddenly sneered. "Really? So you just killed my sister, and then cooperated with me so naturally, as if you just killed a villain that can be seen everywhere? You are either a cold-blooded liar or a complete lunatic. Ma En finally knew what he was facing. The mastermind also found Tang Xuowan, and he easily solved his surveillance method, which can once again prove that the other party was hiding in the shadows not because he was unable to show up. The other party just didn't want to dirty his own hands, so he wanted to solve himself at a safe distance. Then I can only think of a way to control it the moment I leave the Victor Hotel. Tang Xuowan saw that he didn't react immediately, and said coldly, "Are you thinking about how to deal with me, just like you did to my father and grandfather? You are really an inhuman monster. How could I be so blind to you?" Ma En said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I wanted to refuse at that time, but I had reasons to agree, and I absolutely cannot show any flaws in front of you. I don't have the qualifications to make mistakes. Before I met you, I didn't think there was anything wrong with deceiving the Federation members." Tang Xuowan smiled. "Did you plan to kill us all after you were exposed?" Ma En answered frankly, "No, I just wanted to erase your memory." Hearing this, Tang Xuowan almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. "Very good, then do you want to say that you still have some humanity?" Ma En did not try to quibble in this situation, but looked Tang Xuowan in the eyes and said, "I don't regret killing your sister. I don't know if you know Shuyun, but she is a bad person through and through. She deserves to die 10 times for her sins, and she is preparing to murder other members of the Salvation Alliance. As a member of the Salvation Alliance, I have the responsibility to end the evil she brings. But I regret that this is the final result." He did not lie in the last sentence. He absolutely did not regret killing Shuyun. In addition to the reasons he said, he also wanted to obtain information about Shen Shao and other members of the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance through her again. For Shuyun, who had deployed new precautions at the time, even he could not quietly enter her mind and directly take away the information. He had to use violent means to destroy the security facilities. So he could only kill Shuyun. But he really felt sorry for such a result. Compared with not killing Shuyun, he hoped that Shuyun and Tang Xuowan were not sisters, or their relationship was worse. Unfortunately, there is no if. Tang Xuowan sneered, and then she looked into Ma En's eyes, and said, "Do you think I came to avenge her? I love my sister very much and hope that she can continue to live. But when my parents are still thinking about revenge for her, I am still persuading them to let go of their hatred. If the one who killed her was a bad guy, I would be happy to see the murderer arrested, but if she was killed by a member of the Savior Alliance, I might have the urge to avenge her, but I wouldn't really do anything. Because I know what she did, any member of the Savior Alliance will do. But it can't be you." Chapter 445. Tang Xuowan's words were somewhat unexpected to Ma En, but he quickly understood the meaning. Killing her sister was a terrible thing for Tang Xuowan, but she was not like her parents. So a part of her body could suppress her love for her sister and look at the existence of the murderer who killed her sister in a more rational way. He might just have done the right thing. But she absolutely could not accept that her sister was killed by her trusted ally. There was not only hatred for her sister's death, but also the pain of being betrayed by her trusted ally. The two emotions were superimposed together. It was probably not so difficult for her to accept the betrayal of an ally or the death of Shuyun. Tang Xuowan might feel pain and sadness, but she would definitely make the right decision in the end. But it was different when her trusted ally killed her own sister. Ma En, who understood these, could understand Tang Xuowan's situation very well. If her ally had done something similar to him, he would probably have killed him now. What really worries Ma En is the meaning behind this matter. She would know this, and she must not leave the mastermind behind this reaction. Even though he has thought it as dangerous as possible, he may have underestimated this enemy hiding in the dark. "I'm sorry." Ma En apologized to her again. "I don't want to be the one who killed her, but this matter may have been destined a long time ago. It can only be me, and it must be me." Tang Xuowan frowned slightly, but did not carefully ponder the hidden meaning of Ma En's words. She did not know what Ma En was thinking when he said these words, but these were not important to her. "Ma En, you killed my sister." Tang Xuowan's expression was a little calmer than before. "You are also a person with a sister. I think you should also understand that sometimes you will notice that your relatives are making mistakes. I know my sister is not a good person. She should be considered to have deserved the crime, but she is just a bad person, not a cold-blooded lunatic. No matter how different our ideas are, we are still relatives. I will always be that sister to her, and she is also a sister to me. If I die, she will also avenge me, and she will definitely be more competent than me in this regard. She will never care who killed her sister, unlike me who is still fussing about it." Ma En had long realized that he could not escape unscathed. Since Tang Xuowan had called him here, It meant that she had probably prepared a backup plan. After all, she had just exposed his idea of erasing his memory. Since she could think of this, it was absolutely impossible for her to come here to meet him without doing anything. So you have already started revenge. Ma En accepted the result calmly. That's right. Tang Xuelwan raised her head slightly, looked at him calmly and said, I already know that you are actually a 5th level ability user who infiltrated the Federation, and your purpose for doing this is probably the same as killing Xu Yun. You did all this for Xin Xiao, right? Ma En recalled the idea that Xu Yupeng had thought of at that time. So if you tell the Federation about this, all my plans will collapse, and my killing of your sister may become meaningless, and I will die under the pursuit of the Federation. In fact, as long as you tell the Federation, I will definitely be caught or killed by them. Even if there is an abnormal control bureau, the possibility of him escaping in this situation is not high. Even if the Federation can extend his transmission time, the default time of 30 seconds may be enough for the Federation. If they want, they will definitely take out overwhelming combat resources for themselves. But this also made Ma En feel a little confused. If so, in fact, he should not come here to meet her now, but suddenly fell into the siege of many 5th level ability users of the Federation. Yes, but you are wrong. Tang Xuelwan said coldly, without me telling the Federation has now known your secret, just when you came here to meet me. They have received my message, and know that you are actually plotting something bad. She was very smart to confess the news to herself here. What she did not surprise Ma En. When the Xu family started to deal with him, he had already realized that this matter was bound to happen sooner or later. He just wanted to spend a few days to obtain the anti-psychic metal props. However, he did not think that the mastermind did not give him any breathing time. In fact, if he only gave himself 2 more days, he would become much more difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, the mastermind behind the scenes doesn't seem to make such a mistake at all. The most terrifying thing is that the bargaining chip Tang Xuelwan used to deal with him, this time, was the result of his last action. It was the assassination arranged by the Xu family that let him know that he had the 5th level ability, and then he immediately used this information and directly disintegrated many of his original plans in the Federation. But there is one more thing. He showed a surprised expression. Then why did you call me here? Doing this is completely giving him a chance to escape. Could it be that she really wanted to tell him this in person, so that she even lost her ability to judge this matter? Tang Xuelwan looked at him and said, Because I am not you, I know you have a sister, she should be someone you care about very much. After knowing your problem, the Federation will also take your affairs very seriously. They are likely to go to your sister and try to pry her mouth open, which may hurt her. But the person who killed my sister is you, not her. I don't want her to be implicated in this matter, so I asked you to come here and give you some time to let her hide safely. Ma En looked at her and said, But if you do this, it seems that it will give me a chance to get away safely? Tang Xuelwan looked at Ma En without any fear and said, That's none of my business. I just don't want to implicate innocent people. Ma En, you should be able to tell from the fact that I will find you to cooperate that I am not the typical politician you often see. If I don't care about these, I have countless better partners to choose from. I will find you, a former member of the Salvation Alliance, who is full of troubles, because what I care about is your identity as a member of the Salvation Alliance, because I don't want to do what they do. I once mistakenly thought that you were someone similar to me, and that you were the best companion I could find in the Federation. I once trusted you unconditionally because I thought you were worthy of my trust, but now it seems I am still too naive. Ma En didn't know how much of this was her real thought. If it was him, he would never give the target he wanted to kill a chance to escape for such a reason. Is she really as naive as she claimed? He blinked slightly, and quickly recalled Tang Xuelwan's past performance. Then Ma En came to the conclusion that no matter what, she was definitely not stupid to this extent. After all, if she really had enough determination to kill herself, she would never consider what would happen to her enemy's sister. In fact, she was giving herself time to escape. Originally, Ma En thought that Tang Xuelwan had made an appointment with him to meet here to protect her own safety, but now it seems that there is actually a second reason, which is to prevent herself from being found by the Federation. No matter what you think. Ma En said, I am very grateful that you gave me enough time to safely escape from the Federation's pursuit. I am really sorry about Xu Yun's matter. As he thought, Tang Xuelwan did not have a particularly strong reaction to this sentence. If she really wanted to kill him as she claimed, she would probably take his words as a provocation. It doesn't matter what you think. Tang Xuelwan almost half admitted what Ma En said, maybe I just want to see you struggling under the pursuit of the Federation, or maybe I didn't tell the truth at all. Even if she put aside the hatred of killing Xu Yun, Tang Xuelwan's actions, as a federal politician were completely benevolent. As a politician, she certainly couldn't allow herself to continue to lurk in the federal government. That is to say, after knowing the secret, the best thing any politician can do is to give himself time to escape in advance, and then report the matter to the Federation. And considering their own psychic abilities, they can only send the news to the Federation at the same time as notifying themselves in a safe area, like Tang Xuowan, and they cannot inform themselves of this matter in advance. So in fact, putting aside what she said and looking at what she is really doing, what Tang Xuowan did is far from the level of revenge. In the final analysis, it is just to drive her undercover out of the Federation. And it was driven out safely. This does not count that she killed her sister. As a politician, she is still too soft-hearted. Ma En sincerely apologized. I know you may not believe what I said now, but I still want to tell you that I really feel sorry for the direction of this whole thing. In such a world, your revenge is an extremely legitimate behavior. If there is anything wrong here, maybe your sister is a bad person. Although you may not want to hear me say this, I still hope you can stay away from this vortex. Once you are involved in it, it may be difficult to guarantee your safety even if you are a member of the Shu family. What is coming next is too dangerous for you. Tang Xuowan said with some amusement. Don't you think it's too late to care about me now? To be honest, if you confessed this earlier, I might find it difficult to accept it at first, but I will definitely stand by you in the end. But you don't trust me either, don't you? Ma En said with an expression that she couldn't tell whether it was true or false. No, I believe you. I didn't say it just because I couldn't do that. If we lived in a world where we didn't need to be so cautious, I wouldn't have hidden anything from you in the beginning. Tang Xuowan knew that the second half of the sentence might be true, but she couldn't tell whether the man was telling the truth or a lie. Fortunately, it didn't matter anymore. They probably wouldn't meet again in the future. In fact, the real situation was exactly as Ma En thought. When she sent a message to Ma En, she knew that this sinister and cunning man would never be caught, but she still did it in the end. In the end, she was not like her parents, Shu Yuan or Ma En. Ma En stood up and finally showed her an apologetic look. Sorry, if you don't mind, I'm going to start my life of escape again now. And I have to arrange my sister's affairs. He did have some urgent things to deal with. But just when Ma En turned around and was about to walk to the door, he heard Tang Xuowan's voice behind him. Wait. Ma En turned around in confusion, not knowing what Tang Xuowan wanted to do. Tang Xuowan seemed to want to sigh, but she forced herself to hold back. Before you leave, I have something to give you. As she said that, she casually threw a small object to Ma En. Ma En easily caught the object she threw, and then spread his palm to look at it. This is a delicate silver ring with intricate patterns carved on it. What is this? He asked as quietly as possible. Tang Xuowan replied, This was given to me by a guy in a black robe. He asked me to meet in room 1223 here, and told me what you did, including the memory you erased from me. He called it the Ring of Lies, saying that using it can prevent you from noticing the problem. But I didn't do what he told me to do. I don't know what his purpose is. But I have my own ideas about this matter, and in my opinion, he is also a threat to the Federation. So if you can get rid of him for the Federation, I will be very happy, as a member of the Federation. Since you feel sorry for killing my sister, why don't you help me get rid of him? Ma En didn't expect that he would get clues about the mastermind in this way, because he knew that the significance of doing so for Tang Xuowan was obviously not helping the Federation solve the threat, but helping himself deal with the mastermind. He put the ring away. Thank you, I will get rid of him. Tang Xuowan looked at him expressionlessly and said, Finally, do me a favor before you leave. Suppress the memory of our meeting for a few days. I have to accept the most basic investigation process of the Federation, and I don't want to get into trouble because the Federation thinks I am helping you. You, a 5th level ability user, should be able to do this little thing, right? If the Federation saw this memory, they would indeed judge that she was helping Ma En escape. After all, she was actually doing this, and letting Ma En suppress this memory was still helping him escape tracking. Ma En replied, Of course. Tang Xuowan nodded slightly, and then said solemnly, Although I know you can't do this here, I still want to warn you that you can only suppress it for a few days. Don't erase it at all. Chapter 446. Ma En went to the room that Tang Xuowan had given him, but as he expected, he did not find any clues to the mastermind. The real important thing was the ring she gave him. Ma En was very glad that the mastermind did not consider that Tang Xuowan would betray him. If she really dealt with him wholeheartedly as she had arranged, then he would be in real danger. Even if he could not escape successfully, it was fortunate that Tang Xuowan did not really want to kill him, and she spared him for the sake of their old friendship. This would also become an opportunity for him to find the mastermind. At least that's what Ma En thought. Abnormal entity. Ring of lies. Abnormal strength. 4.5. Description. Lies are printed on all its positive sides. Features. Lie shelter 4.5. Gurama magic spell, which can prevent the carefully fabricated lies of the caster from being exposed. Eye of surveillance 4.5. The second characteristic protected by lies is set to be triggered only when approaching Ma En. It has a powerful magical power to see through the falsehood and see the truth, and can bypass ordinary shielding facilities for surveillance. The mastermind did not expect this situation, but he made two preparations. He had thought that Tang Xuowan might give this thing to him, or he would find a way to get the ring. If he did not have a control bureau, but only used ordinary methods to prevent surveillance, and then wanted to find the mastermind by studying this thing, he would probably be defeated. How did he provoke such a dangerous character? If Ma En had to think about who had this motive to deal with it, he could only think that some powerful entity had noticed the abnormal control bureau he had, but the other party's actions did not match this purpose. The other party seemed to want to kill him without revealing his identity. After figuring out these problems, Ma En directly disintegrated the ring, then directly entered the shadow dimension, and began to move towards his final goal. He did not intend to hide like this. Tang Xuowan spread her news to the Federation when she met him, and now she is not in the Federation, so it will take some time for them to confirm this news. In other words, theoretically, he still has time to obtain the anti-psychic metal spiritual treasure. Ma En walked out of the shadow dimension, and stepped directly on the soil on the top of the mountain. The moment he appeared, the surrounding thick fog began to gather towards the position in front of him, and quickly condensed into the figure of Xiaoyao Taoist, and looked directly at Ma En, who walked out of the shadow. "You came just in time," Xiaoyao said to Ma En. "The things you told me have already made some progress, but why didn't you keep the life-saving magic weapon I gave you with you?" The life-saving magic weapon Xiaoyao gave him was obviously not all for his protection. Although Ma En did not use the control bureau to test its specific effect, he knew that there must be something wrong with this thing. It is very likely that it has some kind of surveillance method like the ring. Ma En lied with his eyes open. "I was a little too hurried when I came, and forgot to bring it." Xiaoyao did not mean to expose his intention, but just nodded slightly. "Master has spent some time to recalculate your affairs these days. Now things have made some progress. He found you not because of a simple dispute over interests, but because of the people you killed." Ma En blinked. "Which one?" Xiaoyao said. "Then you have to think about which guy who died in your hands has the background to cause such trouble." Ma En fell into thought. "Maybe there are really a few, but I did it very cleanly." Xiaoyao smiled. "There is no such thing as clean for the 5th level ability users. People who lived 1,000 years ago would not think about how to prevent today's detection methods when committing crimes, and your methods are the same for the 5th level ability users. You'd better think about who you have offended. If you really can't think of it, we can only passively deal with the opponent's moves. If it really doesn't work, you can stay here and practice slowly." Ma En showed a thoughtful expression, but then turned and said, "I can't think of it for the time being, but Master, I didn't come back for this matter this time. I have basically arranged the things you asked me to do, so I was thinking if I could get the spiritual treasure made of anti-psychic metal first. If I really encounter any accidents, I might be able to deal with it better." But before he could speak, Xiaoyao's expression became a little calm, and then he turned and asked directly as if he didn't hear Ma En's question, "I think your face is a bit ugly. Are you in trouble again?" Ma En deliberately kept silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, "I won't hide it from Master. In fact, this is also related to what I mentioned last time. You also know that I used to be a member of the Salvation Alliance, and I actually have some secrets that are not visible to the Federation. And this guy who found me for some reason also dug out some of my secrets, and handed them directly to the Federation to use them to deal with me. I may be on the road of escape again. So I thought that before I leave, I should at least take away the things made of my anti-psychic metal, otherwise I don't know when I can come back here again." He came here just to try his luck, and see if he could trick Xiaoyao into taking the spiritual treasure, but since Xiaoyao already knew that the situation had changed, it would be almost impossible for him to take the spiritual treasure in this way. When he spoke, he specifically emphasized that the material used was his own anti-psychic metal. He said this just to remind Xiaoyao that this thing was not made by the other party alone, it should have been his. But Ma En also knew that even if he said something, it would be useless. In fact, Xiaoyao's expression did not change when he listened to him. Instead, he showed a concerned look. "I see, I understand, but your affairs with the Federation have nothing to do with me, and I don't care what bad things you have done to the Federation. You are still my disciple anyway. But since it's like this, can the things you helped me deal with go smoothly next? Ma En, who had basically given up the idea, replied, it may take some time for this matter to be completely exposed, and it will only take 2 days for the Shu family to handle this matter. At that time, Master, you can communicate with the Federation yourself. After all, I am not an important member of this matter. In fact, although this matter does have some variables, it is not difficult if Xiaoyao really wants to handle it. After all, this matter can be completed smoothly, and it has nothing to do with Ma En. But after a few days of arithmetic, Xiaoyao has realized that when he used anti-psychic metal as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Federation, it was because this matter itself would encounter difficulties. It was not until this moment that he completely realized how strong the binding effect of this magic treasure was on Ma En. Xiaoyao originally thought that he could control Ma En without this thing, but now it seems. If Ma En really got the anti-spiritual magic treasure, I am afraid I will never see him again. That is why, if Ma En could really complete the task he entrusted, he might have stopped himself from making such a decision on a whim. But this is not a bad thing for him. Because he is completely determined that Ma En cares about this magic treasure much more than he shows. When encountering such a thing, he chooses to come here directly to try to take it away. Since the disguise had been completely torn off, Xiaoyao lied directly with his eyes open. Maybe, but I promise to give it to you after you finish this matter. But you haven't really completed it yet. Even if it is successfully completed, it is just a natural result. But as I said, I don't care what the Federation thinks of you. If I can, I will even stop them and protect you. But the trouble you have caused must be not small, right? Ma En nodded. Even you can't protect me. What I did may make them suspect that they are involved with Xiao Walker. Hearing this name, Xiaoyao understood the seriousness of the matter, and he didn't believe that Ma En was just suspected of being involved with Shen Xiao. He must have some connection with Shen Xiao. And just looking at what Ma En did after joining the Federation, almost everything was related to Shen Xiao. After all, they recruited Ma En to a large extent because of his relationship with Shen Xiao. Xiaoyao nodded slightly. That's right, although your master is quite capable, it is still impossible to fight against the entire Federation, so you'd better escape as soon as possible, and as your master, I naturally can't just watch. Although I can't directly protect you, I can cast a spell to cover your whereabouts, and the spell just happens to use the magic treasure I just cast with anti-psychic metal, but you don't have to worry, this thing is still yours. As long as you can break through to the Jindan realm, you can come back and take it away at any time. This sentence is not completely false. Xiaoyao does intend to cover up Ma En's whereabouts. After all, Ma En's feud with the Federation has no meaning to him. Ma En's physique and talent are what he cares about. So he doesn't want the Federation to find Ma En, and although he doesn't know what Ma En's secret is, Ma En dares to come here to see him, which proves that he still has some confidence in his ability to evacuate safely. So Xiao planned to provide some help to Ma En, and then wait for him to solve the problem. Xiaoyao had seen Ma En's ability to solve problems, so he was quite confident in him. If Ma En really failed to survive, he would definitely be captured alive by the Federation, and he would only need to go back and take the experience he gave to Ma En, and then leave it to his last disciple. Ma En had to thank him for this, because it was he who kept Guan Yi alive. However, Xiaoyao only planned to do this. In fact, he was not completely unable to help Ma En solve the whole problem directly, but Xiaoyao really didn't have the energy now, and this matter didn't seem to be that simple. Moreover, unlike the test he arranged, this is a test given to Ma En by the world. If Ma En dies in it, it will prove that he has misjudged him, and it is not a pity for him to die. Of course, Xiaoyao still thinks that Ma En can overcome this difficulty, and he also hopes that his disciple is Ma En, who has no troubles, otherwise he will not help. If he really wants to die, it is best to die after the Jindan stage. Because by then, Ma En's personality, understanding of cultivation, and his physique can all be transformed into mist by Xiaoyao's secret technique and given to other disciples, which is why he wants to urge Ma En to break through to the Jindan stage. Xiaoyao did not lie about handing over the spiritual treasure after the Jindan stage. As long as Ma En really breaks through, he will really hand over this spiritual treasure that can restrain Ma En to him, because he will not need this spiritual treasure at that time. This is also the reason why he claimed to leave the spiritual treasure. Helping Ma En cover up his tracks does involve the spiritual field, but he does not need this spiritual treasure at all when he casts the corresponding spell. Ma En also knew that Xiaoyao said this because he didn't want to give him the magic treasure, and he had no way to deal with Xiaoyao. In fact, he had thought about trying to rob the things and run away, but after fighting with the assassins of the company, he no longer thought that he could deal with Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was definitely not the weakest among the 5th level ones. Even the Federation couldn't do anything to him directly, which was enough to prove that he couldn't be dealt with by himself now, and he couldn't rob the things and get away unscathed. When encountering such a thing, he had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. To be honest, he had such a powerful abnormal entity, and there was no way for him to never attract the attention of others. All he could do was to develop to a level that was enough to protect himself before being discovered. But this world was far more dangerous and terrifying than he had initially imagined, and those powerful abnormal entities would not give him time and opportunity. Reality was so unreasonable. But in fact, this spiritual treasure was not particularly difficult for him to obtain. These things just delayed the acquisition of the spiritual treasure for a while, and he still had several ways to obtain it. After all, no matter how cautious Xiaoyao was, he could not really realize how terrifying the Abnormal Control Bureau was. Now he should take the lead in solving other problems that came up suddenly. Thinking of this, Ma En also showed a fake smile. Then thank you, Master, for helping me cover up my tracks. Xiaoyao also smiled with him and said, as long as you don't say that it was Master who helped you. But before Xiaoyao finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the clear blue sky with no clouds in the sky, looking over with cold eyes, and a vague figure was vaguely reflected in his pupils. Bold! Xiaoyao shouted angrily, waving his hand violently, and a swift silver-white light flew out of his sleeve and disappeared into the distant sky. But the following feedback made him frown slightly. Although he sensed the other parties peeping, the flying sword that rushed out of his sleeve did not find any trace left by the other party. Who did his disciple offend? Seeing this, Xiaoyao raised his hand and pinched it, and then a few dark clouds floated in the distance of the originally cloudless sky, and in a blink of an eye, the sky above them was filled with clouds at this height where there should be clouds. Xiaoyao said, the guy who was dealing with you just now has appeared, but my hard sword couldn't find him, so I couldn't kill him here for you directly, and I couldn't figure out his whereabouts. But I'm not completely helpless against him, so let's do this. Didn't I say I would do a ritual for you? Then I do a rain-seeking ritual for you, so that wherever you go, you will be protected by dark clouds that can block your energy, and you don't have to worry about his peeping. But you have to be more careful. Your master is still looking forward to your return to take the spiritual treasure. Ma En raised his hand like a senior brother in his memory. Thank you, master. Xiaoyao waved his hand. Your master is ashamed. I'm not good enough. I can only do this for you. Let's go. Remember to come back after you cultivate to the Golden Core Realm. Chapter 447. They are waiting for you. The boy in a suit stood respectfully in the corridor, looking up at his leader. Now, including you, there are only a few people missing. The man standing opposite the boy was a plain-looking man, from the Eastern Federation wearing casual clothes. He was Shadow, the current director of the investigation department, a 5th-level telepath, and he had no intention of going in. Wait a little longer, no hurry. Shadow said indifferently, call me when the second to last one comes. He didn't want to go in and accept criticism so quickly. Ma En could basically be regarded as someone he strongly recommended to join the Federation. Those idiots would definitely comment on him at that time, and they also knew that they couldn't honestly want to put Ma En, an undercover agent, into the Federation. There was nothing they could do to prevent such a thing. The purpose of those politicians was not really to make any constructive criticisms. They just wanted to set the tone of their own poor performance in the Federation. To be honest, Shadow understood that they would do this, but he didn't have the patience to endure the criticism of these politicians. If the Federation didn't exist, he could kill thousands of such mortals in the blink of an eye. If he lived in a world without the Federation, these mortals wouldn't be worth a second glance. But there was no other way. Since he wanted to do whatever he wanted with his power, he had to accept the willfulness of those who were stronger than him, and endure the rules that they set for this world. If it could be done, Shadow estimated that most of the 5th-level ability users in this world would join forces to destroy the Federation, but unfortunately, even if they really joined forces, it would be impossible to do so, not to mention that it was difficult for them to trust each other. The Federation has a very subtle grasp of the degree of the 5th-level ability users. It can always restrain them, but it does not make most of the 5th-level ability users feel particularly constrained. They do not need to pay special attention to the existence of the Federation. The Federation has to deal with this a bit like boiling a frog in warm water, and achieve the most incredible results in the most gentle way. And just like it controls Shishao, if the Federation really allows this to be completely realized, it will be a very bad thing for all the 5th-level ability users, but no one will try to destroy the Federation. They will only want to prevent Shishao and the Federation from cooperating. Even if they succeed, it will only temporarily delay the speed of this huge snowball, but it cannot stop it from continuing to fall to the bottom of the mountain. One day in the future, it will become unstoppable. This is actually one of the reasons why many relatively conservative 5th level ability users join the Federation. It is better to take the initiative to become a part of this huge snowball in advance than to be crushed by it in the future. Unfortunately, Shadow is not one of these 5th level ability users, and he cannot ignore this serious problem. He still has to think about how to break the shackles of all 5th level ability users for his master. The second to last, the boy reminded. Hearing this, Shadow used his ability to slightly adjust his appearance, then took a half step forward, and then appeared directly in the already crowded conference room. Including him, there are a total of 7 5th level ability users from the Federation in this room, which is enough to crush most organizations, but among them, there are 5th level ability users, like Xiao Guanwu and Xiaoyao, who do not really belong to the Federation, and Xiaoyao, who may even quit the Federation at any time, not to mention Shadow himself, who has ulterior motives. After all, the Federation has the most 5th level ability users thanks to its relaxed conditions for 5th level ability users. It is impossible that all of them are particularly loyal to the Federation. Only Li Hu, who was trained by the Federation himself, can be said to be more worthy of the Federation's trust. Originally, Shen Zhao's status should have been a comprehensive enhancement of Li Hu, but unfortunately the Federation's wishful thinking did not come true as they expected. Although the politicians' motives are not particularly appropriate, they can actually find reasons to deal with Shen Zhao in the Federation, which in a sense can also prove that their approach is reasonable. If it is really not good for the Federation to deal with Shen Zhao, they can't do it. Everyone is here. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking gentle. I think everyone should have known what happened. At this point, he turned his head and looked at Shadow. I think you must know the whole story of this matter best. Shadow showed a nonchalant expression. No, my understanding of this matter is also very limited. I just had a few contacts with this Ma En for work reasons, but it was not my idea to promote his affairs. I just passed a message on behalf of old Zheng. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at another politician present. The reformist politician named Zheng immediately distanced himself from the matter. We did have some contact with him, but Ma En did not cooperate with us, but chose to cooperate with the members of the Shu family, and all his subsequent affairs with the Federation were also arranged by the Shu family. Faced with the trouble he threw over, Xu Shengyuan also stood up and said, You are right, but it was my granddaughter Xu Elwan who noticed Ma En's problem. If it weren't for our Shu family, Ma En would still be happily undercover in the Federation. And don't forget that when we started cooperating with Ma En, he had already defeated Ivani. We chose to cooperate with him, because we believed in the vision of other members of the Federation. If I remember correctly, it was Lord Shadow who really extended an olive branch to Ma En during that period. After talking for a while, he finally returned to Shadow. Shadow was not surprised at all. After all, it was his responsibility, but he did not give other politicians an excuse to use this incident against him. Anyway, their ultimate goal was just that. Ma En is a very dangerous guy. Shadow stood up and said, he is a 5th level ability user who can hide himself under our close attention, and he is likely to be a backup left by Xiao. And he is also a very cunning guy. At the same time, he can risk his own death to sneak into the Federation. Such a 5th level ability user is not something we can solve with a little precaution. No one can realize his problem. But since he came to the Federation through me, then as the head of the investigation department, I will form a special team capable of hunting him down and confronting him, and I will personally lead and participate in this team. I will ensure that Ma En will never appear in public again, and if he shows up even a little, I will personally take him back to the Federation prison and dig out all the secrets related to Shen Zhao. Does this answer satisfy you? Chapter 448. The speed of returning to such a life was somewhat beyond Ma En's expectations, but he, who had experienced the escape from the Southern Federation, did not feel particularly uncomfortable with such a situation, but rather somewhat familiar with it. After confirming these, the first thing he did was to contact Shen Yun to check on her situation. After Ma En's facts, the church became more concerned about her, and did not slowly cultivate her. Therefore, she was already in the core area of the church, but Ma En still asked her to find some reasons to go to the Holy Land where powerful outsiders could not invade at will, so as to ensure that she would not be found immediately by the Federation. Even if the Federation's ability invaded the Holy Land and found her, it would take some time to take action, and this time was enough to alert the angels and cardinals who could stop them, so as to ensure her safety. Of course, he also carried out the most basic safety treatment for Chen Yun, temporarily extracting the information that might cause trouble from her mind, so as to prevent anyone from searching her memory during this period of time. After solving this small problem, He began to prepare to solve the problem of Lingbao wholeheartedly. Xiaoyao's reaction was indeed very bad, but Ma En did not give up. Although he promised Xiaoyao that he would go back after reaching the Jinden stage, Ma En did not intend to really practice well. Xiaoyao obviously wanted to use this thing as a bargaining chip to threaten himself to practice to the Jinden stage, but his ultimate goal was definitely not to urge himself to practice, and he would use the Jinden stage as a bargaining chip to prove only one thing. That is, after he reached the Jinden stage, Xiaoyao could control him without using a magic treasure. Several of his senior brothers and sisters have proved this. When they cultivate to the Jinden stage, part of their souls will begin to be able to show in the form of mist, and they will also be controlled by Xiaoyao. And he and Xiao only made a verbal agreement, and did not sign any binding contract. It is impossible for him to cultivate to the Jinden stage with other methods. In fact, he really has several different cultivation methods in his mind. But even if he really breaks through to the Jinden stage by other methods, Xiaoyao will definitely not hand over the spiritual treasure. The only reason that Xiaoyao can hand over the spiritual treasure is that he has other ways to control himself. Therefore, as long as he wants to go through this process to obtain the spiritual treasure, he must endure being controlled by the other party for a period of time. After careful consideration, Ma En still felt that he could not take this risk. Even if he could remove this state at any time with the Control Bureau, it would almost be like handing his life directly to Xiaoyao. At that time, whether he lives or dies depends on whether Xiaoyao wants to kill him. Before we can really determine Xiaoyao's intention, this is the most stupid thing to do, and at that time his brain will not have any obstacles to Xiaoyao. Even if he can erase his memory, it is still very dangerous. So Ma En decided to use the backup plan. He pushed open the door of the conference room, and then looked at the girl, who was sitting there with a blank look. After seeing him come in, the girl seemed to relax a little, but her face still showed a strong sense of surprise. She was still puzzled and curious about the current situation. "Brother Ma En, what is going on?" Guani asked afterward. Ma En came in with this small iron box, and you could hear some subtle noises coming from it from time to time, as if something was constantly moving inside. He casually placed the iron box on the table, and then gently explained, "Junior sister, you should know that I have the ability to erase memories. In fact, this is not the first time you have come here, but I have separated your memories of coming here to guard against our master. If you believe me, just let me enter your brain a little bit to restore that memory." Hearing this, Guani had no doubts, and was not at all panicked because of being summoned suddenly. She quickly accepted Ma En's words, as if he was talking about a very ordinary little thing. "Of course I believe you," Guani said without hesitation. "Just come directly." Ma En nodded slightly, and then gently extracted the memory and implanted it into Guanyi's brain. Junior sister blinked, and then showed a look of realization. "So that's it." Ma En continued, "I promised you that I would help you escape Xiaoyao's clutches as long as I had the chance, but I'm sorry that I can't take you away now, because I have something else to do. If I can't accomplish this, I guess I can't compete with Xiaoyao." Guani smiled. "Just tell me what to do. You saved my life. If you want me to return it, just say a word. Although I'm definitely not as righteous as those chivalrous men, I still understand the principle of repaying a favor. As someone who grew up in the world of cultivation, going through fire and water for his savior is nothing." Ma En nodded slightly, and then said directly, "He is not willing to hand over the magic treasure made by Xiaoyao. Do you have any clues about where he hides the magic treasure? Can you think of any way?" Guanyi frowned and began to search for the impressions of the master in the remaining memories of several senior brothers and sisters in her mind. "I think the master is likely to carry it with him. It is almost impossible to get this magic treasure from him. I think you may have understood now that the ability of a cultivator can become very comprehensive if he wants. And the master is the kind of particularly comprehensive one among the nascent souls, and there is no flaw to find." Ma En said, "I don't need to take it away. I just need to hold it for about 30 seconds. At that time, even Xiaoyao can't stop me. Do you think we can create such an opportunity?" Guani said, "According to our common view, 30 seconds is indeed not enough time to refine such a magic treasure. The master may not be particularly wary of anyone doing this, but there must be a suitable reason before doing so. I can't think of how to get master to take this thing out. His body is everywhere in the desolate world, and he can keep the spiritual treasure by himself. I don't think I have any chance to touch it. Even if I can really touch it, I will definitely be under master's surveillance." Ma En nodded slightly. "That is to say, I have to find a reasonable way to contact the anti-psychic metal. Can you think of what I can do to make Xiaoyao change his mind? Is his purpose of doing this really to establish a sect?" Guani showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but I don't know what he is thinking. Ma-en nodded slightly. It's okay, Before he could speak, a paragraph of text popped up in front of him. Qin Yun was attacked. Chapter 449. Qin Yun was sitting at the desk, reading the book in his hand with full concentration. It recorded the understanding of the essence of divine arts by the predecessors of the church. Some of the contents were almost half a step into the edge of forbidden books, but only such books could teach readers in detail how to use divine arts. Exploring its essence itself is an offense to the Lord. If we rely solely on faith and belief to learn, the current church will reduce at least 2/3 of high-level divine arts. I am afraid that only geniuses like the contemporary Pope will not fall in rank, but it is estimated that he will not be promoted to the 5th rank so smoothly when he was a teenager, and it is impossible for him to be so dominant now. In fact, Qin Yun is not particularly interested in such magic in her heart. After she followed other members of the church to come here, she began to learn about the abnormal world. According to her understanding, no matter how hard she tried to learn these, there was no possibility of truly changing this world. In the final analysis, divine arts are gifts given by the Lord to mortals, the embodiment of his power in the mortal world, and are only tools and means to execute his will, not things that truly belong to divine art users. With her talent, no matter how much she studied, she could never truly surpass God's will. This was the conclusion she came to after comparison. It took her half a month to learn something that the Pope of that year mastered in just 3 days. Moreover, the real gap between them must be far more exaggerated than this number. No matter how much she studied, she could never reach the level of that young Pope, so she could not use this technique to make decisions that were not in the interests of the church. She was still trying to learn these. Just because this was a dangerous world, she needed to have enough power to protect the people she cared about, and divine arts were the best for her. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Qin Yun looked at the pages of the book in his hand, put it gently on the table, then stood up and turned around, wanting to walk to the door to see which clergyman came to visit him. But before she reached the door, she saw the figure of the knocker. Her brother Ma-en was standing at the door, and seemed to be looking at something else. Ma-en? Qin Yun said in surprise. Why did you come here suddenly? Ma-en looked up at her, revealing the calm expression that she had gradually become familiar with during this period of time. I have caused some trouble recently, and someone may come to use you as a breakthrough to deal with me. We don't have time to explain in detail now. I will tell you after I leave here. He did not ask Qin Yun's wishes, because Ma-en knew very well that Qin Yun would never refuse. Qin Yun nodded. I understand. She really didn't want to ask any questions, not only because Qin Yun trusted Ma-en very much, but also because she understood that every second counted, and this was not a particularly suitable place to talk. Ma-en came over, raised his hand, and put it on Qin Yun's shoulder, and then the shadow began to cover them, taking her into the shadow dimension, and then began to leave in the distance. At this point, Qin Yun relaxed a little. Now you can take me away from the holy land of the church at will? Ma-en said gently. You don't look particularly surprised. Qin Yun said, I have always been very confident in you. By the way, where are we going? Ma-en replied, the safest place. After saying this, the shadows around them began to fade slowly, and then the dazzling white light directly hit their eyes, revealing the appearance of the destination. Endless white light. Nothing else. You are not Ma-en, right? Qin Yun's calm voice came from behind him. The shadow turned around and looked at Qin Yun, slowly revealing its original appearance. Yes. When did you notice it? Qin Yun replied, your initial disguise was indeed a little hard to tell, but after entering the shadow dimension, your answer to me was a little bit off. It seems that your understanding of Ma-en is still very limited. No matter how carefully Shadow disguised himself, he could only deceive Qin Yun for half a minute. If he was really given the opportunity to enter Ma-en's mind, he could only extend the deception time for a few more days. Normally, although siblings are very familiar with each other, they often do not have such keen perception abilities. Shadow smiled. It seems that he has deleted all the important memories in your heart, but there is a safe place in your heart. But now the position occupied by this place in your mind is replaced by these blanks. If it is an ordinary telepath, he may ignore the erased memories, but Shadow, who is a 5th level ability user and knows that Ma-en can erase memories, can easily detect Qin Yun's memory problem. Qin Yun looked directly into Shadow's eyes without fear. Don't think about getting anything from me. Ma-en will never leave you any clues. Shadow sighed. It seems that you really know Ma-en well. Maybe we should ask you to be a consultant. But have you ever thought about why he didn't take you away from here, but let you wait for our attack here? Faced with his provocative words, Qin Yun showed no concern. You don't have to think about using me to threaten my brother. Since he left me here, it must mean that I will not affect him in any way. He is not worried about me at all. Shadow didn't expect Qin Yun to be so difficult. If he wanted to distort Qin Yun's mind, it would not be difficult, but it would not be so easy to plant an influence that neither Ma En nor the church could detect. Especially the current Pope Raphael of the church. Although he is far inferior to himself in the spiritual field, he can also be said to be a half-professional. The seeds that he forcibly planted in half a second were easily found, not to mention the existence of the spiritual body angel, who specializes in the spiritual field. That's right, although it seems that they have been talking for a while, the time in the real world has not reached half a second. If he wants to plant the seeds that are meaningful to finding Ma En in Qin Yun's heart silently, it will take some time for him. But he doesn't have much time in the Holy Land. If something happens, he will have to face the blame from both the Federation and the Church at the same time. Shadow doesn't want to offend the Church on behalf of the Federation. He can also see that Qin Yun is also a young member with more potential for the Church. That's why he wanted to find a breakthrough with words. But he didn't expect Qin Yun to have never considered whether Ma En might have abandoned her. And it seems to her that even if Ma En really abandoned her, Qin Yun would probably not have any grudges against his brother. This look of not caring about anything is a bit similar to Ma En, but in Shadow's impression, Ma En can do this because he has a strong rationality that can control his emotions, while Qin Yun seems to be completely based on love. Selfless love. This is a particularly difficult emotion to deal with, even more difficult to resolve than fanaticism and hatred, which are difficult to deal with. Those emotions can often find a gap, but love is like a ball of cotton that can never be flattened, and can easily and freely remove attacks from any angle and direction. Moreover, the love that ripples in Qin Yun's heart is still true and pure love, not born in rotten soil, and there is no deformity or distortion, which makes it more difficult for Shadow to find any focus. Unexpectedly, the biggest challenge I encountered here was not the Holy Land or the angel, but Qin Yun herself. She is worthy of being Ma En's sister. After realizing the reason for Qin Yun's determination, Shadow chose to get straight to the point and said, "That's right, then I tell you what Ma En did. He helped the evil ability user Qin Wan to secretly go undercover in the Federation, and tried to rescue this evil ability user. Now he has become the highest level wanted criminal in the entire Federation. I am Shadow, the director of the investigation department of the Federal Abnormal Ability Agency, but I am just one of the countless members in this hunt. Now he can be said to be fighting against the entire federal government, and basically the entire world we live in. I know you trust his ability, but I think even in your mind, Ma En is not an evil demon who can subvert the world. Even his leader Shen Shao has been imprisoned by us. I believe Ma En will definitely struggle brilliantly, and may even cause severe damage to the Federation, but the final outcome will not change. No matter how long Ma En can hold out, he will eventually be caught by us, and he will certainly commit countless crimes in the process, which will lead to his miserable end. But if you can persuade him to surrender for us, I can sign a contract to guarantee that I will never kill or abuse Ma En, but will only imprison him. Moreover, his leader Shen Shao is also accepting negotiations recently, and it is only a matter of time before she returns to our federal camp. By then, Ma En can be released." Seeing that Qin Yun was still unshakable, Shadow continued, "Ma En is not doing so much for any great ideals. In fact, he is just working for his leader Shen Shao to win negotiation conditions. He is not doing anything good. Well, I don't even need you to persuade Ma En. Just tell him a message that we accept his surrender. He will believe what you say more. In fact, if you ask around, you may know that I can barely be considered a friend of Ma En. Recently, I was criticized for recommending Ma En to join the Federation. I said this to reduce my own troubles, but I can also guarantee that doing so is really a good thing for Ma En. If you really love him, think about it for him. Selflessness is one of the most difficult emotions to deal with. Any attack can only be easily resolved by it, but Shadow, who has been through many battles, cannot fail to understand how to solve this problem. Just follow her love." Qin Yun showed a look of resistance. "If I really do what you say, it proves that I don't trust Ma En at all. If I really believe in his judgment and ability, I will let him make the decision." Shadow had expected her to say this, but he will make the decision that he thinks is right, not the truly right decision. Shen Shao is a bad person with a particularly strong ability to incite, and Ma En has been deceived by her. He needs your help now. Qin Yun showed a puzzled look. "Do you mean that I can decide for Ma En what is right?" "No, only he knows what is right for him. Even if what you said is true, and I really don't want him to die, but I will never force his will to twist. At most I will tell him that I don't want him to die like this, but what decision he will make after that is not something I can interfere with, and I am sure." Now Ma-en already knows my thoughts, so he is doing what is absolutely right for him. As his sister, I will only support him silently. Shadow frowned slightly. This was the best inducement she could offer in a short period of time, but Qinyun remained unmoved, and her mind and words were exactly the same. There was no flaw at all. So who is he going to kill? Shadow began to attack things other than Ma-en. For Qinyun, things related to Ma-en could be said to be indestructible, and there was no loophole at all. Ma-en is going to kill countless good people. Shadow said, I know you are a good person. Are you going to watch your brother do evil? Qinyun said with a righteous face, I know who is right, Mr. Ability from the Federation, don't try to deceive me. Shadow said maybe, but if... Swoosh. A dazzling golden light tore through the white world, instantly piercing Shadow's eyes, directly tearing his figure into powder, and then the whole world began to darken rapidly. Then the space they were in turned into another body of shadow. But then several pure white and bright red hazy lights appeared in the distance, and the golden light that had just torn the shadows fell steadily in front of the hazy figures, slowly revealing their true appearance. A particularly young and handsome man stood in front of Qinyun, and behind him were a few pure white or bright red figures that were about to land here at any time, gradually surrounding Shadow. Is the Federation going to go to war? Rafivan said coldly, you actually have the guts to invade the mind of the saint in the Holy Land. If the Holy Soul is harmed in the slightest, I will personally kill your clones one by one. Wherever the Lord's will goes, any shadow will disappear. At this moment, Shadow finally knew why Ma-en didn't take Qinyun away. This was a trap that Ma-en specially left for the Federation, and he almost stepped on it directly. Fortunately, he had noticed the abnormality, and didn't do anything special to Qinyun, otherwise the entire Federation and himself would be entangled with the Holy Church, and it would not even be possible to deal with Ma-en in a short time. The Holy Church is one of the few organizations that is not afraid of openly confronting the Federation. Those heavenly creatures don't take any mortal organization seriously, and the Federation really can't threaten the heaven itself. Sorry, I went the wrong way. Shadow raised his hands to surrender. Can you listen to my explanation? Chapter 450. The Federation has obviously encountered obstacles in investigating Maine. Sierran can feel that they have not yet fully realized how difficult Maine is. If this continues, the Federation will probably have to waste some time before it can take out those truly precious top-level abnormal entities. It should not be difficult to catch Maine after using them. However, they will definitely not use these things in the short term. Such top-level resources are extremely rare in themselves, and using them also means that the severity of the matter will be increased. Therefore, unless Shadow wants to make himself look more seriously wrong, he will definitely not take the initiative to do so. And those politicians understand the ability users far less than Shadow. Shadow, who knows whether to use high-level abnormal entities, has not spoken, so it is even more impossible for them to let him use them. After all, there is no benefit in saying this kind of thing correctly, but it will be troublesome if it is said incorrectly. The ability users who really understand the abnormal field are unwilling to say it, and those who don't understand it don't want to cause any trouble at all. This is why the Federation, a giant organization, has not yet swallowed up the world. Even if its body is so exquisite, it still has flaws in these subtle places. This is actually the problem that the creators of the Federation could not solve in the end human nature. No matter how powerful this machine is, as long as it still relies on the existence of humans to interfere with the world, there is no way to escape the ugly human nature, but unfortunately it still has to use humans themselves to reach its current situation. After all, humans are one of the most powerful forces in the world today. And it has also used the ugly or beautiful parts of human nature countless times in the process of continuous expansion. Since it accepts the parts that are beneficial to itself, it cannot reject those parts that are harmful to it. But if the Federation is allowed to operate slowly, things may not go as smoothly as before. Sierran does not think that Maine can resist the Federation's next offensive. He has personally felt Maine's strength. Not weak, but far from strong, but the Federation's opponent is not only Maine, but also the mysterious organization behind him. If they are given too much time, things may not go so smoothly. Even if Maine is finally found, the organization will definitely be able to cover up its existence well, but this runs counter to Sierran's purpose. He does not have any grudge against Maine. Maine's life or death is not important to him at all. Sierran cares about the mysterious organization itself. He wants to find evidence of the existence of this organization through the Federation's stimulation. Therefore, Sierran intends to help the Federation a little. And he actually knows what to do. Maine is a very cautious and careful person. His sister, who seems to be a weakness on the surface, has actually been well protected. She may even be much safer than Maine. But he still has a flaw that he will never be able to make up for. To be honest, it is incredible for a mortal to have only one flaw of this degree. Even most 5th level ability users will have many weaknesses before they grow up. And many times, they cannot simply rely on their own will to erase these weaknesses. For example, some 5th level ability users, who are slightly less cold-blooded, may care about their parents, and they have no way to control the fact that they have parents. It is extremely rare for a guy like Maine to have only one flaw. It can be said that he has almost no weaknesses. It's a pity that he met me. One flaw is enough for him. This is why Saran is now standing in the center of this hell array. The array is surrounded by the incomplete bodies of various intelligent creatures, and the broken soul fragments are floating in the air. These things were alive not long ago, before he came. Saran raised his hand and looked at his blood-red skin, then turned to look at the crystal used for the ceremony, and carefully looked at his demon body. A handsome face that looks like a human, with winding black sharp horns, sharp claws, eyes gushing dark light, and a dark sun mark on his chest that symbolizes his identity. What a fragile body! It doesn't match his memory of his previous incarnation of hell. But Saran has long been accustomed to it. He lifted his tail to sweep away the blood and flesh residue on his body, then lifted his long legs and walked out. When he pushed open the door, dozens of demons and humans in black robes were already kneeling in front of him. And they were looking at Saran, who came out with fanaticism, as if they saw the god in their hearts personally fall into the mortal world, but this was still a little different from his previous believers. Master, hell is ready to welcome you. The black-robed man in the front lowered his head and said, When will we let the dark sun hang on the sky of hell again? Saran didn't care about his identity as a demon at all, nor did he care about the things in hell. The existence of this demon church that worshipped him was not because he had any ideas about hell. During his most prosperous period, countless similar churches or organizations emerged naturally. He did nothing and gained many twisted worshippers. These demon worshippers also mistakenly interpreted their past reflections as some powerful demon, but in fact, this view was not completely wrong. Hell did accept him, and let him appear as a demon, but Saran cultivated his body at that time and wanted to use hell to escape from the mortal world, but later he realized that it was not wise to do so. Then, after this body was challenged and killed by other creatures in hell, he never tried to waste the resources he had accumulated over the years to recast this body. After all, it was useless. Until now, he had new needs, and then he asked these believers to remake a temporary body. Saran ignored the questions of his believers, but directly ordered from a high position, I want to see the Dragon Mother. This familiar tone was exactly the same as the memory of the believer leader, and he also showed a look of surprise. Yes, my lord, he said with his head down, I arrange it right away. Watching his followers retreat like a tide, busy preparing for his meeting with the three-headed Dragon Mother, Saran also leisurely sat directly on the throne they prepared for him. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to speed up this matter, and Saran is not lazy to do it, but if he really takes action, it will only bring more trouble, because now in their eyes, he is a god. God is above everything. Chapter 451. The moment Saran stepped into the main gate of the city ancient dragon ruins, he clearly felt that the smell of sulfur around him was thicker than other places in hell, which made him feel a little more comfortable. As soon as he walked into the door, Saran floated directly to the traffic track of the flying demons, and began to move towards the palace in the center at high speed. It only took a few minutes to reach the main gate of the palace. He landed steadily at the door. Two tall demon guards, with dragon features, stood upright in front of the door. The moment they saw Saran, they raised their spears and held them in front of him. This is the palace of the Dragon Mother, the guard said. No one can enter without an invitation. Another guard stared at the little guy in front of him. I have never seen you in Dragon City before, nor have I heard of a guy like you. Are you a new demon? If so, I advise you to turn around and leave now. The Dragon Mother does not like the blood of weak demons to dirty her palace. Saran raised his head and looked at the two giants. I come here on behalf of the Dark Sun. The two demon guards looked at each other, then lowered their heads again to carefully look at Saran, and then saw the dark mark on his chest, and then faced the important guest. They didn't expect that it was such a little thing who came to see the Dragon Mother, and there was no breath of danger and oppression on him, as if this guy was just a fourth-level demon equivalent to them. Such a demon dared to come to see the Dragon Mother, and the Dragon Mother actually agreed. However, after confirming the identity of the visitor, the two guards only muttered in their hearts, and did not express their thoughts in their hearts, and casually made way for him. Before Saran took a step forward, a little lizard with dragonfly wings appeared in front of him from nowhere, and said in a lively girlish voice, My lord, Please follow me. Sirene followed the little demon in. My lord. Dragonfly said, your appointment time is 2 minutes. Please pay attention to the time. The Dragon Mother's daily meeting time is very precious. If you want to make a wish, please finish your request and price as soon as possible. Remember not to exceed the time, otherwise the demons behind you will have the power to break in and kill you directly to cut in line. Sirene nodded slightly. I know. The dragonfly raised his claws and pushed open a door that looked ordinary, revealing a reception room with exquisite and noble decorations behind it, and then lowered his head and timidly retreated from here. Sirene walked in and looked up at the elegant lady who was drinking soul tea. The Dragon Mother also raised her face and glanced at him, but she did not immediately retract her gaze as usual, but kept her eyes on the mark on his chest. Not everyone can have this thing printed on their body. The Dragon Mother glanced at him. Do you know what this mark means? Therian smiled. Of course, it symbolizes that I am eternal and immortal like the second sun, but you are getting better and better now, and it has become so troublesome for me to see you, Shiati. The Dragon Mother's face suddenly changed. Dark Sun? Therian walked to the opposite side of her table and sat down. Relax, I am not here for revenge. I don't care about my body that much. In fact, if I really care, you will never have the chance to destroy it. And it's useless to me. I came here for other things. The woman looked at him suspiciously. So you really didn't lie at the beginning. In fact, I thought you liked to brag. I didn't expect that we really couldn't kill you at that time. But your body doesn't seem to be strong now. If I want to crush you to death, it should be easy. Saran didn't feel uncomfortable with the way she said it. He knew that the Dragon Mother had this kind of personality. Even if she didn't want to do anything to him, she always liked to take advantage of him. I said I didn't come here for revenge. Saran said, in my eyes, most of the hatred is completely unnecessary. I will kill the guy who offends me, but only to deter others. But now I have no interest in hell, so you don't have to worry about me wanting to establish my authority. I came here to trade with you. Dragon Mother asked, what do you want? Saran asked, I heard that you have a subordinate named Long Qin? Dragon Mother narrowed her eyes and said, yes, and she is a young demon that I particularly like. After she resolved the direct hatred, the fire in her heart showed no signs of weakening. She is an excellent demon who can embrace hatred and anger. But I haven't seen her for a while recently, and I don't know what she is doing. Saran smiled and said, but I know you have her soul, right? Yes, you did become very strong after falling into hell, and her speed was faster than most people with abilities, but this kind of power is definitely not without price. This is a very cruel and realistic world. And hell is definitely one of the worst places in such a world. There is no story of the weak rising up here, and there is no room for fairy tales. Hell itself is a crazy revenge, and no creature here has any kindness to their compatriots. The Dragon Mother will indeed help and support other demons, and feed them with her blood, but what she wants is the souls of these subordinates themselves. Anyway, they have no better choice. Ma En is indeed very cautious. Saran suspects that the Dragon Mother has not seen you recently, and it is related to Ma En, but unfortunately this is not a world where caution can solve any problem. The Dragon Mother replied, you know I don't sell the souls of my men. I only get them for their loyalty. That's why I can gain a foothold in hell. Saran replied, I can use this soul secretly. We won't make it public that it has been used. No one will know that the three-headed Dragon Mother broke her promise. Anyway, you didn't sign a contract with him. In fact, if Ma'an's opponent was a little weaker, no matter in terms of intelligence or power, there would be no way to use you to deal with him. The three-headed Dragon Mother really insisted on her approach. She would never sell out her offspring easily. Even if the Federation found this place, it couldn't come up with anything to make this demon dragon in hell change its mind. After all, these hell demons were not afraid of the Federation far away in the main universe, and they had no way to deal with these guys. Fortunately, the Federation had his help. The three-headed Dragon Mother also said coldly, Dark Sun, I don't care about short-term benefits. You don't understand what you means to me. And anything you do will leave traces. I still have many enemies waiting for me to make mistakes. Saran said, I know what happened. The Dragon Mother frowned and asked, what? She is a very ambitious guy, and she will not be controlled by greed. Even if she can offer huge benefits, it is estimated that it will be difficult to shake her. But this dragon only cares about one thing. Only she has this bargaining chip in her hand. Saran looked into her eyes and said, I know how the dragons became extinct. I know the truth. When they died wailing, I stood on their corpses. Chapter 452. Shadow looked up at the monitor in front of him and carefully read his own news. His body was burned to powder by Riffiven, but Shadow did not resist. He knew that if he did not pay a price, he would not be able to calm the anger of the church. However, this meant that his original plan was shelved. After the establishment of the combat team against Maine, these federal experts began to study his past non-stop and tried to find weaknesses that could be broken in his short life. And this is now the most important thing for this team. Because the search team headed by Shadow also started to locate Maine, and also used the few remaining resources of the giant prediction machine of the Federation to try to directly find Maine's hiding place. As long as his location can be determined, it is not difficult to deal with him with the conventional power of the Federation. After all, if Maine is really strong, he will not be sent to save Qinlan, but will directly follow Shishao to fight against the Federation. In fact, this is the most common method used by the Federation. For these relatively standard 5th level ability users, the Federation can completely suppress and kill them with absolute power. After all, even Shishao was dealt with by them. The only reason they don't do this is that other 5th level ability users are not fools. If they deal with other 5th level ability users, it will without a particularly suitable reason. Even if they have a barely acceptable excuse, it will still cause other 5th level ability users to worry and fear, and then they will unite and fight back. The Federation maintains a subtle calm with these wild ability users. Unless it is necessary, it will never interfere with them and muddy the waters at will. But now is a very rare reasonable situation. Then, when Shadow wanted to subdue Ma-En himself, he was surprised to find that most of the tracking anomaly devices, including the prediction machine, could not determine Ma-En's location, and it did not exist in other nearby planes. It was as if Ma-En was no longer in this world. This also surprised Shadow a little. Although Qinyun's matter was not within his expectations, it was not unexpected for him. After all, Ma-En was that kind of person. But this matter made Shadow completely confused. According to the information obtained by the Federation, Ma-En did not seem to have any particularly strong power. When he encountered the assassination of the Eastern Federation, Ma-En did not show any special strength. He just relied on his 5th level power to barely hold on until the end of time. If Xu Yupeng, who bought the service from the company at that time, had more money, Ma-En might not have been able to get away so smoothly. Moreover, the Federation also contacted the members of the company. According to their description, Ma-En did not seem to have such a strong ability to cover his own tracks. Although Ma-En originally had a composite ability, he was not like an ordinary naturally awakened ability user, but more like a wizard or clergyman's acquired ability. However, it is precisely this kind of ability user that can easily feel the specific strength of the person after a brief contact. The company's killer crying face man also swore that Ma-En was not particularly strong, which is the unreasonable part. Even if Ma-En has the ability to hide himself, he should not be able to reveal no traces in the comprehensive search of the Federation, because the tracking entity of the Federation is much stronger than the ordinary 5th level ability user. It is also because of this that he thinks Qinyun may be his breakthrough, but the reality is that he has hit an iron wall. No matter what he thinks, the Federation will not let him use Qinyun. It was totally not worth offending a giant abnormal organization for Maine. But this meant that the plan to hunt down Maine had come to a standstill. He could not think of any other way to catch Maine in the short term. Just as he was thinking carefully about what to do next, a figure walked out of the shadow in front of him. It was another shadow. After just a moment of staring at each other, the shadow knew what news himself had brought to him. Just now, a mysterious person had specially handed something to this self. A contract from hell, linked to a demon's soul. Now he held the life and death of Maine's sister in his hands. The action that had been stuck in the quagmire suddenly became extremely clear and simple. It seemed that he only needed to do a few more things to easily subdue Maine, and he didn't have to worry about the harsh criticism of the Federation. But Shadow did not feel any joy, but felt a little heavy. It was this unknown mysterious man who put Ma-En in his current situation. Ma-En had been in the Federation for so long without any flaws, but this mysterious man ruined all of Ma-En's plans without even showing up. Although the Federation was bound by Shishao and the Armistice Agreement, the fact that Ma-En could cover up so perfectly in front of them, and dared to do this proved how difficult he was to deal with. But this guy not only used the Federation members to hunt down Ma-En, but also seemed to have found means and bargaining chips to deal with Ma-En for them who were in trouble. This was almost feeding them directly. If this mysterious man hadn't taken action, Ma-En would still be deceiving the Federation leisurely. What kind of guy did he mess with? There are probably only a few people in the world who can do this in a short period of time. The person who wants Ma-En dead is definitely not some unknown new 5th level ability user. Who is he, and is his goal really just Ma-En? In Shadow's opinion, this mysterious man is so powerful that he doesn't care about Ma-En at all. What is there in Ma-En that is worth doing this for? Or is his goal the Federation itself? Or, what do you think? The second Shadow said to himself, this matter must be complicated. Are we really going to be led by him? I have some doubts that his goal is Shishao Walker. Should I tell the Federation about this? Shadow answered himself, I think I can wait and see. Things are still a little unclear now. Although this mysterious man always gives reasons that the Federation cannot refuse, I always feel that something is wrong. I think we should form a new team to investigate this mysterious man. Ding. But before he could make a decision, the computer screen in front of him lit up, and the latest message from the federal government's internal communication system popped up. The moment Shadow saw the title of this message, he no longer thought about how to deal with this sudden thing. Because the message from the Federation was asking him if he had received any special gifts recently that could help them find and capture Mon. The mysterious man did not intend to give himself a chance to consider. Chapter 453. The situation at Qinyun's place was exactly what Ma-En expected. The battle array set by the church could ensure that the Federation would not try to deal with him through Qinyun next, and he would not have any weaknesses. With this idea in mind, Ma-En also began to calm down and study how to steal the spiritual treasure. Although Xiaoyao was a particularly strong cultivator, this was actually quite possible. After all, what he was going to do was not to fight him head-on, but just to steal the spiritual treasure. After thinking slowly, Ma-En had a few pretty good ideas in his mind. Some had a higher success rate and a higher risk, some had a slightly lower risk but required a longer period of pre-preparation, and some had almost no risk but a lower chance of success. In the end, he chose the one that required more pre-preparation. The risk was not particularly high, and it could be done as long as he had enough patience. Moreover, it took a long time, but in fact it could be done in about a month. But just as he and other Control Bureau employees were preparing the plan in full swing, they suddenly learned a particularly bad news. Ma-En knocked on the door. Can I come in? The girl inside the room said, You are my brother, you don't have to be so polite to me. Ma-En pushed the door open and walked in. Sorry, I don't quite remember how to get along with you. And even if he remembered the past, it was more than 10 years ago that he got along with you as a brother and sister, and you said this as if that time happened yesterday. You make me uncomfortable. The devil girl said with her legs crossed, Hearing you say this, I always feel that my brother has been replaced by something, although the fact is actually similar. Ma-En sat down opposite her, as naturally as possible. Although Long Qin was just an acquaintance in his heart, his body seemed to still have some traces of the past, and he felt a little relaxed. I want to ask you something. Ma-En thought about how to say it. Yu asked curiously, Does it have anything to do with the matter of letting me stay here? Ma-En nodded. I have had some small conflicts with the Federation recently, so I asked you to come here to prevent them from finding you, but now it seems that my original worries were not wrong. They said they got something that can decide your life or death. Hearing this, Yu widened her eyes and said in disbelief, How is it possible? Ma-En asked, So they did claim so. I don't think they are bluffing. Do you have any handle in the hands of others? Yu was still a little reluctant to believe. Yes, my soul is in the hands of the Dragon Mother, but she will never trade the souls of her subordinates. No matter outsiders or her own people, it is impossible to get souls from her. In the past, a demon who was about to break through to the 5th level offered all his rewards except his life in exchange for freedom, and another great demon once used a 5th level abnormal entity to exchange the soul of his enemy. But the Dragon Mother rejected them all, which is why many demons choose to join her. We don't need to worry about being betrayed, at least it should be like this. Ma-En asked, Do you need to hand over your soul to join the Dragon Mother? Yu said, as if she was amused, Otherwise, to be precise, you have to hand over your soul to join any great demon. If I didn't sell my soul early, I might have died a few months before entering hell. Among the countless things I sold to stay alive, this transaction is still relatively worthwhile. Or so I thought before, which is a bit ridiculous. Although I also know that the Federation may be telling the truth, I still can't believe that she would sell my soul now. But I don't seem to have any better way except to believe in their integrity. After all, I can't expect such a demon to sign a contract with me in hell. Looking at Yu's gradually lost expression, Ma-En was basically sure that the Federation really got the contract of Yu's soul. In fact, her view of the Dragon Mother may not be wrong. But in front of this terrifying Black Hand, and the Federation, who wanted to deal with her, even if the Dragon Mother was unwilling to hand over Yu's soul, she might not be able to keep her heart completely under the temptation of power and interests. It was simply an offensive without any blind spots. If I hadn't been able to hide in the Control Bureau, I would have died dozens of times facing such a dangerous character. This world is still so dangerous to me. Mon raised his hand to support his forehead and sighed slightly. That's bad. The Federation must have somehow obtained your soul contract. It was almost a dead end before him. There was no particularly safe solution. Even if he could overcome the difficulties in front of him, he didn't know what the mastermind would do next. After a moment of silence, Yu seemed to think of something and said, "In fact, the matter is not as serious as you think. In fact, I have a solution." Mon raised his head and looked at her. "What?" Yu paused and said, "You can ignore their request. Anyway, I should have died more than 10 years ago, and you avenged me personally. I can die for you regardless of emotion and reason. In this matter, they used my mistakes to deal with you. You don't have to take risks for me. Although you may not remember it, I still regard you as my brother. I am not afraid of dying for you again. And since you don't remember me, you won't." "Don't say it," Ma En interrupted coldly. Even after he said this, he slowly realized that he had spoken. He even wanted to listen to Yu's words before refusing rationally. Otherwise, he would not wait until this time to speak. Yu suddenly looked at him with surprise. "Ma En? You?" Ma En did not answer immediately, but carefully felt the sudden anger slowly subside, as if he came from the past and conveyed his emotions to himself across time. That's right, when Yu said this, he felt very angry. Although he himself was emotionally opposed to what she said, it should not have reached this level. In the past, he didn't feel anything when he followed Qingyun to find his memory, but when Yu, whom he really cared about before, was in danger of his life, his memory seemed to finally loosen a little. Sure enough, it was because the stimulation he received at that time was not strong enough. If you think so, at least there is one good thing in this predicament. After the anger finally dissipated completely, Ma En was ready to answer Yu's question. He looked at the girl gently. "I did feel a little bit of my past self, but it was fleeting, and did not really blow away the mist that separated me from the past, but this is not the point now. I know you are thinking about me, but you don't have to think so much, and don't say such things. This situation is just a little tricky for me, and it doesn't really threaten my life. I will handle everything. It just requires him to take a few steps back." Chapter 454. Ma En walked out of the shadows, stepped into the mountain filled with thick fog, and took a few steps forward towards the cave where Xiaoyao was, sending a signal to the surrounding fog that he wanted to see Xiaoyao. "You dare to come back here," Xiaoyao said behind him. "The Federation is looking for you all over the world. As long as you show up anywhere, they can come here in half a minute. Fortunately, I have cast a spell to cover up the secrets of this place. You have 10 minutes. Ma En turned around and looked at the monk and said, "Thank you, Master." Xiaoyao smiled. "Master? How come I didn't know that I accepted a disciple of Yuanying? How can I be qualified to be your master?" Ma En replied warmly, "I remember there is such a saying in the cultivation world, saying that there is always something worth learning from others, and it is also said that cultivation itself has nothing to do with turns. Master, you are a pioneer of Tao, and I really want to learn from you." Xiaoyao sneered. "That sounds good. You have been ill-intentioned since you became my disciple. I am afraid that you just regard your master as a furnace for refining weapons, and want to get away immediately after taking the spiritual treasure. Anyway, you can leave if you want to." He pointed out the most serious problem. Ma En hid his strength, which made their previous exchange of interests meaningless. Xiaoyao originally planned to hand over the spiritual treasure to him, because he thought he could use both kindness and force. But if Ma En is a 5th level ability user, his plan will become a joke. Ma En asked back, "Master, do you really have no ulterior motives when you accept me as your apprentice?" This made Xiaoyao smile. "You have a point, then tell me what made you dare to come back here." While talking, Xiaoyao also seemed to respond to Ma En's gaze in a friendly manner, but in fact, he had already secretly controlled the surrounding fog to slowly set up a formation, and was ready to keep Ma En's life here at any time. Although because Ma En was a 5th level ability user, his arithmetic was not so reliable, but he could also see that Ma En's current situation was not good, so he might as well take the lead in cleaning up the door. He could also take out Ma En's understanding of cultivation before the Federation and give it to his last disciple as soon as possible. Ma En said, "Yes, my purpose is actually very simple, just for the spiritual treasure cast with anti-psychic metal, and now I am back here for the spiritual treasure, and I did not tell the truth before. But we can forget all the past things. I know what you want to achieve in the Federation, and you also have what I want. From this point of view, we are almost perfect trading partners." Xiaoyao showed some curiosity. "Oh, then how do you want to trade with me?" Ma En said, I can guarantee to reach the golden core. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyao interrupted with a sneer. Do you think I am a fool? I know that you have the ability of the 5th level. How can you still think that I can control you with just the method I taught you? If you really think so, you can leave. He showed the look of a pursuer, and at the same time quietly controlled his own natal flying sword to take position in the distance, ready to cross the distance of dozens of miles, and take Ma-En's head directly at any time. But Ma-En did not retreat. In fact, he was not surprised by this. He just wanted to try to use the characteristics of the Control Bureau and the characteristics of Guan Yi's golden elixir to deceive Xiaoyao and obtain the spiritual treasure. Although Xiaoyao certainly didn't think of the existence of the Control Bureau, he no longer believed in Ma-En. Ma-En took out the hell contract that Zhang Yue got from his arms and handed it to Xiaoyao. What you want is a subordinate who can help you deal with things while you concentrate on research. As you promised, you don't intend to kill me, so it shouldn't matter what restricts my behavior. To be honest, I am definitely more suitable than other partners you can find. Even if you can train Guan Yi or anyone else, you can't do better than me. And you can't find other 5th level ability users. It just happens that I need your help, and I'm in a particularly bad situation recently. Otherwise, I wouldn't agree to this kind of thing. If you agree, I can actually provide you with disciples from other places, and I can help you coordinate things in the Federation again. I haven't fully exerted my strength for this. Xiaoyao did not take the contract, but looked at him and said, coordinate with the Federation for me? You can't even protect yourself now. Even if you don't say whether you can survive, the Federation will definitely not calm down and listen to you. How can you help me build a sect? Ma-En said confidently, I don't care about the Federation at all. If they didn't find something I care about, I wouldn't even come here to find you. And as long as you give me the spiritual treasure, I can guarantee that I can solve the Federation's problems myself. This is also written in the contract, you can take a look. Xiaoyao took the contract and looked at it carefully. It must be said that this contract is very professional, just like an important business contract now, with many details that can answer all his doubts, and it is also fair in general. As long as Ma-En can get out safely as he said, then signing this contract is a sure win for him. He can get a 5th level laborer for free, and the bottom line is also very clear. If you want, Ma-En said by the way while he was reading the contract, I can also cultivate to the point of taking out the golden elixir and handing it over to Guan Yi, so that you will be 2 partners. Xiaoyao looked up at him, with a little appreciation in his eyes. Not bad, I have no reason to refuse. Then you will be my deputy leader from now on. Ma-En also smiled, deal? Very good, so he doesn't have to use the last plan of completely breaking up with Xiaoyao by using the irreversible destruction of his understanding of cultivation and taking Guan Yi away as a bargaining chip to threaten Xiaoyao. He paid a heavy price in this matter. The contract clearly stated that he would help Xiaoyao. Strictly speaking, he was already an accomplice. If it weren't for the mastermind behind the scenes, who forced him to this point, he would never sign such a severely restrictive clause with Xiaoyao. Since it has come to this, he could only adopt some more radical methods. Ma-En no longer thought about being able to get out of it cleanly and beautifully. He was lucky to solve the problem at hand. Although there are so many clauses, there is still one thing in this matter that is in his favor, that is, when Xiaoyao really establishes a sect and cultivates nascent soul cultivators. He will become one of the few people who can help them get rid of Xiaoya's shackles. Chapter 455. Before the members of the Federation arrived, Ma-En returned to the Abnormal Control Bureau. Abnormal Entity, Heartlock Armor. Abnormal Strength, V.3. Description: with anti-psychic metal as the main body, 6 5th-level materials and 239 low-level materials are added. This spiritual treasure is forged by the weapon master Xiao Taoist. It can sense and selectively block harmful mental power. Features: Heartlock Method V.3. The entity wearing the Heartlock armor can sense the mental power that is about to invade in advance, and selectively isolate the parts that may be harmful to it and think may be harmful, and can filter out the subtle toxins hidden in the weakest power. Although Xiao wanted to use this thing to threaten himself, he really didn't hold back when casting it. After listening carefully to Ma-En's requirements, he made an abnormal entity that perfectly met his expectations. Although this thing is not so pure after processing, its ability to resist mental attacks after being used is slightly lower than that of anti-psychic metal, but it is still quite strong. If he encounters a hostile 5th-level psychic again, he will definitely be fine in a short period of time just by relying on this abnormal item, and he should be able to easily survive until he escapes with the help of the Control Bureau. If he uses it, there is a possibility of competing in the mental field. This shortcoming is actually because he has the power of the Control Bureau to transfer characteristics to himself. For normal people, wearing this armor directly can resist mental attacks better than relying on anti-psychic metal. However, none of this is important, because Martin does not need it for shadow battles. Now even if he can deal with psychics, he can't solve the problem of the Federation. Ma-En came to a door in the corridor and pushed it open. Qin-Lan, who was working in an office chair behind the door, raised her head and looked at Ma-En nervously. "What's going on?" Ma-En replied, "I have achieved the goal and can start the action according to the plan." Qin-Lan nodded slightly. "Okay, I will start arranging the members of the positioning plan, and Kanya is waiting for you in the reserved room." Ma-En nodded. "How is the negotiation location?" Qin-Lan replied, "There are not many safe places in the Southern Federation. This place is far more chaotic than other places, and the only one that can avoid being intercepted by the Federation is the Southern Federation branch of the Victor Hotel. Here is the list of eliminated places. You can take a look." Ma-En took it and glanced at it briefly. The list also detailed the shortcomings of other locations and the minor problems that might exist in the Victor Hotel. After a careful look, Ma-En also determined that the Victor Hotel was their best choice. Although it was not a perfect location, it was not the time to be picky. He returned the list. "Arrange a secret trip for me through the Victor Hotel, and then prepare the message that I want to negotiate. When I give you the signal, pass it directly to the Federation. We have to make sure they don't have any time to do anything." Qin-Lan nodded. "Even so, this trip is very dangerous." Ma-En said, "It's okay, I'm going to give in to the Federation, not to fight them. And this matter is no longer safe." Qin-Lan showed an understanding look. "If it weren't for your sister's incident, we should have temporarily hidden away from the limelight, but there is no other choice when encountering such a thing, but you still have to be careful. If you find that the situation is not right, retreat immediately, don't really let them catch you." Ma-En nodded, "Of course." Yes, his plan is to negotiate with the Federation. In fact, there is no other way to solve the problem except this, and he is destined to pay a big price before he has a chance to calm down this crisis. In fact, although the power of the Moon God is definitely not weak, and he can continue to make up for his shortcomings, in fact, even if he takes this power to face the battle head-on, he can't win. Now his opponent is the entire Federation. The last person who fought against such a dangerous existence was called Shishao Walker. Although the Federation borrowed the power of other abnormal organizations at that time, the final beneficiary was the Federation itself, which was able to drive these abnormal organizations. It is a kind of power in itself, and the most important thing is that they have one. Ma-En did not take any chances, and clearly realized that only this way could obtain Yu's soul. Of course, as long as he did this, it could be said that basically no one could do anything to him. At that time, he would be free to jump in the vast sea and fly in the sky. But the worst thing is that this is probably just the beginning. Even if he can solve the problem of the Federation by chance, he still can't rest. The real mastermind has not made any move yet. He has obviously caused extremely serious impact on him, but he has not left any trace. Ma-En had no idea how the other party could do it so quickly, and at the same time maintain perfect concealment. Since he could do this, what was his purpose in dealing with him? Ma-En walked out thinking, and then went around to another room. There was a long table in the middle of this empty room, and two people were already sitting here. "Do you already know what we are going to do?" Ma-En looked at Kanya, who was sitting on the left side of the table. She looked up at Ma-En. "Of course, I have talked a lot with Sister Selly, and I have basically understood what kind of situation you are facing." Selly was sitting in the main seat a little stiffly. She relaxed a little after seeing Ma-En come in. Strictly speaking, she had not really come into contact with a few strangers yet, so it was normal to feel nervous. "You are here," the girl said casually. Maine nodded slightly to her, and then showed the panel of the heart-locking armor to Kanya. "Does this thing meet your requirements?" Kanya's eyes lit up. "Almost perfect. I am more and more interested in the technology of the cultivation world. I may have to test the specific situation myself. You don't have special equipment here, but just let me use telepathy for the time being. I have also learned something about the situation of the Moon Goddess in the past few days. Basically, this matter has been stabilized. I suggest that Selly conduct the first test in person. Although there is still a very low risk, it is safest for her to do it." Selly looked at Maine nervously. "I can try it anytime." Maine shook his head slightly and said, "No, I will do the first test. I will make sure it has no problems, but if there are no problems in the future, you can also try to use this power. Do you think it's okay?" Selly had vaguely seen what Maine was thinking, and then nodded heavily. "Of course." Chapter 456. Southern Federation, outside Victor Hotel. In the evening, The silvery moonlight faintly sprinkled into the night sky, but it was easily covered by the still brightly lit city itself. If you don't look carefully, you can't even notice that the moon is already high in the sky. In the dark alley just opposite the hotel, 3 figures slowly emerged. Standing in the front was a man with an Eastern Federation face. His appearance was so ordinary that if he was thrown into the crowd, it would be impossible to find him again. No one would think that he was the current director of the investigation department, Shadow. Following closely behind him was a young man wearing glasses and dressed in a gentle manner. He was the young Niechingyu, a member of the New Liberal Party. His family was no less than the Shu family, the Nye family. But unlike the young members of most other families, Niechingyu's name is also quite famous in the Federation, because he can almost be said to have become a senator by his own ability. His achievements would definitely ensure that any other politician without a background would be able to rise to the top, at most a few years later than him. Although he did get help from his family, and Niechingyu would not have grown up to what he is now if he had not been born in such a family, there are not many young people in other families who can do what he does. You have to know that although some of those young people are not enterprising, there are also many excellent ones. After all, they are born to enjoy almost the best education and training resources in the world, and they can become talents as long as they have a little talent. In this case, it is impossible for them to miss any genius. Niechingyu is a genius in the political world, and he is here to represent the politicians who are not capable people to lead this negotiation with Shadow, the Minister of Investigation. The two of them are the leaders and decision-makers of this negotiation. In fact, although they all have the right to decide, Niechingyu, who is still a politician in this negotiation, has a decision that can better represent the will of the Federation itself, and Shadow's identity is closer to an expert. The third guest is a man from the Western Federation wearing a brown suit. He looks to be in his 30s. Unlike Shadow and Niechingyu, he is not a member of the Federation at all, but a well-known wild capable person, Six Eyes. As a well-known wild 5th-level capable person, Six Eyes often cooperates with various organizations because he is an extremely rare top tracker in the world, and he is also the only one who is willing to sell his skills for profit. This time, he was hired by the Federation to try to lock on to Marn in the Victor Hotel, and directly track his location after he left. The target should be waiting for us inside. Shadow said, "Do you have anything else to prepare?" Six Eyes said nothing, keeping the silent look of a professional. Niechingyu said, "Mr. Shadow, do you think we can seize this opportunity to arrest the target directly?" As a politician, Niechingyu especially hopes that they can seize the opportunity to capture Ma En, a dangerous ability user who killed his kind some time ago and is also related to Xin Xiao, who they are most worried about. It is better to kill the ability user who has the courage to kill the politician, not only because they must kill the chicken to scare the monkey to warn and deter other ability users. Moreover, these people with special abilities, no matter how strong or weak they are like farm tigers that accidentally ate human flesh. If Marn is allowed to continue to live, he will think that politicians can also become his prey. This is a wrong idea and must be eradicated in time, otherwise this idea will continue to grow and spread, sneak into the minds of other people with special abilities before they notice it, and take root, becoming a weed that can never be completely removed. I will do my best. Shadow replied, but although Mr. Six Eyes and I are both extremely powerful and professional people with special abilities in our own fields, the Victor Hotel itself should not be underestimated. And Marn has already demonstrated a strong ability to hide, so I don't think we can track his hiding place through this negotiation itself, at least the possibility is not high. But I don't think we need to consider this. Niechingyu showed a studious look and asked humbly, "How do you say it?" Shadow said, "I think we don't need to track him at all. We can subdue him by using the chips in our hands. You may find it a little hard to imagine, but I actually think Ma En may care about you use life and death. Maybe he will even give in to this." Niechingyu showed an understanding look and nodded slightly in response. So that's the case. In fact, it can be understood. After all, Ma En was born in an orphanage and lived for only a short 20 years. He is easily affected by these emotions. When he said this, his expression was as mature as he was. Hearing this, Luyan finally couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Or these so-called civilians in your eyes may feel much warmer love than you cold-blooded lizards, so they care about their families more than you do." "No, my family loves me very much, and my parents know that love is the best way to educate me." Niechingyu smiled and expressed his different opinion, but he did not completely deny Luyan. "But what you said makes sense, and I have never thought about it from this perspective before." Luyan curled his lips and muttered in an inaudible tone, "Silly, you said that the love of you politicians is just for education." In fact, Yu, who heard what Lian said clearly, still had a faint smile on his face, as if he had not heard it at all. This season, he turned his head and looked at the shadow standing in front of him. So you think we can make Ma En surrender directly? He asked curiously, but I think a high-level ability person with rich experience like him would not surrender just like that. Although the time before the negotiation is very tight, I have also studied this Ma En carefully. He seems to be quite capable. If he had not gone astray, he would really be suitable to work for our federation. It's a pity that he has become our prisoner now. If he's not careful, he might even lose his life. When he said this, his tone was really a bit regretful, just like he felt sorry for Ma En's fate. But even if he didn't show it, Shadow could still sense that this regret was accompanied by a kind of arrogance buried deep in his bones. How could he not have a bit of arrogance when he was so young to reach his current position? And being able to restrain himself from showing this side of him just proved that Yu actually knew his problems in his heart. But he couldn't do it perfectly, otherwise he would have ridiculed him like other politicians. As long as everyone has their own flaws, it is good that Yu can achieve what he is now at the age of 22. When he reaches that age, he will naturally be more stable, and his career will become smoother. Even in Shadow's eyes, Yu's achievements in his field are not much worse than the dangerous ability user they are about to meet, and Yu's life is better than his. Although they are both outstanding in their own life paths, Yu is on the one that will not collapse, and Ma En is on the wrong path as he said, which also foreshadows his tragic fate. Thinking of this, Shadow also felt a little more sincere regret than Yu. After all, he really admired this young ability user with potential at that time. Ma En has a bright future in everything he does, but he has to collude with Shishao. Shadow sighed slightly in his heart, and then began to answer Yu's doubts. Yes, ordinary people with special abilities may not be so easy to deal with as you said, and those particularly fanatical followers of Shishao may sacrifice everything for their ideals, but Ma En is not that kind of person. Although he does not easily reveal his thoughts, it is difficult for ordinary people to see through, but I am a 5th-level telepath anyway, and I can read minds directly without using my abilities. So I can see that Ma En is the kind of person who will make concessions for his family. And he has shown up now, hasn't he? After hearing this, Yu nodded heavily. I understand, then I just need to keep tearing off his disguise and rhetoric, and push him towards the last bottom line that I know well, right? He had 100% trust in Shadow's words. After all, Shadow's identity in this negotiation was an abnormal expert. If they doubted even the expert's words, why did they bring him here? Shadow replied, yes, just pay attention to this point. Is there anything else you want to ask? Yu shook his head slightly. No, if I have any questions at that time, just remind me in your mind. Shadow nodded. Then let's go. Shadow swallowed up the entire alley in an instant, and then when Yu reacted, the world in his eyes was filled with soft orange-yellow lights, and then he realized his position in a trance. They were standing in the corridor of the hotel, and right in front of them was the room claimed in Ma En's message. Shadow raised his hand and knocked on the door. Ma En? I'm here, the door is not locked. A relaxed young male voice came from inside. Although they hadn't seen Ma En's face yet, Ingzi and Yu both felt that Ma En was pretending to be relaxed. After all, he couldn't be really comfortable at this time, and Ma En was not a person who showed his emotions easily. Even if he was so nervous that he was almost dying, he might still be able to entertain them with a smile without showing any expression. Click. Ingzi raised his hand, turned the handle, and pushed the door open. The scene in the house was not particularly surprising. This was a living room that looked ordinary, but Ma En seemed to have slightly adjusted the position of the furniture, placed the table horizontally in the center, and left a few chairs for them. What surprised them was the young girl next to Ma En. The three walked to the position opposite Ma En's table, and sat down in silence. Ma En did not start talking about business, but looked at the shadow opposite him and asked, "Where is the stuff?" Until this question is answered, any negotiation is meaningless. The shadow raised his right hand slightly, and the black shadow flowing out of his sleeve began to erode the surrounding space, and then slowly and faintly emerged a tumbling contract in it. Ma En stretched out his hand. I want to check the goods first. The shadow replied, we can confirm that this is the real thing through other contracts. Hearing this, Ma En did not continue to speak, but looked at the girl beside him. She looked at the contract and said, it's the real thing. The shadow took the contract back. After confirming that it was genuine, Ma En slowly smiled enthusiastically, then stood up and began to greet the guests in front of him. Would you like something to drink? It's provided by the hotel. Don't worry about me poisoning it. The other two did not make any movement, but Yu said, Do you have coffee? Hearing this, Ma stood up and slowly made him a cup of coffee, and poured himself a glass of purified water, before returning to his seat and sitting down. It's not often that I have the opportunity to prepare drinks myself. Shadow looked at him and said, I never knew you had such a side. Ma told the truth. After all, this time I asked you for help, and I did do something wrong. It's not a bad thing to be a little humble. Yu showed an agreeing look. Yes, I knew you were a smart person when I saw your information. If there were any benefit in bowing my head, I would have buried my head in the ground long ago. But unfortunately, bowing my head won't make my career smoother, and I'm afraid it won't give you any advantage in the negotiation either. By the way, the coffee is okay. Seeing that soft tactics didn't work, Ma also started to use hard tactics. Let me introduce you. This is Yu, the girl who was not killed when she was 12 years old, and the poor person corresponding to the contracted soul in your hands. You probably haven't met her yet, right? Yu said coldly. You can call me Long Qin. Yu said with a smile. Nice to meet you. I sincerely hope that a beautiful girl like you can live a few more years. While speaking, he also glanced at Ma and his expression seemed to say that how long you can live depends entirely on your brother. Ma drank a sip of water, and then said calmly, Since it has come to this point, I will just say it directly. I don't want Yu to die, but I will never give in because of her. This is actually not my own opinion. This is Yu's decision. Yu looked at them and said calmly, That's right. No matter what you want to do, I will not let you threaten your brother with my life. Since it is a flaw left by me, at most I can take responsibility with my life. This briefly shocked Yu, and he even really thought that Ma would not give in at this moment. This is the truth. Even Shadow looked at Yu and said, but then he turned his head to look at Ma. Why don't you learn from your honest sister and stop telling lies? Ma looked at him indifferently and said, Believe it or not. Shadow laughed. It's not wise to lie in front of me. You can control your emotions very well, but in the final analysis, you are not a professional top actor and can't really present their ideas perfectly. Yu is telling the truth. She is indeed willing to die for you. This is your luck. But you lied. You are unwilling to sacrifice her. This is also her luck. But it's a pity, because this is unfortunate for you. Chapter 457. After Shadow said this, Yu also put down the coffee cup in his hand. The politician blinked, and then showed a sincere admiration. Mr. Ma, we are enemies here today, but I said I have read your information. To be honest, I admire people like you very much. In fact, you always have the power of the 5th level, and you can kill us mortals who offend you at any time. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't even dare to speak loudly to you. If you are really a 5th level ability person, who is not affiliated with any organization, almost all politicians will show sufficient respect when they see you. And if you kill a politician like me under reasonable circumstances, as long as it is not a special case, I guess the Federation will not try to make an enemy of you in the end. Your status is much higher than that of us congressmen. I dream of living a free and unrestrained life like you, but you don't embrace any material desires or spiritual enjoyment. You rejected power and freedom, pretended to be a low-level ability user to sneak into the Federation, endured unnecessary humiliation, and even risked your life, just to help the ability user you recognized in your heart, and I can see that you are very smart and calm, without any fanaticism in your heart. What does this show? This just shows that you are a noble person, a person with a strong will, and a person who can sacrifice for the right thing, which means that you will never let your sister die because of you. If you can do such a thing, how can you stand on the opposite side of us? After saying this, Yu raised his lips, revealing a look that he had completely seen through Ma. The expression on his face seemed to say that we have already figured out your bottom line, so there is no need to pretend. Faced with the politician's somewhat offensive compliment, Ma also raised his hand. You go back first. The girl standing behind him nodded slightly, and left their sight without saying anything, calmly, as if the bargaining chip on the negotiating table was the soul of others. Yu reiterated, the Federation will not give in. I know you will behave this way regardless of whether you care about her life or death, and I also know that you do care about her, otherwise a smart person like you would not come here to negotiate with us evil Federation politicians. Ma was silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, You want to exchange my freedom for her soul contract. Shadow said, Yes, we can even sign a contract to protect her, and even you may not die. After all, as long as you are caught by us, there will be no threat. Even when Shenshao surrenders, you may become a guest of honor of the Federation again, and defend humanity, and the Federation with her. Although you lost, this ending is already very good for the enemies of the Federation. Ma-en lowered his eyes slightly and continued, impossible. The others didn't say anything, because they knew that Ma-en would definitely come up with his own conditions. As they expected, Ma-en continued, to be honest, I am indeed helping Shen Xiao, but it is different from what you think. In fact, there is no special secret here, and I am not a subordinate of Shen Xiao. I just saw it and wanted to help. Nie Qingyu smiled and asked, do you believe this? Ma-en replied, we live in an abnormal world, there are many ways to prove that I am telling the truth, and whether you believe it or not, I can promise that I will never help Shen Xiao again. This is the condition I can agree to. I will no longer be an ally of Shen Xiao. You can ignore my existence. It's like nothing happened. Nie Qingyu showed a somewhat amused expression on his face. Nothing happened? What do you think of the Federation? If you and we just have some minor grievances, maybe we can really let it go. After all, you are a 5th level ability user. But you are interfering in the affairs of Xiao Walker. Xiao Walker. If we just let it go, can other 5th level ability users come and try to help her out? I'm not talking about good people like you, but those high-level foreign powers who want the Federation to be destroyed. They all don't want to see us and Shen Xiao join forces. If we really let you go, they will only think that the Federation is easy to bully. And from what you said, it seems that you are not going to confess your past actions. Do you really think that as long as you promise not to take action again, you can really make up for the losses you have caused to the Federation? Impossible, you must surrender to us completely, there is no other choice. When the topic became heated, Nie Qingyu stood up and almost pointed his finger at Ma-en and called him a sinner of the Federation and all mankind, but in the end, he still expressed his anger in a more restrained way. Although he looked particularly indignant, Ma-en didn't think there was any real emotion in his performance. Now he and Shadow were playing the good cop and the bad cop, trying to force himself to surrender. Shadow followed up and said, Ma-en, the Federation's professional team has determined your bottom line. No matter what the facts are, they have determined that you will definitely surrender for Yu. Although I know you may have other ideas, they are unlikely to be shaken by this view now, so if you really don't care about Yu, then get up and leave. You can't convince them anyway. He seemed to be persuading Ma-en, but in fact, he was also cutting off his retreat. As long as he stayed here, he would expose his idea of really wanting to save Yu. Of course, even if Shadow didn't do this, they would still think so. They wanted to expose their flaws in the negotiation. If you want to blame someone, blame you for picking the wrong opponent. Nie Qingyu pressed on step by step. You shouldn't have tried to be an enemy of the Federation in the first place, let alone get involved in Shen Xiao's affairs. Even Shen Xiao can't defeat us, let alone you. Surrender, or watch her die again. He gave Ma-en an ultimatum. Ma-en sighed. It seems that there is really no way, okay. Then you can take a look at this. As he said that, he took out a piece of white paper and handed it to Nie Qingyu, who was diagonally opposite. Nie Qingyu took it and looked at the densely packed names on it with some confusion. What is this? Ma-en kindly answered. There are 4 congressmen in the Southern Federation and 79 other politicians. They should all be sleeping peacefully at home now, and they can't be woken up no matter how you call them. You can check it. Nie Qingyu's face changed. Do you want to threaten the Federation? Ma-en shook his head slightly. It's not a threat. It's just to pave the way for what I'm going to say next. Don't worry, you can confirm what I said first. Shadow has already started to contact the Federation members outside, and Nie Qingyu looked at Ma-en with a cold face and said, even if you can threaten the lives of our congressmen, you can't do anything as long as you are caught, or do you just want to use their lives as bargaining chips to threaten us? If that's the case, you underestimate the Federation. Politicians are a high-risk profession. While enjoying the power and benefits it brings, we have long been prepared to pay the price of our lives. Anyway, it's not him who died. And what he said is not wrong. Although they are not really ready to sacrifice their lives, those politicians have no choice in this situation. If the real controller of the Federation is the politicians, they may succumb because of fear of death. After all, none of them can guarantee that they are not the next hostage, but this will also make the Federation particularly easy to be blackmailed. So in order to prevent people with special abilities from dealing with the Federation, the lives of politicians will rarely become insignificant. After all, they are not the masters of the Federation. But Ma-en's next words made him completely unexpected. It's not me. Ma-en said calmly, it's us. Nie Qingyu hasn't reacted yet. What do you mean by us? Although he hasn't realized what's going on, the ease on Shadow's face has completely disappeared, and he stared at Ma-en with a heavy expression, as if he was facing a real enemy. They were all attacked after we came in. Shadow said, at this moment, another 5th level ability user is wandering around and attacking the Federation members. This made Nie Qingyu's face change instantly, because he was also very clear about the weight of this sentence, which meant that Ma En still had a 5th level ally in the dark at this moment, and the negotiation would start again. At this time, he also gradually realized that he might have just missed the best opportunity. Ma En smiled at them, and said, "You are right. If it were just me, of course, I would not be qualified to negotiate with you. You can indeed arrest me, and put me in prison, but my companions will continue to slaughter your members in the outside world. It only took us a few days to make this list. I think you should be able to imagine that as long as we want, we can find and dig out your members one after another, and our target will also be limited to politicians." In fact, Ma En was bluffing here. The congressmen he could find were either those with obvious signs of activity, or the names were provided by insiders. This effect only worked this time. And if they really fell out, the Federation would definitely be on guard. But even if the other party took all of this into consideration, it would be enough. The shock slowly faded from Nie Qingyu's face, and then he naturally cast a sincere look and asked in a polite tone that was a little humble, "Mr. Ma En, can I ask what you are referring to?" Click. Someone pushed the door open. The 3 people from the Federation turned around at the same time, and a very young-looking girl walked in. Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw her, because he could feel that the other person was of the same kind as himself, and he couldn't feel the other person's strength or weakness. It seemed that there was a characteristic in her that hid all her information, which meant danger. Moon God Power V.3, V.5/Seal. The combination of Main and human's understanding of the concept of the moon is already a mature independent mental entity. Through the Heartlock armor, it has obtained most of the power that the moon god should have at this time, but it is still limited to the strength of the Heartlock armor and the Titan seal. Selly walked to Main's side, then turned to look at them. "I can answer your questions. We refer to the abnormal organization that Main and I are in. You can call us the Camarilla. I let your people take a nap. And I am also Main's superior in the Camarilla." Shadow and Nie Qingyu looked at each other. They had never expected the direction of this negotiation. They thought they could force Ma En into a corner, but they didn't expect him to use such a simple and crude method to break the situation. A 5th level ability user and multiple 5th level ability users are 2 completely different concepts. The moment Saley appeared, the problem in front of them became countless times more difficult. Shadow said, "Your people helped Xin Xiao. Is this what your organization means?" Saley shook her head. "No, our organization does not restrict members very much. This is Ma Ji's personal behavior. Although we do not restrict our members, we do not allow others to kill our members. Give me the contract, and then Ma En will promise not to interfere in this matter again." She stretched out her hand directly to Shadow, as if she was sure that he would hand over the contract. Nie Qingyu said, "Your men are with the Federation." Selly smiled indifferently. "Sorry, you may have a misunderstanding about us. We are not afraid of the Federation." The atmosphere became more and more solemn. Choked, Nie Qingyu was a little afraid to speak. As he just said, in fact, he was still full of awe for the 5th level ability users in his heart. He dared to speak to Ma En just now, because he felt that the other party could not escape the palm of the Federation, and this was also his job. Now, he didn't want to lose his life because of what he said to offend this organization. Seeing Nie Qingyu's appearance, Shadow also knew that he could only start by himself now. Although it seemed that they would not be able to achieve their original goals at all, there was nothing they could do. He slowly said, "As long as he can promise that he is not a subordinate of Xin Xiao and promise that he will not help Xin Xiao to fight against our Federation in the future, we can hand over Yu's contract to him." "That's right, that's right." Nie Qingyu also smiled very skillfully at this time. "Ma En, why didn't you say it earlier? Isn't this a misunderstanding?" "Oh, if we had known this earlier, we would never have looked for such things. Our Federation definitely hopes that everyone can live in harmony. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, everyone is happy." Hearing this, Saley patted Ma En's head, and then said with a somewhat blaming tone, "Ma En will be punished when he goes back. Exposing our existence is not a trivial matter. The conditions that Ma En just said are just because he doesn't want to expose us. Now that there is no reason, he is even less worried about you. To be honest, we are not afraid of you dealing with our members. If you don't have the contract that he cares about, I won't even care whether Ma En helps Xin Xiao or not. Anyway, you can't do anything to him." Shadow said seriously, "So what do you want?" The girl's face also showed a bit of ruthlessness. "Since you have figured out the situation, then tell us. Who is hiding behind the scenes and wants to kill our members?" Ma En also said, "That's right, help us investigate and hand over all his information, and then our grievances will be written off. How? The shadow looked at Yechingyu, and when the young politician realized that he had to make a decision, he immediately shook Ma's hand, as if there was a tiger chasing him from behind, and then said without hesitation, "Deal." Chapter 458. "So you just agreed to his conditions?" asked the well-dressed middle-aged man. Shadow raised his head, and looked at the 3 magnificent holographic projections in front of him, then glanced at Yechingyu, who was standing leisurely beside him. He looked so relaxed that he didn't seem to be being questioned at all. He looked at the middle-aged politician, who asked the question and replied, "It's not me. We agreed to Main's conditions after mutual consultation, and I think this is a very correct decision. There is definitely no better choice in that situation." The middle-aged politician replied, "I'm not blaming you. You are an expert in the field of federal anomalies. If you agree to his conditions, it means that it is right to do so in the field of anomalies. We need your professional opinion. This matter is very important." Although he said it seriously, Shadow knew that the other party deliberately used only you. These stupid politicians have too many little thoughts. They also like to use this kind of projection when meeting him. These details have been deeply buried in their bones. Fortunately, he doesn't care about them at all. However, the other party is so unscrupulous perhaps because he doesn't care about them at all. But Shadow doesn't care because he doesn't take them seriously, and they just have forgotten. They all forgot what the world was like before the existence of the Federation. "Yes, Yechingyu and I both agree that this is the only choice," Shadow replied. "Ma's helper is a very dangerous telepath. Although I didn't directly feel the equal strength or huge mind, if she is really obviously weaker than me, I should be able to feel it. And we have never heard of this psychic in the past. This is the most important point. If she is a friend that Ma-En found temporarily, I should not be completely unfamiliar with her. I have lived in the spiritual realm for many years, but I have never heard of this person, so I immediately realized that this person did the same thing as Ma-En, hiding his existence. Just as they claim to be called the Secret Alliance, the members of this organization seem to be lurking under the surface. If we hadn't accidentally found their member Ma-En, with the help of others this time, I'm afraid we still don't know the existence of this organization. I even suspect that the guy's purpose is related to this organization. By the way, we don't know the existence of this organization, right?" Facing his question, the middle-aged politician shook his head. "We know that there are some secret organizations that exist. We can't rule out the possibility that this is them for the time being, but their style of doing things doesn't match this suddenly appeared secret alliance, and they also claim that they are not afraid of the Federation. Do you think this is the truth?" Shadow replied, "If you analyze it from a logical point of view, I don't think she is telling the truth. After all, considering the situation at the time, she and Ma-En both have bluffing motives, but I personally think she is telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given in so quickly at the time." The middle-aged politician asked, "Why?" Shadow replied, "I feel that no matter whether it is her or Ma-En, I have never been able to detect any fear. From the time I joined the Federation to now, Ma-En has never been afraid of us, or in awe of us. He is actually a 5th-level ability user, which seems to explain this, but in fact, we all know that even a 5th-level ability user cannot be so fearless when facing the Federation. He is not facing any opponent of the same level, but multiple outstanding people of the same level. These outstanding people can even defeat people like Shishao when they join forces with this organization. He cannot be so arrogant as to think that he is stronger than Shishao Walker, so he should be worried and afraid of us. But not at all, as if he doesn't think he may be in danger because of the Federation, and such a 5th-level ability user may be more cautious when helping Shishao, but he doesn't seem to think that he will lose his life because of this, so I think he has confidence. His confidence is this mysterious organization that is not afraid of the Federation. At the beginning, he mixed into our affairs with an attitude of not caring about anything. That is why I think as long as we sign the contract, he will never become a problem for the Federation again, and it is impossible for him to help Shishao. Because even if he still has such an idea, he will be stopped by the organization behind him, which can be regarded as half good news for us. As for the troubles brought by this mysterious organization, we have too many such troubles." The middle-aged politician nodded slightly. "That's good, and his contract also mentioned that he would no longer help Shishao, and he also promised that he was not a subordinate of Shishao, but just helped casually. Are you sure this is true?" Shadow nodded. "Yes, in fact, Bo Xiaonia and I thought he was pretending at the beginning. It was not until his superior showed up that we realized that it was true, so he is no longer a problem for us. He has solved this problem." This is what Shadow wanted to say, and it is actually the truth. After all, even if they don't do anything to Ma-En now, they will not lose face for the Federation. It's not that they can't do anything to a 5th level ability user, but they don't want to be enemies with the entire secret organization. The middle-aged politician nodded, leaked the existence of this organization quietly and slowly, remember to do it cleanly. Although we all know who said it, we still have to save face. Finally, it's the rest of the contract. How did you handle it? Shadow said, the mastermind behind the scenes is the most dangerous character in this matter. He quietly made us fight with Mon. Although he also borrowed our power, it is definitely not simple. So I did it according to the standard outflow, and we did find out something. Most of his contacts with us did not leave any traces, and he only showed up in person when he met Tang Xuo. Now we have found out that he is disguised as a demon, but we have not found out what his true identity is under this disguise. It would be very dangerous if we continue to investigate. So the investigation process ends here. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Yes, we should follow the standard process. It is enough to investigate here. He should be a problem with Marn and the Camarilla, not our Federation. The important reason why the Federation can stand firm is that they will never interfere with other organizations unless necessary. Their ability to control the world today may prove that they are the strongest organization. But this does not mean that they can compete with the whole world. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight is their normal state. In other words, whether it is Marn, the Camarilla, or the mastermind behind the scenes, they have nothing to do with them. Chapter 459. It was several days later when Sierran heard the news about the Camarilla. Mon had chosen the night for the negotiation, and it was in a place like the Victor Hotel that could be isolated from surveillance and observation. He had no chance to observe anything. To be honest, although this result was within his expectations, it was a little worse than he had initially thought. He thought that the Federation might force Mon into a more severe situation, and that organization should not have revealed this little information. Mon's response was not very clever, it was just a simple show of skill. But the problem was that they had already stunned the Federation without revealing much, which was the crux of the problem. He did not think that the Federation member in charge of the negotiation was a coward. He had also heard of that Shadow, who could be considered a figure among the 5th level ability users of the Federation in the past few decades. If it were not for the existence of Shishao, he might have been a particularly famous Federation ability user. Therefore, Mon was able to deal with the Federation with just this card, which proved that either they performed very well at the time, or the impression Mon left on the Federation was enough to convince them. But he could be considered successful. Although he had not yet proved the danger of this organization, at least he had revealed its existence to the world, which was a decent starting point. However, there were still some things he couldn't figure out. The most important thing was why Mon chose to go to meet Xiaoyao at that time. Did this have anything to do with solving this problem, or was it related to Xiaoyao and the mission given to him by the mysterious organization? Then, there was another interesting thing, that is, Mon actually set the location of the negotiation with the Federation at the Victor Hotel in the Southern Federation. To others, this was possible and easy to explain. But to Sierran, it was not so simple. Was it because the organization had already noticed that the person behind the attack was from the Southern Federation and had begun to warn him? In any case, he had done a lot now, but it was far from enough. Now, the Camarilla was just a small organization that had recently emerged in the eyes of other organizations in the abnormal world. They had never thought that this organization could quietly kill the top 5th level abnormal entity, Moon Goddess, and completely erase the traces of her existence, which also meant that they might be able to erase any of their enemies. This also made Sierran sure that he had not been found by them, otherwise they might have begun to try to completely erase him, or directly show up to negotiate with him. This organization had the ability to make 5th level ability users disappear from this world without attracting any attention. This was what other organizations really valued. If other abnormal organizations, including the Federation, knew this, they would definitely not treat them as calmly as they did now. But he had to be more careful. Now that the organization had noticed that he was dealing with Mon, he had to make the members of the Camarilla still think that their target was Mon, otherwise the situation would be bad. But how to really expose the flaws of this organization, and how to deal with them through Mon, was a very difficult problem for Sierran now. During this period, he gradually realized how difficult Maine was to deal with. Several times, he thought he could have directly dug out the secret, but Maine easily resolved it. This also proved that his initial caution was necessary. If not, he might have been found by the evil organization now, or at least they should have suspected that his target was the Camarilla itself. After all, they killed the Moon God, and he did have the motive to attack them. He even thought about whether to stop temporarily several times. After all, This organization has not yet taken action against other southern gods, but Saran immediately thought that they might not have killed other gods. It is also possible that he just noticed their existence, and perhaps he was able to detect their existence because of the moon god who explored the secret, rather than his simple strong mind. If he continued to wait, maybe he would forget about it after a while, and until a day came when they could not detect any abnormality, all the gods would repeat the mistakes of the moon god. He couldn't just watch this happen, nor could he just stay there with a fluke mentality that the other party might not be able to, or would not attack him. A powerful creature who treated the crisis like this would have died long ago. He also considered using the Holy Church and Heaven to deal with Maine, because Maine had a history that had not yet been revealed, which was why he chose an angel as his incarnation. But judging from the current situation, even if the Holy Church knew what Maine had done, it would only cause him a small problem that might be quite troublesome, but it would not help his plan. Saran exhaled deeply. He had not felt this challenge for a long time. The last time he felt this way was when the Titan's plan was fully launched to exterminate the gods. At that time, the number of gods was more than twice the current number. If he had not reacted in time, there might only be dozens of gods left. The last time was the Titan War, which was the worst problem he faced. It was not that he had not faced opponents stronger than the Titan civilization, but he was also stronger at that time, and he had many allies. If he continued to recall, it was the rise and fall of the Gurama Empire. There should be a total of 4 events that could be called challenges in this whole process. Before the rise of Gurama. At that time, such challenges were much more frequent. The most impressive one for him might be Sunset. At that time, he completely fell from the 7th level god position that he had finally ascended. That glorious time could almost be described as fleeting in his long life, and even as illusory as a short dream. I don't know if he has the opportunity to ascend to that position again. After all, he is now facing life-threatening danger. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the power that Maine and the organization behind him have shown now can be said to be the weakest among all the challengers he has encountered, but ironically, they are the most dangerous to him. And now he is also in the weakest state ever. He may really be killed by these weakest challengers, ending his almost eternal immortal life. Thinking of this, Saran slightly moved his exhausted angel incarnation, slowly walked into the little-known secret temple, and looked at the young man who stood up and looked at him in surprise. "I'm here to find the god of fire." Saran whispered, "Tell him that I know Maine has something he is interested in, and I also know that he has long been dissatisfied with his current status. I am here to help him. Since he has reached a desperate situation, he can only move forward, but he may not be defeated. After all, he is the strongest god." Chapter 460. Hearing what you said, the young son of the gods immediately showed a look of surprise, then immediately retreated and used the flame magic to notify other members in the temple, and flames began to emerge from his body, and his whole body slowly burned, and he calmed down a little. "This is a forbidden area. How did you find it here?" the young human said to Saran vigilantly. The angel zombie in a black robe took a few steps forward. "I am here to find the respected Lord of Fire, and what I want to say to him is not suitable for you to hear." While they were talking, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the temple. Most of them began to slowly spread to both sides and surrounded him, and the young woman in the lead walked directly towards him. This is a 5th level incarnation of the god of fire, and he had never seen it before. But Saran was not surprised at all. He had ruled the gods for a long time, and had seen all kinds of subordinates with their own plans. Most of the time, he did not pretend to ignore them, but really did not care. No matter what they prepared in the shadows, they would be exposed as soon as they met the sun. The young female believer looked at the intruder arrogantly, with a bit of anger suppressed between her eyebrows. "Do you know the consequences of trespassing here without permission?" Saran raised his head and looked into her eyes. "Press down your anger and let your gods decide whether it is necessary to see me." The young woman said coldly, "Do you think anyone who comes here is qualified to see the god of fire? And you dare to speak rudely and slander my lord. Do you know what your words mean? You should think about how to prevent me from killing you." She could really do it. Although her incarnation had some fighting power in the Southern Federation, if she wanted to do it to the extent that the god of fire could never see her identity, she would be restrained. In that case, she would probably be taken down by the god of fire believer in a few minutes. "Don't pretend." Saran chuckled. If he didn't have any ideas, how could he secretly build a temple here? How could he secretly give things to the god of the sea for safekeeping? The young believer's face changed when he heard this, and then he turned into a roaring flame in almost the blink of an eye and rushed towards where Saran was standing, instantly drowning him in it. But when the flames completely surged, the dark robe just swayed a few times in the wind. Saran didn't seem to be affected by the attack at all, and the young believer's eyes became solemn. Very good, I got through it. Saran continued, can you believe me now? In fact, I can understand your God's unwillingness to be inferior to others. In my opinion, the Sun God has not given your gods enough respect. In my opinion, he deserves to stand in a higher position. At least he should be on par with Saran. The young woman who heard this did not show any expression on her face, and slowly stepped back a few steps, and then saw the raging flame surging out of her body, and began to reorganize rapidly. Then the flames turned into a handsome man, who looked to be in his 30s. Don't say this kind of thing to his face casually. The handsome man looked at him and said, maybe when you say his name, the guy will sense that we are discussing him. Saran said calmly, I dare to say it because I am sure. The King of Gods was indeed very powerful in the past, but he is completely different now. This old guy has one foot in the grave. The future world belongs to you and us. We just need to give him a shovel. The god of fire smiled when he heard this. Yes, he has indeed been unable to keep up with the times, and he is still restraining us new gods according to the decadent ideas of the past. I really want to let his era pass, but you are wrong about one thing. Although he is an old stubborn, he may really have one foot in the grave. But even so, he is much stronger than you and me, otherwise you don't have to sneak here to find me, right? That's right. If I have the same level of power as Saran, and have not been confined to the Southern Federation by the Titan curse, then there is really no need to come here to find him. There is no need to exceed the 5th level. As long as he can leave the Southern Federation, this level of power in his mind will not be a problem for most of the things that bother him now. It is estimated that only Shishao can arouse his interest. If he was as mature as he is now in Sunset, he would not be stupid enough to make such a mistake. It was that lesson that made him grow up. Unfortunately, when he had enough experience, he no longer had power. Although Saran felt emotional, he did not feel any regret, because he knew in his heart that this imperfection was the norm in life. How could he be good at everything? He had to be lucky to have both, but over-reliance on luck is often the idea of the weak. A strong person is someone who can win in difficult situations. If it were just the two of us, you might really think so. Saran continued, but I'm not here just for myself. There are many people in this world who don't want Saran to continue to be strong. Hearing him mention Saran's name again, the god of fire frowned slightly, but didn't say anything about it. That's right, there are indeed many people who want to pull him down, and this is not a good thing for us Southern gods. So why do you think I will help you pull him down? Although it's not completely accurate, Saran's meaning to the Southern gods is a bit like Shinxiao's to humans. As a god, Saran wants to imprison Shishao, and other races will naturally want to weaken Saran. Because what we want to do is not to pull him down. There was a bit of angelic arrogance in the tone of Saran. What we want to do is to let you replace him. We don't want to weaken the gods at all. We just want to form an alliance with the gods. But the arrogant Saran doesn't think highly of us. The god of fire knew that this was just talk. Assuming that they could really help him replace Saran, the gods would have been weakened, which would not be a good thing for all gods except him. So what do you want to do? The god of fire asked, if you have this ability, why do you need to cooperate with me? Saran replied, because it is not convenient for us to take action, and we can't challenge him head-on, but as far as we know, that Ma'an has something you care about, right? The god of fire knew that he had bad intentions, and sure enough, his fox tail was exposed. You are the mysterious man that the Federation is talking about, right? Vulcan looked at him and asked, it seems that your target is not the sun god, but the main you originally wanted to kill. Saran denied, no, both of us are our targets, so what do you think? Since Maine and the secret alliance behind him may have begun to suspect the Southern Federation, he simply let the gods of the Southern Federation participate in it, and then leave a lead pointing to heaven behind. When the organization investigates, it will eventually point to his incarnation. Combined with the information they found from the Federation, they will definitely be very suspicious of heaven. In addition, heaven and Maine have a feud, so they will definitely entangle with each other for a long time, giving himself enough time to arrange. Vulcan also narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, after hearing that incident, he originally planned to wait until Maine died of old age, but now that this mysterious person has found him, he has no intention of retreating. Then tell me what you think, he replied. After all, Maine is just a mortal, and he is an immortal god. He has unbridled power. Chapter 461. Abnormal Control Bureau. The Federation's problem has been completely solved by himself, although he paid a considerable price, including the plan to cooperate with Xiaoyao in the future, and the contract to no longer help Shishao. The latter is actually a very serious matter, but Ma En did not think about not signing such a contract, because if that were to happen, it would expose the fact that he still wanted to help Shishao, and it is very likely that the Federation would notice the abnormality. Only by cutting off the tail cleanly like this, the Federation would not doubt his purpose. Yes, he still intends to help Shishao. Although he has a contract from hell, he will definitely be able to find a way to crack it with the Control Bureau, but it is just a matter of time. Now he really has no leisure to secretly help Shishao. The dilemma he is facing has not dissipated. Although he handled this matter beautifully, he actually did not solve any problems at all. Now he can't even touch the shadow of the mastermind behind the scenes. This is why Maan asked the Federation to help investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. He can't find the other party's trace by himself. The Federation did give information according to the contract, but it was quite limited. It only found out that the mastermind was disguised as a demon when he appeared, and he was not a demon. Then the Federation did not investigate further. In fact, this was also within his expectations. When Maan mentioned this point, he did not make too many demands on the Federation, because the role he played at the time was a member of the powerful mysterious organization Camarilla. Logically, they should have a way to track and find out the identity of this mysterious person. But the Federation and the Mastermind probably don't know that this mysterious and powerful organization was just established. The name of the so-called Secret Alliance is just the world-saving Secret Alliance without the first two words, and they don't have any background. And after saying we are not afraid of the Federation, they can't hire other 5th-level ability users. Doing so is completely inconsistent with the powerful Secret Alliance described by Maan himself. The Federation may still hope that they can get entangled with the Mastermind, but they didn't expect that even tracking the Mastermind is a very difficult thing for them, and they can't do it at all. Of course, if you think about it in a positive way, at least he doesn't have any weaknesses now, and he may even have to thank the Mastermind for this matter. He himself can't give you soul contract. This is better than someone using this soul contract to retaliate against him in the future. The purpose of the Mastermind this time is obviously not to make him unhappy, but to target him. If he encounters those crazy enemies, they may not give him the opportunity to regain the soul contract. He couldn't rest easy now. In order to survive this crisis, he negotiated with Xiao Yao. This made it impossible for him to hide in the Control Bureau and develop slowly, so he had to fight back immediately. Maan pushed open the door of the meeting room. Qin Lan was sitting in the main seat, sorting out the documents for the meeting. Yu Yu was sitting on her left. When she saw Maan coming in, she looked over and was hesitating about what to say. But she was not the first person to speak. There was another girl sitting on the right side of Qin Lan. She was looking at Yu Yu with an empty gaze, as if she was thinking about something, but when Maan came in, she looked over with guilt and surprise. "I did pretty well then," she said proudly. Maan smiled and praised, "You did a great job." They all believed in our performance. Hearing this, Sailey smiled a little embarrassedly, but she didn't continue to play with Maan, because she knew that Maan came here for a serious matter, and in fact, she now has other people she cares about. Sailey's dazed look just now was also pretending. In fact, she was secretly observing Yu Yu. She has grown up too. Sailey has a little difficulty in connecting this strong girl with that lovely girl. Only a few things of you are still preserved until now, which also makes her feel strongly distressed. She even had the idea of rushing to heaven and hell to avenge her sister several times. She really wanted to make all the culprits, who made Yu Yu become what she is now, pay the price they deserve. Thinking of this, she raised her head and looked at Maan, who was still calm. After all, her soul was shaped by Maan's memory and consciousness, and all her ideas actually came from him. She was sure that when Yu Yu just died, Maan also held strong anger and hatred and wanted to avenge his sister in the most violent way. Later, it seemed that he did so. It was really hard to tell. Maan didn't know what Sailey was thinking. He was discussing the meeting with Qin Lan. "How is the situation?" Qin Lan said, "I have discussed the things you mentioned with him. I think your idea is quite feasible. We should slowly take root in the Federation through Renshurji. This is also the best way to deal with this organization. But in this case, we have to find a way to prepare a set of abnormal abilities for him so that he can't be detected. This is actually relatively simple for us now, and it may not take long to solve. But to support this idea, we still have to expand the current scale of the Control Bureau, so I plan to let them start investigating whether there are more suitable abnormal buildings. In fact, it is not particularly difficult to find a few 4th-level abnormal buildings. But there may only be a few found. After all, there are only a few of these abnormal buildings that can be moved. We can't build out of thin air. It is estimated that it will be difficult to advance after finding a few." Maan asked, "How long will the fastest take?" Qin Lan said, When you ordered before, we started looking for these buildings. Although our main forces were in other places at that time, we have locked 2, and these 2 should be able to be dealt with within this month. In fact, it was not easy for us to have some free time, and we also have Saley to support us. Ma-in nodded. Very good, then let's start, Saley. This matter is left to you. The girl nodded confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. Then Ma-in looked at Yu. Very good, then let's get down to business. Have you prepared the information I want for me? She said hesitantly. Okay, but you still have to be careful. The Dragon Mother is a dangerous and powerful demon, and she can be said to be the best among the demons in hell. Don't be impulsive just because she sold my soul. Be sure to be careful not to easily anger her. Ma-in nodded. Don't worry, I'm not going to quarrel with her. I'm going to find out the mastermind hiding in the shadows. Chapter 462. Hell, Ancient Dragon Garbage Dump. A boy with short horns was moving aimlessly in this garbage dump, with a bulging satchel on his waist, and his eyes flexibly swept over all the living things in the dump. The garbage dump is the most vast new land around the Hell City of ancient dragon ruins. Although it is not like the Dragon's Nest, or the Cradle of Flames where the descended are all angry and vengeful souls, in fact, the powerful demons born here are no less than those in the 2 seemingly more advanced new lands, because there are enough newborns here. Although the people born here are mainly low-level demons without even human form, there are low-level demons everywhere here, and there must be some individuals with potential among them. Demons with potential may not be lucky enough to survive to the end, but all those who can walk out of this chaotic and crazy meat grinder are definitely demons with potential. The little devil was once one of these demons, and he often told himself that the demons who could leave this garbage dump alive were the best in this new land, and he was destined to become a strong man in hell. But later he learned that the ancient dragon ruins were full of best people like him, and the garbage dump was the birthplace of almost all the low-level demons in the ancient dragon ruins, and he was nothing special. Of course, the little devil did not think that he was the same as them. After all, he had become a half-demon, although he was confused about the whole transformation process, and he did not expect that the demon-dominated city was a group that was discriminated against, and he did not expect that the master who helped him transform died on the street a few days later. But he did take a step forward, leaving those compatriots who were born similarly behind. Although he is not doing well now, because of his identity as a devil, he will definitely surpass them in the future. The little devil with great ambitions leaned down and stared at the bright red piece of living meat in front of him with some surprise. Although this little devil has not grown hands and feet yet, he already has a mouth full of sharp teeth. Recently, these pets without hands and feet are popular among the middle-level demons in the city who advocate the way of domination. Judging from the appearance of this one, it should be able to sell for a good price. Thinking of this, the little devil immediately put on gloves. He carefully caught the little devil and put it in the glass bottle he carried with him. Then he stuffed a few pieces of fragrant meat in it to appease the little devil, and then carefully put the glass into his bag. Yes, he should be able to earn 70 low-level souls this time, so he will soon save enough money. When he has enough money, he can buy the slave contract, and then he can do more dangerous work. Then he can earn more souls, and in the future he will definitely be able to afford truly dangerous demon slaves, and then he can make all the demons who bullied him into cooked meat paste, and sell them to the inner city. The little devil immersed in fantasy was walking happily on the garbage dump, but he suddenly stumbled a few times and almost fell to the ground. He looked down at the small dirt bag that tripped him with some anger, raised his leg, and kicked it directly. While the mud was splashing, his leg stopped directly, as if it had hit a stone. Ouch! He screamed in pain and retracted his legs, looking angrily at what he had kicked. Not only those demons want to bully me, but even the place where I was born wants to target me. But his voice stopped here, because what he saw was an arm, a bright red arm buried in the soil, and it was still intact, as if there was a whole body hidden in the soil at this moment. The little devil blinked, and when he completely understood what he saw, his heart was instantly overwhelmed by strong ecstasy, because he knew that he might have encountered the most important opportunity in his life. This is a formed demon. Such demons are mainly born in those high-level new lands, and the garbage dumps are all grown to this state by low-level demons constantly devouring each other, but this is not absolute. After all, the new land is a channel connecting to reality, and it can be expected to screen demons, but after all, hell is not a precise machine, and there will always be some fish that slip through the net. And encountering such a fish that slips through the net is the most unrealistic dream of meat pickers like them. I didn't expect that he would actually encounter it. It seems that he can exchange for a slave contract to buy it. Thinking of this, the little devil suppressed the joy in his heart and began to reach into his bag, then took out a knife specially used for cutting or and a low-level magic book that recorded various rituals. Then he squatted in front of his arm and began to compare the contents of the book, trying to carve a magic ritual on his arm that could trap the demon. But just as he stabbed the blade into his arm, the bright red arm suddenly turned into a flexible giant python and bit his wrist tightly, and the pain made him let go of his hand. Snap! As the blade fell to the ground, the arm began to exert force as if biting prey, trying to drag its body completely into the hell dimension, but it soon realized that the demon boy was not suitable as a support point. Then he directly supported his palm on the ground and pressed hard. A demon grew out of the soil. The little devil sitting on the ground showed a look of horror and began to retreat with his hands and feet, but his eyes were fixed on the demon that was cleaning its body with its tail, and he couldn't move away. That evil face, ferocious bat wings, winding horns, sharp teeth, claws reflecting cold light, and a slender body with both muscles and coordination. Too beautiful. He couldn't imagine how many souls those pursuers of the way of bliss were willing to spend for such a body. Ma-En noticed the strangeness in the eyes of the little devil in front of him, followed his gaze, and looked down at his body that had been reshaped by the power of hell, then instinctively waved his tail. Is this hell? He spoke like a tourist who had arrived at his destination. The little devil stared at Ma-En and said, Yes, this is hell, Lord Devil. I am a little devil, a rubbish picker here. When he spoke, he unconsciously wagged his tail in a flattering manner. Just by observing the appearance, he had determined that he was facing a powerful creature that he could not afford to offend. Among these formed demons, there are occasionally high-level demons born at the 3rd level. For them, falling into hell is like a prince in a foreign country returning to his homeland. This place is more suitable for them than reality. Although most of these high-level demons will die in brutal battles, they will at least be remembered by other demons for a short or long time, unlike these low-level demons, who no one cares about when they die. Thinking about it, the little devil's body even trembled slightly unconsciously, because he suddenly thought that the high-level demon opposite him might kill him at will. This is hell, and the person standing opposite him is a demon. But just when he tried his best to hide his fear, the high-level demon in front of him just gently stretched out his hand to pull him up, and looked into his eyes calmly and asked, Is there a city around? The little devil calmed down a little after hearing this question, because Ma-En did not show the arrogance and recklessness that often appeared in demons, but was polite like a demon. To the south is the ancient dragon ruins ruled by the Dragon Mother. The demon boy stood firm. It is said that a long time ago, the corpse of an ancient dragon was buried here in this city, but that was just an unfounded rumor. My lord, if you want, I can lead you. After confirming that Ma-En would not kill him casually, the little devil's mind became active again. He immediately realized that although it was different from what he expected, it was still his chance. Ma-En seemed to be unaware of his thoughts and nodded as if accepting help from a kind person. I am also a newcomer, and I am unfamiliar with the place. I will trouble you then. Ma-En's politeness obviously made the boy feel a little uncomfortable. He raised his hand and shook it quickly. You're welcome, you're welcome. In hell, the strong are respected. It is an honor for a lowly little devil like me to be able to lead the way for a strong man like you. I am so happy that I can't wait to see it. While saying this, the little devil was also quietly observing Ma-En, and he immediately noticed that Ma-En had no aversion to his self-deprecating words, which made the little devil certain that the demon's politeness was just a habitual superficial effort, and in his heart he still regarded himself as a low-level creature. Otherwise, how could he accept such words so naturally? Ma-En did not expect that the little devil had so many interpretations of his expression. He certainly could not have any disdain for this second-level half-demon and half-demon boy who just bumped into him. In fact, he was thinking about how to sneak into the Hell City where the Dragon Mother was through this boy. Ma-En did not intend to be particularly high-profile in this operation. Although he is now a 5th-level ability user, it stands to reason that he can actually go directly to the Dragon Mother to negotiate, and she is also the most likely person to give information about the mastermind. But this is obviously not a feasible approach. Just think about it, and you can realize that the mastermind is unlikely to make such a low-level mistake with his cautiousness. He must have guaranteed his own safety in the transaction contract with the Dragon Mother, and may even have left a trap. The mastermind left a trap ring specifically for him at Tang Xuelwen's place. Ma-En believed that his arrangement in hell could only be better than that, and he would not be like a fool who had no defenses at all. However, this place was still the most likely place for him to find him. After all, his contact with the Dragon Mother here was much deeper than that with Tang Xuelwen, and he was facing a powerful demon from hell. Most importantly, Ma-En knew very well that the other party was definitely not contacting the Dragon Mother with his real identity, and the mastermind was not a demon, which meant that this was not his home ground. If the mastermind used his real identity, he might not have any way to deal with it. It is not difficult to hide the communication between people with abilities from him. However, judging from the mastermind's style of doing things, he seems to have some reason to hide his identity, and it is not just against Ma-En, which gives him the opportunity to find out the other party. Of course, this matter is still not simple, and the other party may even be ready to welcome his arrival, but facing such a dangerous and powerful opponent, if you don't dare to take risks, you will have no chance of winning. Fortunately, the other party's actions now show that he does not intend to do it himself, and he should not have any enemies in hell, and the other party is unlikely to use any big demons to deal with him. In fact, he may be much safer here than in reality. After all, among the groups he has offended, only the Holy Church and heaven are more dangerous, and hell is the place where he doesn't have to worry about heaven the least. After walking a few hundred meters in the direction of the city, Ma-En broke the silence. You don't seem to be particularly surprised by my appearance. The boy who was walking nervously in front immediately slowed down his pace, then turned sideways to look at Ma-En and replied, in fact, powerful demons, like you occasionally appear in other new places. Souls, like you who are strong enough in life, will be given stronger power when entering hell, and these high-level newborns will also have more characteristics of high-level demons. We can often confirm it at a glance. Ma-En nodded slightly, and then asked curiously, how did you get to hell? The boy was stunned for a moment, then showed a thoughtful and hesitant look, as if thinking about how to answer his question. After more than 10 seconds, he mustered up the courage to say, sorry, low-level demons, like us have no memory when we enter hell. When I first came here, I didn't have a human body. I got a body after devouring many other low-level demons. Only demons like you who have their own bodies can have memories of their previous lives. Ma-En actually knew this, but he couldn't tell whether the boy was a low-level demon or an ordinary demon. Yu had told him this. In fact, the so-called high-level, ordinary, and low-level only refer to the initial potential of demons. Yu is actually an ordinary demon, but she is stronger than most high-level demons, and Qinyun is a high-level demon among high-level demons, and can almost be regarded as a demon princess. Ma-En is also carrying Qinyun's power, but the performance of this power on him is completely different from that on Qinyun, and he can also faintly feel that hell is calling him. It wants to sign a more formal contract with itself. Seeing that Ma-En had no intention of continuing, the boy was a little worried that Ma-En was unhappy because he did not give a direct answer, so he immediately said in a flattering tone, I think you must know that demons are all vengeful souls, but in fact this is not entirely accurate. Hell itself will also devour those souls that are not so kind and transform them into low-level demons. As he spoke, he took out a glass bottle filled with flesh and blood and introduced it to Ma-En. This is what I looked like before. Even if low-level demons, like us, have human forms, they are often only qualified to be servants and slaves of you high-level demons. If you are interested, when we get to the city, I can find you a few low-level demon servants and slaves. There are also many good-looking low-level demons, and there are also many high-level demons. The toys transformed by the devil are of all genders and races, and, if you want, I can be your servant. When the boy said this, he was a little afraid and flattering in his heart, as if he was afraid that Ma-En would kill him, but only he knew that in addition to fear and flattery, he also had 3 ambitions. The worst result of this decision is death, but if he missed this opportunity, he might really be a little devil who was bullied by other devils for the rest of his life. Ma-En said with an attitude of neither accepting nor rejecting, I don't want you to do anything, but if you don't mind, can you take me to get familiar with this city? The little devil showed a look of surprise, patted his chest and said, of course, I am as familiar with this city as my own home. Chapter 463. At the garbage dump, 2 figures, one tall and one short, are heading towards the city. So you make money by picking these up? Ma-En asked the boy in front of him curiously. The boy showed Ma-En the jars he had collected. Yes, many demons in the city now like to collect low-level demons as pets, although these pets are essentially a kind of alternative slaves. After all, they are also demons that will grow up and mature. But many demons will enjoy getting along with pets whose wisdom is not yet fully formed, not only because it makes them feel superior in their wisdom, but also because pets are not like slaves who will think of betraying you. Many demons will deliberately use rituals to restrict the growth of these low-level demons, so that they will always maintain their current basic posture and prevent them from gaining mature wisdom. Moreover, most mature low-level demons will not have any feelings for their owners because of the days when they were pets, but will only hate the demons who enslave them. Ma continued to ask, so they buy pets simply to enjoy the feeling of enslaving other lives? I thought they would do something more practical. The little devil nodded. Of course, they can regard low-level demons as intelligent creatures equal to themselves, but they don't have the problems that other intelligent creatures should have. Enslaving creatures is just one of the countless entertainment methods in hell. However, there are actually many different buyers of these pets. For example, the devils or demons in the paradise may buy these pets to meet their special needs. Some cruel demons may want to torture or kill these low-level demons to relieve stress. Anyway, being someone else's pet will not end well. Even slaves can at least try to please their masters, but pets don't even know what affects their life and death, so I'm glad I didn't meet the meat picker back then. But this is hell, and the law of the jungle is the law of nature here. Mayan nodded thoughtfully. It seems that hell is really a dangerous place, but according to you, can you do whatever you want here as long as you have enough power? As they talked more and more on the road, the little devil's fear of Ma-En was slightly reduced. Now he no longer worried that he would say the wrong thing and offend Ma-En, so he told the truth. That's right. The little devil replied, but in fact, there is no difference between here and the earth. After all, the strongest makes the rules, but the rules of hell are more relaxed than yours, and they will not stop us from doing evil, just to satisfy the preferences of those big demons. So there are completely different rules in different areas of hell, but we ordinary demons must abide by the rules set by the local demons. Fortunately, the Dragon Mother is the one who manages more among these demons. This is definitely a good thing for low-level demons like them. Some areas can almost be said to be completely in pure madness and chaos, with killing and destruction everywhere. No one knows whether they can live to the next day. But there is a basic order in the Dragon Mother city. The survival rate of weak demons, like him, and new high-level demons, like Maine, is much higher than that in other places, especially new demons like Maine. If they are in a particularly chaotic place, they will either be killed directly or forced to sign a slave contract. Of course, this place is not much better, but the demons here often prefer to use more euphemistic methods than to take direct action. In this way, this place is actually quite like a demon city. However, the proportion of demons in the ancient dragon ruins is indeed higher than that in other demon cities. Although the Dragon Mother is a demon, she actually has no hostility or disgust towards demons, because she does not think she is a demon or a demon. She is a descendant of a giant dragon. Ma-En asked, then are there any rules that the Dragon Mother should pay attention to? The little devil immediately put on a flattering smile and said, in fact, there are not many, but there are indeed a few that need to be paid more attention to. First of all, you must not approach the Dragon Mother's palace without permission. Only the 4 powerful demons have the right to freely enter and exit the surrounding urban areas. Then, because the Dragon Mother cares more about the cleanliness of this city, as long as there is a main street in the city, direct bloody fighting is not allowed. If you do this without a background, you will basically die. However, there are no such restrictions in alleys, certain special areas, and all indoor areas. However, when fighting indoors, you must be careful not to affect the streets, otherwise you will be punished. Ma-En said, so the Dragon Mother is maintaining superficial order? The little devil said, I think she just doesn't like to see the streets in a mess. There is no order in the eyes of demons. I heard that those demons will be a little more particular, but that is not the same as the order on the ground. Ma-En then asked, is there anything else I should pay attention to? The little devil continued, there are basically no rules to restrict behavior, but there is another thing in this city, that is, if you are favored by the Dragon Mother, you may be given dragon blood and become her direct demon. This is what almost all low-level demons dream of. If you can get her blood, you can at least be promoted to the 3rd level, which is not weak. Many 3rd-level demons, who have been given blood, have also been promoted to the 4th level. Moreover, there are very few demons who have been given blood and can become the best among the 4th level, because the blood given by the Dragon Mother does not contain the power of hell. Those who are favored will have 2 powerful powers at the same time. If you want to be seen by the Dragon Mother, you can go to the arena in the city. She often watches the competitions in person and picks out the warriors she thinks are good, but the Dragon Mother does not always choose the winner. We don't understand her standards, so this kind of thing is purely based on luck. Just as the little devil was introducing the local customs to Marn, the scene in the distance began to change. The garbage and squirming flesh around were getting less and less, and there were several figures standing in the distance. The little devil stopped suddenly when he saw this scene, and seemed a little overwhelmed, but he slowly mustered up the courage to look at Marn and said, they are scavengers, responsible for maintaining the safety of the garbage dump. We, the meat pickers, have to pay them protection fees before leaving here. After all, those of us in this line of work are not very good at fighting. Of course, this is not true. There are no wild monsters in the garbage dump. They are just robbing. In fact, there are similar groups in other new lands, but they are all subordinates of powerful demons. And they are wandering demons. Although they don't have any background, it's not a problem for them to bully these little demons. After all, if they have the ability, they don't have to pick up things here. The little devil was a little nervous at the moment. In fact, he was not afraid of those gangster demons, but he was worried that Ma-en would see that he was a weak demon who was bullied and abandoned him. "Sir, please wait here," the little devil said tactfully. "I will go to the front to communicate with him. You don't know their style of doing things very well now. I'm afraid they will offend you." Ma-en raised his hand and gently refused. "No, I will get used to it sooner or later, right?" Although the little devil was a little worried when he heard this, he didn't have the courage to refuse Ma-en. Although Ma-en had behaved very gently so far, he didn't think that this was Ma-en's true character. Cruelness is the nature of demons, and it has been deeply engraved in their souls when they fell into hell. With a nervous mood, the little devil walked forward with Ma-en, then looked up at the strong bullhorn demon who was surrounded by his companions, and carefully raised the bag. "Master Su-winner, this is my harvest this time." A graceful female demon with goat horns walked out from Su-win's strong arms, and said to the little devil in a teasing tone, "If you continue like this, when will you be able to save enough money to stop doing this business? Don't you really consider the suggestion I made to you last time? There are many demons who especially like to ravage little guys like you." The little devil shuddered, because he knew that the female demon's word ravage meant literally, and he didn't think he had the life to make that kind of money, so he could only say in the most humble tone possible, "No, no." Su-winner didn't immediately take away his things, but looked up at Ma-en, who looked leisurely and relaxed a few meters behind the little devil, and then looked down at the boy in front of him and asked, "Little devil, don't you introduce us to your new friend?" Hearing this, the little devil immediately turned around and looked at Ma-en. After seeing that Ma-en didn't react, he looked at Su-winner again, not knowing what to say, and then said vaguely, "I met him on the road." Seeing that the little devil didn't answer clearly, Su-winner glanced at him coldly, which scared the boy, but he immediately looked up at Ma-en, who was standing a few meters away, and then asked politely, "Do you want to come here to work too?" His words can be understood as asking Ma-en if he wants to be a meat picker, but it can also be understood as asking him if he wants to get involved in the distribution of interests here, which is a subtle warning. But he didn't expect Ma-en's answer. Ma-en said honestly, "No, I just went to hell, and happened to meet a kind little devil. He said he would take me to the nearest city to have a look. I should consider work after entering the city." After saying this, the faces of all the devils except him changed, because they immediately realized that the one in front of them was a very rare high-level devil, and it was at its weakest stage. The little devil also regretted not reminding Ma-en of the preciousness of high-level devils. He didn't say it directly at the time because he was afraid that Ma-en would look down on him, but he didn't expect Ma-en to be so straightforward. Su-winner smiled in an ambiguous way. "Hell is not like the world you lived in before. If you want to get something here, you can only rely on force to rob it." Ma-en also smiled. "In fact, I felt the same way when I was up there." Su-winner began to look at Ma-en unscrupulously, and began to deduce in his mind how many steps he would need to subdue him, and how to break Ma-en's neck if he became dangerous. But before he could say anything else, he heard his companion's voice. "It's divided." The goat-horned female demon stood up, and returned the deflated bag in her hand to the boy. The little devil looked down at the bag. Although most of the bottles were taken away, the most valuable pet was still left in it, so the value of the remaining pet was 1/3 of the original. It was also an agreed number. After hearing this, Su-winner seemed to be attracted and retracted his gaze from Ma-en. Then he walked to the front of the little devil and looked at the shriveled bag in his hand with some curiosity. "Did you find any good stuff this time?" He picked up the bag, put his hand in it and picked it up, then took out the most expensive bottle, and then asked in a nonchalant tone, "This one looks good, I take it back as a gift." The little devil almost cried when he saw this scene. After the most expensive pet was picked up, the rest was not worth much at all. Not only did he work in vain for the past few months, but he might also lose a lot. But in the face of such humiliation, he could only suppress his anger and whispered, "As long as you like, take it." After saying this, the little devil also began to comfort himself in his heart. If he could seize the sudden opportunity of Ma-en, then this little money would not be a big deal. But even so, he still couldn't completely suppress the humiliation in his heart. The point was not how much money he lost this time, but that the money was robbed because of weakness. And he actually knew very well that the possibility of him seizing this opportunity was not high. It was actually lucky for him that a high-level demon like Ma-En didn't kill him. After snatching the little devil's pet, Su-Winner looked up at Ma-En. Ma-En still didn't react to this. Looking at that calm and gentle face, Su-Winner even felt that he might not be very scheming, but simply didn't understand what had just happened. If you don't have enough money, the goat-horned female devil said to the little devil, you can think about my proposal carefully after you go back. As long as you let go, I can contact the buyer for you immediately. The little devil forced a smile and said, if I change my mind, I will definitely come to you immediately. Su-Winner said coldly, go away. The goat-horned female devil also threw a wink at Ma-En. Looking forward to seeing you next time, handsome guy. Ma-En pretended not to see the formation in her eyes, smiled and nodded. See you again if we are destined. Then he reached out and patted the little devil on the shoulder. Let's go, we should be not far from the city, right? The boy raised his hand and rubbed his face, then squeezed out a warm smile again. Not far. Chapter 464. When Mane and the little devil disappeared from their sight, Su-Winner turned his head to look at the goat-horned female demon who was counting her pets, and asked the question in his heart. Tonus, why did you interrupt me? He asked why the female demon suddenly led the topic to the protection fee of the little devil when he was talking to Mane. At that time, she was obviously reminding him not to continue. Tonus replied, be a little patient. I know you think that brute force can solve all problems, but there are obviously options with lower risks and higher returns in front of us. There is no need to take such meaningless risks. Sometimes I always feel that you should be a devil. Su-Winner shook his head slightly. Then what good ideas do you have? Do you want to introduce him to the demon lord? Or trick him into going to the arena? High-level demons are scarce resources everywhere. Although most of these demons will die in the fight, their chances of becoming demon lords are still much higher than ordinary demons. Therefore, many demon lords and even big demons will recruit these high-level demons, who have not yet shown their potential in advance. In addition, these demons have many uses. For example, they are also a kind of rare material. The blood and horns of high-level demons can be sold at a good price. Some organizations and individuals, like the arena, also have unique needs for high-level demons. But she was not thinking about these violent things. The female demon took out a piece of parchment, then licked it with her flexible tongue, leaving a very complicated ritual on it, and a hazy red figure flickered dimly. When she flirted just now, she kept the stereoscopic image of Mane. Don't you have eyes? Tonus sighed. Look at his muscles and figure. Now all the devils and demons in the Paradise Road are particularly fond of this style, and this guy is also a high-level demon who can withstand ravage. I guarantee that there will be many demons who want to buy him as a lover or slave. In fact, the price will not be cheap with the identity of a high-level demon. Su-Winner showed a puzzled expression. That's why I just wanted to subdue him. At that time, we can sell him to anyone we want, but after he enters the city, we won't have any particularly good opportunities to attack. Tonus showed an expression of disappointment. Didn't you see what he looked like just now? Don't treat him as a fool, who can be easily manipulated just because he said he was a high-level demon. I can feel that he is not that simple. We may not be able to subdue him directly. If we accidentally kill him, we can only sell his bones and blood in the market, and then we will lose a lot. Su-Winner thought they should be more pragmatic, but it will be difficult for us to take action after he arrives in the city, and I am more confident that I can deal with a newly born high-level demon, but he will soon adapt to this body and become difficult to deal with. Tonus said helplessly, who said we should take action? We can let professional slave traders or buyers do it themselves. Those who can afford this kind of demon must have their own men, so we can earn enough this way. After all, the real important thing in this matter is Mane's information. Su-Winner nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this is indeed much safer. Tonus smiled and said, and don't really think that we can't find him. Did you notice the look of the little devil? I think he may feel that he has found a thigh, and he will definitely hold on tightly to avoid being thrown away. As long as we can find the little devil, we can find him. Su-Winner suddenly realized, that's right, we can rely on the little devil to find him. Several demons were discussing this new creature with great interest, not noticing that something invisible was flowing in the blood pool in the distance, quietly connecting to the demon that had just left. Ma-En took his attention back from these demons, and looked at the little devil, who was silently leading the way. After being away from those demons, he was like a wilted eggplant, and he had no energy to chat at all. Are they always like this? Ma-En asked gently. The little devil said a little dejectedly, yes, in fact, they are here to rob people on the road, but even if it's not them, there will be other demons robbing here. This is the rule of hell. In the end, he was actually comforting himself, but Ma-En could see that the little devil was not convinced, but he had no other choice but to swallow his anger. Even if Ma-En didn't really see it, the little devil still felt particularly uncomfortable and humiliated by having his things taken away in front of others, and he was more and more afraid that Ma-En would look down on him. In fact, if he had been a little smart, he might have tried to use it to solve the problem just now. When he looked back, he was also looking forward to what Ma-En would do, but when he saw that Ma-En didn't move, he did nothing. In Ma-En's opinion, this is the manifestation of the little devil's intelligence. The look he gave meant that he actually knew that he could help him solve the problem, but he didn't even try. Ma-En raised his hand again and patted the little devil's shoulder to comfort him. Since this is the rule of hell, we have no choice but to abide by it. Hearing that Ma-En didn't seem to look down on him, the boy perked up a little. Yes, but when I am stronger than them, no one can stop me from taking revenge on them. There is no federation or abnormal organization in hell that can protect them. Through Yu's explanation and the words of the little devil, Ma-En also had some basic understanding of hell. In fact, there are civilizations here just like above, which is completely different from heaven. But this is also reasonable. These demons and devils are far less affected by hell itself than the influence of heaven on those angels, and most of the powerful demons used to be humans on earth, so they will naturally bring the order of the previous society here, but the nature of the demon race still exists in their souls. In fact, when normal humans are tortured by hatred for a long time, they will also be as tyrannical as demons, and so indifferent to life and morality. But for ordinary people, most hatred has an end. But the life of demons is a long revenge. And this kind of tyranny and indifference makes the order they establish quite superficial. All demons have no patience to abide by the so-called laws, and those powerful demons are too lazy to restrain demons weaker than themselves. So the real core here is chaos. Most demons don't intend to care what other demons think, unlike some humans, who don't want their compatriots to do evil, and even demons are happy to see such things. This actually helped him find the trace of the mastermind. After all, he had no social connections here. Yu, who was originally a demon, was not suitable to come back because of that incident. Although she was betrayed, the dragon mother would definitely change her attitude towards her because of this, so he could say that he had no connections here. He only had the power to be called a great demon here. I believe you can definitely do it in the future. Ma-En encouraged, since hell is like this, it means that no matter who you are, you have the opportunity to climb up, right? The boy nodded hesitantly, and then said, yes, especially for high-level demons like you. As long as you are a little luckier, you have a great chance to become a 4th-level demon lord, with many slaves and subordinates, and you can kill as many demons as you want. For high-level demons like Ma-En, there is indeed a chance to climb up, but he did not say that for low-level demons like himself, who are not even ordinary form demons, it is difficult to become a 3rd-level great demon. As they chatted, they were gradually approaching the city, and the gorgeous city gates and tall city walls that were almost equivalent to magic formations appeared, as well as demons and hell creatures coming and going. Ma-En asked, by the way, is there any place to rest after we go in? The little devil was surprised to hear this, because Ma-En's words meant that he was not going to part ways with him, and he might really become Ma-En's subordinate. I usually live in the new land, but I still have some savings. The little devil counted on his fingers and said, there are several hotels in this city with security. If we save money, we should be able to stay for about a month, but after that we may have to find a way to make money. The demon boy felt a little pain when he calculated this. If he really stayed in those high-end hotels with security measures, with the money he saved in the past few years, he could only barely last for a month. But now the opportunity is in front of him, and he has no time to feel sorry for this little money. Ma-En nodded slightly. Then how can we make money? The little devil replied, you should have the power of a big demon when you were born. There are actually many ways to make money, but you have just arrived in hell, so it is better to start with something simpler. And it is best not to be a subordinate of other demons. High-level demons like you often lead a few demon subordinates to work alone, and will not easily be inferior to other demons. Of course, if the dragon mother takes a fancy to it, that would be another situation. Ma-En nodded slightly. Just now they were making money, right? The little devil nodded. Yes, this is a common business in hell. In fact, they are doing a relatively safe job, but they can do that job because they have strong enough fighting ability. Although he is only in charge of a small part of the new land, and the garbage dump is not favored by the demon lord, there are still many demons coveting their territory, and Sue Winter has killed many competitors. Ma-En nodded thoughtfully. Then I have some ideas, but let's find a place to stay first. The boy nodded, and then took Ma-En into the city. Although he has never been to hell, perhaps thanks to the Dragon Mother's rule that does not allow fighting on the streets, Ma-En's feeling about this city walking on the street is not particularly different from the city on the ground. Only the longhorn demons walking around, the various bloody things hanging in the shops, and the slaves with collars around their necks, which were different from the land, reminded Marin that this was really hell. However, when he approached the dark alley, he clearly felt the difference. First of all, there was the smell of blood in the air, and the dirty environment that seemed to have been looted by locusts. The most important thing was that the demons inside looked completely different from those outside. When Marin passed by, they glanced at him like hungry wolves who wanted to eat his flesh and blood. If there was no restraint from the Dragon Mother, they would definitely rush to the street like a group of beasts and kill every living thing they saw. But as they continued to approach their destination, such dark alleys became less and less, and it seemed that the owner of the hotel also deliberately chose an address away from such alleys. That's it. The little devil stopped and looked at the towering hotel in the distance. This hotel has some unique decorations of hell, but the overall style is very close to the kind of big hotels popular in the Western Federation in the 1970s, which is very similar to the Victor Hotel, giving Marin a special sense of intimacy. This hotel is quite similar to the one on the ground, Ma-En said. The little devil explained, because the owner of this hotel used to run a hotel up there, going to hell is also related to hotels. In fact, there are other hotels that are more hell-like, but demons were once human after all. The palace of the Dragon Mother may be more in line with the imagination of the hell building of adults, because she comes from an older era, and her race is not human. The little devil walked to the front desk and said to the cute little female demon, "I want a single standard room with a servant bed." After getting a good room, they took the elevator directly to the residence. Ma-En also quietly controlled the extremely fine liquid water on the way forward to sense the surrounding environment to ensure that it was safe enough. The little devil pushed open the door, took a look at his servant bed that was so simple that it looked like a doghouse, and then quietly looked at the comfortable single bed where Ma-En slept, with a little envy and desire in his heart. One day he will sleep on a bed like that. "Okay," Ma-En said as he looked at the layout of the house. "Since we already have a place to stay, you can help me find out what I can do in the next few days. I will put in some small restrictions." "How is it?" Ma-En certainly didn't want to work in hell, he just wanted the little devil to be alone. The little devil nodded very obediently. "Leave it to me." "By the way," Ma-En asked as if he suddenly remembered, "you will follow me in the future?" The little devil almost jumped for joy, and said with a face full of surprise, "Okay." Chapter 465. Tonus stood at the bottom of the steps somewhat stiffly, not daring to look up at the demon lord lying on the chair in front of him. This demon lord looked like an overweight worm. His arms had degenerated to the point of being like 2 drops of snot hanging on his chest, and his 4 legs were so short that they seemed completely unable to support his body. In fact, he usually did not rely on his limbs to move, but on the 2 pairs of exaggerated membrane wings behind him that looked a bit deformed. "Lord Gus, this is the new high-level demon we are talking about." Tonus lowered her head and handed the parchment recording Marin's influence to the demon lord. Gus moved his bloated body, his narrowed eyes revealed a dark green light, and then the parchment in Tonus's hand floated in front of him, and then his fleshy face showed a look of desire. "Is he in your hands?" He shook his chubby body, and it seemed that he could not wait to see this good-looking new demon. "It looks like it will work this time. Tonus has contacted several buyers, but they either have no interest in this deal or can't offer a particularly suitable price, so she finally came to Gus. But she came now not because Gus couldn't offer a suitable price, but because she was somewhat reluctant to deal with this notorious cruel demon. Gus has a deep relationship with the demons and devils of the Paradise Road, but he is not like them in pursuit of pure pleasure, nor is he keen on physical contact. Gus also has a unique pursuit of beautiful things like those Paradise demons, but he enjoys destroying and ravaging these beautiful things even more, watching them slowly collapse and perish physically and mentally. Therefore, when he is in a good mood, he often kills demons weaker than himself without restraint. Although they are now discussing business, Tonus is still a little afraid that he will suddenly go crazy. Tonus answered carefully, "No, we didn't catch him directly, but we are tracking him. It will take some time to figure out his specific location, and according to our observation, he may not notice the problem for a few days." A small badge floated out from under Gus's sticky body and flew into Tonus's hand. He said excitedly, "I am very satisfied with your goods. When you find him, use this to call me. Bring me the contract." Tonus happily handed the contract to Gus and watched him sign his name neatly. Even if the deal was successfully finalized, the high-level demon would become Gus's tormenting toy. In fact, Tonus still had some sympathy for him. A high-level demon like him could become a demon lord in hell. Even if he died, he would die in the hands of other demons, not in the painful and miserable way of low-level slaves. This was also due to the current circulation of contracts. In fact, before contracts became popular, demons did not like those messy things, but preferred the simplest enjoyment of pure flesh. But that guy's death was not unjust, because he did not even have the most basic vigilance. If he really had the potential to become a demon lord, he would not have made such a stupid mistake. Such so-called high-level demons were born to be stepping stones for other demons. After completing the transaction, Tonus left Gus's territory immediately, and went to the place agreed with her companions. If the plan was correct, Suwinner was waiting for her there. Sure enough, when she opened the door and walked into the room, Suwinner was sitting on the chair impatiently, flipping through the book of hell magic in his hand. "You can read books?" she joked in surprise. Suwinner closed the book in his hand. "I don't like reading books, but I know what is useful to me. How about it?" Tonus smiled. "Done. What about you here?" Suwinner showed a satisfied look and continued. "According to the information from the informant, the little devil has been almost starving these days to find out what work is suitable for his new master, and he seems to have spent a lot of money on intelligence. The informant he mentioned was not a particularly mysterious guy, but a young demon who picked up garbage in the new land. He usually only came to their area and could be considered a friend of the little devil." Tonus nodded slightly. "When are you going to start?" Suwinner replied, "No hurry, the little devil doesn't have much ability, but he is quite cautious. He hasn't left the street or been to the alley market in the past few days, but I have asked the informant to sprinkle some bait on him, but I haven't let him go yet. It's not difficult to trick him out. By the way, what did you talk to him about?" Tonus knew what he meant. "We don't have to catch him directly, just summon the buyer under the right environment. The buyer wants to give our target a little surprise. Although this is the case, the price he offered is still very good." Suwinner said with a somewhat complaining tone, "You're still thinking too much. We can obviously solve this problem by ourselves. You have already seen the guy doesn't even have the most basic awareness of prevention. It's not easy for a few of us to subdue him. The price can at least increase by half by then." In Suwinner's opinion, this money is picked up for nothing. Although Ma'an is a high-level demon, the newly born high-level demons will definitely not be better at fighting than these experienced big demons. What's more, they have more people. If they are really cautious, they can temporarily hire a few thugs. He can't see any reason not to do it himself. Tonus asked helplessly, "You are right. I also intuitively feel that he is not simple, but all high-level demons cannot be really simple, and they are also very fragile when they are just born. Maybe only you can take him down, so it is not difficult for us to solve this matter. But the question is, how many times can you make a mistake?" Solwyn said with some dissatisfaction, "We won't make a mistake. That guy may not last half a minute in my hand." Tonus looked into his eyes and said, "The answer is once. We can only make one mistake. Of course you can take this insignificant risk to fight him. We will catch him successfully in the end, and we can also deal with everything with the same attitude. We will succeed countless times. But in the end, we will lose once, only once, which is nothing compared to our countless successes, but this time is enough to end our short life, like other demons who die insignificantly. What do you want? To be able to squander more money at this time? Or to become a feared demon lord?" Chapter 466. These days, the little devil has been looking for a job suitable for the new boss for Ma'an. He knows that his performance this time will directly affect Ma'an's attitude towards him in the future, so he is extremely serious and proactive. But maybe his luck has really started to change recently. He really found a good job. Although he has found a few decent jobs in the past few days, he still wants Ma'an to think that he is more capable. Both vision and speed of doing things are important. So he immediately followed the previous process and came to the neutral negotiation site. There are not many high-level demons with a gentle personality like Ma'an. Most of them fall into hell with a full heart of revenge. They always look down on any low-level demons and want to solve problems with strength. They basically don't stop to think about how to be more efficient before encountering difficulties. As long as he can bring back an answer that satisfies Ma'an, he will have the opportunity to become his confidant, and high-level demons like Ma'an have a good chance of becoming demon lords. Then, he will be the demon lord subordinate. But when the little devil pushed open the door and walked a few steps inside, he felt something was wrong, because there was an unexpected movement from the direction where he just closed the door, and then a strong hand was placed on his neck. Then, He couldn't feel anything. It was as if he was knocked unconscious. In the little devil's feeling, it was almost just a few seconds later, his neck and whole body were transmitting strong pain to his head, forcing him to gradually wake up from the fainting. Beautiful we. Pry open. The little devil didn't hear what they were saying, but he felt nervous and scared as if conditioned. Then he slowly realized what made him feel so. Because he was familiar with the voice of the speaker. He seems to be awake, Tonus said with a smile. The little devil moved in a panic after hearing this, and opened his eyes with difficulty. As he expected, the two figures standing in front of him were Sue Winter and Tonus, and he was tied to a chair. Sue Winter said in a slightly mocking tone, "It seems that you think you have found a big boss, and think you can climb out of the garbage dump. You think you don't have to deal with us little hooligans in the future, right?" The little devil shook his head in fear. "I don't think so." Sue Winter then threatened him with a sarcastic smile. "It's a pity that you chose the wrong person at the beginning. The kind of fool who exposed his identity can't make a name for himself in hell. It was because of his stupidity that we decided to take action against him. But it's true. If he was smarter, he wouldn't look down on a low-level demon like you." The boy blushed when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything due to the situation. The worst thing was that he knew deep down in his heart that Sue Winter was right. Ordinary high-level demons would not reveal their identities like that, nor would they recruit low-level demons like him, who had not shown any ability to be their subordinates, let alone treat him with that attitude. Mon was not the kind of guy who was destined to become a demon lord at first glance, but such a character would not even look at him half a time. Making him a slave was already the best attitude of that kind of demon. If he hadn't met Ma-En, he would have no chance at all, and it was even hard to say whether he could survive. This was his only chance. Maybe in the eyes of Sue Winter and Tonus, Maine was the weaker one among the high-level demons, but for the little devil, Maine was the only high-level demon he could really touch. Although he had often imagined his plan to climb up in the past, those thoughts were as illusory as a dream compared to what he encountered after meeting Maine, but the changes now were so real. The day he imagined seemed to be coming. Unfortunately, the reality was far more cruel than he imagined. When Maine said that, he already had some bad premonitions, but at that time, he was still trying not to think about it actively, deceiving himself that this was just an insignificant episode that would not affect anything at all. Obviously, he was wrong. "Where is your new master now?" Tonus asked in a teasing tone, as if they were still chatting casually on the street. Although the little devil could hardly hide his fear, he still kept his mouth tightly shut. He knew what would happen if he told Sue Winter. They would find Ma-En and kill him, and at the same time destroy all his hopes, and he might not be able to survive. No matter what, he didn't want to lose this opportunity. He didn't want to be taken away by them. Sue Winter smiled contemptuously. "You think you are a tough guy, right?" He didn't give the little devil a chance to speak, and raised his hand to cut off his bound hand, and cut off his index finger, revealing a clean and beautiful cross-section, with blood and bone shining against each other. The little devil screamed immediately, his eyes turned red, his whole body trembled, and he tried to break free from the ropes that bound him to the chair, but it was in vain. Before he could recover, Sue Winter plunged his claws into him again. Crack. The first two sections of the boy's middle finger were cut off again. The miserable screams instantly resounded throughout the house. The little devil proved with his behavior that he was not a tough guy, which made Sue Winter and Tonus smile. "This is the least painful torture method," Tonus said with a compassionate tone. "You don't want to know what we have prepared for you, and how many tricks we can play with your remaining 8 fingers. I tell you, so you don't have to endure the pain." At this moment, the little devil regretted that he did not join the paradise. If he had mastered the method of transforming pain into pleasure, he would not be so unbearable now. Seeing the boy's breathing getting slower and slower, Sue Winter also said condescendingly, "Where is he?" The little devil raised his head, stared at the two of them, and said, "I don't know." This surprised Sue Winter and Tonus. They had never thought that the little devil would be so loyal to the new demon that suddenly appeared, nor did they think that he could endure such pain and fear. Because they did not notice that what was reflected in the little devil's eyes at this moment was not something else, but something that all demons were extremely familiar with: a strong hatred. The little devil had never felt his true thoughts so clearly. The memories of being bullied in the past emerged at this moment, burning the fire of revenge that belonged to the demon in his heart. Only such deep hatred could make a cowardly demon like him persist at this moment. He hated Sue Winter and Tonus, hated himself in his previous life, hated the devil who tricked him into the transformation ritual, and hated this hell that was always torturing him. This was the reason why he wanted to climb up, because he wanted revenge. Chapter 467. Tonus had never expected the little devil to react like this. The little devil usually looked like a particularly cowardly guy, but he was still a bit smart. At first, she even thought that she might not have to do anything, and the little devil would spit out all the information he knew. But now it seems that this sudden opportunity has made the little devil lose the ability to think normally. Yes, for such a low-level demon, this is an opportunity to change his fate. How could he be willing to let it go? That's why I want him to see the reality. Tonus smiled and said, "It seems that you haven't completely given up. Could it be that you think that guy can still save your life? You don't seem to have contacted him in the past few days. I think he definitely doesn't know where you are now." She said this to remind the little devil of a cruel fact, that is, no matter how hard he tries, the best result is to die with a secret, and it is impossible to recapture the opportunity that has slipped away. No, it should be the opportunity that was taken away by them. Sue Winter looked at the little devil with a bit of contempt. "Are you so stupid that you think you can be saved? Even if that Ma-En really appears here, I can knock him down in 2 moves, and do you think it will be me who will attack him at that time? We have already sold him, and now it is a demon lord who is interested in him." The little devil was stunned when he heard this, as if a basin of cold water was poured on him. The flames of revenge that were originally burning fiercely also instantly waned a lot, because he deeply realized his miserable ending. After all, he is still half a devil. Seeing this, Tonus's smile became brighter. "Don't be afraid, we won't kill you, because we need more than just your master's position. We also want you to deceive him for us, and in order to prevent you from betraying us in contact with him, I have prepared a written contract for you, and the conditions include your life." She believed that the little devil would not have any other choice at this point. As long as there was a contract to guarantee that he would not lose his life after betrayal, then the little devil would have no reason to continue to insist. As she expected, the little devil did show a wavering look. He did waver, and slowly realized that his persistence might be meaningless, and he was even less likely to have any so-called loyalty to Maine, whom he had just met for a few days. Surrendering at this moment was his best choice. But the little devil didn't know why. He just couldn't say the words of surrender, as if the devil part of his body was constantly fighting against the devil part, making his throat unable to make a sound. Just like a pirate who fell into the water with treasure in his arms, he was unwilling to let go even if he knew that his end would be death. Seeing that the little devil was still silent, Sue Winter took out a particularly delicate torture device, and was ready to torture the little devil again, but Tonus raised her hand to stop him and continued to strike while the iron was hot. "I know what this means to you, but think about it carefully. Do you really think your new master can become a demon lord? I think it's more likely that he died in the alley." Tonus' voice stopped abruptly, because there were suddenly several dull knocks on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Tonus and Sue Winter looked at each other in surprise, wondering who would suddenly come here. The little devil sitting on the chair also lit up his eyes, looking at the door with expectation, but he could hardly imagine what kind of variables could change his current situation. Tonus lowered her voice and said, "Ignore it." She was still a little wary of the sudden knock on the door. But it seemed that the people outside the door seemed to have heard her whisper, and knock 3 times again, and they could feel that the knocker was particularly patient, because each knock kept almost the same interval. Sue Winter drew out the short knife from his waist, and then signaled Tonus, who was still a little at a loss, with his eyes, and then she realized what she should do, pulled up her sleeves to reveal the demonic magic circle on her arms. But before they could do anything, the new movement broke their preparation. A gentle young male voice came from outside the door. "Is the little devil here?" Although it was not particularly familiar, Sue Winter and Tonus both recognized this voice. It was the guy who foolishly admitted that he was a newborn devil at that time, but they could not understand the scene in front of them. Why did he appear outside the door? And he was still asking the little devil's name? "If you don't say anything, I will come in." Ma-En's tone was quite polite, but his actions were not very polite. He turned the handle without waiting for a response, and then the locked door was pushed open by her. A strong and slender demon figure slowly walked into the dark room, and gently pushed the door behind him back to its original position with his tail, and then flexibly locked the door again. The 2 demons looked at the figure who came in disbelief, and the little demon's face was full of surprise. None of them thought that Ma-En would find this place, let alone knock on the door before coming in. After the surprise faded, the little demon was covered by strong ecstasy, because Ma-En's appearance not only meant that he was likely to be saved, but also meant that his future would be extremely bright. You know, he didn't say anything just now. The 2 demons who were originally interrogating the little demon became nervous at this moment. Although they were not afraid of Ma-En, his sudden appearance made them realize that something was wrong. Ma-En walked to the position in front of them slowly, and then said gently, "I am here to take the little demon away." Before he finished speaking, Su Winter raised his short knife and sprinted towards Ma In. He crossed the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, and after passing Ma In, he walked a few steps behind him. When he stopped, the other two noticed that there was a red track after image slowly dissipating. That was Mon's tail. A crisp metallic sound made tonus, and the little devil's eyes returned to Su Winter again. The dagger had fallen to the ground without knowing when, and Su Winter was holding his neck tightly. But no matter how hard he held, he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out like a red waterfall. Plop. The strong demon's body fell heavily to the ground. Ma In kept his eyes on Tonus. To be honest, I thought that you who have lived in hell for so long would understand the dangers of the world, and would maintain the most basic awe and vigilance towards strange demons. But maybe this is the difference between demons and humans. Hearing this, Tonus finally realized what happened, and her expression gradually changed from doubt to unconcealable fear. She couldn't help but tremble and retreated. No, impossible. Chapter 468. The look on the little devil's face, when he looked at Ma In, changed from ecstasy to admiration and envy. At this moment, he hoped that he could stand in Ma In's position in the future and do similar things as him. At this moment, he wanted to persuade Ma In to kill Tonus and wanted to participate in her death, but in the end, he still struggled to hold back the urge to speak. At this time, he had to distinguish the main from the secondary. Tonus asked incoherently in fear, "What is going on?" Faced with her questioning, Ma In explained enthusiastically, "The little devil is now my subordinate, so I marked him when I sent him out. In fact, when you knocked him out, I was already waiting around." He turned his head to look at the little devil. "Sorry, I didn't come in right away, so you got a little hurt." The little devil shook his head frantically when he heard this. "If I can't even bear this little pain, how can I do things for you?" For Ma In's failure to show up immediately, he was only grateful in his heart. The little devil didn't think there was anything wrong with Ma In's behavior. This treatment was already very good for the devil. The little devil didn't expect love without reason, and there were countless very reasonable explanations for Ma In's failure to enter in time, such as he needed to know their purpose, or wanted to test himself. No matter which one, it seemed extremely normal to the little devil living in hell. Ma In did not say anything else, but just reached out and touched the place where the little devil's finger was broken. Then the boy was surprised to find that his wound was no longer painful, but became itchy. Then he saw with his own eyes that his finger grew back. Tonus, who was standing by and watching this scene, felt more and more desperate. Obviously, Maine was also a ridiculously strong one among the high-level demons. He must have been a powerful person before he fell into hell. That's why she felt particularly confused. "Why did you tell us that you were a new demon at that time? Did you just want to see us stupidly bump into you and seek death? Or was it because of this little devil?" Maine looked at her puzzled. "Why should I lie?" Tonus was stunned. "Yes, why? If you think about it carefully, Maine really has no reason to lie to them. Even if she and Su Winter targeted him, what can they do? Can they still cause any damage to Maine? In other words, they actually jumped off the cliff by themselves." Thinking of this, she felt that she and Su Winter were a joke, and his death was meaningless. Realizing this, she also showed a humble look and looked at Ma In with a begging look. "I can also be your hand. No, I can sign a slave contract with you." Ma In raised his hand very calmly and refused casually. "No, I don't like men." Hearing this, Tonus felt like she was falling into an ice cave, and her expression immediately became extremely heavy, because Ma In's words were almost a death sentence for her, and then a particularly crazy idea suddenly emerged in her mind. "No, in fact, this is the best way. If it was me who died, Su Winter should have thought of it long ago, but I was still overwhelmed by fear, and I should have done it long ago." With determination, Tonus quietly took out the badge that Gus gave her, and then secretly prepared the summoning array behind Ma In's back, and asked, "Please give me another chance?" Ma In was also very patient in chatting with her. "Sorry, but I have to clean up some traces. Please spare my life, otherwise." Tonus showed a sad and pleading look on her face, and slowly lowered her head, then suddenly threw the badge behind her forward. "I can only fight to the death." Then Tonus immediately turned and ran towards the door, and the badge she threw towards Ma In instantly turned into a whole teleportation array in the air, and then Ma In and the little devil saw a huge flesh worm with butterfly wings impatiently drilled out of the magic circle. The flesh worm twisted its body flexibly and flew towards its prey with a hideous and cruel smile, as if it would press Ma In to the ground in the next moment and knead him into a disgusting meat paste. The little devil recognized the cruel demon Lord Gus, and then he immediately looked nervously at Ma In, who was pounced by the fleshworm. But he didn't have time to worry about Ma In's safety. Everything was over. The huge fleshworm seemed to be frozen in the air, its eyes wide open, revealing a strong sense of confusion. It had no idea why it was suddenly trapped in the air, and it didn't understand who had attacked it. Bang! At this moment, Tonus fell heavily in front of the door. She was like hitting an unshakable iron wall. There was no way to push the thin door open at all. When she fell, her peripheral vision also swept behind her. The moment she saw the solidified fleshworm, her body froze. Ma-en looked at the frightened and confused fleshworm. Who else knows about my existence? The fleshworm tried to open his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Then Ma-en withdrew his gaze, and turned to look at the door, as if he hadn't asked, and he felt a wave of pressure. An irresistible force. When Maine looked away, the little devil watched the powerful demon being squeezed inwards, like a fruit thrown into a juicer, and then dark green juice gushed out of the house. At this moment, Maine had already walked in front of Tonus. Looking at Maine's back at this moment, the little devil only had pure admiration in his heart. Seeing Maine coming, Tonus suddenly opened her mouth, and the expression on her face became extremely distorted. The little devil could easily imagine how miserable she would scream in the next moment. But her expression was forever frozen at this moment. Then Ma-en turned around and looked at the demon boy who was looking at him with admiration. You should have thought that I went to hell for my own purpose, and I am in need of a subordinate who can solve the problem for me, and you have some unique qualities that are exactly what I need, so I can provide you with powerful strength. Are you willing to work for me? Ma-en's words were more tempting to the boy than any devil's lies. He couldn't resist the strong will in his heart at all, and even agreed without thinking. Even if there is nothing, I am willing to work for you. Ma-en replied in a gentle voice, very good, but you don't have to ask for nothing, because you need enough strength to work for me. The demon boy said with sparkling eyes, Yes, master. Chapter 469. 2 weeks later, the ancient dragon ruins, the manor where the former demon lord Gus used to be. Maine was staying in the deepest basement of this manor, quietly waiting for the little devil to come back. After killing Gus, Maine not only came here and directly robbed his remaining property, but also dealt with all the demons who knew of his existence, including the former followers of Servant and Tonus. Now no one in hell knows that he has been here before, which should be able to play a role. Although the mastermind is very mysterious and powerful, this is not his home ground after all, and the mastermind used what he had done before to drive the Federation to fight against him. According to Kalia, a member lurking through the Federation, the means used by the mastermind were to use a well-known abnormal item called historical pages to get his information, and this method is not suitable for real-time monitoring. Now the only meaning of the mastermind's grasp of his whereabouts is to prevent him from finding him, so it is enough to delay the time for him to notice him, and he just wants to find his whereabouts. That's why he chose the little devil as his subordinate. As a creature of hell, this boy didn't have any particularly powerful power. Although his intelligence was acceptable, it was definitely not the best. But Maine didn't need these qualities. He just wanted to investigate who had made a deal with the dragon mother recently, and the little devil had a trait that other demons basically couldn't have, that is, basic loyalty. This loyalty was certainly not based on their relationship and feelings, but on the little devil's ambition, hatred, gratitude, and other emotions. Of course, the most important thing was his respect for his own power. At that time, Ma-en chose to go in and save the little devil at that time. In fact, it was because if he continued like this, he would really succumb. He did not have the loyalty in the usual sense. But even this kind of deformed loyalty is loyalty. In fact, most of the so-called loyalty in the world is not much better than the little devil's to him. After all, people's loyalty to another person is a deformed thing. In fact, what Ma-en needs is not the kind of loyalty that can die for him. On the premise that he can give and take back the power of the little devil, and can also monitor him, Ma-en just wants him to work for him sincerely. But in a place like hell that is full of betrayal, even this level of loyalty is not available, and if they encounter a trap left by the mastermind, they may not even have the courage to face it. Of course, in the end, he chose the little devil for more than these reasons, because he actually wanted to leave a branch of the Abnormal Control Bureau in hell, and the little devil was his starting point here. Therefore, Ma-en actually valued a characteristic of the little devil that was particularly rare in hell, that is, although he was a demon, he had not done much evil at all, and had not even killed anyone. Of course, this is not because the little devil is so kind, but because he was either deceived or bullied by Sue Winner and others after he went to hell, and he had no chance to resist at all, but this degree is just right. If the little devil is completely bad, it will be difficult for him to get along with other Control Bureau employees. If he is really kind, he will probably not survive for more than a few days in hell, and he will definitely be restricted in doing things. But just as Ma-en was waiting, he suddenly received a message from Qin Lan. There seems to be some movement in the Wick Castle in the Southern Federation. Should we send someone to investigate? Ma-En immediately gave her a negative answer. Wick Castle was an abnormal building that he had accommodated before, and it also had a passage connecting to the Titan ruins. However, after he had enough employees, he assimilated the abnormal characteristics of this building into the Control Bureau, and it is no longer useful. However, after completing the assimilation and having suitable spare personnel, Ma-En sent employees to monitor the movements around Wick Castle at a safe distance, because it was also related to a southern god. If he noticed the changes in the castle, he would inevitably think of himself. If anyone really contacted the castle again, it meant that he might have been targeted by the god of fire. But this time point made Ma-En feel something was wrong. He almost instantly thought of the truth. This should be the mastermind behind the scenes who attacked him again, and this time he found the gods of the Southern Federation. However, this news was not particularly bad. On the contrary, Ma-En felt somewhat relieved after hearing it. Whether he knew it or not, the mastermind behind the scenes was definitely planning to deal with him. It was definitely a good thing to know what he was doing. And to be honest, he had no fear of the gods of the Southern Federation. These gods could not leave the prison set for them by the Titans. As long as he did not enter the Southern Federation, he would not be particularly dangerous. Now they had no other bargaining chips to threaten him, and they could not use anything to force him to enter the Southern Federation or anywhere else like last time. Therefore, Ma-En actually found it difficult to imagine how the mastermind behind the scenes could use the Southern gods to deal with him. If it were someone else, Ma-En might think that the other party had run out of tricks, and that the gods of the Southern Federation were the last group he could find and use, and he didn't think he would be in any danger. But he didn't think so. After seeing the guy's methods, Ma-En had extremely high respect and vigilance for this unknown enemy, so now he actually began to worry about how the other party would use these restricted gods of the Southern Federation to deal with him. No matter what, he had to speed up. The excited voice of the little devil came from outside the basement. "Master, the task you gave me has made new progress." The demon boy pushed the door and walked in quickly. At this moment, he had a pair of small bat wings behind him, and the two short horns on his forehead were slightly longer by a few centimeters, and the two canine teeth became particularly sharp. But even so, it was hard for the demons who saw him to imagine that the little devil was actually a demon lord. During the days when the little devil was looking for a job for him, Ma-En took the time to pick a demon lord and extracted the abnormal characteristics. When the little devil was given the power, he naturally became an employee of the Control Bureau. But Ma-En did not let the little devil keep the memory of the Control Bureau and how he got the power, only ensuring that he knew that the power was still under his control. After getting the power, the little devil basically recruited Gus's men. Ma-En also specially made up a story of a weak counterattack that was difficult to distinguish between true and false, and spread it in the ancient dragon ruins. "What progress?" Ma-En asked. The little devil said happily, "I have got the list of people who have met with the Dragon Mother. All the demons who did not enter the palace through the back door during that period should be recorded here. I only used half of Gus's property to exchange for this." As he said, he handed a few notes to Ma-En. Chapter 470. Hell, Soul-Devouring Forest. At this moment, the little devil was standing alone in the depths of a particularly gloomy forest, but what really made him feel afraid was not the deformed and dry carnivorous trees around him, nor the choking smoke that filled the forest at this moment. What really stopped him was the collapsed church in the distance, and the charred corpses on the ground. As a demon who has lived in hell for many years, the little devil has seen many dead people. But for some reason, the scene in front of him still made him feel a little creepy. There is a reason why he appeared here. The acquisition of Yu's soul contract can actually be determined in a very short period of time, and not all demons will go to see the Dragon Mother at any time, so the number of demons on the list found by the little devil is not large. In fact, Ma-En doesn't think this list is definitely useful. It's not that the little devil has problems with his work. There are some demons in hell who are observing who goes to see the Dragon Mother. This kind of news often appears in the intelligence market. But he originally thought that the mastermind might have secretly met with the Dragon Mother, and this was not something that was particularly easy for him, a new 5th level ability user. If the power of the Moon God could spread beyond the Southern Federation, perhaps he could use this 5th level psychic ability to find the mastermind. But if he could only use the sea-covering scepter, then it would be impossible to sneak into the Dragon Mother's palace. Not only would the possibility of success be very small, but the risk and cost of being exposed would be extremely high. However, his worries were no longer necessary, because after the little devil gained power, he quickly mastered how to use this thing to do things, and it only took him a few days to find the most suspicious guy from the list, the current leader of the Dark Star Church. This is a particularly destitute church that worships an ancient demon called Dark Star. Their current leader is a 4th-level demon who has lived for many years and has extremely rich resources. It is with these resources that they have the opportunity to meet the Dragon Mother. It is not particularly easy to meet the Dragon Mother. Most of the other demons who have met her are well known, so it is not difficult to exclude them. The suspicious thing about this Dark Star Church is that they have been destroyed. When they came here, they found that all the remaining members of the entire church were dead, and the guys who killed them did not seem to have the power of dominance, otherwise they should have disappeared without a trace. In Ma-En's opinion, the scene in front of him did not seem to be done by a 5th-level ability user. "Let's go," he said in the little devil's heart. "Yes, master," the little devil replied to Ma-En, who was hiding somewhere. It was not until he heard this familiar voice that the courage in the little devil's heart dispelled the inexplicable fear. He recalled that Marn was nearby at the moment, and felt relieved and calm again. Thinking of this, he finally took a step forward and slowly approached the collapsed church. When the little devil approached the nearest corpse, he lowered his body and began to carefully observe the other party's situation. The death on the other side looked like it was burned by the common hellfire. The other party used this method to kill these church members obviously in order not to expose his own power characteristics, and he also burned these guys to the extent that they could not be identified at all. Marn was sure that he could not restore the appearance of these guys. Although the corpse did not seem to reveal any information, it was precisely because of this that Ma-En was completely sure that the mastermind was the Dragon Mother who contacted the members of this church. This was exactly his style of doing things. If he was not worried that someone would find out something by following the clues, why would he destroy the corpse? These were completely in line with the mastermind. Ma-En, who realized this, felt that he had finally narrowed the distance with the mastermind, but he also felt that he might not be able to find anything here. Even if the mastermind's power in hell was not level 5, there would definitely be no flaws. Then move forward, Ma-En told the little devil, and at the same time, when he stood up, he began to control the seawater to slowly throw the corpses here into the abnormal control bureau one after another, wanting to see if he could find anything through the containment room. But unfortunately, all these corpses no longer have abnormal characteristics. They are far from being strong enough to retain abnormal characteristics after death, so the containment room naturally couldn't see anything. Mon still kept a few bodies, ready for the current staff of the Control Bureau to investigate, but he didn't expect the staff of the Control Bureau to find anything, just to do everything well. Facing such an opponent, he must not miss any potential opportunities. After receiving Mon's order, the little devil went directly to the most conspicuous place here, the building that had basically collapsed, and when he walked in front of the building, the collapsed building suddenly began to float up under some inexplicable force, and slowly returned to its original appearance. "Go in," Mon said again. This scene was naturally achieved by his telekinesis. After obtaining the spiritual power of 4.5, he began to constantly exercise and familiarize himself with this power, and now he can complete this complex operation more easily. The little devil stepped into the crumbling floating church, and looked around with a vigilant look. The most eye-catching thing was of course the statue that should have stood in the center of the church, but now it was just a vague human figure made of gravel and rubble. Even if Ma-En used telekinesis, he couldn't restore it. The damage it suffered was irreversible. It seemed that the mastermind behind the scenes had destroyed it specially, and there was no clue here. Then, the little devil raised his head, and looked at the second most important thing in the room. It was a corpse that was firmly embedded in the roof, and there were obvious traces of battle on his body. It can be seen that his opponent was not particularly strong, and he did not experience a battle that would be decided immediately. This was the former leader of the Dark Star Church. Just like treating other corpses, Ma-En also collected it casually. But the difference is that the containment room reacted this time. Abnormal entity, dark light flame. Abnormal strength, 4.5. Description: the hell flame, which seems to contain a certain power, has been carefully forged to point to a certain hell creature, but its source is not hell itself, but something more distant. Features: Hell Flame 3.5. Possessing the special hell power of the top level of the third order. Intelligent Phantom 4.5. The phantom fabricated with the highest wisdom creates the third order hell flame and the corresponding characteristics, and can automatically guide most of the investigations to a certain place. It seems that this is the trap left by the mastermind behind the scenes. He wants to guide himself to a powerful demon, but unfortunately, he didn't expect that he could see the essence of this thing directly through the abnormal control bureau. Finally, he caught the other party's tail. Chapter 471. In the abnormal control bureau, Ma-En was sitting in an office he had hardly ever been to, waiting. After obtaining the abnormal item that was left by the mastermind to deceive him, Ma En did not find anything valuable there. The mastermind's handling methods were still as professional as ever. In fact, he had begun to doubt that the battle did not look so neat and tidy, which was also the result of the mastermind's deliberate creation. His purpose was to make the unextinguished hellfire look more reasonable. After all, if he really won overwhelmingly, it would be impossible to leave any traces. The mastermind wanted to delay time by leading himself to other hell demons. He must have expected that he could investigate this flame through some means, but the mastermind certainly did not expect that he did not have any conventional investigation techniques at all, and could only rely on violent cracking of the containment room. And it is precisely because of this that most disguises are exposed in front of Mon. If he can really judge the source of the hellfire from the big devil, as the mastermind imagined, then now he should be able to judge the true identity of the mastermind through the information provided by the Control Bureau. But here he encountered a small problem, that is, he couldn't find out what it is. Even if he knew that this power was called Wisdom Phantom, the Control Bureau couldn't analyze its source. This was not within the scope of the Control Bureau's work. In fact, it didn't even know which big devil the hellfire was directed to. And because this abnormal entity has the nature of self-protection and hiding, it is impossible to directly peek into its essence without the containment room, so it is not particularly simple to study it directly. It is difficult to say whether there are such members in the Control Bureau. Click. Qin-Lan pushed the door open and walked in, holding a stack of documents in her hands. Ma En, who was sitting on a chair, could see that the scene behind the door was her office. When they met privately, they would not pass through the corridor. She put the thick documents on the table, and then shook her head slightly. I asked them to take a look, but there was no result. Ma En reached out, and flipped through the documents in front of him. All the staff of the Control Bureau had no way to deal with it. Only the demon expert, who had recently joined the team, judged that the flames wanted to guide him to deal with the hell creatures, and he was actually a big demon that Ma En had seen, and it was the Balancer who led the negotiations between the Federation and the Salvation Alliance at that time. This Balancer was a Prince of Hell. The Prince of Hell was the title of the 5 big demons closest to the essence of Hell, which also meant that he was the most dangerous among the many big demons in Hell. If he really regarded the Balancer as the mastermind behind the scenes, he would definitely be dragged down for a long time by this matter. Even if he did not fully believe it, he would definitely have doubts. Fortunately, the containment room made him realize that this was a trap. But now it has become his bargaining chip for counterattack. Ma En said, "This check and balancer cannot be his ally. The mastermind obviously wants us to find trouble with the check and balancer, but the other party's doing so means that he can only make us hostile by creating misunderstandings. In this case, we can directly rely on the fact that it frames the check and balancer to exchange information about the hellfire, and the Dark Star Church with the check and balancer itself. If I am not mistaken, this church itself is likely to have an inseparable relationship with the mastermind, and only those older demons and devils will know the specific situation." Qin-Lan showed a look of understanding, "And now we have barely surfaced. If the check and balance want to inquire, they will definitely know about the newly emerged organization, the Camarilla. It is not difficult for us to trade with them by taking advantage of this." Ma En nodded. "But you can continue your research during this period, or try to let Kalia see if she knows any scholars who are particularly familiar with this field. If our plan goes wrong, there will be alternative plans. Then you can form a special team with Kalia and other Control Bureau employees who have mastered knowledge and research methods, and let them work together to study and see if they can find any clues. But don't let Kalia take the risk of having memories of this place in reality. We don't have the extra energy to deal with the Federation now. Even if there was no mastermind behind the scenes, he would not let Kalia take risks. Although the Federation is a rather bloated and huge organization, the contact during this period has made Ma En realize that they are definitely not really stupid. They are just greedy. So they will definitely pay attention to people like Kalia who have contacted them. Although they may not really check her mind repeatedly, Ma En will never take such a risk." Qin-Lan nodded. "Okay, I arrange it now. I also think it's a good idea for you to contact the Balancer directly. The demon worshipped by the Dark Star Church is a very ancient demon, and the Balancer has existed for a long time. According to the information we have, they should have been active in Hell together, and the Balancer was already a demon at that time, and he must have known something about the demon worshipped by the Dark Star Church in the past. The deliberately destroyed sculpture actually hints at the connection between the mastermind and the ancient demon." Ma En continued, "And contacting this Balancer will also help resolve the contract that is restricting us now." He was talking about the contract signed with the Federation that would no longer help Shin Shao. In fact, when the most basic and loyal employees of the Control Bureau are former members of the Salvation Alliance, this should be a very dangerous thing. Normally, when he decided not to help Qianxiao anymore, members of the Salvation Alliance like Qinlan should have some careful thoughts at this time, but in fact, this did not happen. Because whether it is Qinlan or other members of the Salvation Alliance, who have a little understanding of the Control Bureau, they do not think that the Hell contract is something that cannot be violated like other ability users. After all, they have seen how magical the abnormal Control Bureau is. Ma can't say how difficult it is to crack the Hell contract, but he can be sure that this is definitely not something that cannot be done. Just as they were discussing how to find the mastermind through the flames of Hell and the church itself, a piece of text suddenly appeared in front of them, and an extremely urgent message came. The territory where the little devil is located is surrounded. Sure enough, his preparation was not useless. The mastermind really had a backup plan and planned to attack him in Hell, but under his precautions, the other party's move was destined to not threaten him. Mon said, monitor the movements of the little devil, and teleport him back directly if he is in danger. Then he teleported directly at the coordinates of the little devil. Chapter 472. The warm red light fell on the little devil through the window, causing the sleeping devil boy to sway slightly, his expression filled with rare happiness and comfort. This was also the best sleep he had ever had in Hell. But before long, the little devil frowned in his sleep, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. The little devil, who was suddenly awakened, did not hesitate, and immediately jumped off the bed, ready to escape from here. But just as he ran to the corridor, he saw two groups of fully armed demons, all of whom exuded an aura that was not inferior to his, and also had conspicuous dragon features. This was the Dragon Mother's guards, a powerful and brave force. Seeing this, the little devil immediately turned around and ran back, but as soon as he raised his legs forward, he felt a little confused and puzzled, because the guards behind him did not seem to react to his escape. But the next moment, he didn't have the heart to think about these things, because he felt that he had hit a strong body. Before the little devil could react, he felt that he suddenly lost his balance, and then he watched himself being lifted up, and the figure that blocked him gradually became clear. When he realized the identity of the noble lady in front of him, the little devil's body froze instantly, and then he curled up in the air like a frightened rabbit, and instinctively trembled slightly. Standing in front of him at this moment was the actual owner of the ancient dragon ruins, the hell dragon that feeds on angels. Dragon Mother. The little devil squeezed out these two words tremblingly. The body and soul of the little devil were reflected in her dark yellow cold vertical pupils. Who ordered you to do this? The little devil trembled in fear, but still answered almost instinctively, I can't say. But before he finished speaking, he was frightened by the Dragon Mother's intimidating expression and couldn't speak. The little devil felt that if he dared to say half a word, he would fall into eternal regret and pain. Bullying children is not the style of a strong man. The young man's voice floated over. The Dragon Mother raised her head and looked straight ahead. The guards who were on guard immediately made way, exposing the young male demon standing behind them to the Dragon Mother. I'm not a strong man. The Dragon Mother's expression was full of arrogance. I am a dragon. Mayan walked towards her. I thought you, and he just made a deal, but I didn't expect you to be his ally, or the contract he signed with you also included these. If so, I can only say that you made a wrong decision. The Dragon Mother looked at him and said, No, you are right, he is not qualified to let me fight you, but the contract requires me not to provide you with any kind of help, so I am here to order you to leave. This is my city, and you are not welcome here now. This also means that the residents of the ancient dragon ruins will not provide him with help. In fact, this is acceptable news to Mayan. He didn't plan to stay here. Okay. Mayan said indifferently, we won't stay here. The Dragon Mother nodded slightly in satisfaction, and then said, it's time to talk about business. Mayan showed a puzzled look. What business? It seems that the only thing he and the Dragon Mother can talk about is the mastermind, but he doesn't think the mastermind will not guarantee his secrets in the contract. The Dragon Mother can't even let him stay in the city. The Dragon Mother still had that condescending expression. Long Qin, she is mine. Mayan narrowed his eyes. If I remember correctly, you seem to have sold her. The Dragon Mother nodded. Yes, he gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. But this doesn't mean I don't care about Long Qin. I think I value her very much. She is the young demon I like the most. I plan to train her to be my right-hand man. If I'm not mistaken. She should be staying with you now, right? This is why she came here. And Yang gave her a price she couldn't refuse. But now that the situation has developed to this point, she naturally wants to get Long Qin back. Dragons have a strong desire to possess their things. She came to get her things back. Mon replied calmly, yes, and she won't go back to you. The dragon mother still had that arrogant and indifferent look. Let me talk to her in person. You may not believe me, but as long as I talk to her, she will definitely change her mind and come back to me. I think you should trust her judgment. She was particularly confident about this. The dragon mother knew how to make the girl change her mind. Even if the other party could temporarily suppress the raging fire in her heart, it could not really extinguish it. Mayan nodded thoughtfully. Then I can't let you talk to her. Do you know who she is to me? The dragon mother didn't seem to care about this at all, and asked indifferently, who are you to her? Mayan replied, she is my sister. The dragon mother showed a look of understanding, then nodded slightly and said, we can make a deal, and I can also offer you a price you can't refuse. Before she finished speaking, Mayan raised his hand. Sorry, I don't plan to negotiate a deal with you. The woman looked at him with a little more unhappy meaning. You haven't heard my price yet. Mayan shook his head slightly. I don't accept bids, and I don't think everything has a price. The dragon mother had a bit of curiosity in her eyes. What if I can tell you the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes? Mayan's expression was even colder than hers at the moment, but there was no arrogance hidden underneath. I have already answered you. The dragon mother did not expect Mayan to answer like this, and a few dim lights flashed in her pupils. It is not a wise move to reject the dragon's proposal. You may not be able to understand what a dragon is. I can give you a simple feeling. For example, I can easily feel that you are not my opponent now. After saying this, she also exuded a faint dragon's power. At this time, the dragon mother had lost some of her patience to reason with Mayan, and began to gradually expose her arrogant dragon nature. Mayan pulled the corner of his mouth. I also know that you are not our opponent. Why do you think he beats around the bush? Is it because he is a brainless idiot? Or is it because he is afraid of dying in our hands? Do you think you are stronger than him? Do you really think so? The dragon mother's face was completely pulled down, and she looked at Mayan with a bit of coldness, but she did not tear her face with the members of this mysterious organization. She just lowered her voice and said, but now you are still on guard against him. How about this? I can promise in the contract that I will not sell the little guy again, and I will take the initiative to protect her safety. How about it? Your answer will determine the attitude of a dragon. Believe me, you don't want to make the wrong decision. Mayan sneered and said, really? Then why didn't your ancestors defeat those practitioners? Do you remember what decision you made when facing humans? You signed a ceasefire agreement with us. You are not stronger than us, and it is even more so now. When she heard him mention this past event, the dragon mother's face changed instantly, revealing a bit of anger at being offended, but she slowly suppressed this anger, because not everyone knew what Mayan said. The dragon mother stared into his eyes, and asked without any politeness, what do you know? Then she grabbed the little devil's neck with her backhand, then looked at Mayan with a provocative look, and slowly began to tighten the devil boy's neck in front of him. Mayan chuckled with a bit of arrogance. We know a lot, but unfortunately, as I just said, we don't intend to trade with you. You don't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with us. Just when Mayan finished this sentence, the little devil, who was being pinched by her, suddenly lost his voice. The man opposite her chuckled twice, then turned around and walked out slowly. Finally, let me teach you a lesson. Not everything can be bought back after being sold. Chapter 473. Southern Hell, Libra City. Martin was sitting in a private room by the window of a coffee shop, staring at the scene outside with a focused look. The buildings in his eyes were quite prosperous and modern, almost as good as any big city on earth. The devils and demons that kept walking on the streets were all dressed very civilized, and their behavior seemed no different from people who were shopping, which was completely different from the residents of the ancient dragon ruins. Compared with the residents of this city, the behavior of the demons in the ancient dragon ruins seemed to be deliberately imitating, while those outside at this moment could almost be said to be a group of modern humans in devil's skin. There was no sound of fighting even indoors, or in the dark alleys, and everyone behaved very politely. This was related to the fact that most of the residents here were devils, but the more important reason was that the owner here was a prince of hell called the Balancer, and he personally set the rules for this city that did not allow violence. In fact, he did not completely prohibit ordinary violent acts, and there was no punishment, but his power permeated the city, and any initiator of violent acts would be restricted. In other words, if someone took the initiative to attack others here, their fighting power would be severely suppressed. Therefore, not long after the city was established, there were almost no open fights, and the residents here gradually formed a culture of despising violent acts, and gradually even demons would not easily take action. However, the city itself would not prevent any conspiracy and trickery, so in fact, the bloodiness and danger of this city were no less than other cities in hell, but it was more obscure. This also subtly reveals the preferences of the balancer. Obviously, he has no good feelings towards the various violent acts commonly seen in demons, and prefers things like assassination or calculation. At the same time, it also shows his stubbornness towards rules. Although other demon cities are slightly more civilized than demon cities, they do not have special restrictions like Libra City. The power that can suppress others also secretly fits the meaning of balance. In a sense, he is indeed creating a balance. The Federation asked him to sign a truce agreement with the Salvation Alliance because the balancer has a reputation for not directly participating in the fight. This does not mean that he will not participate in anything, but that the balancer will not take the initiative to be an enemy of anyone alone. He is more inclined to influence a conflict that already is opposing camps. For example, the war between the Salvation Alliance and the Federation at that time, and according to his very arrogant rhetoric, he was pushing everything towards a balance in his eyes. Sometimes he would even provide free help just to achieve the so-called balance. Of course, he would still receive compensation most of the time. But the balancer does not seem to collect his reward based on what he can get in return. Sometimes he will do something very troublesome for a very small price, or balance itself is the reward he seeks. In any case, he has a very special characteristic, that is, he does not have a clear position, and will not stand firmly on the side of that fight, but treats any client with a very open attitude. In other words, no matter who is the mastermind behind the scenes, the balancer will not insist on standing by him. As long as Mon finds him, there is a chance to make a deal with him, and even thanks to his personality, the possibility of success is quite high. When Maine was observing the scene of this hell city, a black luxury stretch car that looked like it was produced in the 1980s slowly stopped outside the cafe, and the back door was pushed open. It was the little devil who walked out of the back. The moment he got off the car, he immediately ran into the cafe excitedly, turned around a few times, and came to the private room where Maine was, and said with a proud look, "Master, the check and balance has agreed to meet." After leaving the ancient dragon ruins, the little devil's worship of Maine in his heart can be said to have reached its peak. He executed any of Maine's orders with an attitude close to fanaticism, and felt proud after completing them successfully. Maine's conversation with the dragon mother at that time had been deeply engraved in his soul, and it was precisely because of this that the image of Maine in the little devil's heart was taller than the dragon mother, who was afraid in the past, and even not inferior to the hell prince like the check and balance. He always maintained a strong self-confidence when communicating with the check and balance's men. Mayan nodded, "Well done, you can go back and wait for me." The praised little devil showed a happy expression, but he still turned around and walked out of the private room quickly, executing Mayan's order as quickly as possible, treating this return as an important task. In fact, this was somewhat beyond Mayan's expectations. At this time, the little devil had really developed a loyalty to him that was so strong that it could even resist the fear of death, even if it was based on fanatical worship. Watching the little devil's figure gradually disappear, Mayan also stood up and left the private room, casually threw the silver coin that echoed the soul's grief and wailing to the devil's cashier, and then walked towards the black car waiting for him. Mon opened the rear door of the black car. The space inside was several times more spacious than it looked. There was even a long table for playing cards and drinking in the corridor between the two rows of sofas. The decoration inside the car was far more luxurious than any mansion Mon had ever seen. There were gold and gems everywhere that stored powerful souls. Sitting opposite the table was a young man who looked like he was only in a black suit. He looked only about 20 years old, even younger than Mon, and he was wearing a pair of white gloves on his hands. The man poured a glass of strange light red wine with a smile on his face, and pushed the glass to the other side. "We meet again, Mon from the Secret Alliance." Mon sat down opposite him, raised his hand, and drank a sip of wine. "Balancer?" In fact, although the little devil didn't see it, Mon, who observed his entire work process through the little devil, still realized that the so-called balancer who contacted and agreed with the little devil was the Prince of Hell himself. But in this case Mon still pretended that he knew nothing. The balancer smiled faintly and raised his glass politely. "Yes, the last time we met, I helped Qing Yuan sign a contract between you and the Federation. When I saw you fighting with Hong Yuan, I felt that there must be something wrong with you. But I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Of course, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell the Federation. After all, you know, I like to stay neutral." This is not entirely accurate. The so-called neutrality maintained by the balancer does not mean not intervening in anything, but exerting influence in a way that he considers neutral. However, this Prince of Hell was easier to approach than Mon had imagined. He was not as high and mighty as Mon had initially expected, nor did he put on any airs, which was completely different from the Dragon Mother. Perhaps this was the difference between the devil and the demon, or it could be that the Dragon Mother was the unusual one. After all, he was a person of the same level as them. Mon said, I also heard that you don't like to participate in any fights. Is it because you don't like trouble? The balancer smiled and explained, Not entirely, I really don't like trouble, but if that's the case, I can actually participate in those fights that are safe and beneficial to me. I remain neutral just to build this reputation. You see, both the Salvation Alliance and the Federation can trust me, and no one will suspect that I will do anything in the contract to favor either side, because they have all heard of my reputation. Reputation? This is what I get by being neutral. Their belief that I will remain neutral is countless times more important than whether I really remain neutral. I do the latter to achieve the former. Of course, you don't have to worry that I will lie to you, because if you want to gain the trust of others for a long time, the best and only way is to prove it with actual actions. Unless the benefits of something are enough to allow me to be promoted to the 6th level, I will never abandon the good reputation I have built over the years for those petty gains. And if it really involves such amazing value, you wouldn't be stupid enough to come to me. Mon showed a puzzled look. But you often intervene in various fights to maintain the balance of various things. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with reputation, right? The devil smiled. Why is it okay? People like you can realize that I will never give up my most valuable things for any benefit, but some guys may not be able to figure this out, and they may suspect that I may violate the contract at any time without any constraints. Most people tend to think that all actions must have some logic and meaning, so if you want them to believe that I will not betray the contract, you have to give them a seemingly meaningful reason. If they think I am a weirdo who is committed to creating a balance, they can also believe that I will maintain a certain neutrality because of my weird characteristics. They are always willing to believe this kind of thing. Isn't it? Mon didn't expect him to answer his question so sincerely, but in fact, thinking about it again, this is probably just a seemingly reasonable lie. The person sitting opposite him at the moment is a very cunning devil. He nodded slightly, showing a look of understanding. It makes sense. Seeing that Mon had no intention of getting to the point, the balancer asked without any hurry, I heard that you have encountered some minor troubles recently. It seems that someone is secretly dealing with you. Have you found out who did it? Have you solved this problem? Faced with his seemingly gossipy question, Mon shook his head slightly, revealing a slightly heavy look. Not yet. In fact, I came to you on behalf of the Secret Alliance this time because of this matter. The balancer showed a curious look. Didn't you say that someone wanted to get news that was unfavorable to me? Mon replied, Yes, and I am talking about the person who did it to us. In fact, he may not be targeting you, but he did do something that would seriously damage your interests because he wanted us to suspect that you were the mastermind behind it. Hearing this, the balancer narrowed his eyes slightly, and then asked with a smile, And you shouldn't believe such a lowly lie. I am a neutral person. The second half of the balancer's sentence was also a lie, but Mon didn't care. Of course we were not deceived by him. Mon said, But if he really deceived us, it would be a very bad thing for you and the Camarilla, and I can show you the loot he left behind. The balancer blinked, and did not agree immediately. You know I am a neutral person, so I will not get involved in your fight. Mon realized that this was the reason why he repeatedly emphasized the word neutral. The balancer did not intend to get involved in their war with the mastermind in any way. Perhaps, as he just said, this was because the so-called creation of balance was just his disguise, or this matter had reached a certain balance for him. Seeing this, Mon immediately clarified, No, we don't intend to let you get involved in this matter. We do intend to trade with the information of the stolen goods, but what we want is not something particularly important, just some insignificant intelligence. The balancer looked at him and asked, What do you want? Mon replied, We want to know the ancient demon worshipped by the Dark Star Church. By the way, after you have seen the stolen goods, we also want to get your judgment on it. After all, you are a very powerful devil. The balancer only thought for a moment and gave an answer. I see, then of course I am happy to trade with you. After that, he took out a contract and handed it to Mon. After watching Mon sign, the balancer immediately continued, First of all, Dark Star is a name that has been distorted over time. At that time, we, the great demons who were familiar with him, knew that his more accurate name should be Dark Sun. But this is not a secret. Mon asked, What is the meaning of this name? The balancer smiled. Of course, he said so at the time that he would be as immortal as the second sun. At that time, we did not take this matter particularly seriously, but according to the news I got recently, what he said was not a lie, but it may have vaguely revealed that he had some means of resurrection. Ma-En asked curiously, resurrection? The balancer nodded slightly. Yes, I said so naturally because he is dead, at least we used to think so. In fact, the name of Dark Star is a nickname we gave him later, with a bit of irony. Because he was as fleeting as a meteor at that time, Dark Sun was indeed a powerful demon, but because he was too arrogant and stupid, he offended many big demons, and was eventually killed by them. Now it seems that he is definitely not a real demon, and he should have other identities, but this style of behavior has reminded me of a few old acquaintances. Maybe I can give you more than you originally expected. Chapter 474. Maine took out the glass bottle containing the hellfire and handed it to the balancer. If you can determine who he is, the Camarilla will be very grateful to you. The balancer took the glass bottle and looked at it for a few seconds, then turned around and opened the cabinet next to him, and then handed the hellfire to the slender arm that stretched out of the cabinet, and then looked at Maine, who was sitting opposite again. I will do my best. After all, he dared to use me, so helping you deal with him is also a good thing for me. Anyway, I don't have to put in any effort in this matter. The tone of his speech was like those ordinary devils who care about gains and losses, but for some reason Maine always felt that the balancer didn't say much truth, and Maine didn't particularly believe his explanation just now. Although it sounded reasonable at first, Maine felt that these reasons were not sufficient, or the balancer might have done so for the reason of building credibility, but this was definitely not all his motives, nor would it be the most important motive. Ma-En continued, do you know anything else about this Dark Sun demon? Did you realize in the past that he might not be a simple demon? Does he have any obvious flaws? The balancer shook his head slightly. Although I have a few suspects, I don't have any evidence. No one thought of this situation before he reappeared. If you let me think back now, I can indeed pick out many suspicious places. But that is just answering the question after knowing the answer. In fact, the secrets of Dark Sun at that time were definitely not much more than those of other demons. Demons who can reach that position are not simple. But now that we have the answer, we can naturally use it to find some flaws and loopholes that were not considered problems. For example, we already know that he has lived for at least 1,000 years, and when he appeared in hell, he was already a strong 5th-level entity. This is enough to eliminate many suspects. As he spoke, the cabinet beside him opened again, and he stretched out his arm to hand over the book. The balancer took the book and placed it in front of Ma-En, and opened the first page. This is what the Dark Sun demon looked like at that time. A particularly detailed image appeared on the page, reflecting a demon who looked particularly powerful, but there were no other obvious features except for the dark ring on his chest. The balancer turned to the second page. This records what he did in hell at that time, but even I can only judge that he has some shameful secrets, and I can't be sure what he wants to do. Ma-En also began to read it. In fact, if he didn't know the other party's problem, then his actions were indeed in line with his identity as a great demon, and even with such doubts, Ma-En didn't see any flaws. Thousands of years ago, this dangerous mastermind was as cautious as he is now. The balancer continued, I also came into contact with him at that time. If I were to say what my impression of him was, it was that he actually had a kind of arrogance that was superior to us in his heart, but it was different from the common kind. In my opinion, mortals are often arrogant because of some deep-rooted fear, but the arrogance in him is closer to indifference and disregard. He is not deliberately ignoring us. He just can't see us. Ma-En pretended to say, if this is true, then I can think of a few guys, but from my feelings during this period, he may be very good at disguise, and your feelings may not be his true thoughts. The balancer nodded slightly in agreement. What you said makes sense, but at that time, he didn't hide his intentions very much. We all know that he was preparing something in hell at that time, but it failed later. If combined with the current information, he was killed at that time probably because he realized that he couldn't use that identity to complete his original plan in hell, and finally gave up this body. Then if he thought so at the time, he might not really care about his identity. After all, we can't detect the truth with these, and he can't predict what happened now. After all, Shen Xiao was not born yet. These 2 points, combined with his age, can actually narrow down the target to a very small number. The balancer's face suddenly became serious when he said this, and then he looked back at the cabinet that was pushed open. The slender arm handed out the glass bottle again, but it was no longer the blazing hellfire. The glass bottle that appeared was a white flame, and when Ma-En looked at it, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that he was looking at something particularly complex and delicate. The balancer placed it on the table, with a little more displeasure in his eyes. He didn't seem to have any dissatisfaction when he just learned that he was framed, and he didn't seem to care about this matter at all. But now, He clearly showed his anger, but he was still controlling it well. Sure enough, it's what he likes to do. The balancer sneered. No wonder he likes the drama of resurrection from the dead. No wonder he said he would be as immortal as the second sun. He certainly doesn't have the courage to claim that he is the original scorching sun. After all, such behavior is more like a fanatical role-playing or an extremely clumsy imitation. At this point, he took a deep breath, then smiled gently again, and said to Ma-in, "Sorry, I lost my temper a little. After all, I didn't expect it to be him." But in fact, if you think about it carefully, everything becomes reasonable. That kind of indifferent arrogance, and the secret plan for him to execute in hell, all match him, but I really didn't expect. The cherubim would actually disguise himself as a demon to enter hell. But this is actually in line with his personality. He just likes to disgust people. That's why he deliberately wants to lead you to fight me. I don't feel anything about almost all angels. Only the cherubim disgusts me so much that I want to kill him. When saying this, the balancer was still trying to suppress his anger. And Ma-in finally understood why the characteristic was called Wisdom Phantom, and why the mastermind wanted to lead him into conflict with the devil, because he was the famous angel of wisdom. The outline of everything gradually became clear. Apart from the Federation, the one who had the greatest motivation to attack him was Heaven. They must have known that he had killed Chen Yun's first two guardian angels, and they probably knew that it was he who helped Yu, allowing the devil to defeat them, and the devil in Dongsanzu. They might even know things that he didn't remember. Conspiracy is also what the cherubim are best at, and the reason why they have to hide themselves so carefully has also surfaced. It is not because the mastermind feels how strong he is at the beginning, nor because he senses that there is a force behind him, but because of the existence of his sister. At the beginning, they probably just didn't want Chen Yun to dig out the truth in the future, and wanted to make their death look like a conflict with the Federation, and this was not even their original idea. When they were in Dongsanzu, some angels had already thought about doing this. Now, all the doubts have the most perfect explanation. Chapter 475. Ma-in pushed open the car door, said goodbye to the balancer inside briefly, then took the disguised Wisdom Phantom back to the containment room, and immediately sent a message to Qin Lan. Arranged the fallen angel Ian to find a time to see this unsealed Wisdom Phantom, although the balancer could not lie under the constraints of the contract, because before signing the contract, the balancer said that he would not get involved in this matter. So the conditions they signed were to let him tell his understanding of this thing, and give him information about Dark Sun in the past, and did not say that he would help him infer the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. The balancer told him his guess about Dark Sun's true identity only because he realized that this guy might be a cherubim from heaven, but he did so without any contractual constraints. So Ma-in did not completely believe him because of this. The only accurate information in this information was the original source of power of this Wisdom Phantom, and Dark Sun's past information, and the rest was not necessarily true. In fact, there is nothing suspicious about the balancer. He still maintains this suspicion only because the performance of this mastermind from beginning to end can be said to be flawless, without any flaws at all. And now, he can finally find clues, only because he has the completely unreasonable power of the Control Bureau to violently break the restrictions he set, and directly point to the truth behind the disguise. But is the other party really sure that he can't see through the disguise? If you don't think about it without a preset answer, in fact, Ma-in will think that the mastermind behind the scenes should be more cautious. After all, this thing can't be hidden from the balancer, so how can he really be sure that he can't see through it, and the power under the disguise is pointing to the cherubim itself? In fact, if we look at the problem from this perspective, Ma-in thinks that this matter is still a little suspicious. But there is another thing, that is, if he already knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was the cherubim, the whole thing would look completely different, and this answer can basically be said to be impossible to be perfect. Because if the mastermind behind the scenes is the cherubim, it can not only explain why they don't want to reveal their identities, but also explain why this is not suspicious, because the reason they don't want to reveal their identities is not because they are afraid of themselves. They acted like this only because of Chen Yun, which means that they may not be that dangerous in their eyes. If you think about it from here, then the cherubim actually don't need to disguise themselves in this way. They just don't want Chen Yun to know their identities, but they don't think they can see through his disguise at all. At the same time, this can also explain the second doubt. After the negotiation between himself and the alliance ended, even if the mastermind behind the scenes didn't think he was very strong, he would be more afraid of the appearance of the secret alliance. Even if he had set up this trap before, he should have come back to change the evidence. But if the mastermind was really the cherubim, then this doubt would naturally disappear, because his not returning to hell could be completely linked to his angel identity, and there could be countless reasonable explanations. Considering that he was careful enough after entering hell, it was reasonable for him to find his flaws. When he was making the inference, there were actually some doubts about this matter, but almost all of the doubts disappeared naturally when Ma-En learned the identity of the mastermind, and then made the reverse inference. When he left the car and walked a few steps outside, the Control Bureau also sent the latest news. Qin Lan, the fallen angel, was very sure that it was the power of the cherubim. Very good, it seems that the balancer is not acting. In fact, when the balancer used some reputation to explain his methods of action, Ma-En thought he was paving the way for the next step. But now it seems that the anger shown by the balancer at that time may really be somewhat true. However, Ma-En was not particularly happy to get this answer, because it means that he should not have any particularly good way to counter the other party, and it is difficult to make peace with the other party. He personally saw what Ian looked like before he fell. Heaven is obviously more difficult to communicate and negotiate with than most powerful organizations. Unless he has the power of Shishao, it is possible to sit down and talk with him. But there is also good news in this case, that is, Qin should be basically safe. After all, if they don't care about Qin safety, there is no need to deal with him. If this is the case. In fact, Ma-En now has a very scary possibility in his mind, that is, the real reason why the cherubim may not be against him is that Qin, but that what he did to Ivan was discovered by them. They learned that he could create fallen angels, so the cherubim, who restrained the angels' thinking, took action. But in fact, Ma-En did not particularly doubt this possibility, because if this is the case, the doubts that could have been explained will become problems again. You know, now all of these seem reasonable based on the fact that the reason why the mastermind does not want to expose himself is because of Qin. Therefore, although the second possibility was very bad, Ma-En was not particularly worried. He was just a little uneasy. Faced with such complex speculations, Ma-En was somewhat uneasy and suspicious both rationally and emotionally, but after really thinking about it, he could not find any problems, nor could he think of any solutions to the problems. It seemed that all he could do was to act cautiously, and think about how to quickly increase his strength. But now the cherubim seemed to have united with the southern gods, limiting the power of the moon god that he had just mastered, and also caused Ma-En's original plan to rely on the moon god and the sea-covering scepter to collect the fifth-level abnormal entity to stagnate. He began to suspect that this was also the result of the other party's calculation. Just as Ma-En was thinking about how to deal with the extremely difficult predicament in front of him, he suddenly noticed something wrong, and then when he turned his attention back to the front, he saw the young human man who appeared in front of him at some point. That's right, the person standing in front of him at this moment is a living human being. It's not that there are no traces of humans in hell, but most of them are followers of the great demon, and they are always filled with evil. But the human man in front of him looks very ordinary. Although he is wearing clothes that look like they were worn a long time ago, he doesn't look like an ancient wizard, but more like a farmer that can be seen everywhere. The man looked at Ma-En sincerely and asked, "You seem to have encountered some troubles, and it is related to those disgusting and ugly birdmen. It seems that you especially need help from the outside world. Are you interested in making a deal with me?" Chapter 476. Ma-En looked at the man who suddenly appeared with vigilance, and at the same time started the loop transmission plan, so that he could leave here as quickly as possible when necessary, and he was also paying attention to the other party's behavior. Because his appearance was too sudden for Ma-En, and he could come to him so quietly, so he would definitely be able to attack him before he could react, and his current situation was not safe. And it was definitely not normal for such a human to suddenly appear in hell. "Who are you?" Ma-En asked with vigilance. The mysterious man had no intention of hiding anything. "Haven't I been calling you all the time?" Hearing this, Ma-En also realized what he was, and understood why he had no reaction to his appearance. In fact, it was not that the other party had any special concealment skills, but that it was always around him, or in other words, he was inside him. It was hell that had been calling Ma-En. But after learning this, Ma-En had more questions in his mind. Could it be that hell is conscious? He had never heard of a human-shaped incarnation of hell, and if hell was really conscious, it shouldn't be like this now. Ma-En always felt that something was wrong. Are you hell itself? Ma-En also directly asked the question in his mind, or the reality twister who was killed by the destined returner? The mysterious man did not directly answer Ma-En's question. "You did not respond to my call, so I came to you in person. Although you have almost no hatred in your heart now, and it is as calm as a rushing stream, I know that you are facing an unstoppable predicament, and I know your worries very well. And it happens that your enemy is also mine. Maybe you will be interested in making a deal with me." In fact, this point really said what Ma-En was thinking. Before he met him, when he was thinking about how to deal with the threat from the cherubim, he had already thought that he might be able to use the power of the hell demon. But he didn't expect that the one who said this was actually hell itself, if it really was. Ma-En didn't completely believe his self-proclaimed claim. Maybe this was a hell demon who wanted to deceive himself, or even the balancer who had just said goodbye to him. After all, he had never heard of hell having any form of consciousness or incarnation before, and no other demon had ever seen such a thing. With this idea in mind, Ma-En asked, "What deal do you want to make with me?" The man turned his head and scanned the other demons and devils around him. "Accept the power of hell, and you will be able to defeat the cherubim." When he said this, the demons around him didn't react. They seemed to be completely unable to see the man in front of them, and they didn't feel that they were talking to themselves. However, the answer of hell reduced Ma-En's original suspicion a lot, because such a deal didn't make any sense to other big demons, and only the real hell would want to make this happen. But Ma-En still felt that something was wrong. What is the specific price and reward? Ma-En was observing the other party's expression while asking the question. The man replied, "You can get the gifts and power of hell, enjoy the same power as other demons, and although you lack hatred and anger in your heart, I can guarantee that you can become a great demon as long as you accept it, and it is only a matter of time for you to become the prince of hell. This is what I can give you, and it is what you need now." Ma-En asked with caution, "Then when I really want to pay, will I become an avenger like them? Will my mind be affected and controlled by you, and will my soul be restrained by you?" But after Ma-En asked this question, the man seemed to have not heard what he said at all, and did not have any intention of answering Ma-En's question. Instead, he started to talk about another thing. Heaven is our common enemy. You may not have personally felt the power of the cherubim, but I can tell you how difficult it is to be his enemy. You can't survive in this situation. Ma-En looked at his eyes puzzledly and said, "What do I really want to pay?" He didn't answer. Ma-En had already vaguely realized where the strange feeling came from. This man had no hatred or anger when he mentioned heaven and angels, and he even looked like he didn't care at all. And if the other party was really a living thing, considering the current situation in hell, he should have almost crazy anger and hatred towards heaven, and if his hatred had faded now, then hell shouldn't be like it is now. He gave Ma-En the feeling that he was more like a businessman who was eager to sell things, a mechanical negotiator. Ma-En asked again, "Why me?" The man looked at him and said, "Because your opponent is the cherubim, because you need my help." Ma-En then said, "Are you sure that my enemy is the cherubim? Do you have any more concrete evidence?" The man remained silent again. Ma-En asked again, "Can you prove that you are alive?" Silence. Ma-En was basically sure. Through his silence on his question, as well as his tone and expression when he spoke, he was basically sure that the man who suddenly appeared was not a living thing. He didn't think that hell would have any consciousness that could think. This thing was more like the product of hell's instinctive call to himself, at that time becoming complicated. This incarnation was still just its mechanism for summoning itself. It was just a more advanced call. After all, hell was just the echo of the death of the reality twister. Hell might not want to deceive itself or something. This might just be a way for it to express its power. After all, hell itself is an abnormal entity with some complex mechanism, not a pure dead thing. In fact, the call this man encountered should not be essentially different from that of other demons. It was just because of his special hell that he adopted this form of expression, and it is very likely that this is also because hell feels that he has a more important meaning for its revenge. But realizing this, Ma-En also gave up the possibility of trading with him. No demon had ever seen such a thing in the past, which can also prove that he is special to hell. And his special place is naturally the Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma-En did not think that hell only thought that he, the Control Bureau, could help him with revenge. His goal must be the Control Bureau itself. He did not answer what he wanted, which meant that hell also knew that if he told his real purpose, he would not agree to the deal. It was very likely that he wanted to seize the Abnormal Control Bureau. Although the Control Bureau itself had the ability to counter the power of the devil, he did not forget that hell itself was also a creation of the reality twister, and it also possessed a kind of reality twisting power. They were both unreasonable guys. Fortunately, it was not other living reality twisters who noticed his power. If the hell that appeared in front of him at this moment really had consciousness, he must have used other methods to force him to surrender. This is also the reason why Ma-En realized that it was just the mechanism of hell. The figure standing in front of him could not be a self-conscious thing anyway, otherwise he would have been surrounded long ago. Ma-En, who noticed this, also felt that this was an opportunity. If you want to make a deal with me, then maybe we can discuss something that may not be so important to you first. Can you tell me what the true identity of Dark Sun is? Are you sure that Dark Sun is the cherubim? Although the previous question was just a different question, Mon felt that this man who claimed to be hell itself should be able to answer it, because now he was asking about things in hell. Sure enough, the man seemed to understand the question now. I don't know the true identity of Dark Sun, but haven't you already got the answer? Mon said to the man, you are right, but I may be more cautious. I thought that hell itself could sense whether Dark Sun's identity was cherubim or not. I didn't expect you to say that. The man said, if what you said is true, how could cherubim leave safely? That's right. If hell, as a half-dead abnormal entity, could see through cherubim's disguise, then he might have been solved when he first entered, and he couldn't have left hell like this. Mayan then asked, can you tell me what cherubim is good at, and how I can fight him? After all, he is our common enemy anyway. It won't hurt for me to know more about this. As Mayan expected, the man did not seem to threaten his intelligence by hiding information. His wisdom was given by the destined returner himself, and the wisdom of the destined returner is not the kind of wisdom that mortals use to understand. It is neither knowledge nor trickery. It is something beyond reality. But none of this matters to you, because you are not his opponent now. No matter how much I tell you, your final outcome will be defeat. This is what his wisdom can achieve. So you need to make a deal with me. Ma-En ignored the word deal, and used the man as a question-answering machine. Doesn't he have any weaknesses? The man replied, of course, for example, the prophecy of the godly walker can deal with him, and... He suddenly became speechless when he said this, and then fell into silence again, like a machine stuck. This once again proved Ma-En's speculation, but this evidence was meaningless, and Ma-En was also a little confused about why he paused here. Could it be that this incarnation of hell had already noticed his intention? But just when Ma-En was confused, the man opened his mouth again. But even if there are so many ways, you can only choose to accept the power of hell. After realizing that the man was not a living thing, Ma-En was not surprised by his behavior. After all, his purpose was to trick him into trading with hell in order to seek his own control bureau. Ma-En asked from a different angle, did the balancer hide anything from me just now? The man did not answer. Seeing that he had no reaction, Ma-En asked, are you really sure that I can defeat him by trading with you? Hearing this, the man immediately gave an answer, I can't guarantee anything, but in my opinion this is your best choice. I won't lie to you. Maine estimated that he could not ask anything useful. It seemed that the previous jam made the incarnation of hell realize something and establish a defensive posture. Then, he did not continue to stay at all. He directly sent a message to the Control Bureau retreat without saying goodbye, and disappeared in front of the mysterious man, leaving him alone on the streets of hell. But when Maine left, the man did not disappear. He just stared blankly at the place where Maine just stood, like a sculpture, and the passing demons did not notice his existence at all, as if he did not exist at all. Even with the constant comings and goings of the demons around him, the man still stood there, as if he would stand here forever, and no one would come here to find him again. Until 2 days later. A blind demon with a cloth strip hidden in his eyes walked into the street, and behind him were a man and a woman who looked particularly extraordinary high-level demons, protecting him in the middle. The blind demon walked slowly to the human man, who looked like a sculpture, and stood still. The male demon behind him asked, Prophet, have you found it? The blind demon raised his hand and stroked the air in front of him. Sometimes his hand would touch and pass over the man, but from time to time his hand would touch around the man, as if he couldn't really see the man. Yes, I found it. The blind demon said firmly, but he's gone. The female demon said with some regret, let him run away. When can we really catch him? The blind demon continued, be patient, we will catch him sooner or later. He raised his hand and touched his empty eye sockets, and then his arm began to tremble slightly because of the past memories. The female demon noticed this, and put her hand on his shoulder. We will definitely avenge you. The female demon said gently. The blind demon slowly moved his hand away, but there was no hatred in his tone. Compared to revenge, I want the truth more. Although he is no longer here, this is enough for the prophet. Then, under the worried and concerned eyes of the two demons, he grabbed the cloth covering his eyes, and pulled it off, revealing 2 empty bloody eye sockets, staring straight at the man's position. The sculpture-like figure of the human man finally began to blur gradually, and the human skin was melting rapidly, revealing the bright red demon skin underneath, the strong and terrifying body, and the face that could not be seen clearly at all. Chapter 477. After rejecting Hell's invitation, Mon immediately returned to the Control Bureau, leaving only the little devil there, asking him to continue looking for ways to find information about the Dark Sun demon, but the information obtained through the balancer was enough for him now, and what he lacked now was not intelligence. What he needed now was a way to defeat or calm the cherubim, and after hiding back in the control bureau, he began to think about how to deal with the current situation. Mon could hardly think of any way to accomplish it on his own. In fact, there were no ways in front of him now, such as the Titan ruins he had explored before. Now the cherubim were still working with the gods of the Southern Federation. It stands to reason that there might be something that could help him, and even if he was lucky enough, he might find some more versatile advanced abnormal entities. But the latter possibility was not high, and as for the former, considering that the gods could not leave the Southern Federation at all, and the real mastermind was actually the cherubim, the Titan ruins were definitely not his first choice. Therefore, Mayan did not carry out the plan he had thought of a long time ago, and refocused his attention on Hell, which he had just left. Although Mayan rejected Hell's proposal, he was actually still thinking about how to use Hell's power to help him get through this crisis. He was not thinking about trading with Hell to become a demon, but about joining forces with those demons who hated angels. He did not need to pay a high price to cooperate with them. For most demons, this reason was enough to be the enemy of angels. Of course, those demons who have this ability will not help just by listening to a few words from me. I must show them the possibility of being able to really threaten the angels, and this is another difficulty. And the one who is dealing with me is an extremely dangerous cherubim. There are not many demons who have the ability and courage to help me. He also has to spend some time to find a suitable big demon. This is also the second task he left for the little devil, to find a suitable partner. However, this plan cannot take effect immediately. In fact, Maan has thought of other things, such as finding a way to calm down the war through Qin Yun, or to find a way to appease the angels. But in the end, these ideas were abandoned after he thought about it carefully. He seemed to have no choice but to put his hope on joining forces with the demons in the hope of turning defeat into victory in the battle with the angels. However, the actual situation is not like this. In fact, he still has a choice in the face of such a dilemma. Although doing so may bring some other troubles, considering how dangerous and difficult the enemy he is facing now is for him, and the lingering uneasiness in his heart, Mayan still decided to do so. In fact, what really prompted him to do this was the vague uneasiness. Even though the answer now seemed perfect, Marn always felt that something was missing. The motive seemed reasonable, but it was a little bit off. The cautious explanation was also reasonable, but it was still a little bit off. He had to dispel his doubts in order to deal with the dilemma in front of him with peace of mind. So at this moment, Marn returned to this place again, the destroyed Atlantis. In the distance, there were still collapsed buildings everywhere, and there were flesh and blood structures like giant trees. These black flesh and blood that looked like trees formed a forest in the seabed. The top canopy surrounded the city. When he came here last time, Ma and could still see rotten corpses hanging on the top branches. But when he appeared here this time, he noticed that these black trees, which were actually the tentacles of giant sea creatures, had all lost their vitality, and many of them had even fallen down and broken into pieces. And now Atlantis is also extremely quiet, completely different from the deep silence when the sea creatures were all hiding in the gutter, because traces of ordinary marine life can occasionally be seen around. But the sea creatures are all gone. Ma-En, who has turned into a seawater whale, roughly passed through Atlantis, using his body to sense those corners that the naked eye could not directly see, and confirmed that there were indeed no sea creatures here. This is the change after Shinshao came. The reason why Ma-En came to Atlantis is self-evident. He decided to come to the bottom of the sea to seek her help. After all, the contract signed between the Federation and himself required that he could not provide help to Shinshao, but there was no restriction in reverse. But doing so would indeed bring trouble to himself. After all, if the Federation knew about this, they would definitely suspect that he had violated the contract or circumvented the contract in some way. There would definitely be many doubts in their eyes about his contact with Shinshao. In fact, their suspicions were correct in most cases. Strictly speaking, in fact, all his contacts with Shinshao were probably only this time, and there was nothing that the Federation needed to worry about or pay attention to. In the past, every time he met her, he actually communicated secretly. But this trouble is nothing compared to the problems he is facing now, and the uneasiness in his heart. This is also the best choice he can make. Maine simply checked the surrounding situation, and then controlled the giant whale made of sea water to swim out of the ruins of Atlantis flexibly, and turned to the deep trench where they had built a defense line. When approaching the deep trench, he reorganized the controlled giant whale into a more flexible shark, and then plunged into the abyss. As he dived down, the light around him began to dim, but Maine did not feel any inconvenience or discomfort because he immediately and naturally observed the surroundings with a new sense. Then his world became unprecedentedly bright. Maine kept swimming down in the silent deep trench. He did not encounter any sea creatures on the way. Instead, he encountered several deep-sea creatures that looked like sea creatures. There was not even any trace of the existence of sea creatures. According to Ellie, these sea creatures should have nests in the deep trench, but this is also reasonable, because their nests are essentially other forms of sea creatures. After all, they are not real creatures. When Ma-En approached the seabed, he finally sensed something different. Before he actually reached his destination, he sensed the presence of 3 living creatures. Then Ma-En began to disperse the surrounding seawater, and slowly revealed his human form again, and then slowly fell on the seabed. At this time, he also saw the scene in the distance. A small house standing on the seabed, a long spear inserted vertically into the soil, and the person sitting cross-legged on the ground. Chapter 478. The faint soft light illuminated the scene in the distance. When Ma-En approached, he noticed that the light source was actually a translucent insect-like object hanging upside down on the house, and all its organs were glowing. Xin Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, looked quite plain in her clothes, but the skin exposed on her body could be seen with a tattoo emitting a faint golden light, and there was a black pattern on her neck that looked like a collar. Ma-En knew that these things were all devices used by the Federation to control and suppress her power. In addition, there were many suppression devices on her, or not on her, that Ma-En could not see directly. At the same time, Xin Zhao's arm was wrapped with a slender little dragon that looked particularly cute. When Ma-En approached, it immediately raised its head and glared at him, grinning at him ferociously. At this time, Xin Xiao opened his eyes, and several golden streams of light disappeared in an instant. "It's you." Xin Xiao blinked, raised his hand, and asked Ma-En to sit down. "I didn't expect you to come here to see me so soon. By the way, you can't seem to provide me with any help now, right?" This was actually the first time Ma-En met her in the true sense. He didn't need to put on a disguise like last time to talk to Xin Xiao, and he was not as confused as at the beginning. Ma-En sat down opposite her in a relaxed mood. "Yes, I signed a contract with the Federation." Xin Xiao looked at him with a gentle look and a bit of gratitude. "I haven't had the opportunity to formally thank you for your help to the Salvation Alliance and me. Thank you for your selfless help to us in the past, and for saving Xiaolon. Now she should join you. By the way, what should I call you?" Ma-En did not let down his guard just because he was alone with her. "We are called the Secret Alliance, but these are actually my personal actions. I am sorry that I had to sign a contract with the Federation because of my own problems some time ago, and now I can no longer provide you with help." Xin Zhao's eyes were as vast and gentle as the ocean. "What do you have to be sorry for? You are helping me. Although I once promised you the future when we first met, I couldn't fulfill the promise a long time ago. I should repay your kindness, but I am afraid that I can't repay you completely now, and you should have noticed just now that I didn't predict why you came to me." Ma-En nodded slightly and said, "Yes." Just now Shi Xiao used question sentences several times. If she didn't do it deliberately, it means that what she said to herself just now is not completely certain. Shi Xiao touched the little dragon on his arm and said in an apologetic tone, "And now I am doing my best to suppress the sea tribe here, or the complex defense mechanism. The Federation has very precisely limited my power output, so I don't have much power to use now. In fact, it is not easy for me to divert my attention and talk to you now." Although Shi Xiao did not see the purpose of Ma-En's coming here, he could easily guess what he wanted to do. After all, if he couldn't help himself, he came here to seek help. Ma-En nodded. "Well, I understand." Xin Xiao nodded slightly. "So what difficulties did you encounter?" After knowing Xin Xiao's difficulties, Ma-En did not waste time. "I have recently encountered a series of attacks by a guy of unknown identity. In fact, it was because of this that I had to sign a contract with the Federation not to help you anymore. Recently, I found some clues about this guy. Based on the trap he deliberately designed in hell, we determined that he was the Angel of Wisdom." "No," Xin Xiao answered directly. This sentence caught Ma-En off guard, but he immediately calmed down and looked at Xin Xiao with an inquiring look and said, "Who is that?" Xin Xiao looked up at the distance behind Ma-En, and then shook his head slightly. "I can't see it. In fact, after I was defeated by the joint forces, my predictions were not as strong as before. Because now they have the opportunity to establish countermeasures against the prophecy. In the past, anyone who wanted to do that would be intercepted by me, but they created a window period, which is why those guys are willing to cooperate with the Federation. And the guys against you also have countermeasures against the prophecy, but I can be sure that it is not the cherubim, because I can also see the countermeasures that the cherubim are establishing, and his measures are easy for me to identify. In my eyes, it's like two different curtains, and I know that the one behind you is not his. But unfortunately, I am trapped here, and I can't be sure who it belongs to. Ma-en showed a look of understanding. I understand. Sure enough, his uneasiness was correct. Although it looked particularly perfect when the cherubim was placed in the vacant position of the mastermind was indeed more dangerous than this. But before Ma-en could say anything, Xin Shao continued, although I can't see who he is, I can see how to solve your current predicament. You must have met a very ancient king some time ago, right? Ma-en nodded. Yes, I saw the king through the armor. Xin Shao said affirmatively. This is the only flaw of the mastermind, and the only mistake he can't erase. Although the ancient king no longer has the ability to fight, he still has eyes that can see through everything. And after meeting her, the mastermind has no way to cover up this flaw. Ma-en had never thought that the mastermind would have any flaws to be found, but he immediately realized that it was normal for the other party to have flaws. After all, as long as he took action, he would leave traces in this world, and even the fact that he killed Shuyun could still be exposed. The mastermind only had no flaws for him, and in fact, he would never think of returning to Victor Sanatorium to find the undead king. He could even be said to be afraid of returning there. But in front of Xin Shao's eyes, no matter how cautious the strong are, they will definitely reveal flaws. As long as their actions leave traces, they can't really hide from Xin Shao, and even their anti-prophecy ability can't prevent Xin Shao. Xin Shao still maintained a posture of looking out. Also, you should pay attention to the prophet you met before. There is something wrong with her. Ma-en said puzzledly. What prophet? Xin Shao replied. Her name should be Ning Chong Kong, but I can't see too much. At this point, she showed obvious fatigue on her face. It seemed that finding the flaws of the mastermind for Ma-en just now was very tiring for Xin Shao. Now she was even a little sleepy. Ma-en said sincerely, Thank you, I will never forget this kindness. Xin Shao smiled after hearing this. You don't have to remember. Even if you didn't help me, I would not refuse your request. You can always come to me for help when you encounter difficulties in the future. I will never refuse you, and I don't need your return. Do you know why? Ma-en was indeed a little puzzled. Why? Xin Shao looked at him and said, Because you are a good person. We all know that being a good person in such a cruel world is more difficult than being an ordinary person or a bad person. Being a smart bad person can also get huge benefits. The world is so cruel and unreasonable. Good people are not rewarded, and bad people are not punished. But I hope you cannot think that being a good person is not worth it, because I will speak for the world. It is your sacrifice and persistence in the past that earned me my help now. If other people with special abilities find me, I may not help them now even if they have done me a favor, because it is different from helping you. Helping them will not benefit the world, and may even promote its destruction. Similarly, in the past, my power would secretly help those who did the right thing. Although this cannot be completely equivalent to protecting the world, secretly blessing all good people will definitely help prevent the end of the world. So I want you to know that maybe those who are doing evil at the moment can enjoy short-term benefits, but as long as I am alive, as long as my power is still affecting the world, I will not let good people go unrewarded. Similarly, I am also the retribution of those evil people. Chapter 479. Victor Sanatorium. Ma-en was in front of the front desk staff. My name is Ma-en. I used to stay here for a few years. The front desk receptionist looked down at the records on the computer screen, then looked up at Ma-en's appearance, then nodded slightly at him, and then told him, We have approved your application, but you still have to be careful inside. It seems that your two previous attending doctors have resigned for various reasons. If I am not mistaken, Dr. Lee took care of you before? Ma-en nodded. Yes, he is a good doctor. The receptionist also showed a look of reminiscence. When I first came in, I was also taken care of by Dr. Lee. He is really a good person. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen to him? Okay, the background review is passed. Then she showed a look of finally getting it done, and stopped talking to Ma-en about Dr. Lee. She took out a visit certificate that could be hung around her neck from the drawer, and handed it to him, and then moved her eyes away from Ma-en. Ma-en put on the certificate, and then walked into the familiar hospital area again. If it weren't for Xin Shao's reminder, he might never step into this dangerous place again, but since Xin Shao asked him to come back to find Xiao Yin, it means that this place is temporarily safe. And now, he is not as easy to kill as before. Now he is using the abnormal characteristics of the 5th level C covering scepter to ensure his safety. Of course, Ma-en did not underestimate the unmemory. He didn't know why he could come back safely, and he didn't intend to conduct a meaningless investigation. He just simply believed in Xin Shao. After all, it was difficult to draw any conclusions by thinking about the unmemory. Ma En walked quickly through the corridor, not caring about the people coming and going. He flexibly shuttled through the sanatorium according to the map obtained through other means, and walked accurately to Chow Yan's ward. Dong dong. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who? Chow Yan's somewhat impatient voice came from inside the door. Ma En. He said outside the door, Your Excellency the Immortal King. A moment after he said the name, the door of the ward was pushed open. Chow Yan looked at Ma En outside the door with some surprise. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Are you here to seek the wisdom of the undead king? If so, I can only tell you that the knowledge I can recall in reality is not even as much as in the dream. Ma En asked politely and gently, Can we go in and talk? Chow Yan also nodded casually. Of course, please come in, it may be a bit messy inside. Ma En followed her in, and the scene inside was indeed a bit messy. There were buckets of some kind of paint everywhere on the floor of the house, and there were 2 magic circles on the walls on both sides that looked almost completed, and they were so complicated that people would feel dazzled. Does the hospital not care about these? Ma En asked curiously. Chow Yan sat casually on the bed. Of course not, I paid for it, and they don't know it's real. Ma En looked at the corresponding magic circles on both sides and asked, What is this for? And I thought you didn't remember these. Chow Yan replied, I said that I discarded the heavy knowledge, but this is not knowledge to me. For any slightly educated mystic scholar in Gulamari, this is the most basic thing. For us, drawing magic circles is equivalent to writing. Perhaps primitive people would also think that your ability to convey information through words is like magic, but now I really can't draw any particularly magical magic circles, otherwise, I would have left here with my resurrected lover long ago. This is just a simple little magic that allows me to remember something temporarily, but in fact, I don't even know what I will remember, and it should have nothing to do with the reason why you came here. So why did you come to me? Ma En sat down opposite her. I want to ask you a question. Do you remember that when I saw you in my dream, I said that our meeting might be arranged by her? This time it was she who asked me to come here to see you. She said you might know who the guy who has been targeting me recently is. Chow Yan showed a look of realization. No wonder he looked a little unnatural when I bumped into him at that time. Although he tried hard to make my encounter with him look normal, it seems that he still regretted being seen by me at that time. After all, he couldn't disguise himself in front of me, nor could he make me forget that memory. Think about it, he was really unlucky. The opponent he met actually had the help of Shen Xiao. Ma En asked sincerely, Can you tell me his true identity? Chow Yan did not answer Ma En's question. When he met me, he didn't really say nothing. He asked me about your situation, and although he and I were not friends, we could be said to be half acquaintances. But when faced with his question, I said nothing. It's not because I want to help you, but because I don't want to help him. I have no interest or mood to get involved in your affairs. Just as I kept your secret at that time, I don't intend to reveal his identity. Ma En continued, I understand. Chow Yan interrupted him without any politeness. It doesn't matter what you think. You don't have anything I care about. If you really want to compare, he and I can still say that we have some friendship, while you may have received help from me. No matter what, I have no reason to help you. Indeed, Chow Yan didn't owe him anything. His later loosening of memory was probably closely related to his meeting with the undead king. Strictly speaking, she did help him, not to mention that she had not told the mastermind about her, so Ma En did not continue to request. He still kept a gentle tone and asked, I know, so I want to make a deal with you. Chow Yan raised his eyebrows. What can you come up with? Let me remind you that I am now immortal, and I have no interest in the material enjoyment of the mortal world after living for so many years. I am not the kind of person who can't stand loneliness. Ma En looked at the magic circles on both sides. Didn't you say you wanted to resurrect your lover? The undead king smiled. Yes, but I don't think you can help me. He didn't just die, and there is no well-preserved soul left. I didn't make any preparations for him before he died. I didn't expect the accident to come so quickly, nor did I expect that I really love him. Chow Yan looked like she was lost in memories and sadness, but she immediately put away her emotions, then looked at Ma En again and said, If you have the ability to revive him, you don't have to come here to find me. The mastermind hiding in the dark can't be your opponent at all. You see, this is the awkward part. If you are someone who can help me, you don't have to make any deals with me. Ma En mentioned her lover, of course, not because she thought there was a way to revive him, but just wanted to say that Chow Yan did have some things that she really cared about, which meant that they could indeed trade. Looking at her attitude now, It seems that she doesn't particularly care about the mastermind, but simply doesn't want to care about anyone. It is her attitude that prevents the mastermind from getting her news. I still remember the last time we met. Ma went straight to the point. You mentioned that you were trapped here recently, and you can't be resurrected anywhere else, right? Hearing this, Chao Yin finally showed an interested expression. Yes, and the Victor Sanatorium is also an abnormal building, but in fact, I have only been trapped here for a few years. I am not in a hurry to leave here. Ma immediately said, but as far as I know, the abnormal entity that trapped you here may be a particularly dangerous entity, and if you just let it continue to affect you, it is likely that it will become increasingly difficult to escape from his control. Fighting him is like struggling in a swamp, and you will only sink deeper and deeper in the end. Chao Yin just said the truth. Being trapped here for a few years is nothing to her. Anyway, as time goes by, she will always leave here again. Nothing can resist the erosion of time. But Ma'an's words cheered her up, who was originally indifferent. How do I know you are not exaggerating? What you think is particularly dangerous may not really mean anything to me. You don't know what I have faced. You may also be completely unable to understand what my immortality means. The fact that she is still alive has proved everything. Few creatures of her time can live to this day. Even most of the southern gods have been replaced. Only Sirene has not fallen asleep. What's different from Sirene is that she has no power to resist danger. If Sirene's power is as weak as hers, he must have experienced several sleeps. In fact, this is also the reason why she doesn't want to betray Sirene. Although they are only acquaintances, if they are all mortals, Chao Yin may really tell Ma'an about Sirene's identity. But for almost eternal creatures like them, acquaintances are a particularly valuable resource. Thousands of years later, she can still chat with Sirene and talk about the things of the Gurama era. This experience is irreplaceable. Ma'an was not discouraged by Chao Yin's attitude. I still remember you said that you are constantly forgetting your past knowledge. This irreversible process makes you weaker and weaker, and the guy who trapped you here can do similar things. When he said this, the ease and casualness in Chao Yin's expression disappeared instantly. His expression became particularly serious, and even his sitting posture became much straighter. Do you really know what you are talking about? Chao Yin looked at Ma'an with suspicion, as if he was thinking and judging whether he was telling the truth or a carefully fabricated lie. Facing her questioning, Ma'an simply asked back, remember the last time we met, I mentioned the person you couldn't see? The guy who only exists in my memory and perception, and you could only detect him in a roundabout way. The suspicion in Chao Yan's eyes began to slowly fade away. Sorry, I was a little excited just now, remember? The last time we met, I mentioned that I could always be resurrected in my prime, until one time when I opened my eyes. The Gurama Empire has been destroyed for who knows how many years. Ma'an nodded slightly. I remember that you said that after that, you would lose some power every time you reincarnated, and you also said that no one would remember the Gurama Empire after that. Ma'an paused for a moment, and then he suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. The last time he heard this sentence, Ma'an thought that this situation was because the time when Chao Yin was resurrected was too far away from the Gurama Empire. But if you think about it from another angle, there is another possibility. That is, the memory of the existence of the Gurama Empire was erased, and the perception of it was also blocked, and according to Chao Yin herself, her memory has been constantly dissipating since then. At that time, Ma'an also thought that this was because her rituals or magic were destroyed, but now think about it. Isn't the dissipation of memory the specialty of the unmemorable? And when Chao Yin and the unmemorable must have stayed here before he was discharged from the hospital. If you think so, maybe. The unmemorable was originally following Chao Yin, and it is very likely that it has been more than just these few years. Thinking of this, Ma'an immediately said, there is a humanoid abnormal entity here that I call the unmemorable. I don't know if he is still in the Victor Sanatorium, nor do I know if he is near us. Because he can erase anyone's memory and transcend our perception. Even if he is right next to us at this moment, or even in physical contact with us, we can't feel it. The smiling man you couldn't see at that time might be the remnant of his power in my brain. I was affected by him before I was discharged from the hospital, and after listening to what you said. Now I have some doubts whether he followed you here. Chao Yin seemed to realize something in an instant, and suddenly began to look around, then showed a look of recollection, and as time passed, she gradually showed an expression of sudden realization, as if she suddenly realized something that she had overlooked in the past, but then she frowned and fell into thought. She said with some doubt, could it be? No, it's impossible, or he hasn't realized the essence yet, or... But if he can detect it, it shouldn't be that dangerous. Ma'an asked a heavy question. Do you think he has something to do with the destruction of the Gurama Empire? Chao Yin looked up at him, and after thinking for more than 10 seconds, he said, I just had this crazy idea in my mind, but after thinking about it, I think it shouldn't be. Since you can detect the existence of the unmemorable, then he can't destroy the Galama Empire. I know how great we are. After hearing this, Ma Yan calmed down a little. I remember that Shen Xiao seemed to have noticed his influence before. Indeed, according to the description of this immortal king, there may be many great and powerful people in their era who are not inferior to Shen Xiao. The unmemorable may not be as dangerous and powerful as it is now. And even I can sense his existence. Even if I was not as weak as when I was just discharged from the hospital before encountering the unmemorable, I can't be really strong. If you think so, either there was an abnormal entity similar to the unmemorable, but stronger. Or, Chao Yan nodded slightly, and said what Ma Yan had speculated. That's right, he can't destroy the Gurama Empire, but if I'm not wrong, he may have something to do with the Gurama Empire being forgotten, and maybe this thing was not entirely accomplished by him. But I think he may be one of the participants in the aftermath. A sweeper. Chapter 480. Chao Yan looked at the magic circles on both sides and said, if what you said is true, then I can indeed give you his information as a deal, but I need you to cooperate with me in a simple magic ritual so that I can sense his existence. Ma Yan asked, what do you want to do? Chao Yan said, the unmemorable person should have affected your memory. If so, as long as we enter our common dream again, I can detect whether what you said is true, and find a way to bypass his resurrection in other places, otherwise it will be difficult for me to form an effective countermeasure. While speaking, she also reached out to the paint bucket on the ground, picked up the brush and dipped it casually, then stood directly in front of the desk against the wall, squatted in front of the magic circle to modify the original details, and constantly painted and brushed on new patterns. You need to sense him through my memory. Ma Yan asked, but last time you seemed unable to sense and perceive his existence in front of him. Do you need to reflect him through other things this time? Chao Yan wielded the brush smoothly, not completely. Our meeting last time was very sudden, and it was not arranged by me or you, but this time, I can make some preparations before entering the dream. Let your memory be the dominant part of the dream, and I will enter as a tourist. And I can also prepare to deal with him in advance. Although I don't have much combat power, I can use the undead curse on me to passively resist the influence of the other party. I am not a real mortal. Yes, the curse on her must have the power to resist all kinds of negative influences, otherwise she would not be able to act normally until now, and would have fallen into madness or been trapped. And her idea is quite reasonable. Although Ma Yan did not tell Chao Yan, he actually relied on the immortal curse on her to prevent his memory from fading. Chao Yan is also the only abnormal entity he knows that can truly reverse the influence of the unmemorable. Ma Yan asked cautiously, this should be safe for me. Chao Yan licked his fingers, then reached out and smeared his saliva on the wall. Of course, I will ensure your safety, and didn't Shen Xiao ask you to come to me? In this case, there must be no risk for you to do this, or do you think she doesn't care about your life or death? Anyway, as long as she didn't deliberately fail to warn you, you will definitely be able to get away with it. Indeed, Ma Yan actually thought so. His doubts came from the fact that Shen Xiao's current situation was not so good, and the characteristics of the unmemorable person itself could easily counter her prophetic ability. But Ma Yan immediately dispelled his doubts, because even if Shen Xiao's power could be wrong, he didn't think Shen Xiao's judgment would be wrong. If he was really in danger here, Shen Xiao himself would definitely be aware of the danger and warn him. Ma Yan said, if you want to enter my memory, can you help me find the influence he left behind? Chao Yan jumped off the desk and walked to the opposite position to prepare the magic circle. It's not your memory, and I'm not a telepath. What we are going to enter is a dream dominated by your memory and mixed with my memory. As for your memory problem, the curse on me can only work on myself, and I can't control this power, so it is definitely impossible for you to get the effect I have. But since this dream is created by us together, maybe you really have a chance to find something in it, but now I don't know what we will see. As I said, I no longer have the knowledge and wisdom I had in the past. In fact, I can't even say whether this magic circle can work, and I don't know the specific effect after it is activated. I just remember that I should draw a magic circle like this now. As she said this, she began to prepare the magic circle she would use later more attentively. She worked back and forth between the two walls for more than 10 minutes, making the two magic circles more complicated and beautiful. When she put down the brush, Ma Yan also said in amazement, I thought it would take longer to make a magic circle than this. Chao Yan clapped his hands. Normally, of course, it would take much longer than this, and I just created a new magic circle. Even scholars of Gurama may need to prepare for a few days. But even if I have lost my past memories, don't forget that I am the king of Gurama magic. For me, this is like your people writing an article with words. Although you may need to think about what to write, it is definitely not a troublesome or difficult thing. Okay, go sit down by the wall opposite. She pointed to the empty seat opposite, and then she pushed aside a few paint buckets and sat on the ground. Ma En sat down cross-legged opposite her, leaning back slightly against the wall. Okay, now close your eyes and listen carefully to my words. Chao Yin said so, but the syllable she uttered next could not form any meaning to Ma En, and then Ma En realized that she was probably speaking the language of the Gurama Empire at this moment. As she spoke long and soft sentences, Ma En also felt that his relaxed consciousness was slowly sinking towards an unknown place, and his eyes were completely surrounded by the emerging darkness. He could even feel that he was being dragged by some deep and powerful force, until a certain crisp word sounded. Kappa. Then everything returned to silence. After waiting for half a minute, Ma En, who realized that there was really no movement, tried to slowly lift his eyelids, and then he clearly realized that he should have successfully entered the dream. Because at this moment, he was no longer in the ward just now, but in a hall that looked particularly mysterious. The surrounding pillars were all carved with beautiful textures, and there were lines similar to magic circles on the ground. It seemed that there were elements related to magic, and Ma En immediately noticed something strange. Although there was no lighting equipment in it, the whole hall was filled with bright and gentle light, and the light was particularly evenly sprinkled in every corner of the house. Ma En had only seen this scene in the control bureau, because under normal circumstances, even hidden light sources could not distribute brightness so evenly. Then he also noticed that the pillars and other decorations inside the hall seemed to have some kind of pattern, as if they were props for some kind of ritual, and this hall was a giant magic circle. In a trance, Ma En vaguely felt that the magic circle on the ground was highly similar to the one Chao Yin had just drawn, but this feeling immediately disappeared without a trace, because the difference between the two was too huge. Just as he carefully observed his surroundings, a light blue magic light suddenly lit up in the distance. Chapter 481. Ma En looked up at the magic light in the distance. The blue light condensed into a flowing curtain, and then a figure quickly and naturally walked out of the blue curtain and stepped on the floor of the spacious hall. Ma En raised his eyelids in surprise, because he recognized the figure who walked in. The girl walked in front of him and said formally, "Chief, it's time." Hearing this, Ma En looked down at his dress and noticed that he was wearing a pure white robe with a particularly luxurious fabric, and the clothes inside were so gorgeous that he couldn't see clearly at a glance. After looking at himself, he raised his head again and looked at the girl opposite. Ning Chong Kong? Yes, the girl standing in front of Ma En at this moment was his first employee, a girl with the ability to see through the truth, but after solving the problem of her two demon parents, Ma En didn't contact her much anymore. Ning Chong Kong seemed to think that this was his name. "Chief, you better call me Prophet during work hours, otherwise it will have a bad influence." Hearing her answer, Ma En gradually understood what was going on. At this moment, he was in an illusion created by his and Chao Yan's memories, and it was obvious that their memories were confused. His and Ning Chongkung's identities, and the surrounding scenes obviously came from Chao Yan, but his own and Ning Chongkung's images came from his own memories. This may be due to the operating principle of dream magic, or simply because Chao Yan no longer remembers the appearance of this so-called prophet. But these things are not important. The problem is what he should do, and where Chao Yan is now. He thought he would see her after he woke up, but it seems that he entered here alone. "Sorry," Ma En asked naturally, "I seem to have forgotten who I am just now. Can you answer my question?" But he didn't expect Ning Chong Kong to look not surprised at all, just sighed helplessly. "What kind of magic are you tinkering with this time, knowledge or soul? We are all busy now. Although there is still plenty of time, can you pay a little attention?" Seeing this, Ma En also followed her words. "Maybe I can remember it if you introduce it." Ning Chong Kong shook his head slightly. "Your name is Ma En, the chief of the Rama Empire Parliament, a scholar of all principles, a true seeker, a poet, and can barely be considered a philosopher, but your most important identity is the greatest magician of the world. The creator of 1,376 supreme spells, he led many important projects of the Empire including the Nova Project, Eternal Sleep, and the Second Empire, and was also one of the main persons in charge of the Midpoint Project." Ma En didn't understand what she said at all. "What about you?" Ning Chong Kong explained. "Me? I may be the greatest prophet in history, the navigator of the Empire, and your assistant in the Imperial Conference, but now I come to you to hold a meeting on the Second Empire. But it seems that you are not completely awake yet." Ma En then asked, "What is the Second Empire?" Ning Chong Kong looked at him suspiciously, as if he was wondering if he was a transformed spy. "The Second Empire is the Second Empire, forget it." I take you directly to the meeting, and when you get there, just be careful to say less." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Ma-en's arm, then pulled him back. A blue light flashed, and from Ma-en's perspective, it was these flowing blue lights that slowly formed a new scene around him, not that he walked out of a portal. And he was immediately attracted by the scene in front of him. Because this was the first time that Ma-en saw such a dark and bright starry sky. At this moment, he was on a huge platform that was far away, and the huge platform under his feet was obviously in the universe. This was no longer his home planet. "Let's go!" Ning Chong-kong led the way in front. Although the meeting has not officially started, as the chief you have the obligation to prepare in advance, but this time you have to say hello in advance. As she spoke, she walked towards a distant direction that looked like a high tower, and as they continued to move towards the location of the high tower, there were more figures around that Ma-en had never seen before. It seemed that they were also participants in this meeting, but they were not replaced by the impression in their minds like Ning Chong-kong. Ma-en followed Ning Chong-kong to the tower, and just as they approached the tower, the door at the bottom of the tower was suddenly slammed open, and a familiar figure appeared in Ma-en's eyes. It was a handsome boy with extraordinary appearance, and he also had brown skin that Ma-en was familiar with, and his body was covered with all kinds of beautiful and luxurious decorations. When he opened the door, he immediately looked at Ma-en. "Reincarnated?" Ning Chong-kong said puzzledly. "I don't remember him being on the list of this meeting." Chow-yen ran towards Ma-en the moment she saw him, and when she was halfway through her run, Ma-en saw another strange figure coming out of the tower behind her. A faceless old man. But just when Ma-en thought he was going to get into trouble again, Chow-yen, who was still running, turned around suddenly, raised her hand and pointed it at the position where the faceless old man was standing, and gestured to him a few times, and then the faceless man and the tower began to move away from them rapidly. And when the distance between Chow-yen and him was lengthening, the distance between Ma-en and Chow-yen was also shortening. In a flash, Chow-yen came to the position directly opposite him, and the surrounding space instantly returned to normal. The beautiful boy stood in front of him with his hands on his knees, panting, and tried to slowly calm down. Chow-yen panted and said, "Finally, I have been looking for you for several months. And don't worry about that guy just now, he can't catch you in my dream." Ma-en said in surprise, "How many months have passed?" Chow-yen shook his head. "Time in dreams is not the same as reality. My magic went wrong. We should have stayed in the sanatorium in your memory, but somehow, we suddenly returned to the Gurama era, and I encountered some small problems. That is, I can't remember almost everyone in this era, and I don't know what they are talking about. I remember a starry sky platform like this, but I don't remember the platform we are standing on, and they are unwilling to tell me the specific situation of this era. I think it's probably that I only remember these. In fact, my memory gap here is reasonable. The problem is that if we don't remember this era, why did you and I return here?" Chapter 482. Hearing this, Ma-en also frowned slightly. As Chow-yen said, this matter is indeed a little wrong, but everything he said about the unmemorable person is weird, and this kind of thing involving the spiritual realm itself is extremely difficult to judge and perceive with simple reason and logic. Maybe these memories are buried deep in your mind? Ma-en guessed. Chow-yen shook his head. "No, the memory dissipation during my reincarnation is theoretically permanent. Although theoretically I can repair this effect through the immortal curse on my body, it is not because my memory is still in my mind, but because the immortal curse can change things that are already destined. And if we temporarily ignore this situation that will not come for a long time, we can regard this memory fading as a permanent damage that is almost irreversible. So theoretically, I can never see any memory that has been erased due to continuous reincarnation. Of course, I do have the forgotten memories you mentioned. Not all the things I forgot are caused by reincarnation. There are also pure memory aging, but if that's the case, there is a problem. Because if that's the case, I can't have no impression of this place. Every face that appears here does not exist in my memory, and I have never heard of the things they discussed. But they all acted as if they knew me. This must be one of my reincarnations, but I clearly remember that I was not active in the court after my first death. I should be enjoying my life now." Without waiting for Ma-en to respond, Ning Chong-kong, who was standing next to him, interrupted and said, "You mean we are now in a dream created by your memory? I am not real either. What you said really made me realize that something is wrong. It seems that I really don't have a clear memory of the past." Seeing this scene, Chow-yen said with a little pride, "Don't be too surprised. This is not a special thing in the dream of the undead king. If the scholars of Gurama really encounter a similar situation, they will definitely realize this. However, they are still a collection of our memories and flowing consciousness, not real living creatures with souls. Ma En did not express anything about this, but continued to ask, so how are you going to complete your original goal now? Chow Yun raised his hand and waved, don't worry about it. I have been fighting wits and courage with that faceless guy these days. I have found some clues that can be used to leave the sanatorium. It's just a matter of time for me. I am the king of magic, you don't need to worry about this. Listening to their conversation, Ning Chong Kong said thoughtfully, I have understood a little bit of what you were saying. You seem to be dealing with something that exists in your memory or mind. If so, I think someone might want to meet you. Chow Yun looked at her with some doubts. You are not real, you should know that, right? At this moment, he was a little suspicious whether it was because of this dream and the participation of Ma En that this created member of the Imperial Parliament became a little stupid, otherwise how could he say such a thing? But Ning Chong Kong smiled. Reincarnated, of course I know the current situation. I am just the echo of your memory. All the members of the Rama Empire here are just your past memories. We should not be able to have any impact on you. But I still firmly believe that even in this situation, he is still different from us. I am talking about the current ruler of the Rama Empire, the greatest emperor in history, His Majesty Xiaoda. Hearing the words the greatest emperor, Chow Yun raised his eyebrows, and his expression showed a little more doubt and dissatisfaction. Who? Ning Chong Kong smiled and said, Look, this is the evidence. You don't remember him, but I can still remember him. This is not because I am closer to the depths of your soul than the two of you. I remember his name, and it has nothing to do with you. I remember it all because of His Majesty Xiaoda's own extraordinariness. The title of the greatest emperor made Chow Yun look dissatisfied. It was also the first time that Ma En realized that the immortal king still cared about things other than his dead lover, and it was such a false name. Chow Yun said with a doubtful tone, I thought the greatest emperor was the creator himself. The prophet shrugged. It was true before His Majesty Xiaoda was born. Since you don't believe in the reincarnation, why don't you go and see His Majesty's honor in person? I think you will be obedient then. Although he knew that she was provoking him, Chow Yun still agreed without thinking. Then take me to see him. Hearing this, Ning Chong Kong stretched out his hands and grabbed Ma En and Chow Yun respectively. Then the blue light flowed around them again, reshaping the dark night sky into a golden palace. In front of them was a thin figure that was hard to associate with the greatest emperor. Ma En and Chow Yun. The young-looking man said with his back to them, I have been waiting for you for several years. While he was talking, Ma En was also observing the surrounding scene. Ning Chong Kong just disappeared, as if her mission was to bring the two of them here, and then there was nothing for her to do. Chow Yun said to Xiaoda in a somewhat provocative tone, You are just a collection of our memory fragments, you should know this, right? And I don't remember that there was any greatest emperor. If there really was someone like you, I would never forget it. To be honest, I think you are due to my dissatisfaction with my status. Even Chow Yun suspected that this inexplicably appearing immortal king might be related to some of Ma En's views on Shenshao in his heart, but he did not say this possibility. But the young man just smiled and said, Of course, what you said makes sense, but your reason is useless to me. When he said this, he slowly turned around, and when he saw his front face, Ma En instantly understood why he had to turn his back to them just now, because this Gurama emperor only had half a face. The left half of Xiaoda's face seemed to be erased by an eraser, which immediately reminded Ma En of the faceless man he had just seen, but it seemed that this did not affect his ability to communicate at all. After seeing this scene, Chow Yun immediately perked up and seemed to want to say something. You think I am the incarnation of the influence of the unmemory you are tracking in Ma En's mind. But Xiaoda expressed her thoughts before Chow Yun spoke, but unfortunately your judgment is not accurate. Chow Yun glanced at him unhappily, then turned to look at Ma En. Did this arrogant bastard come out of your memory? Xiaoda smiled, and at the same time he raised his fingers and began to gesture in the air. Two purple magics began to slowly form an extremely complex and delicate magic circle in front of him. Maybe you will be interested in this. Looking at this magic circle, Chow Yun's face really changed suddenly, because he could understand the meaning of it. Xiaoda turned his head and looked at Ma En. In your era, the power called secret by the moon god is not a taboo power for the most prosperous Gurama civilization, so I can actually erase or even modify the memory of others. Remember the little trick that Shenshao played on you? Although I am not a professional prophet, similar things are still not difficult for me. Of course, the principle of my trick is not exactly the same as hers. The reason you came here is very simple, because in fact, Chow Yun has never forgotten this memory, but I made him ignore it, which is why he thought no one remembered it. While Xiaoda was speaking, the left half of his face that had been wiped off was gradually recovering, and he raised his left hand, and pulled out a faceless mask out of thin air, and handed it to Chao Yin, who was already lost in his eyes. "This is what you are looking for," Xiaoda said with a gentle smile on his face. Chao Yin stared at the magic circle in front of him, and murmured in disbelief, "You solved it." "Impossible. No one can complete it. How could it be right in front of me?" Hearing this, Ma Yin also looked at the floating magic circle out of curiosity, but he couldn't see anything particularly wonderful, and he couldn't understand why Chao Yin was surprised. Xiaoda seemed to hear Ma Yin's voice, and said to him, "This thing in front of me is a solution to a difficult problem in the magic world. It has troubled countless great magic scholars. Scholars including Chao Yin want to complete this magic circle. Although it has no practical function, completing it can make up for several loopholes in our understanding of magic, and this is the evidence I gave him." Speaking of this, Xiaoda looked at Chao Yin. "After seeing it, you should be able to think of what development the magic field of the Galama Empire can achieve, and this thing is definitely not something you can think of. This should prove that I am more than just your memory, right?" In fact, Ma Yin is more receptive to the situation in front of him. When the Galama Emperor said this, he believed that this guy was indeed more than just a memory. After all, Xin Xiao had also demonstrated similar abilities. However, when Xin Xiao showed her power in Hong Yuan's memory, it was because Hong Yuan already had Xin Xiao's reality-distorting power in his body. At that time, she borrowed the power that originally belonged to her. But Ma Yin didn't know whether Xiaoda in front of him had left power in Chao Yin's body, or whether he could travel through distant times to talk to them, which was an ability he had in the past. The answer is the latter. Xin Xiao is a very talented person. Xiaoda answered Ma Yin's thoughts, but she is still very young, even more immature than the undead king, but I am looking forward to her future. At this time, Ma Yin also realized something very important. "You are waiting for us here on purpose?" Xiaoda smiled. "It seems you thought of it." Sure enough, Ma Yin knew that it was the past Xiaoda who intercepted them. If it weren't for his influence, he and Chao Yin would have captured the unmemorable at the Victor Sanatorium. Ma Yin was able to think of this because of his past contact with Xin Xiao. At that time, Xin Xiao also deliberately intercepted Hong Yuan, who wanted to let him return to the past, and transformed his power. Chao Yin also forced himself to look away, and looked at Xiaoda again. "So you tampered with my memory? What is your purpose?" "We tampered with your memory together. As for what I want to do, it's very simple." At this point, Xiaoda's left face showed signs of blur again. "I want to stop you from going deeper into this memory." Seeing this scene, Ma Yin took a half step back cautiously. "What do you mean?" With only half of his face left, Xiaoda continued, "If I don't intervene, you and Chao Yin will find this place sooner or later according to the memory. So I came here in advance to prepare to join forces with the influence of the unmemorable on you to stop you from moving forward here." Ma Yin asked puzzledly, "But why?" Xiaoda looked at Chao Yin, who also looked puzzled. "Because I am the strongest Gurama Emperor, and the last Gurama Emperor, this is my responsibility. Chao Yin, I said that I erased this memory of yours, but I didn't tell you that all the memory problems you have now are also caused by me, or the influence of the midpoint plan I am coordinating." Ma Yin asked, "What is the midpoint plan? Is there any relationship between the unmemorable and the destruction of the Gurama Empire?" Xiaoda smiled and replied, "Of course there is, but the situation may be different from what you imagine. The so-called midpoint plan refers to the arrangement that makes the history of intelligent civilization usher in the midpoint at this moment, but I will not let you know the details. Even if I tell you, you must forget it after you leave." Chao Yan's expression became more serious than ever before. He seemed to have noticed something. "What are you talking about? Do you know the reason for the destruction of Gurama?" Xiaoda did not cover it up and answered his question directly. "I know. It was me who took the lead in destroying the Gurama Empire." This made Chao Yan's face change instantly, and Ma Yin also felt strongly puzzled. "You destroyed the Gurama civilization?" Chao Yan asked with anger. Xiaoda nodded slightly. "Yes, to be precise, it was the future me, the Imperial Parliament, and many helpers including you who destroyed the former Gurama Empire. Undead, you took the initiative to give up your memory." Chao Yan was stunned when he heard this, as if he had not yet accepted the fact he said. Xiaoda looked at Ma Yin again, "And the unmemorable you met is probably also the product of this plan. Although I cannot form an effective understanding of his current state, it was originally part of the midpoint plan. We have many scholars who have done enough research on secrets. In the near future, we will create one or more powerful secret entities to erase the traces of our existence after the empire is destroyed." After hearing this, Chao Yin finally understood what he was talking about. "Is the midpoint plan a giant magic for mutual destruction?" Shioda smiled with relief. Yes, we are executing a plan that can destroy both us and them at the same time. Chao Yin refused to believe it and said, how is it possible? What can force us to do this? If what you said is true, who can force you to this extent? Is there no one in the whole of Gurama who can fight against them? What exactly is the enemy you are talking about? A mental entity with infectious ability, but if that is the case, you can just target the mind directly, and you can also keep the uninfected people. Hush. Shioda raised his finger and interrupted. No, it's not a mental infection entity. It's something that is countless times more complex and dangerous. You can never guess what they look like just by imagination, but I will never tell you what these things are. Because this is also part of the midpoint plan, all traces of their existence must be completely erased, and no living creature is allowed to recall them again. That is why the Gurama Empire cannot be remembered, and we can't even keep anything. Even when I mentioned the existence of this thing, I deliberately created misunderstandings, so that you can't get close to their true situation. At this moment, the entire Gurama Empire is slowly and actively heading towards destruction, and the sacrifice of my people must be worth it. I won't allow them to come back. Ma En next to him was also very surprised. From what Shioda said, it seemed that they destroyed the prosperous civilization of the Gurama Empire with their own hands in order to stop something, and they couldn't even know what it was. So you are here to stop us from awakening that thing? Ma En looked at him and asked. Shioda nodded. Yes, you understand it very well. There is something that can cause a certain result, so that the subjects of the Gurama Empire jointly decided to erase our existence and traces of our existence to prevent that result from coming. That's all I can tell you. Hearing this, Chao Yin completely understood, but he was a little unwilling. But is this our only choice? There must be a better way than this. Not only will you and my people all die, but our civilization and knowledge will be lost. No one will even remember that we once stood on this land, and no one will be able to pass on our culture. Is there anything worse than now? Shioda comforted gently. Of course, and although you have lost most of your memories of our details, you are still alive, and there are still some misleading items and information that we can leave behind, and you can also see me who is dead. Chao Yin, we are Rama people, this is our responsibility, and believe me, there is no better choice than what we have made now. All Rama people with conscience agree with this plan. You were also very determined to implement this plan when you knew the inside story, but unfortunately you can't know any situation, so you may never really understand the reason. But at least, you can try to believe me. A Gurama ruler who abandoned his eternal life and godlike power. Chao Yin looked at him in disbelief. But even so, you can't survive them. The young man smiled. Of course I can escape alone, but do you think I will abandon my people? Then Shioda said with unquestionable determination. Okay, I still have to promote the midpoint plan, and for you, this is all over, so if you have no objection, I will use its power to distort your memory. If they come back again, I am afraid that the rulers of the mortal world today will not have the courage or ability to complete what we have done again, and you will not be able to defeat them in this era. Do you have any other opinions? Ma En and Chao Yin looked at each other, and said nothing. Shioda nodded. Although I am sorry to Ma En and you, I can't let you delve into the secrets of the unmemorable, and I can't let them come to you again, so you must forget. We must be forgotten. Chapter 483. Ma En also showed a look of reminiscence. I vaguely remember someone said something to us. The last time I met you, I also met a similar guy in my dream. He repeatedly warned me not to go deeper into the memory. But this time it seems a little different. I don't know if it has changed its form this time, but it seems that we voluntarily agreed to have this memory erased. He persuaded us in some way. This situation is not particularly difficult for Ma En to understand, because he often does similar things, and he can be sure that his willingness is not forged. After all, if the other party can do this, he can certainly tamper with and distort his memory in a more clever way. And when he went in, he also brought a 5th-level spiritual treasure made of anti-psychic metal, which can effectively isolate the mental influence that he does not want. This is also the benefit of anti-psychic metal after being made into a spiritual treasure. If it is still raw material, he cannot enter the dream with Chao Yin with this feature. Therefore, if someone can modify his memory in this situation, then he has no need to resist. Chao Yin also said, he seems to have given me what I want. If I am not mistaken, it should not be difficult for me to leave here now. This place can no longer trap me. Although I don't know what's going on, I guess we can only remain ignorant forever. Ma En nodded slightly. I think so too. He believes in his own judgment, just like he believed in his message when he first lost his memory. Since he made a decision before his memory was erased, there must be a reason why he can't remember it. It was not difficult for Ma In and Chao Yin to accept this matter. They immediately put it behind their minds because they knew that there was no practical meaning in continuing to dwell on it. Then, Ma In looked at Chao Yin seriously. Can you tell me who it is? Chao Yin's expression also became serious. Since you have already helped me with this, I will naturally not breach the contract. The ruler of the Gurama Empire still has some credit, but I didn't expect that Kalidias would make enemies with people other than Shen Shao. By the way, he should be called Saren now. He is the leader of the southern gods, the strongest god who has survived from ancient times to the present, and the sun that lives in the hearts of humans. This answer was somewhat unexpected to Maine, but he immediately realized that it was far more reasonable and natural than the answer of the cherubim, and he immediately thought of the reason why Saran would deal with him. As one of the southern gods, Saran certainly had reason to attack him. After all, he had imprisoned a god. But Maine didn't understand how he knew this. When the sun god attacked him, he didn't even really master the power of the moon god, nor did he use it in reality. Then Maine realized that he might have a kind of prejudice. He might not have reacted to the fact that the unmemory was not so difficult to deal with for other 5th level ability users. The image of the unmemory that was invincible was actually only relative to himself, but in fact the undead king could counter his influence. Before he entered the dream, he thought that the unmemory and his past self were definitely not weak, but they were definitely not as terrifying as his initial impression, which could also explain why he could come back safely. Because he has also entered the 5th level, and if you think about it this way, it is not particularly incredible that Saran can counter the influence of the unmemorable. His judgment is still affected by fear. And at this moment, Ma In also thought that Saran has existed since ancient times. He asked Chao Yin a question that he already knew the answer to. Saran existed before the destruction of Gurama, right? Chao Yin also knew what he wanted to say, yes, and he survived the destruction of Gurama. Although I don't know the specific situation at that time, the destruction of Gurama must have been accompanied by the death of countless humans, and the changes in humans will definitely have extremely serious negative effects on the gods, who rely on us. If the end of Gurama is a little more severe, there should not be any gods who can still maintain their consciousness. They should all fall into a deep sleep. In fact, almost all of them. Some gods have fallen into a deep sleep. Even if some of them can preserve their consciousness, they must have used some very special methods, but Saran is different. According to my understanding, I have never heard of his disappearance. In fact, the god's resurgence was also driven by him, who was still awake. It was also because he quickly awakened other gods and reunited those new gods, so that the gods regained the right to rule over humans. So you'd better not underestimate Saran just because he is trapped in the Southern Federation. Even now, he is definitely superior to most of the 5th level ability users you know. The fact that he can survive until now says it all. Maya nodded. Of course, I'm not stupid. Even if he didn't know the other party's true identity was Saran, Ma and couldn't underestimate this behind-the-scenes mastermind who had brought him countless troubles. If it weren't for Shen Zhao's help, he wouldn't even know his identity now. No matter who Chao Yin said was the mastermind, he would take it very seriously. And now Ma En really didn't feel relieved at all. Although the opponent was not the cherubim, he didn't have any good way to deal with Saran, who was trapped in the Southern Federation. Thinking of this, he asked tentatively, "Do you know?" Chao Yin raised his hand and waved. "I can't provide you with any help anymore. It's not that I don't want to help you. Although I can't do anything to Saran, he can't do anything to me, so I don't care about telling you anything. But the problem is that I can't help you anymore. I have lost most of my past memories, and the main thing is that although I have known Saran for a long time, I don't know what his secret weaknesses are. His only weakness is that he can't leave the Southern Federation, but that's not a secret, and other than that I don't know any of his weaknesses. I haven't found any place to target him in these years. Although I've already said it, I still want to emphasize it. He's a very strong guy, probably stronger than you can imagine." Even if Chao Yin said it sincerely, she didn't think Ma En could beat Saran. The Sun God had faced countless people stronger than Ma En, and he always won. This doesn't mean that he is the strongest entity for countless years, but when he meets those guys who can't be defeated, he won't be an enemy. This is how he treated the Gurama Empire back then, and now he didn't negotiate with Ma En, but chose to try to kill him, which already shows that Saran doesn't think Ma En is an opponent he can't defeat. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to see Ma En again in the future. Chao Yin also saw that Ma En showed her gratitude, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your warning, I will keep it in mind." What a pity. Chapter 484. Nothing. When Saran and Vulcan sneaked into the Vic Castle, it was too late. The Camarilla had somehow destroyed or hidden the passage to the Titan ruins, and there was nothing left. In fact, when he just learned that Vulcan was hiding the passage to the Titan ruins, Saran even thought about whether to reveal his true identity and kill Vulcan, and to explore the passage alone, trying to find something that could break the curse. However, after arriving at Vic Castle, all his thoughts were meaningless. The Camarilla did not leave him any clues or opportunities, which also hindered his plan to use Vulcan. Although this could push Vulcan to the opposite side of Mon, this situation also made Vulcan more vigilant, making him want to use more cautious and common methods to deal with this sudden appearance of the Camarilla. That is, waiting for Mon and the Camarilla members behind him to die of old age. After noticing the retreat of the God of Fire, Ciaran also began to look for Main's weaknesses, but then he immediately realized something very serious, that is, he may have used all of his opponent's weaknesses. No matter how he investigated next, he could not find any chips to use. Now Main could be said to have no place to be used, which was actually a bit beyond Ciaran's expectations. Main was more cautious than most of the enemies he encountered. I don't know if he realized that he had dealt with him, and went back to deal with the past traces, but he realized how cautious he was after investigating Main. Ciaran even felt that the problems he could find about Main were a bit unreasonable. In fact, he was very sure that there were indeed some problems, because it seemed that he should not have found any chips in the first place. However, Saran could not find out what was wrong with Main. Now he finally realized that he might have really met a tough guy this time, and he had no way to deal with Main. It was as if those few flaws were just accidents, and the obstacles he encountered one after another were normal. However, it was not without any good news. Some time ago, the Dragon Mother informed her according to the contract that she had met Main in her territory. If he was lucky, he should have found the trap he left. He estimated that there was a 70% chance that the Camarilla could see through the most superficial disguise, and perceive the blazing flame of wisdom inside, so that they would be wary and hostile to heaven. The best situation is naturally that the Camarilla and Main will take the initiative to find trouble with heaven, giving him a chance to intervene. Even if it is a little worse, he can guide the angels to conflict with Main, and the seeds of doubt he planted at this moment will play the role they should at that time, preventing them from using the opportunity to keep things quiet. Sometimes, as long as there is a slight deviation, such as the Camarilla using a little force when counterattacking, it is enough to make things that could have been saved collapse with an unstoppable trend. However, Saran always felt that this was not enough. Heaven might cause enough chaos, but in the end, they would definitely not really fight to the death with Main. At most, they would just make Main pay a painful price. But this still couldn't solve the problem, and although his goal was to cause trouble to the Camarilla, he could only take action against Main, and he couldn't make the Camarilla realize his intentions. How to deal with Main? With this in mind, Saran then began to collect evidence of the two guardian angels, preparing to see what Main's reaction would be. If Main could still hold his temper, he would use this to provoke conflicts between them and heaven, which was also the intention of his trap. Saran had never thought that he could do anything to Main with these, nor did he think that the Camarilla would never realize that the cherubim were not the mastermind, so he did not intend to use this to delay time. In fact, this is also the reason why Saran wants to join forces with the God of Fire. In fact, whether the God of Fire can cause enough trouble to Main is not the most important thing. The key is to make Main and the Camarilla not suspect the southern gods. In the past, Main had also had a feud with the gods. If he did not go to the God of Fire, he would definitely think about whether he had any relationship with them, so he was not particularly depressed when the God of Fire hit a wall. The key is not whether it succeeds or not, but whether he has tried to do so. It is for this reason that he also came to a coastal town in the Southern Federation. The moment Saran appeared on the street in the town, he could feel that every town resident around him cast a hidden look at him, as if they immediately sensed that he was an alien. Saran did not care about their looks, but walked towards the location he had just inquired about. In the center of this town, there was a church that looked ordinary, and there was a priest of the Holy Church. But only the townspeople who were born here knew that what they worshipped was not the destined returner. Before he found out about this, Saran didn't know that she still maintained the church system. Now, establishing and maintaining the church is not a particularly worthwhile thing for the gods now, but Saran can feel that the natives in this town are emitting a strange breath. It is obvious that what the sea god is doing here is not really repeating the previous church, but conducting some secret experiments. Saran came to the church under the prying eyes of the townspeople, and when he pushed open the door and entered, the woman who looked particularly plump was lying on the chair waiting for him. "You are the guy dealing with Mon." Poseidon raised his eyebrows slightly. "You also heard that I had conflicts with Mon, so you want me to help you?" Saran looked around the decorations in the church, and then his eyes fell on Poseidon. "You have been hiding your true situation. They all thought you were down and out. Poseidon was a little surprised that he could see this. You have a good eye, but unfortunately, I will not interfere in your affairs with Mon. He does have some value to me, but he is not worth my efforts again. Shauna. Saran lifted his hood, revealing the golden pupils. It's me. Sana's face suddenly changed, and she stood up in shock and anger. Saran! That's right. Saran looked at her and said, but there's no need to get excited. We can continue to temporarily forget the hatred that paralyzes them, and we have the reason and necessity to cooperate again. My hatred for you is not fake. Poseidon narrowed his eyes and said, but he didn't continue to struggle. So you weren't plotting a new conspiracy last time, and you were really telling the truth? Saran nodded. Yes, there really is an organization that killed a god, and now is the time. The gods need to unite again. Chapter 485. On the misty mountainside, a thin figure walked into the place alone. He walked to the building in the middle of the open space alone, raised his hand to push open the wooden door, and walked in. Without any hesitation, he walked to the Taoist priest, who was sitting with his eyes closed, and sat down in the seat opposite him. You came earlier than I thought, Xiaoyao said. Mayan naturally reached out for the tea he had prepared for him. I made an agreement with you. Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at him. You still have some troubles that have not been solved recently. I thought you would wait until you were done before coming to me. Aren't you worried that they would find some flaws when you do things for me? Mayan smiled and said, Of course, I am not worried about them. Master, you should have heard that there is a powerful organization called the Camarilla behind me, but we have also discovered in the past few days that the other party cannot be solved in a short time. Since this is the case, I can't wait forever, so I will just pretend that he doesn't exist. When he attacks me again, I will take the opportunity to find his flaws and solve him. He said it as if the mastermind behind the scenes was not a threat to him at all, but just a little troublesome. Xiaoyan nodded slightly. You are thoughtful. He actually meant what he said. After all, if Ma was not afraid of the mastermind, then there would be no problem for him to come earlier to do things for him. And if the mastermind could really kill Ma, then he should come to him. At least, he should help him get things done before he dies. Xiaoyao also knew that Ma came to him at this moment, and he might not have the idea of using him. But Xiaoyao himself would not be foolish enough to be involved in it, and the mastermind would definitely not be stupid enough to offend him. As long as the other party is smart enough, he won't make more enemies for himself, and Xiaoyao will naturally keep a safe distance from Ma, not giving him the opportunity to use him to deal with the mastermind, and as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, Ma won't let him run into the mastermind through this relationship. In fact, in Ma's situation, this is actually the best way for him. Xiaoyao doesn't have the patience to wait for him to slowly solve the problem with the mastermind, and he doesn't want to wait until Ma is killed. Of course, the mastermind may be really stupid enough to attack him when it is completely unnecessary, but if that is the case, it is not Ma's fault, but the other party is blind. Then he doesn't mind giving these comrades in the desolate world a lesson. In the final analysis, the fundamental reason why Xiaoyao doesn't care about this is that he has enough confidence in himself. Not only does he believe that Ma can't and won't be stupid enough to use him, but he is not afraid of any accidents. So even if Ma didn't come to him, he would start urging Ma in a few days, and according to the contract they signed, he could also force Ma to do things for him. Ma said, I just asked the Federation, they won't stop this, but they will also arrange other members to be placed in our sect, and they have selected a few guys to monitor us. The leader is the Yin and Yang twins, who once followed Xin Xiao. Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, The pair of ghost cultivators? Ma showed a curious look. Ghost cultivators? Xiaoyao nodded. Yes, this pair of ghost cultivators were refined by cultivators. I don't know what happened. Is there any remaining cultivators here, or are they actually ghosts in the cultivation world before? But the one who refined them must be a Yuanian cultivator, with illegal attainments in this way. Although the physique of this pair of siblings is extraordinary, it is not easy to make them become gened and evil ghosts by refining alone. It is definitely not something that a gened and cultivator can do simply. You must know that this pair of siblings have not practiced any method. This sentence brings up many questions. Ma asked curiously, so the power in them also comes from cultivators, but if they were refined in the cultivation world, how could they appear here? But if they were refined by Yuanian cultivators, how did they get freedom? Xiaoyao smiled and said, You asked the point. This pair of evil ghosts are extremely extraordinary, even in gened and ghosts. They are connected in mind and soul. If they are not killed at the same time after turning into evil ghosts, they will not be completely eliminated. So they are not bad for any nascent soul cultivator, and if they are supported by a good mental method, they may cause a lot of trouble to ordinary nascent soul cultivators, so I said they might be from the cultivation world. In fact, although the cultivation world and the desolate world are separated by formations, they are not completely inaccessible. Otherwise, how do you think I got there? You should know that I was not in the nascent soul stage at that time. And I haven't said it before, but in fact, when I entered the cultivation world, only my soul was left, which means that the possibility of these ghosts entering and leaving the cultivation world is higher than that of cultivators. As for the second possibility, since I can't see the background of that cultivator, it's hard to imagine what kind of cultivator can reach the nascent soul stage in the desolate realm. Maybe he has integrated the skills of other Taoist methods, and the cultivation method is only used to simply temper the soul. This is not impossible. And in fact, this possibility is also easy to explain. Think about who the Yin and Yang twins followed later. When Ma En heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. If there really was a cultivator who reached the 5th level of nascent soul through some incomplete and modified cultivation method, then he might have been killed by Xin Shao after completing the Yin and Yang twins. But after thinking deeply, he felt that this idea was a bit unreasonable. After all, Xin Shao did not accept the Yin and Yang twins immediately at that time. Unless Xin Shao was actually much more than he seemed, cold-blooded, and Ma En, who had just met Xin Shao, did not think this situation was possible. But he immediately thought that Xin Shao, at that time, might not have really gone to see the Yin Yang twins. It is very likely that she just instinctively killed the monk when she met by chance. Moreover, her prediction of the future at that time might have been polluted by the Federation's plan, so it was normal that she did not notice the harm caused by the Yin Yang twins. After all, Xin Shao is not a real god, but if this is the case, it raises new questions. Does Xin Shao really have any long-term plans for the Yin Yang twins that have not yet come? But in fact, the real situation may not be like this, and these thoughts themselves are not important at all. However, Ma En still looked normal and followed Xiao Yao's words. Do you think Xin Shao is really so deliberate? Maybe, or maybe I doubt her divine power. Xiao Yao said with a smile, although we were all born in this land, I can accept people like Shi Shao more than most of you here. After all, I have seen all kinds of heroes in the cultivation world, and some of them are as admirable as Shi Shao. Ma En asked with a curious look, even master, you admire Shi Shao? Xiao raised his teacup and took a sip. Of course, if I were you, I might follow her. After all, before she was defeated, I couldn't imagine who would really defeat her. It was this incident that made me more afraid of your federation. And if you want to ask me how the Yuaning in the desolate realm is, I will tell you that most of the Yuaning in my opinion are just ordinary people, and only a few can be called personal figures. But if you ask Shi Shao, I am not as good as... Ma En didn't expect to hear Xiao Yao say this. Although most of the high-level ability users in the Federation have a deep respect for Xin Shao, Ma En soon noticed that he always looked down on the ability users in the Federation. After all, the cultivation world where Xiao Yao came from really has higher-level ability users. This time, out of pure curiosity, Ma En asked sincerely, what kind of figure is Xin Shao in the cultivation world? Xiao Yao smiled. He also saw that Ma En wanted to inquire about the situation in the cultivation world indirectly. Of course, she is a dragon and phoenix among people. I have said that I am not as good as her. Do you think I am an ordinary cultivator? There are no more than 5 Yuaning cultivators in the cultivation world who can make me say this. However, the current cultivation world is too calm. To be honest, she will only be a half-immortal there. Her true ability cannot be seen at all. Only in that chaotic era of cultivation can there be heroes like her. If we really want to compare her, she is more like the cultivators who killed their way to the semi-immortal realm step by step and rebuilt the heaven and a new order at that time, and more like the semi-immortal Jade Emperor who was reincarnated for 100 generations. Although he knew that Ma En was asking about the situation in the cultivation world, Xiao Yao did not deliberately exaggerate to mislead Ma En's judgment. These were his true thoughts, which may also be because he is actually a desolate person. But if there are still beings like Shi Shao in the desolate world who may be the mastermind, then today, he will definitely let Ma En go back temporarily. Even if he thinks he has the means to stay out of it, he will never gamble. After all, if the mastermind is as strong as Shi Shao, he doesn't have to care about his feelings at all. However, Xiao Yao didn't expect that Ma En was actually using this to judge his strength. After all, Ma En himself was not a 5th-level ability user who hid his identity as they thought, but had just been promoted quietly. So in fact, he was not very good at judging the strength of people with the same level of ability. But this is also very important, especially Xiao Yao's strength. He must have a basic concept of this now. Because he did intend to use Xiao Yao to some extent. Although he didn't really want to rely on Xiao Yao to deal with Saran, Ma En felt that Saran would still deal with him through Xiaoyao's matter. And there was a reason why he and Xiaoyao had different views on this matter. First of all, Saran still didn't intend to reveal his true identity, so he would definitely deal with him in a roundabout way. Secondly, Ma En didn't think Saran would be particularly afraid of Xiaoyao. This was actually the point. Xiaoyao felt that few people here would have the courage to offend him, but Ma En knew that Saran might be the one who was not afraid of Xiaoyao, not only because Saran was very strong, but also because gods like Saran would not be easily killed, and Xiaoyao couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, the confidence revealed in Xiaoyao's words made Ma En feel a little relieved. Ma En pretended to be surprised and said, "I didn't expect that even you would evaluate Shen Xiao in this way." Xiaoyao showed a respectful look, and don't think that I regard Shen Xiao as a half-immortal, just because the Jade Emperor I mentioned is a half-immortal. This Jade Emperor is the leader of the Heavenly Court, the ruling organization of the cultivation world, and he can ascend at any time. He specially practiced the method of reincarnation and cultivation, and forced himself to stay in the half-immortal realm. Every time he recultivated, he could retain 10% of his cultivation. Now he is reincarnated hundreds of times. And he has been able to become a semi-immortal every time. Hearing this, Ma En had a new question again. Does he have any reason not to ascend to become an immortal? Xiaoyao shook his head. There is no immortal in the mortal world, but it is too early for you. After you help me establish the sect, you will slowly understand what is going on. Let's get back to the point. How have you communicated with the Federation about the sect? Ma En also said seriously, of course, I have talked to them about many things. The most important thing is the first batch of cultivators. According to the agreement between us and them, they need to have 30% of the positions in the initial disciples, and 10% of them are simply decided by the Federation, and the remaining 20% are selected from the young people they provide. And the rest are decided by ourselves, but this part has not been decided yet. Xiaoyao said, I will personally select these disciples. Although I let you manage the sect for me, the initial preaching and answering questions will naturally be done by me. When the initial disciples can also teach the exercises, I will start to retreat. At that time, it may take a long time for me to come out to answer questions. Ma En nodded. In fact, the Federation has also considered this. They said that they would find some scholars who may not really be able to practice to join, and they want them to learn the principles of practice, and want them to teach the theory of practice to new disciples. Xiaoyao did not comment on this. If they want, just try it. There are indeed many smart people in the Federation, but if you want to truly understand any path, you still have to rely on personal experience. Whether they can achieve it depends on their own ability. Ma En continued, as for the location of the practice sect, I decided to set it in the east of the Southern Federation after careful discussion with the Federation. The Southern Federation itself is a particularly chaotic place, and people believe in the existence of supernatural powers. This is particularly suitable for us to recruit disciples, and the Federation is more accepting of us to establish a sect here. And I chose the East because it is closer to the Eastern Federation. Many people are immigrants from the Eastern Federation. Basically, the locals there understand the Eastern Federation language, and it is easier to see the teaching of methods. Xiaoyao nodded. Okay. Very good. This is the real purpose of Ma En coming to Xiaoyao. He did want to use Xiaoyao, but that was definitely not his real motive. After all, Saran might not really take the opportunity to deal with him, and he could not guarantee that Xiaoyao could launch an effective counterattack. What he really wanted to do was to find a reasonable excuse to enter the Southern Federation. Saran must know that Xiaoyao might have some bargaining chips of his own, so that in Saran's view, his entry into the Southern Federation would not seem like a trap. Ma En wanted Saran to believe that he walked into the tiger's mouth by himself. He wanted the prey to feel that he was the hunter. Chapter 486. Eastern part of the Southern Federation, Ano State. At this moment, the land originally intended for a private university in a suburb was allocated to Xiaoyao and Ma En by the Federation. Now, the college has been surrounded by members of the Federation and is undergoing comprehensive reconstruction and renovation. Ma En is currently supervising the establishment of the Xiaoyao sect, watching the members of the abnormal construction company ensure that the appearance looks like a school while meeting Xiaoyao's various stringent requirements for construction. The Federation has also invested a lot this time. Although Xiaoyao himself will also contribute a lot to the establishment of the sect here, with the Federation's preliminary work, he can at least save a few months of time, and the sect will be better disguised. Just as Ma En was idly watching the work of the abnormal construction company, he suddenly heard several crisp footsteps behind him, and he noticed that the footsteps were not really coming from afar, but more like suddenly appearing more than 10 meters behind him, as if deliberately reminding him in advance. Ma In. The voice behind him was very familiar to him. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Ma In turned around and looked at the shadows standing behind him, and the two followers behind him, the pair sent by the Federation to monitor him, and Xiao Yin and Yang twins. At this moment, the eyes of the ghost cultivators looking at Ma In were completely different from the past. He could sense that Wang Yang and Wang Yin were a little restrained and even a little timid when facing him, and stood behind the shadows on purpose. At first glance, they were particularly afraid of themselves. Considering the past, the strength they showed now, and the misunderstanding of themselves by the Federation, this behavior was actually reasonable. However, Ma In could notice that they were not particularly afraid of him. Their motivation for behavior was closer to resistance. If they really had to say they were afraid of Shen Xiao behind them. Only Shadow still had the same expression as always, as if Ma In and the Federation had never had any conflicts. He jokingly said with curiosity, I didn't expect you to help him. Did you make a secret deal in private? I heard that several of his disciples seem to have died at your hands. However, Shadow didn't really wait for Ma In's answer, and immediately said, and I didn't expect you to show up so soon. Did you deal with that guy? Ma In shook his head slightly, and took the initiative to answer the first question that Shadow didn't really intend to ask. I haven't dealt with him yet, but this guy is not a concern for me, and you are right, Xiaoyao, and I do have some small exchanges of interests, and there is no need for me to delay our plan for that guy. Shadow smiled, and then said what he really wanted to ask. Really? I thought you had dealt with him. After all, didn't you go to see Xiao? Looking at the faint smile on his face, Ma In knew that this was the purpose of the Federation sending Shadow. After they signed a new contract, the Federation actually had no opinion on him. But after they learned that Ma In had met Shen Xiao, a heated discussion about Ma In started again within the Federation, and many senior members expressed strong doubts and concerns. Although Ma In had signed a contract that she could no longer help Shen Xiao, it was reasonable for Ma In to meet Shen Xiao under such circumstances, but when it came to her, many politicians in the Federation could not think rationally. Even someone like Shadow, who was not particularly worried, felt that he should come to see Ma In. Do you need to ask me this? Ma In directly admitted the reason why he went to see Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao's power was just suppressed by you to the point where it could barely suppress the sea people. She can't help me at all. Shadow squinted at Ma In, and this time he also used his psychic ability to sense Ma In directly. Now he didn't have to abide by any truce agreement at all, and could use his ability to test Ma In a subtle way. Although he only sensed it quietly for a short moment, he was sure that Ma In was indeed not guilty. It didn't seem that he really used Shen Xiao to do anything, but he might not have received any help. Maybe he would join forces with Xiaoyao to come here to establish a sect at this time, because he received a hint from Shen Xiao. Shadow, who got the answer, showed a sincere and gentle smile. That's right, but we have to control Shen Xiao so strictly, otherwise she might catch the opportunity, and then all of us who imprisoned her will be finished. We must be careful. He was actually explaining why he came to see Ma In and tested him. Ma In also cooperated with an understanding expression. Indeed, I'm waiting for you to make a mistake. Shadow smiled. But unfortunately, we will never relax when facing a guy like Shen Xiao. Well, since your purpose of seeing Shen Xiao is really to seek help, I can explain to those politicians. Wang Yang and Wang Yin will communicate with you about Shiyu's affairs. If you have any questions, just tell them directly. Of course, if you don't mind, you can come to me at any time. Our friendship is still there. Ma In naturally didn't believe what he said, but he still nodded hypocritically and said to Shadow, Of course, I will not be polite if there is anything. After being polite, Shadow also stepped back a few steps, let the Yin Yang twins out, and then said, I will go back and report first. In fact, you can also tell me through Wang Yang if you have something. Now he can be regarded as my deputy in the investigation department. What you say to him is equivalent to going directly into my ears. After saying a few more polite words, Shadow disappeared in front of him. At this time, the Yin Yang twins had to stand up and face Ma In. After Wang Yang noticed that his sister seemed to be a little afraid to step forward, he took the initiative to step forward 2 steps, and then politely greeted, Sir Ma In, my sister and I will be responsible for this matter in the next period of time. The boy's expression was particularly polite. In fact, Ma In discovered very early that Wang Yang was better at concealing his characteristics as a resentful person among them, and Wang Yin's words and deeds often revealed that kind of resentment. Ma In nodded slightly and said to him, But there is still some time before this place is built, so don't be too anxious. Wang Yang also looked up and followed Ma In's line of sight to the construction site in the distance. Yes, but the Federation hopes that some of the members they send out can practice in advance. After all, if our members can master the knowledge earlier, it will also make the new members who join us more convinced. As far as I know, Xiao plans to personally select the first disciples of the sect, and will also select many ordinary people without any abnormal abilities to practice. It is not easy to make them believe that this is feasible. But if they see that some people are already following Xiao in cultivation, it should be able to dispel their worries and hesitations. After all, humans are always easily persuaded by the behavior of others. Ma En knew that Wang Yang said this just to allow the Federation to arrange their people in as soon as possible, and their motive was definitely not to help Xiao, but to take the lead. However, Ma En did not intend to expose or reject them, because in fact, these little thoughts were nothing to him or Xiao, and the Federation did not know Xiaoya's real plan at all. That's not a problem. Ma En replied, but I have to go to talk to my junior sister in detail about this. As a newly established sect, Guanyi naturally took on the position of the sect's backbone, handling some chores, and would also be truly responsible for teaching low-level disciples when Xiaoyao was in seclusion. As a cultivator with a perfect golden elixir, she was more than capable of teaching disciples. Although she inherited Du Jin and others' understanding that she would not be bad if she really taught disciples, it was difficult to match her in many details. Besides, Xiaoyao definitely didn't make a deal with me to let me be a teacher to those sect disciples. What Xiao wanted was for me to solve all kinds of troubles and difficult problems for him. Wang Yang was delighted when he heard this answer. Okay, then please arrange it. Ma En didn't waste time and directly used magic to transmit the message to Guanyi. After a moment, the little sister who was here also landed in front of them on a flying sword and looked up at Ma En. Senior brother, you are looking for me? Ma En said, fellow Taoist Wang Yang has something to tell you. Wang Yang also stepped forward immediately and talked to Guanyi about the arrangement of disciples. But after a few words, Guanyi turned around and looked at Ma En, and then said, brother, master said that he would also arrange a few disciples for you. Do you have any ideas? Ma En replied, you can handle it. Guanyi nodded, and then continued to concentrate on discussing the specific arrangements of this matter with Wang Yang. Seeing this, Wang Yin also looked at Ma En a little at a loss, but didn't know what to say. Whether it was in Dongsansu or in the Southern Federation, they didn't get along well. But she didn't expect that Ma En would be the first to break the silence. I talked to Master a few days ago, and he mentioned you and Wang Yang at that time. The girl showed a surprised look. He mentioned us? Ma En nodded. He seems to know something about the guy who turned you into this. Do you remember him? This sentence made Wang Yin instinctively show a bit of resistance. She turned her head to look at Wang Yang, who was still discussing cooperation with Guanyi, and then looked at Ma En again. What do you know? Ma En did not answer her question directly, but asked, do you remember what happened in your life? The girl lowered her head slightly, thought for a few seconds, and said, no, we don't remember the past clearly. It was only after we met Xiao that we gradually regained such a clear will. We were in confusion for a long time. Ma En asked curiously, do you remember how long ago you died? Wang Yin shook his head slightly. I don't remember when it was. We only have a very vague memory of the past, and it seems that we lived in an extremely backward and isolated village in the past, so it is difficult to determine how long ago it was. However, according to the Federation's speculation, when Xiao found us, we should have become resentful spirits for at least several decades, but we are not very clear about the specific time. This shattered Xiaoyu's speculation that Xiao killed the cultivator, but in fact, he couldn't be sure whether the resentful spirits were from the Federation or the cultivation world, but this was not so important. After Wang Yin's confession, Ma En had no intention of hiding it. Xiaoyao, and I mentioned that the guy who refined you into resentful ghosts should also be a cultivator, or the power he possessed was closely related to cultivation, and his realm should also be nascent soul. And he may have invested a lot of resources in refining you. According to Xiaoyao's experience, the other party's original purpose should be to refine you into a follower, and there is a doubt here. Even in Xiaoyu's opinion, his refining of you can be considered particularly outstanding, so the cultivator definitely did not take you away because of your problems. So where did he go? Wang Yin also showed a thoughtful look when he heard this. I understand what you said. Wang Yang and I know how strong we are, and before becoming vengeful spirits, he and I were just ordinary people, which means that the bastard who refined us must have invested a lot. But I don't know where he went. I wasn't even awake at that time. But I'm still very grateful for telling me this news. At this point, she also showed a grateful look. Whether it was sincere or not, the somewhat awkward atmosphere between them had dissipated without a trace. Ma En continued, in fact, I originally thought that the Federation asked you to come because of this. Wang Yin shook his head. I don't think the Federation knew about this. He sent us here just because we had contact with you before. Speaking of this, I remembered that when I ran into you in Dongsensu, when Xinxia's voice appeared, we felt that you suddenly became very dangerous. We used to think that we confused the fear that Shishao gave us. But now it seems that you should have cleverly exerted your true pressure at that time, right? Ma Yin blinked, and then answered with a normal expression. Maybe, in fact, I don't remember it anymore. The second half of the sentence is true. He has no memory of Wang Yin mentioning this fear. Ma Yin only remembers that when he was ready to fight and take Qinlan away, the Yin-Yang twins were scared away directly. The real situation should really be that they confused the source of fear. Wang Yin asked curiously, so it was just a coincidence that you encountered this incident at that time? You originally wanted to see Shen Shao through Qinlan. Ma Yin nodded. Yes, I didn't expect what happened later, but I am actually quite fortunate that I happened to be there at that time, otherwise Qinlan might have been taken away by you. When he said this, an idea flashed through Ma Yin's mind. The Yin-Yang twins were found by Shen Shao himself, and in the end they were the ones who surrounded Qinlan. This idea flashed through his mind, but by chance, Wang Yang also glanced at Ma Yin at this time, and when the boy saw him, the terrible face in the nightmare appeared in his mind. The evil Shen Shao who claimed in the dream that she still did not lose. Chapter 487. In Xiaoyao sect, Ma Yin was meditating on the rooftop, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his body. After Wang Yang and Wang Yin contacted Guan Yi, the preliminary work of establishing the sect was handed over to them, and Ma Yin was extremely cooperative with what Xiaoyao asked him to do. Although it was because he was indeed obliged to do so, Ma Yin had his own reasons for doing so. He was creating the image that he really wanted to do this. He had to be patient enough to wait for Saran to relax his vigilance. Now he was actually putting himself in an extremely dangerous situation, because he was now in the territory of the Southern Federation, the territory of the gods. If Saran really didn't fear anything and came directly, he might really kill him. Although Ma Yin didn't have a particularly clear concept of how strong Saran, a top-level 5th-level ability user, was, he knew very well that he would definitely not be his opponent now, even after using the power of the Moon Goddess. Even considering the reputation of Saran in the past, if he had made full preparations, he might really kill himself before he could teleport. Although Saran didn't know about the teleportation yet, Mon felt that if he really attacked him, he would probably block the surrounding space at a very strong level. This would extend the time of teleportation. At the same time, considering that they were not encountering a battle at that time, but an attack by Saran after full preparation and planning, Mon had no confidence that he could survive. So what he was doing now was extremely risky and unstable. This was also the reason why he wanted to do this. Because he wanted to make Saran feel that he was not afraid of the mastermind behind the scenes. Saran did not know how strong the secret alliance behind him was, and Saran's performance also proved his caution. If his opponent was not himself, then this method might not work, but Main knew that Saran could not afford to gamble at all, and this was because Saran would deal with him. Yes, Saran knew what he did to the Moon God. Only this motive could explain everything. Why did the gods attack him? And they acted as if they were particularly afraid of something behind him, because he knew that they killed the Moon God. It was for this reason that Saran knew he could not afford to lose. If it were other opponents, these immortal gods would probably try to see if they could succeed first, but now Saran, who mistakenly thought that the secret alliance was very powerful, would never suddenly attack him. Therefore, Main could not hide. In the case of an opponent, the more fearless he was now, the more cautious Saran would act, and the safer he would be. Of course, he entered the Southern Federation through Xiaoyao because it was natural and reasonable, and he could solve the problem between him and Xiaoyao, and it was also because it would be slightly safer. After all, no matter what Xiaoyao thought, the fact that he was in his sect could have influenced Saran's decision, which was a small extra insurance. In fact, the most important thing was still his own behavior. He had to make Saran more resolute in his initial judgment that the Camarilla was a powerful abnormal organization that secretly murdered the gods, and he had the confidence to guarantee his life. But this was just the beginning. His purpose of making Saran alert was to keep his offensive against him at a level that was really suitable for him. In fact, Ma Yin also felt that what Saran really wanted to do was definitely not to simply kill him. Saran was more concerned about how he killed the Moon Goddess. At this time, Ma Yin recalled the methods that Saran used to deal with him in the past, and always felt that he seemed to want to force him to reveal more things. Although those methods might actually be fatal to him, Saran might not think so, because he would definitely overestimate the strength of himself and the secret alliance. So if he saw an opportunity to spy on him, he would definitely want to dig out the secrets. And this is also an important reason why he wants to help Xiaoyao establish a sect, because this sect will be open to the abnormal world to recruit disciples, and Saran will definitely not miss this opportunity. In other words, he will have a way to contact his spy and pass information through. Even, Saran's undercover may become his disciple, which is why he did not express any opinion when Guan Yi asked him if he had any opinions on the disciples. While Ma En was waiting patiently, he suddenly felt some new changes in the spiritual energy around him. When he opened his eyes, he saw some mist slowly turning into a human figure in front of him. "Master," Ma En said politely. Xiao looked at him for a few seconds. "You have already mastered the control of spiritual energy, and it is just around the corner to break through the golden elixir, but I guess you won't be able to break through the golden elixir with Xiaoyao Gong even if you are given a few hundred years, right?" Ma En did not deny. "I really don't have this plan." In fact, after knowing Ma En's true strength, Xiaoyao never expected him to practice Xiaoyao Gong again, but Xiaoyao didn't care about it, because his original purpose was to need a person of the same level who could be restrained to help him in the establishment of the sect and the next few hundred years. Although Ma En might not believe it, in fact, Xiuya's purpose of letting him practice his own skills was really just to restrain him, and he didn't have any deeper thoughts. So after Ma En made a deal with him, he didn't want to control him anymore. With the contract, he could achieve his original purpose, and there was no need to do so. With this idea in mind, Xiaoyao took out a jade tube. "I prepared this for you. It contains hundreds of prerequisite techniques for transformation and thousands of different cultivation methods. There are also the difficulty of their cultivation and things to pay attention to. I know you don't want to practice my Xiao Gong, but I don't want to waste your talent. From my observation of you during this period of time, you are definitely a genius in cultivation. Even if these techniques are not as suitable for you as my Xiao Gong, they are all good techniques. As long as you practice them with concentration, you will be able to break through the nascent soul sooner or later. As for the source of spiritual energy, there are indeed some problems, but I think with your ability, you should be able to directly strip the spiritual energy out of my body without mixing it and inhaling it. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to practice or not. But multiple powers should not be a bad thing for you now." Ma En took the jade tube handed over by Xiaoyao, and then simply scanned it with his mind. It did store dense cultivation techniques, and the understanding of these techniques by many different cultivators. This thing is a valuable asset to any organization. The Federation agreed to let Xiaoyao establish a sect in the Southern Federation, as if they wanted to get something similar. Xiao probably took this out, because he knew that there was a mysterious organization called the Camarilla behind him. But unfortunately, this thing is actually useless to them now. In the desolate world without spiritual energy, these cultivation methods cannot be used to train practitioners in batches, and there are not many young people with particularly good talents. The so-called Camarilla is just a product of bluffing. They don't have any scholars who can conduct research. The value of this thing to them is far lower than that of the Federation or any mature abnormal organization. However, Ma En still took it with gratitude. "Thank you. This thing is very useful to us." Now he just wants to act like the Camarilla is extremely powerful. Xiaoyao said, "I hope that after you finish your research, you can also try to practice. There are dozens of basic theory books here, which can help you understand the essence of spiritual energy and believe in my sincerity." Ma En nodded slightly and replied, "I will take a look." Of course, he would not really read the contents inside. In fact, he did not do so entirely out of caution. Ma En did not think that Xiaoyao was still thinking about calculating him. The possibility of this thing having problems was not high. After all, there might be other people with abilities in different fields behind Xiuya's mind. However, he still would not try to really practice. He just felt that there was no need to do so. For Ma En, practicing was still too slow. With the Control Bureau, he could find many faster ways to improve than this. "After you took the spiritual treasure," Xiaoyao continued, "I began to search for mortals with roots suitable for cultivation in various parts of the Federation. Although the number of disciples I have found is still a little short, I have actually found a few mortals with excellent roots, and they all have the possibility of breaking through to the golden core. I also looked at the disciples that the Federation wanted to insert. Most of them came with the idea of learning and studying the knowledge and power system of the cultivation world, but there are really a few with good roots. I picked 2 of them for you." Xiaoyao arranged disciples for Ma En in order to enable him to establish connections with the members of the sect. Although the relationship between Ma En, as a member of the Federation, and his disciples would not be as strong as that between the master and the apprentice in the cultivation world, he could see that Ma En was by no means a truly cold-blooded person. As long as the disciples truly respected him, They would definitely have feelings over time. Ma said without any objection. What kind of guys are they? Xiao raised his hand, and mist floated out of his sleeves and circled in front of him and Ma. Then the hazy scene began to slowly appear in the mist and became clearer and clearer, reflecting the scene of the library. And a young and elegant woman was sitting at the table, concentrating on flipping through the book in her hand that recorded the basic knowledge of cultivation. There were also a few young people sitting behind her. Her name is Luan Linghua, and she is the child of a federal politician. After the Federation got the bone measuring plate, it must have taken the lead in conducting root bone examinations among those politicians. 30% of those children with good root bones come from politician families. And she has the best root bones among those sent by the Federation. Although she is the child of a federal politician, her personality is also pretty good. She is particularly humble and peaceful to others, and it is not the kind of pretending. After all, she was born in such a good family. She doesn't have to worry about all kinds of things. She is educated by rich and powerful elders. She hasn't officially embarked on a career in politics. It's natural for her to have this kind of personality. And the Luan family behind her is also a big force in the Federation. It's not much different from the Shu family you used to work with. Although Luan Linghua's status in her family before can't be compared with your former partner, it may not be the case in the future. The Federation is still very covetous of the knowledge and power of our cultivation world, and this power itself is indeed strong enough. If she can achieve something in the way of cultivation, her status in the family will naturally rise, and you can also rely on her to get closer to the family behind you. You have never really taught, so you may not be able to really imagine the master-disciple relationship, but there is a saying in our cultivation world that a teacher is a father for life. This is not a conventional unspoken rule, but because the act of teaching cultivation itself means a lot, and in this relationship, the relationship between you and your disciples cannot be bad. In the final analysis, cultivators, who are in this kind of master-disciple relationship for a long time will definitely develop a connection that is not weaker than the bloodline of ordinary families, and the time that masters and disciples spend together is often longer than that of ordinary families. Although the desolate world is different from the cultivation world, this sentence is still useful here. The disciple I pick for you is also the type who respects teachers, and you can take this opportunity to cultivate feelings with her. Then you can use her to start cooperating with factions in the Federation again. I guess you haven't given up contacting the Federation. Ma nodded with gratitude. Yes, after all, the Federation is the strongest force here. Xiaoyao waved his hand, and then the scene in the fog changed to a place like an indoor training ground, and a young boy who looked only in his teens was practicing boxing in the sweat. This child is called Shintiani. Xiaoyao continued to introduce. He is from the eastern part of the Southern Federation, and can speak fluent Eastern Federation and Southern Federation languages at the same time. He is one of the top 3 disciples I found this time. He also has a body that is very suitable for physical cultivation, but these are not the most important. I chose him as your disciple because he has the best character among all the disciples of the sect. This child's parents abandoned him, and an old man from the Southern Federation picked him up. After his grandfather fell ill in the past few months, he gave up all his future and worked hard for his grandfather without eating or sleeping. When I found him and proposed to recruit him as a disciple, the only request he made was to cure his grandfather. After I gave his grandfather a few pills that can cure diseases and prolong life, and left enough money, he followed me back with the idea of repaying my gratitude. From my observation, he is also very kind-hearted. The old man who raised him taught him right from wrong. After all, the person who is willing to raise this orphan must be a good person. Besides that, he is very motivated. He has been poor for more than 10 years, and has enough drive, and will to endure hardship and diligent cultivation. In the desolate realm, a disciple with such a mentality can be considered perfect. Although his physique is not the best, I think he is the most likely to break through the golden core among the first batch of disciples. If he is lucky, he may even try to challenge the nascent soul realm before he dies. The most important thing for you is, he knows how to be grateful. As long as you treat him well, he will never betray you for the sake of profit. Ma nodded slightly. It sounds like educating these 2 disciples will have different benefits for me. But what he is really thinking about is which of them will be the spy of Saren. Chapter 488. Xiaoyao's Sect, Water Curtain Cave Mansion. Among the many buildings in the sect, this cave mansion is one of the few that was built in advance by Xiaoyao himself using magic, because this is the place where the Xiaoyao sect's deputy sect master Ma practices. At first glance, the Water Curtain Cave Mansion looks like an ordinary modern building, but after walking in, you will find that the space inside is much more spacious than it looks from the outside. Although the decoration inside is not like that of the cultivation world, it is not modern either. Instead, it is closer to the ancient style of the Eastern Federation, but modern facilities are also available. In addition, this cave mansion itself has various formations arranged by Xiaoyao himself to prevent outsiders from peeping. He did a particularly good job in this regard, because he was spied on when he was talking with Ma. At this time, Xiaoyao was standing in the main hall of this cave, where rich spiritual energy was everywhere. Moreover, this spiritual energy did not exist in the fog, but was melted out through the spiritual energy pills, and then controlled in Ma'an's cave with the spirit gathering array. In the future, his registered disciples will also be able to enjoy the spiritual energy. And his direct disciples also have a residence specially used for cultivation. Each room there is equipped with a separate spirit gathering array and spiritual energy pill supply, which is not even inferior to those famous and upright sects. The two young people who will enjoy the top treatment in the sect in the future are standing behind Xiaoyao, and Ma'an is sitting in the main seat opposite them. From now on, Ma'an is your master, Xiaoyao said. Do you understand? Wanlinghua and Shintiani both bowed their heads slightly. Hello, master. After that, they walked to the table one after another, picked up their teacups, and offered tea to Ma-en according to the pre-rehearsed process. Ma-en could see that they were all very reserved and cautious, as if they were afraid of doing something wrong. But in fact, Ma-en had no respect for this so-called process at all. He could not understand why Xiaoyao insisted on going through the process of apprenticeship ceremony, and he did not realize what the meaning of it was. However, he also took advantage of the process of apprenticeship to quietly invade their minds with telepathy, secretly, and quickly reading the memories of the first half of the lives of these two disciples, and just as he thought. They had no problems. Ma-en could sense a lot of sincere and clear emotions in their minds. These memories could not be faked, and even if they were, they could not match their life trajectories. This means that their past must be clean, especially Wanlinghua, who is a child of the Federation. It is almost impossible for her to be an undercover arranged by Saran, and Shintiani has no doubts. But the more this happened, the more Ma-en became wary and suspicious of him. He did not really think that the problem could only be with the second disciple just because Wanlinghua was a member of the Federation, and it was even more impossible for him to dispel or reduce his suspicion of him. After all, based on the skills that Saran had shown in several attacks and the situation he had learned recently, it would not be surprising whether any of them was Saran's undercover agent, and it would be normal even if both of them had a relationship with Saran. But in fact, it was not a bad thing for him, no matter who was Saran's undercover agent. Ma-en was just afraid that the two of them actually had no relationship with Saran, and then he would not be able to carry out his plan. In fact, if we put aside our emotions and really analyze it, it is normal that none of them is Saran's backup. When Xiaoyao found Shintiani, he had not yet negotiated with the Federation, and it was even more impossible for a Federation disciple like Wanlinghua to be Saran's person, and the recruitment of disciples was completed in a very short time. Even if Saran is already very powerful, he can't arrange his spies into Xiaoyao's sect in such a short time, let alone directly become his disciples. However, this is not a problem for Ma-en. As long as he can always keep his flaws and perform as planned, it doesn't matter when Saran's undercover approaches him. Ma-en calmly accepted the tea. Very good, you will be my disciples from now on. Hearing his overly brief words, Xiaoyao standing beside him couldn't help but add, on the path of cultivation, the master is like a relationship between parents and teachers for the disciples. I hope you can respect and thank the master for his efforts for you. The master is a teacher second only to your parents. And in many cases, the master will teach you much more than your parents. He will teach you more than just the so-called immortality and various spells, but also how to walk on this path and other paths. You should know that this kind of effort is not what you are born with, and you should be grateful for it. Wanlinghua and Shintiani both showed sincere expressions when they heard this, and responded, I understand. Ma-en didn't know what they understood, but still followed Xiaoyao's instructions. You may know something about me, or you may have never heard of my name in the past. Shintiani was naturally the disciple who didn't understand. In fact, he hadn't fully reacted to what had happened to him and around him during this period, and he was still a little confused. However, he had a strong sense of gratitude toward Xiaoyao, who had saved his grandfather, and Xiaoyao briefly explained Ma-en's identity before bringing him here. He was the deputy leader of this sect, and Xiaoyao's eldest disciple. Therefore, he was full of simple respect for Ma and introduced by Xiaoyao. The other disciple, Wanlinghua, was the opposite of Shintiani. She had heard of Ma-en's name a long time ago, and before coming here, her parents and other family members had specially introduced him to her in detail again. A member of the mysterious organization lurking in the Salvation Alliance, he once took her sister away when Shen Shao was defeated, which deeply affected the Federation's plan for Shen Shao, and later led the remnants of the Salvation Alliance to fight against the Federation in the Southern Federation, and achieve quite good results, protecting the members of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation. After realizing that the sacrifice of the Salvation Alliance might be meaningless, he also facilitated a ceasefire agreement between the Salvation Alliance and the Federation, and condescended to join the Federation as a former member of the Salvation Alliance. But in fact, the Federation had no idea that Ma En was actually a member of a mysterious organization that entered the Federation through the Salvation Alliance, and everything he did in the Salvation Alliance was just for this purpose. Then Ma En seized the opportunity in the Federation and gained Shadow's trust, and then helped the Federation do several things in succession, but his real purpose was actually to contact Shen Shao. If he continues to do this, maybe he can really bring a lot of help to Shen Shao in the future, but fortunately, some time ago, an ally helped the Federation find out what Ma En had done. He once assassinated a young member of the Federation politician, the notorious Xu Yun. Therefore, Luan Linghua's feelings for Ma En are extremely complicated. Although she doesn't like Xu Yun very much, she is still a member of the family of Federation politicians. Strictly speaking, her identity is the same as hers. So Luan Linghua has some fear and resistance in her heart towards Ma En, who killed Xu Yun. Moreover, Ma En's deeds also show how terrible he is, which also intensifies Luan Linghua's fear of Ma En, a top-level ability user, but if it is these, then her feelings are not complicated. Luan Linghua's second feeling for Ma En is also due to what he did. Although she is not actually a few years younger than Shen Shao, Luan Linghua actually grew up listening to the stories of Shen Shao. Before the war between the Federation and Shen Shao, the young children of the Federation's politician families often discussed this name. And every time they mentioned Shen Shao's name, they felt a strong sense of pride in their hearts. They would often discuss how many foreign warriors Shen Shao had defeated, and were proud of this warrior, who represented the Federation. At that time, the Federation actually promoted Shen Shao with an extremely positive image. Although now it seems that it may just be their way to paralyze Shen Shao, it is undeniable that Shen Shao once had many admirers. After all, she is so strong. It is precisely because of this that they often praised Shen Shao's character in the past. They all knew that Shen Shao was an almost perfect Federation warrior, so they also knew who she was. Although the Federation's imprisonment of Shen Shao was semi-public, Luan Linghua, a politician's son, who had not yet officially embarked on a career, was not particularly clear about the reason, but this vagueness was the answer. She had not heard anyone say that Shen Shao had done anything wrong, which meant that she might have done nothing wrong. Therefore, as a normal young person, it was difficult for her not to have some admiration for Ma En. In general, she could be said to respect and fear her master. But you will know in the future that I am not a professional practitioner. Ma En didn't know what they were thinking, but continued, even the relationship between Xiaoyao and I is very special. Xiaoyao also nodded in agreement. Although Ma En is my disciple, his more important identity is my deputy sect master. Ma En continued, so in fact, I don't practice often, and I may not even break through to the golden core in this life, which is the so-called fourth level often mentioned by the Federation. If you practice diligently, you may reach this level. But you don't have to worry that I can't teach you well. Although my own cultivation will always be in the foundation building stage, I actually have a good understanding of cultivation itself, and my achievements in other fields are actually equivalent to those of Yuanian cultivators on the road of cultivation. This is why I don't put my energy on cultivation. In addition, I also have some things of my own to deal with, and I may not be able to teach you all the time. So if you really encounter some problems that I can't solve very well or don't have time to solve, you can also go to my junior sister Guan Yi for advice. She is a cultivator with a perfect golden core. The two disciples nodded quickly, responding one after another to show that they understood this point. Looking at them, Ma En nodded slightly. He hoped that they really listened to this sentence, because the sentence that he had some things to deal with was actually the important information he hid in the whole paragraph. What he wanted to let Serain know. Ma En then looked at the two disciples and said, okay, since you have become my disciples, I will also teach you about cultivation, and the most important thing is naturally the pursuit of immortality, and the second is your own Taoism. But you don't need to consider the latter in the short term, and cultivation is not suitable for only cultivating immortality. Indulging in the way of immortality may slow down your cultivation speed, so you also need to practice some other Taoism, which is also the premise for you to find your own Taoism. Do you know what other Taoism you can practice? The young man didn't know what Ma En was asking, but Ma En knew this a long time ago, because he had been accepting Xiaoyao's arrangement to practice the basic skills of body refining during this period, so he immediately looked at the young woman next to him. Wan Linghua immediately answered confidently, "Well, I have read a lot of books recently, which mention various Taoist methods, including elixirs, refining, killing, weapons, talismans, formations, arithmetic, etc. But the book mentioned that these are minor ways to assist in cultivation, and the main way is the way to longevity." Ma Yan spoke out his understanding from Du Jin. "It is true before the nascent soul, but if you want to break through to a higher level, you have to start thinking about your own Taoism in the golden core stage. The Taoism of practitioners is often based on the immortal way, supplemented by their own understanding and the knowledge of other Taoism. After all, the immortal path you practice is not the right path for everyone, but the path of the first immortal. It's just that later practitioners realized that following his path would make it more likely to find their own path. Eventually, the immortal path became the great way to heaven for cultivation, but in fact, the immortal path is not a natural path. Everyone cultivates immortality just because they can achieve immortality. Without immortality, it would be thousands of times more difficult to achieve the path. These principles were not learned by Ma Yan himself. In the past, Du Jin and others had a very shallow understanding of this, but Ma Yan still felt that this made sense. After all, if someone wants to obtain some truth, extending life is indeed a good way to help success. So have you ever thought about what path you want to learn? Wan Linghua said without thinking, "Alchemy." This is definitely not what she thought. This choice was made before she came. The family would spend resources to arrange for her to undergo the first batch of tests, just to let her bring back the technology that can prolong her life. And Dan Dao is the thing that best fits their ideas. Ma Yan nodded slightly, then looked at Shintiani. "What do you want to learn?" The boy showed a look of shame. "Master, I don't know much about these things, so if I want to help others, what should I choose?" Chapter 489. Hearing the boy's answer, Ma Yan nodded slightly and said, "Very good ambition. Can I ask you why you want to help others?" This was actually a bit harsh to Xiaoyao behind them. If it was in the world of cultivation, no one would question what the boy said, because there is no need for any reason to help others. If it was Xiaoyao, who was still in the world of cultivation, he would only express encouragement and praise when he saw his disciples saying this. He might have a chance to discuss right and wrong in depth in the future. In any case, he would not ask directly. But at this moment, this question was quite reasonable when Ma Yan said it, because the federation they're in now is indeed a moral desert as the name given to them by the world of cultivation. Even ordinary people with good hearts find it difficult to say who they want to help and pay more attention to their own lives. In fact, in the eyes of most scholars in the world of cultivation, there is actually nothing wrong with doing this, otherwise, there would not be the famous saying, "If you are poor, you should be good to yourself." When you don't have the ability, just don't do evil. Moreover, even for those relatively indifferent successful people, the cultivation world does not criticize their inaction, but criticizes such criticism. Although they are particularly unscrupulous in encouragement, they are extremely cautious in criticism. Therefore, in fact, the behavior of most ordinary people in the Federation will definitely not be criticized in the cultivation world, but Xiaoyao can still deeply feel the indifference that permeates everywhere here. Even if there are people with a blazing heart, they will only be dragged into a 1,000-foot ice cave by this indifference. Only a very few strong people like Shi Xiao, who are as strong in heart and body, can stand out. Therefore, although there are many people with the same noble character as Xin Xiao in the world of cultivation, Xiaoyao still admires Xin Xiao more, because those cultivators live in a place where it is very easy to do good deeds, where doing good deeds can even bring material and spiritual benefits at the same time. But Xin Xiao lives in the Federation where doing good deeds may cost a heavy price. If those cultivators, who seem to have the same moral level as Xin Xiao, are thrown here, it is hard to say how many of them can keep their original intentions. If the world where ordinary people in the Federation live can still be described as indifferent, then the abnormal world where people like Xin Xiao live can only be described as cruel. It is for this reason that Xiaoyao compared Xin Xiao with Zhang Banxian when he was talking to Ma Yan. The current Xin Xiao really looks like Zhang Banxian in the chaotic era. He founded the heavenly court in that chaotic era when human lives were worthless, and made the world of cultivation a holy place where it is easy to do good deeds like today. But whether in the chaotic times of the past, or in the current Federation's abnormal world, they are not like the current cultivation world. Here, there is indifference and suspicion everywhere. It is a very dangerous practice to take the initiative to help others. So Ma Yan's question is somewhat reasonable. Xiaoyao just instinctively feels a little strange. In fact, even the young man who was asked knows the problem with his statement. Although he has not yet entered the abnormal world, and has not yet deeply realized the cruelty here, he also deeply understands how indifferent most people are. The reason why Shintiani can understand this is actually very simple, because their family is very poor. Grandpa has no children other than himself, and his age does not support him to support 2 people in the Southern Federation. Therefore, their lives were extremely difficult before he could work. When their situation just got better, Grandpa fell down again, because he had no money to treat the disease in time. He is alive today not because many people help him and his grandfather, but because of this he feels that he should help those who are in similar situations as himself, which is what his grandfather has always taught him. Even though he knows that many people would think this is stupid, he still foolishly thinks it is right, because when he and his grandfather are at their lowest point, he hopes to meet the person he wants to be. Although this is not entirely true, he is indeed lucky to meet Xiaoyao, the immortal who took out the elixir to get rid of the illness of his terminally ill grandfather, and he came here to repay his gratitude. But if Ma and gave him the opportunity to choose, he wanted to be someone who could help others. Someone he once longed to meet. The boy said cautiously, because my grandfather taught me the principles of being a human being, and I know it is right to do so. He was obviously a little guilty when he spoke, and seemed to be afraid that Ma-en would criticize his idea. But Ma-en just smiled. Good idea, you have a good grandfather. It is difficult to insist on doing the right thing in this world, so I admire everyone who is willing to do so, and I can see that you are not lying. Although you are still young, you have suffered no less than those so-called adults in big cities. It is good to be able to maintain such an idea in such an environment, and you don't have to worry. I don't think you are stupid to do this, because if I were also a fool, before I came to Xiaoyao sect to live my current retirement life, I would still insist on fighting the evil in this world. It's just a pity that I didn't win in the end, so I'm here now. But since you want to help others, I will definitely support you with all my strength. The boy's eyes lit up when he heard this, and there was more expectation in his eyes when he looked at Ma-en. Luan Linghua, who was standing next to him, also glanced at the boy and felt a little envious. She knew the background of her fellow apprentice very well, so she knew that he was definitely not acting. But he happened to talk about the topic that Ma-en liked the most, which was really lucky. Ma-en also continued, but there are many ways to help others. For example, the person I admire most in the world, Xin Shaoxingzhe, is a strong and righteous warrior, and her way of helping others is to fight against evil itself. She wants to defeat all darkness. But it's not only fighting against evil that is a good thing. For example, I heard that there is a wandering doctor in the Southern Federation who doesn't charge poor people, and there are many poor people living in dark corners in the Southern Federation who can't get practical treatment. And this doctor will go to places with poor medical conditions, and use his medical skills to bring the last hope to the poor. This is also a way to help others. Which one do you prefer? The boy thought for a moment, then looked up at Ma-en and asked, why doesn't Shishao Walker choose the latter? Ma-en smiled, you are very perceptive, because the latter can't really heal the whole world. The boy pondered for half a minute, then slowly said, I choose the latter. Ma-en showed a curious look. Why? The boy looked at him, and said sincerely, because I feel that my ability is limited, and I can't become such a great warrior. I don't have that kind of courage. He showed a bit of shame when he said this. Ma-en smiled and said, good, it's a talent to realize what you can do. Chapter 490. Finally, Ma-en decided to teach both of them the Tao of Alchemy. Although they had completely different motivations, the Tao of Alchemy was just right for them, as it could prolong life and cure diseases. He also used this conversation to clearly perceive the psychological activities and memories of the 2 disciples at that time, including Luan Linghua's envy of his junior brother and his awe of himself. He also saw clearly the pure kindness, surprise, and timidity of the young man. In addition, Seili also hid behind him and quietly invaded their minds, and came to the same conclusion as Ma-en, that is, these psychological activities could not be false, and so were the memories. As an entity composed of false memories, Seili had a particularly keen perception and judgment ability for memories, so she could be sure that the memories of her 2 disciples were completely consistent with the past. Of course, Xiaoyao and Lianhe also gave the previous life trajectories of the 2 disciples, and after comparing this information, she and Ma-en were extremely sure that their first half of their lives were completely true. At the same time, there was nothing wrong with their psychological activities when they saw him, which also meant that their souls and minds were completely matched with their psychological activities, and in fact, such a result was normal. But if this was the case, how exactly would Saran insert his undercover agents? Based on his and Sari's observations of the 2 disciples, it was more likely that they were not Saran's undercover agents than that there were undercover agents among them, unless Saran could control them under such circumstances. Even if they did not believe in Saran at all, and had no special views on the image of the sun in their hearts, Saran still had some way to turn them into his undercover agents afterwards, or he had some way to cover up the fact that they were already undercover agents. In fact, this is what Ma En thinks is the most likely scenario. A long time ago, when he sent control staff to monitor Xu Yun, he got a message from Shen Shao through her. At that time, Shen Shao gave a comment on Saran. Your enemy is the pinnacle of the fifth order abnormal entity. Even though he is still in chains, if you ignore the deadly danger hidden in it, you are courting death. As long as you look at what he has done, you will realize that he always wins. In fact, when Ma En first saw this passage, the first name he thought of was Shen Shao, which made him a little confused at the time, but later he realized that Saran also perfectly fits this description. Even though he was trapped in the Southern Federation, he had demonstrated extremely terrifying abilities some time ago. It was just that Shen Shao was too dazzling, so Ma En didn't think of Saran immediately. Therefore, Ma En felt that even if he and Saili couldn't find the problem in the mental field, Saran would definitely have a way to insert his own undercover in this situation. After all, Ma En himself could actually do something similar. For example, his undercover Kanya in the Federation covered her identity by erasing her memory. It was for this reason that he and Saili also checked whether there were any gaps in each other's memories, and according to Saili, a 5th-level telepath, their memories did not have any gaps or breaks. If it was Ma En, he might not be able to say this sentence, because Saran might talk to them before, during the time period when others went to bed, and he might ignore the abnormality in it. But for the moon goddess Saili, who is the master of dreams and night, problems during sleep may be more obvious, so she can be sure that her two new disciples do not have any memory problems. This makes Ma En a little embarrassed, because he can't investigate the undercover of Saran. That's right, he doesn't need to find out who is the undercover. The purpose of doing this is naturally not to find the undercover, he is just doing what he should do, that is, investigating every potential dangerous person who approaches him, and this is the way he chooses to contact Saran. Investigating the mastermind behind the scenes may be the most natural way for him to release information, and if there is any undercover of Saran among these two new disciples, he may have received the first information. There is a very strong telepath behind him. And if Saran's intelligence ability is stronger, he may then realize that the power used by this psychic is the power of the moon god, and this is the information that Ma En wants Saran to know. Or in other words, he wants Saran to have a misunderstanding that the moon god is not dead. Main didn't know how much memory Saran still had, but even Shen Shao, who had the ability to predict and restrain the unmemory, couldn't remember what was erased by the unmemory. Then he didn't think Saran knew everything. Of course, he dared to do so, and was not afraid that Saran knew everything. In fact, it would only affect the effect of his plan, but doing so would only be a good thing for himself. The best case scenario is that Saran only knows the existence of the moon goddess, and that he was erased, and after realizing this, he will immediately want to beat the moon goddess to death, because it was the power of the unmemory that killed her. If he really mastered the power of the unmemorable, he would most likely be able to kill the moon goddess. As long as he tampered with the memories of all humans in the Southern Federation, the moon goddess would be able to sleep forever. And this is the limit of what the unmemorable can do. It is the power of the Control Bureau that imprisoned her. And Saran, who noticed her death, could not have thought that there was an abnormal Control Bureau. So he must have thought that he or the Camarilla interfered with the memories of humans in the Southern Federation, or suppressed them in the subconscious, so that the moon goddess disappeared and could never be reborn. That's why he dealt with himself so quickly and fiercely, not even giving himself room to breathe. This also made Main realize what kind of god Saran was. After realizing that he and the Camarilla might kill the god, he decisively launched an attack. Fierce, cunning, and resolute. Dangerous enemy. But even Saran could not think ahead, and this was his chance. If Saran saw the moon goddess again in this situation, he would immediately realize that he was wrong, because the moon goddess was not killed by him, and she was clearly standing behind him. Then, Saran would think that this was actually a fake death. Yes, no individual or organization has the power to erase the gods, and the moon goddess is not dead, or the so-called unmemorable is the moon goddess herself, who erased the traces of her existence. It was she who became the secret. This is exactly what the moon goddess has been trying to do for countless years, and now she succeeded. The moon goddess just joined the Camarilla, an alliance named after secrets. This is the lie that Mon wanted Saran to believe. He wanted Saran to believe that he did not hold the knife that could kill the gods.